Because of choosing the wrong profession, this genius mage was pushed to the bottom of society. In this world, only the strong survive, and the exterminators are known as those who hunt dark creatures. They fight, struggle, and protect people. Truly a great job, praised like that of a hero. At a coffee shop, a loud shout draws everyone's attention. "You crazy bastard. You're telling me to become a real shield." The person sitting opposite the main character is named Dunggu Min and is currently working for the extermination branch. Just yesterday, Min Ja-hun received a call from him after a long period of unemployment. "Did you think there was a good deal? Turns out the other side wants you on the front lines with a shield, while the monsters in the abandoned dungeon are of the immortal type. If you play it like that, who would tolerate it?" You don't want to understand and ask back. Why is there only this one job? Lower-ranked kids like me have no trouble finding work. Dunggu Min, hearing this, explained that he also knew there are very few agencies that offer commissions for the warrior class, even if they are high-level enforcers. According to him, the current mage system is as valuable as gold, while warriors are usually slow to react and have a higher injury rate, so they are not the target for clients. Compared to mages who can safely defeat monsters from a distance, warriors can only take on frontline injuries. Min Ja-hun remained silent, unable to refute. 11 years ago, he scored very high on the Awakening Aptitude test, with a magic potential reaching 97%. At that time, according to Ina, the current top mage only had a potential level of 92%. Everyone thought he would become a mage, but in the end, he suddenly changed course and decided to become a warrior with a potential of 34%, just because mages back then had an extremely bad reputation. Life can be more unpredictable than a pancake. After 11 years, the warrior who was dismissed and the mage who was rejected are now celebrated more than ever. And it just makes me so damn frustrated. Donggu Min saw you hesitating and interrupted. "I was going to find someone else, but I called you because I remembered your situation. There's no choice now, even if he regrets. It's too late." Poor Min Ja-hun has no other option but to agree to this terrible deal. At M. The next morning, Min Ja-hun waited in front of the underground bunker entrance with many others at the location sent to him. "I was about to give up and blame my younger brother Gu Min for always wasting time. He clearly said he would come, but it's already 8:52 and I haven't even seen his toenail." Thinking of this person, he feels regretful. He is just a low-ranked warrior of Class D, while Gu Min is an A-class mage. Anyone can see he's a person of real strength. Yet he's stuck doing office work at the branch while you're lost in thought about life and people when your brother comes over to chat. They are all warriors of the same system, but he's fully equipped while I have nothing but poverty. The two of them are talking for about 3 sentences when the rotten managers announce that action will start in 30 minutes. As planned, each person took turns passing through the space gate to face the desolate ruins and confront the extremely aggressive monsters. A wizard shouted loudly, "Frontline soldiers, raise your shields and line up properly." "Hey, don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to hold your formation, no matter if you get killed." Although quite exhausted, Min Ja-hun still had to stubbornly accept this boring job. The battle begins. They are the shields tasked with blocking the monsters, while the mages cast fireballs to burn them from afar. The flames rise fiercely, instantly burning the small monsters to ash. At first you were worried you'd struggle a lot, but fighting alongside the wizards of the Star Guild, if they can get this far, then you don't have to worry about losing your life anymore. Time passes, and after clearing out quite a few monsters, everyone decides to take a break before attacking the boss. Mr. Myung-ho beside me, though smiling as he speaks, is actually complaining a bit. Aging is really frightening. If I had known it would turn out like this, I would have stopped acting foolish when I was young and focused on leveling up. By the way, I also asked if you received any valuable items because this place is an A-ranked dungeon anyway. Min Ja-hun immediately opened his equipment menu. Suddenly, a headache struck, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. After a few moments, the system suddenly announced that it had shut down, and the connection to the player would be temporarily cut off. Min Ja-hun immediately realized he didn't understand what was happening when suddenly he heard someone's voice in his ear. "It told you to follow the light and didn't mention anything else." The system kept malfunctioning. It states that due to the presence of a mysterious object, it cannot be activated. In front of Min Ja-hun, for some reason, many floating lights appeared, flickering all over like fireflies. But no one around seemed to notice or see them except him. It's leading to a broken door, and feeling quite curious, I quickly told Myung-ho that I'd be leaving for a bit, and then followed it to see where it would lead. The Acer system is currently shut down. You cannot access the information window. Min Ja-hun tries to restart but receives a message that a function is partially broken. And the system is switching to safe mode. You woke up at 50 years old. And the Acer system has been with you for 17 years. Yet it immediately claims there's a fault. To put it briefly, the Acer system is connected to the Asgardian gods like Odin and Thor. It is hypothesized to be named after the original gods of Acer. This is the last fortress of hope for humanity after being pushed to the brink of extinction. 20 years ago, a towering ancient tree suddenly grew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. It suddenly sprouted one morning and grew so much that it covered the entire sky in just 9 days. Along with that, countless disasters and monsters appeared everywhere. Half of humanity was attacked by monsters. And among them, half were sacrificed on altars due to hunger and disease. But then the first awakened person appeared. Not only handsome but also wielding the power of the gods, along with the Acer system. The strongest weapon led by humanity's greatest hero. Min Ja-hun kept walking until he stopped in front of a huge door, happily wondering if it might be a treasure gate. If an A-grade or higher item appears, you would quit immediately and not bother working anymore at this point. The door slowly opens, revealing a vast space behind it, with a shiny round golden gem. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a notification that half of its functions had been successfully restored. An item had just been added, and it asked if you wanted to appraise the item. Min Ja-hun really is the luckiest. As soon as the item was appraised, the information immediately appeared. This item is called Odin's Lost Eye, classified as the only legendary item in the world. And when equipped, it allows understanding of runes and the use of magic to disarm or destroy weapons. The Odin group added a universal origin skill that can copy other skills or all magic without incantation. Alright. Once you sell this one-of-a-kind legendary item, you won't have to work anymore. You'll have enough money to spend until you die, and still not run out. But I guess it's a bit unfortunate. Just when I was about to try it out before selling it, I received a warning that this is a bound item. Min Ja-hun immediately cancels. He'd rather sell it than use it. As an awakened person, he's fed up with dungeon trials. A place where luck and tragedy are just a blink apart. But first, you need to leave this place. Min Ja-hun returned to the gathering and immediately received a warning from the leading mage of the guild that it would be difficult to handle if he acted on his own. And he hoped there would be no such situation again in the future. Min Ja-hun sincerely bowed his head and apologized. Yes, I will be more careful next time. You followed them, knowing full well this was a dungeon. A lawless place where it would end badly if you revealed you were holding a valuable item. Everyone was preparing to conquer the boss room when suddenly the rocks above collapsed and fell right on top of them. Min Ja-hun quickly dodged to the side to avoid it, just escaping danger, only to realize there was deadly bone. A type of bone extremely dangerous to the human body. Myung-ho quickly covered his mouth and whispered to you. Ja-hun, I think we need to leave here fast. This toxic bone is very dangerous. Min Ja-hun was about to do the same. But just as he turned, his older brother was stabbed through the body by someone. He panicked and immediately ran away as fast as he could. The loud explosion and the appearance of the poison bones happened at the same time. So it must have been the action of the assassins in the dungeon. Their target was very likely to wipe out everyone on the guild's side. You're fed up with this dangerous game. And Min Ja-hun stops because the person behind is right on his heels, launching a strange weapon with a pointed tip like an arrow attached to a chain straight at him. Min Ja-hun dodged and avoided getting hit, but luckily the wound on his shoulder wasn't too deep. Now, the person behind suddenly spoke up. I told you so, didn't I? That we would meet today. I really didn't expect it to be this person. Min Ja-hun asked directly. Jong-gu-min, all of this was your doing. Right. Han also nodded without hesitation, admitting it, and even explaining that he did everything at the customer's request. Plus, many people dislike the guild or gang because they look down on other guilds. So this kind of thing happening is not surprising at all. Min Ja-hun stared intently at his opponent, wondering if he could fight back. But then again, no matter how he looked at it, he'd just get beaten to a pulp like a torn blanket. So what's the point of asking? You want to avenge your fellow warrior teammates, especially Mio Hong-ho. But the situation is impossible. There's nothing else I can do. So I just curl up in front of the enemy and pretend nothing happened today. But before he could finish speaking, that magical weapon had already swooped in to attack. Their ranks so clearly defined on the list that he could do nothing but dodge. A cut across his cheek made blood gush out, and he grimaced, thinking that if that move had been a second slower, he might have been finished. Min Zahun raised his hand forward and said, "Today's target is not only the Guild Alliance." As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared, summoning many chains of lightning that aimed at the man in front of him. Min Zahun kept dodging and questioning himself about who was targeting him. Someone determined to eliminate him, so there couldn't be anyone else but that person. He asked himself, "Is it my father?" Donggu Min was silent for a few seconds before tilting his head back and laughing maniacally like a madman. After a moment, he nodded in acknowledgement and said, "You're really smart. That's why I like you." Thinking of his late mother, Min Zahun hesitated before asking one more question. So this was also what she did 5 years ago, in the winter. Right. Unexpectedly, the answer was exactly what he was thinking, as the bastard Donggu Min on this side continued attacking him with lightning chains. At the same time, he taunted that your family is even better than the Uchiha clan in some world. A husband who kills his wife, then hires others to do the job, is truly wrong. But killing his only son is even worse. He kept mocking and saying that this conversation should end here, then suddenly saw the person in front of him muttering something under his breath. He also thought you were begging and pleading. But suddenly Min Zahun's entire body emitted an enormous aura. The ground and surrounding space where he stands were distorted and shattered, with rocks and debris flying everywhere. At that moment, even an A-rank mage like Donggu Min was sweating and dared not delay any longer. The technique called Lightning Chain was activated again, unleashing countless magical chains towards Min Zahun to kill him. But just when it seemed like success was finally achieved, everything shattered. Odin's lost eye item has been equipped and linked to the user. The system has just sent 2 notifications, and at that moment, Min Zahun swore that today he would tear him apart in the most painful way possible. After the active Thunder Chain skill was triggered, numerous magic circles appeared behind Min Zahun. Donggu Min was stunned, unable to believe what was happening right before his eyes. It's a container he took years to learn how to use. So, how could a low-level warrior wield it? An upgraded fake version clashing with a real one is truly a fierce confrontation. The chains of lightning continuously clash with each other, creating thunderous explosions across the sky. The situation doesn't look good at all. After dodging and running around, Donggu Min quickly fires a magic bullet at him, but it has no effect. The moment to end everything has arrived. Min Zahun immediately launches a final attack to counter the enemy. The lightning chain strikes fiercely and powerfully. Donggu Min, facing his own technique, had no choice but to quickly activate his defensive shield. Unexpectedly, everything spiraled out of control, causing the shield to break, and he was struck by a fatal blow, collapsing into a heap, gasping for breath. A massive explosion shakes the entire dungeon, followed by dust and flying debris scattering everywhere. Donggu Min is still alive, but he won't last much longer. Min Zahun slowly approached, delivering one last blow to end everything. He collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted and out of magic. But even though I'm tired, Min kept complaining all day long because of a legendary grade lucky item that used up all the good karma he had accumulated over his lifetime. Just as Min Zahun thought he would die here, the salvation system appeared with a message saying that once the new system is activated, time will rewind to the moment the user desires most. Do you want to activate it or not? There's nothing to hesitate about anymore. Min Zahun agrees to activate the new operating system called Nurni, becoming the enemy of the supreme being Acer and gaining 2 new skills. Min Zahun opened his eyes wide and got up, wondering what on earth was happening. But as he stared intently at his hands, the guidance system appeared. It explains to him that he has traveled back in time to the moment he desired most. Today is June 15, 2022, and the system has sent you back to 11 years ago, along with a mission to rest until your body recovers to 80%. Min Zahun put everything aside and went to his desk, picked up the calendar and crossed out a line. In the previous life, because he went against his profession, he had a miserable life and ended up in a pathetic way. This time, I won't make that mistake again. I will definitely become a great mage and find a way to defeat the old man. After hugging his mother and crying his heart out, he put a spoonful of rice into his mouth but still couldn't hold back his tears. Min Zahun's mother noticed that her son looked different today and put down her chopsticks, asking directly, "What's wrong with you?" He immediately smiled to hide everything and said he just had a nightmare. Then he changed the subject directly and told her that he wanted to switch to the mage class instead of the warrior he had previously declared. At first, your mother was a bit confused. But after thinking carefully, she happily agreed and said, "I want you to do what you love rather than chase money. Whether it's magic or anything else. I will always support you." It's better if my mother hadn't said anything. But the more she spoke, the more tears kept flowing. The sensitive young man quickly wiped his eyes and reminded himself that now is not the time to cry. The man named Min So-o is still barely alive there. But to defeat an A-rank exterminator like your grandfather, you still need to become even stronger. After a short while, the final rest mission was completed. Min kissed her and then stood in front of his system panel, muttering to himself, "I still don't know what the Noni system is. But anyway, I have an advantage, which is knowing the future. I have a good memory. So now the issue is skills. All stats and levels on the info board reset to the initial point. But luckily, the passive skills were retained, thanks to a skill called the one the gods are watching over." Holding the recovery card that was sent after completing the rest mission, after pondering what to learn and what not to learn, he made his decision. Now, perhaps what he needs most is a healing spell. At this point, the mage is at the bottom of society. But the Punisher with the healing skill is treated like a noble. He likes to think that if he had that skill, he would never be looked down upon no matter where he went. You are sitting and calculating everything in life after reincarnation, when your close friend Kim Yui-jung whispers a message on your phone. In the previous scene, this friend of yours was killed right before your eyes. But this time you will change that. The main message is floating among dozens of urgent messages about the maiden Yui-jung, who is giving a speech on the street. So she wants to invite you to join her. Hurry up. Wizard. Your shorts-wearing friends have seen the messages but won't reply to anything. Min Ja-hun was overjoyed when he heard about the lady. Remembering her now a stunning older sister with a powerful magic of sacrifice, it was just the right moment. So Min Ja-hun quickly sent a simple reply and then casually left the house. After reaching the city center, he and Yui-jung squeezed through the crowd until they found a good spot to observe. They are eager to see that girl, the leader of Xian Hoa, a top-tier woman known worldwide. However, among everyone here, only you know that in the next 2 months, she will get caught in a dangerous situation in the dark tunnels of Itaewon. And it's all because of this speech. The woman on stage bows her head after finishing her speech, calling for courage from the purifiers. Min Ja-hun and everyone sitting below are all silent. Listening, you know what she said is right. Most awakened people don't want to become the sacrificers fighting monsters. You are also one of them. If it weren't for unavoidable trouble, you would have sold Odin's eye and slept with your mountain of money. The speech is over. Min Ja-hun teased her a few words, then told the girl to go back to her child and left because he still had matters to deal with. Min Ja-hun chased after the direction the Holy Girl's group was leaving and quickly spotted her black car. Manager Park So-jae immediately chased after you and apologized. But you can't give her a gift as a fan. You're not afraid to get to the main point. I'm here to meet the EU guild leader and show my gratitude. Facing the man who first threatened to chase him away and then called him a cuckoo, Min Ja-hun remained cheerful and told him, "I know the guild leader is seriously ill, and I know how to cure that illness." Manager Sung-jae's face suddenly twisted in disgust as he grabbed your collar and whispered harshly, "Where did you hear that from, little brother? Did some dog tell you that our guild master is sick?" EU Sung-won, seeing the noise outside, rolled down the window and said to Mr. Sung-jae, "Wait a moment. Can you take responsibility for these words?" Min Ja-hun confidently replied, "I can cure your illness." Guild leader EU Sung silently assessed for a moment, and finally nodded in acceptance, then took you to another place to discuss. Everyone gathered in a room, and she didn't ask too many questions but went straight to the main issue. "How would you know I have an illness? If I said I came from the future now, I'd probably get beaten up for being so rude." Min Ja-hun politely declined the question and said he would copy a skill called her sacrifice to borrow her healing ability to cure her illness. Sung-jae just gave up immediately. He's too important to listen anymore. Do you even know what the sacrifice skill is to be talking like that? That is the guild leader's unique skill. We can't copy that ability. And yet you're eager to do so. Min Ja-hun knew he had a point. The unique skill is usually an S-rank skill, inherited from family or passed down by an individual, while normal skills are based on formulas to memorize. But a unique skill has no such basis. In other words, it can't be copied because of the exclusivity of an individual or a family. You know all that. So you didn't show any anger or argue. Just told him to calm down. I understand what I can do. If I can't do it, then what's the point of following them all the way here? The basic principle of the sacrifice skill is just like its name. The person who inherits this skill is considered a gift offered to the gods and cannot heal themselves. Or it will create a loophole in the concept of sacrificing one's life. EU disregarded the guild members' warnings and nodded in agreement. Min Ja-hoon also didn't hesitate, pulling out a card to prepare for acquiring the new skill. At this moment, one side emits a golden light while the other absorbs it, and soon after, the system sends a notification that the sacrifice skill has been activated. He immediately extended his hand forward and released a healing energy to build trust with them. His eyes are wide open in shock. He clenches his fists and immediately says, "All right. Now go back and heal." The system panel clearly states that the sacrifice skill creates a healing wave that restores allies' stamina and status, and can also be used as an attack skill when applied to undead monsters like ghosts. But that's not everything I want. I have a proposal, please become my sponsor. I have big ambitions, but to grow up I realize I need money and connections. So for those reasons I want the Y.O.H guild to sponsor me. Thinking about the benefits he could bring, he immediately nodded in agreement. However, she still wanted to set a condition, because this illness was a personal matter and had nothing to do with the guild, so there's no way they would support without expecting anything in return. Right. The two of them here talk straight to the point without any fuss, revealing their intentions immediately. She asks outright, "Do you want to join this guild?" Seeing Min Ja-hoon's incredulous expression, she didn't hide anything and clearly explained that she had some reasons for asking that question. First, you discovered that the Zeonhua guild leader was ill, which is confidential information known to very few people. Second, she has never heard of anyone possessing such a unique copying skill before, nor is she sure whether someone like you might appear in the future. Just thinking about the infinite possibilities of your copying ability already makes her admire you. And as for the third point, to put it simply, I'm interested in you. Faced with this temptation, Min Ja-hoon didn't rush to answer. In the previous and following scenes, after the Saintess fell into a critical condition, the Zeonhua guild quickly collapsed for unclear reasons. No matter what, at this point, they are the strongest guild. If you join and want to grow, this is the smartest choice. Just to be sure, he asked one last question. An agreement between a guild and an underage student is illegal. Finally, he got an answer that left him stunned. Have you ever heard of priority bargaining? Min Ja-hoon asked again in the previous panel, reminding that he's a character even poorer than the poorest of the destitute. But now being ranked among the geniuses is truly unbelievable. However, since Saga is dead, there's no need to waste time on gold. Healing is better. Min Ja-hoon circled behind the Saintess and immediately used the transformation skill he had just copied to heal her. A golden light radiates brightly. Mr. Ansanya, who previously looked down on this young man, has now been enlightened. A disease that high-level exorcists or those who dedicate their lives to medicine cannot cure is now being healed. He regrets what he did earlier and bows his head in remorse, asking for the chairman of our guild to forgive him, promising to show sincere remorse another time. You successfully cured the target's illness. Emergency first aid skill has increased to level 19. As just announced, Min Ja-hoon stopped his action and told Yoo-hoo Sung-eun to try doing something. She followed the instructions, went to the window, and reached out her hand into the air, and the healing energy immediately transformed into butterflies that fluttered away in the wind. The deadly disease has been completely cured. Yoo-hoo Sung-eun turned to you and asked if, after acquiring this skill, you would be willing to accept the same punishment she did. Min Ja-hoon kindly smiled and said it would be fine. If that happened, she could heal me. The next day, Min Ja-hoon asked the guild for help with something, and his older brother Park Sun-jae took him to a place where, according to him, the large gate in front of them was the entrance to a low-level dungeon owned by them. He reminds himself that this is actually part of the plan all along. The Milla's Academy he is about to attend is a gathering place for geniuses competing against each other. The only way to survive there is to level up. Since they had discussed it beforehand, Sun-jae brought some healing items and support tools, then handed you a staff and said that it was the guild's backup equipment, and you could use it. Seeing Min Ja-hoon about to leave, Sun-jae asked, "It might be a level E dungeon, but infiltrating alone is very dangerous. Is there any reason you have to go in alone?" Min Ja-hoon raised the staff to assess it, and replied, "I just want to level up a bit." The manager of the Y.N.N.E. guild, then handed him a teleportation stone without any further objections. He said to use this in case of danger because it can teleport you back to the gate instantly. He would be very happy if you accept it, as it can be seen as an apology gift for his previous rude attitude, and as a thank you for curing EU's illness. Min Ja-hoon nodded in thanks and quickly stepped through the gate into the dungeon. From what he could sense, this was definitely an E-rank dungeon. But as soon as he entered, everything immediately changed. Countless daisy arms reach out for you. And before Min Ja-hoon even understands what is happening, the system sends a notification. Because of the N-E-N-I system, you will be transported to a special area. Your current location is the land of death at H-N-N-E-M. The scene shifts to the EU Guild leader's office. She is sitting at her desk, thinking about how even an E-rank candidate cleaning the dungeon alone is almost impossible. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. The person claimed to be Park Hana and then presented the file of the young man named Min Ja-hoon to the guildmaster. AU, flipping through a few pages, exclaimed in surprise. He's a candidate for the elite warrior class. So how could he possibly use magic? EU quickly flipped another page and, upon seeing the magic power detection at 97%, immediately widened his eyes, vaguely understanding the whole situation. To prevent this young genius from slipping away, she quickly calls manager Sunza and tells him to say that she's ready to sign the contract whenever Min Ja-hoon returns from the dungeon. He also emphasized that he wanted to check for himself to see the talent he possesses. At the same time, young King Min Ja-hoon just wanted to go to the dungeon level E to upgrade. But as soon as he arrived, the system threw him straight into the hell pit with hellish difficulty. So, are you still holding on? Or maybe there's more. As you stand amidst the strange bone fog, wondering what's happening, an arrow suddenly whizzes through the air. It was lucky it just grazed your left cheek instead of going straight into your head. Oh my god, this is divine intervention. No one could have survived that. Facing you is a gaunt archer. And even after that shot, it shows no intention of stopping and prepares to fire again. The healing ability is immediately activated. Min Ja-hoon muttered to himself. This is the deadly paralysis toxin. This is getting complicated. The trouble isn't just in the forest anymore. It's time to visit the underworld. And the Thama are starting to rise from their graves, one after another. Not only underground, but even in the middle of the stage. Countless monsters are slowly closing in from all sides. The skeleton guardian shot an arrow at you. But this time, it's not going to be that easy. Min Ja-hoon skillfully caught it and easily broke it into pieces. Now it's your turn. And then your mother will see. Above are the 4 demons, surrounded by skeletal archers and necromancers. This hellish prison is like a world of the dead overseen by Loki's daughter. Hell, that is the land of he-him, known as the coldest and most haunted place where newcomers without divine power find it hard to attack. However, if this really is he-him, he can take this opportunity to test his new power. The sacrifice skill not only supports and removes negative effects, but can also turn into an attack against monsters and necromancers due to its powerful wide area ability called Judgment of Light. A demon master charges to attack, but instead of chanting a spell like normal mages, Min Ja-hoon decides to stab their behinds with the broken staff. After easily defeating one monster, Min Ja-hoon continued to jump high and used his club combined with lightning to retaliate against them and gradually increase his EXP. With such a good opportunity, why would I miss it? I rushed forward, intending to hit Swang Ho with my fist, but I didn't expect the fragile object in my hand to break into 2 pieces. He suddenly wondered in his mind how ordinary mages fight during battles. After recalling his recent physical attacks, these monsters keep coming back to life, and the only weapon I have is shattered. I can't keep fighting anymore. Min Ja-hoon reached out his hand forward and activated the sacrifice skill, turning it from passive to active. Countless golden beams of holy energy thunder down from above, smashing the undead to pieces, and send the incoming enemies back to where they came from all at once. After the first battle, Min Ja-hoon, exhausted, sat on the ground using mana to heal himself. Everything happening to him feels too coincidental. If you don't level up quickly now, you might never get the chance to win and return. Your next destination is Him's Wasteland. Clearly you're just a low-level reincarnated warrior. But the gods above throw you into this brutal place. How can you fight? He hesitated and stopped, just as he was about to use a stone to return. Disaster struck. A powerful wave of mana swept across instantly, causing Min Ja-hoon's face to turn pale, and the increasingly heavy atmosphere made it hard for him to breathe. forcing him to collapse. Amidst the fog, he knew something terrifying was approaching. So he quickly covered his mouth and tried not to make a sound. But before he could do anything, it was already here. The boss of the shadow dungeon had appeared. Just a single demonic shadow is enough to trigger a warning from the system, urging you to run faster, because the power gap between the two sides is extremely dangerous. Thinking it's boring, Min Ja-hun let out a faint smile, and then hurriedly opened his inventory to find the teleportation stone. Run. To run fast. Anyone can guarantee safety, but just run first and worry about the rest later. And yet, just as you were holding the teleportation stone in your hand, you got slapped so hard you almost disconnected from the server. The stone slipped from his hand and rolled away somewhere. Mana was running out, and HP was dropping close to 0. Having just awakened a few days ago, I had to face the immortal dungeon boss and I couldn't win. And when the boss launched another attack at you, someone would arrive just in time to save you. She is the daughter of Loki and the ruler of this place, with large horns on her head and a body that is half decayed in the middle and half of an angel, which are the signs to recognize her. Hell, as he approached them, told the boss, "You're not allowed to do that. It's something they brought upon themselves. An important guest has been designated to be the one to bring change. You say that. But as soon as you arrived, you started criticizing. I thought someone who could make a difference would help it. But it turns out you're just a kid too. He has an average physique and a decent amount of mana, but not enough to face the Aesir gods. Why would Loki choose a kid like him to be the one to create change?" Her hand pressed close to the artery on his neck. Min Ja-hun refused to accept being defeated so easily by those gods. Hell saw the angry look in the other person's eyes and clenched his fists even tighter. She is threatening openly. The end of the world is near. If anyone fails and pushes us into hell, I will be the first to kill them. She immediately let go and gave you a new chance. The requirement is to become stronger quickly and defeat the shadow. If you succeed, she will give you a special gift. However, the time only spans 2 months. Failure means death. But if he finds out he's not getting stronger, he will die too. Figure it out on your own, taking back his words. Just like when he first arrived here. Countless hands of Daisy reach out, grabbing Min Ja-hun and throwing him out of this underground dungeon. Min Ja-hun opened his eyes wide and suddenly realized he had returned to the starting point with his body completely intact. The mission system is right in front of you. Only now do you realize that she is the goddess of death and the ruler of one of the realms in Norse mythology. Her presence reminds him that he must become stronger. Otherwise, not only will he fail to carry out his revenge plan, but he might be defeated before he even gets the chance. However, for someone who has never fought like a mage and hasn't learned even basic spells, it seems pretty tough. Min Ja-hun took out his phone from his pocket and saw a message from his older brother Sunja, stating that Yoo Sung-un wanted to meet him to discuss the contract. So if he had time, he should go see them tomorrow. Min Ja-hun smiled cunningly and replied that he would meet them, and he would also be very happy if they could help him with one more thing. The next day, Min Ja-hun followed Park Sun-jae to the meeting place, secretly guessing that their impatience must be because they had seen his information. Someone with a talent level of 97% as a mage is so rare that even turning the world upside down, it's hard to find a second one. And for Odoghal Fems, 99, or 100%. It's just luck. The door just opened, and what caught your eye was the fiery EU girl in a tight black outfit. She immediately said, "You're here. I've been waiting for you." After a few words, they get straight to the main point. Min Ja-hun says, "I also talked with manager North Sunja, but before signing the contract, I have one condition." Then he explained that he had only recently transitioned from a warrior to a mage less than a month ago, so he was still unfamiliar with how to use magic. "So, the condition for you to sign the contract is that the president of the EU Sung-on Guild teaches you magic." Sunjae listened silently as they discussed, knowing from the start that this oat guy was not simple. In the world of the exterminators, having a trump card that can be used at any time is essential. And EU Sung-on is both an S-rank exterminator and the master of the Love Harmony Guild. With such a high-quality trump card, there's nothing more to ask for. EU Sung-on silently thought for a moment, then agreed. "But if you have a request," she said, "I want to see what your talent is first. Is that okay?" He immediately snapped his fingers, and a giant mass of mana appeared behind her. EU sincerely said directly, "You have to overcome it. With someone talented enough to sign such a good contract, you should be able to do this much too." Min Ja-hun wiped the sweat from her forehead usually. Mages of at least grade B use large mana clusters to better understand their sensitivity to mana. And you're just starting out in the field. So this is the real test of how tough you are. Min Ja-hoon asked again. As if she was trying to discourage me, the other party replied. Why should I do that? Even if you fail, it won't affect the contract. As the guild president, I promise you that. After she finished speaking, she went to the manager and told him to open the gate. Then she didn't forget to encourage him a few words to boost his confidence before he stepped in. Min Ja-hoon sighed and took a deep breath. If it came to this point, and she still didn't go in, it would be shameful. So she finally decided to move forward. Outside, Park So-jae told his chairman that he was feeling quite worried and didn't understand why she had created such a difficult situation. He's just a kid. After all, even if he's a genius. Why Hoo-sung? Oh heard that and immediately laughed. What kid? This is obviously a little devil. But anyway, she is sure Min Ja-hong will pass this test. On Min Ya-hoon's side, he just stepped in and immediately saw that in front of him was an ocean of mana. Not a single block anymore. Usually, in this world, mana is like oxygen. It is essential for casting spells or activating skills. But prolonged exposure to a large amount can weaken the heart and lungs, leading to death, based on what I remember. The only way to get you out of here is to find the portal connecting the water creatures. You stay silent, trying to take deep breaths to focus. Then suddenly feel a spot with a strange sensation. Following the position you sensed, you'll soon see a crystal at the center of the water clearing, emitting a strong flow of mana. So powerful that it almost contains all the mana in this place. While Min-ja was desperately searching for a way out inside, manager Park Soon-jae spoke up. How long does she think it will take? Yoo Zung-on responded. I took 40 minutes. Even though I am the fastest in the country. He listened, and then stated his guess that there are only two possibilities. Either he can't get past this mana block, or he will set a new record. Both of them are chatting happily, when Yoo Zung-on suddenly shouts, Sunya, look over there. Manager Park also followed the instructions. And as his view shifted, he immediately noticed cracks appearing on the mana mass, looking at the clock. Only 10 minutes had passed. Oh my god. What are these people doing to this continent? What the hell is going on in there? A few minutes earlier, after seeing the fail containing that enormous amount of mana, Min Ja-hoon wondered to himself if this was the core sustaining this mana mass. If necessary, just smash it flat, so you don't have to bother finding a way out. Someone once said if they touch it, you hit it. If they want to break it, you make sure it collapses. The young man quickly and decisively thought and acted. Swimming to the stone, easily grabbing it in his hand, then crushing it with a firm, resolute motion. The surrounding space immediately crackled and then started to tear apart because of your recent action. Watching the massive mana collapse before their eyes, manager Park Soon-jae and chairman Do Sung-eon outside were frozen stiff. Park Soon-jae couldn't believe his eyes. Usually only about 7% of mages manage to escape from the mana block. Level B takes about 2 hours. Level A around an hour and a half, and level S from half an hour to an hour. The world record is held by Camilla from the EU Union with 36 minutes. Who would have thought that Min Ja-hoon could break her record with an incredible time of just 26 minutes? He was so excited that he hurried over to grab your hand and praised. Amazing good job. Ja-hoon. You escaped from the mana block in just 10 minutes. Min Ja-hoon scratched his ear in confusion when it was his turn. And then So Sung-eon stepped forward to ask why he escaped from the mana block so quickly. I found something like a crystal in the mana block, so I just squeezed it. She was even more terrified after hearing what you said. That crystal contained all the mana of an enormous block, and an ordinary pseudo-ascendant wouldn't even be able to find it, let alone crush it. If you can do that, then the only certainty is that your mana must have surpassed that entire block. She hurriedly let go and spoke quickly before it was too late. All right, Min Ja-hoon. I swear I will make you the greatest mage. Are you ready? For the past few days, whenever Min Ja-hoon shows up, he just disappears without a trace, making his mother and close friends quite worried. They waited right outside the door because despite calling him multiple times, Min Ja-hoon still didn't answer a single call. At this moment, the ultra-luxury Rolls-Royce Wraith, worth $12 million, equipped with a V12 turbo engine producing 453 horsepower and torque, is approaching. Seeing Min Ja-hoon step out of that huge car, the two rice-powered cameras immediately buzzed at each other. Kim Jo-jung spoke first. That car looks really expensive. So how come Min Ja-hun came out of it? Your mother looked pale and told Kim Jo-jung that it couldn't be true that Ja-hun was involved in some organization. On that same day, Kim Jo-jung stayed overnight at Min Ja-hun's house because her parents were busy and had to go abroad. They sat in the room talking about his switch from warrior to mage. She really couldn't believe that someone who always wanted to become a warrior suddenly decided to change just like that. But since you've already made up your mind, no matter how much she tries to persuade you, it won't make any difference. In another place, as evening falls, the constant cawing of crows creates a somber atmosphere. The man drives his sword into the giant snake's head, ending this mission. He is Min Se-hong-oh. So cool and handsome that he must be the main character or maybe the father of the main character. A warrior approached and said, "Lord Min Se-hong-oh, our success in this hunt is all thanks to you. I truly can't remember the last time we had such an easy hunt." He immediately offered to invite him into his guild, but Min Se-hong-oh outright refused. The warrior still refuses to give up, quickly grabbing his arm and continuing to plead. "Come on. Don't be like that. If it's you, Lord Min, our Scarlet Guild can guarantee you the best terms." So troublesome. Just 2 words are enough to show contempt. Min Se-hong-oh's entire body immediately radiated an overwhelming amount of mana, like chains binding the opponent's mind, then pulled away his memories. Holding it in his hand, he muttered, "Darkness and gloom. That petty greed is truly a human trait." He suddenly paused and then continued. "No. Humans are not the only ones like that. 10 points of darkness. With this villainous appearance, it's fortunate that the father is better off than the son, and the son is better off than the father." After he finished speaking, he gradually disappeared before the warrior's eyes, leaving him alone with a very perplexing question. What am I even doing here? The next day, Min Ja-hun went to Do Sung-on to learn magic. As soon as they met, she immediately said, "Before starting the first lesson, I want to see how your instincts and reflexes are in combat, or rather, we will have a one-on-one duel." Min Ja-hun thought he misheard and asked again. "A one-on-one duel? It seems a bit too soon. So it might be difficult." She didn't care at all, insisting that anyone who could escape the mana block within 10 minutes must have some skill. According to the story, the first attacker was Min Ja-hun, but due to his occupational eye condition, he immediately took a defensive stance instead of using magic. Do Sung-on didn't rush to act but started evaluating his opponent from head to toe. Min Ja-hun is placing his left foot forward, slightly bending his knees, trying to lower his shoulders as much as possible, a stance clearly used to dodge attacks and move easily like a warrior's. With this understanding, she recognized and blocked his first punch as soon as Min Ja-hun threw it. Min Ja-hun was surprised at how quickly his opponent reacted, quickly pulling back his hand and stepping back to widen the gap, thinking to himself that he at least expected to land a hit. But this person, even though she's just a healer, must really be at an S-rank exterminator level. Then she slowly stepped forward and pointed out that you still haven't given up your warrior's habit. "There's no way a mage would recklessly rush ahead like that," she asked. "What do you think is the biggest difference between a warrior and a mage?" Min Ja-hun replied. "It must be the range of combat close or long distance." She nodded in satisfaction after hearing that, and then continued. "That's right. A mage is someone who usually weakens the opponent from a distance before closing in for the decisive blow, but you keep trying to close the distance with your opponent too much. And as a mage, your defense stats are already low. So if you go into melee combat, you'll lose very quickly." Now it's EXO Sung-on's turn to attack. He clearly states that he will fight seriously to show you what a true wizard's battle looks like. There will definitely be injuries. But what are we afraid of, because after all, she's a healer sister. So let's go all out. Little brother. As soon as the words finished, she launched her first counterattack, firing a magic bullet with incredible speed directly at her opponent. Next, it's your turn to attack. So without hesitation, you activate the lightning chains to control them all, heading towards Roxanne. A huge explosion erupts right in front of Min Ja-hun, followed by the guild leader's voice and A-rank skill. And it's lightning chains too. You hide pretty deep. While he was still staring straight ahead, the girl had already shifted to his side. The ancient magic spell called Holy Arrow was cast and flew straight back at him, aiming directly at his chest. Min Ja-hun could clearly see it, but this attack was too fast and dangerous for him to dodge, so he could only stand still and take it. A flash of light and a loud explosion accompanied the roar of the wind as the attack soared through the air. No matter how powerful the skill, if you can't hit your target, It's all useless. Don't you think so? She was still reeling from the previous attack when Min Ja-hoon couldn't stand firm again. And unexpectedly, a figure appeared hidden within the smoke. Well done, little brother. She can't hide her delight and immediately smiles. Truly surprised, I did reduce the power of my spell a bit. But I didn't expect you to still be standing. Not stopping there. More divine arrows were continuously shot out from the magic circle. However, he no longer stood still and took the hit, but activated a skill called Universal to destroy them. Ro Seung-on almost couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, has he figured out a way to counter and destroy my skill in such a short time? After the quick attack just now, they continued taking turns, with Min Ja-hoon shooting the chain lightning at the chairman's feet, and then taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, making it rebound upwards. Unfortunately, she reacted too quickly and immediately created a shield to block the attack. Min Ja-hoon kept attacking with his chains, while Ro Seung-on kept up her defensive barrier. But inside, she kept thinking, I don't understand how you can use magic without chanting like that. For a mage, incantations are always part of casting spells. Like a law, there are cases where chanting spells doesn't work, but the cost is that the power of the spell weakens. And Min Ja-hoon is something else entirely. Not even human anymore. Min Ja-hoon felt quite bitter as he saw that all his moves were useless against the woman in front of him. Yet, in just a moment, he was suddenly flipped over her shoulder without even realizing it. Ro Seung-on happily approached and helped him up. Min Ja-hoon remembered the moment he fell. In that instant, he didn't even realize how the opponent had closed in and struck him. There's no luck in picking herbs by the roadside anymore. Now you know how far you've come in your S-rank journey. Ro Seung-on suddenly spoke, observing your fighting style and thinking this. Well, everyone has thought about this once or twice, but no one has been able to do it. What do you think about a fighting style only you can learn? Do you find it interesting? She paused for a moment, then continued. From now on, call me master and congratulations on becoming my first disciple. You're born into privilege, supported and taught by your wealthy guardian. Then continue studying with your lively neighbor girl at home, Kim Ro-seung, after lightly knocking over 4 jars of ice cream, then picks up a pen and begins to explain the 3 most basic types of magic: combat magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic. Despite their different categories, but you only just started talking and then began to complain. You're pretty good. Did you really switch from being a warrior to a mage? But it took others a whole month to learn the magic spells, while you only took a few days. I started learning magic before you. But if you keep going like this, catching up to me won't take much time. I told you clearly and you still shouted. Min Ja-hoon replied like salt in her wounds. So what do you say? Teacher, magic suits me. My aptitude test proved that. As the 2 pairs of lips continue their playful exchange, magical threads and feathers suddenly appear before Min Ja-hoon. A young man suddenly appeared and leaned in to whisper in your ear, asking if that really was the path you wanted to choose. But then Kim Jo-dung's voice cut in and interrupted everything. He wondered if what he just heard was real or just his imagination, because the sound was so strange, and when he remembered the gentle reminder from the pig goddess, Min Ja-hoon regained his composure once more. If you don't study carefully, in 2 months you might really disappear for good. I'm not joking. If you can't handle a long journey right now, then I'll find a shortcut. In the world of the purifiers, mana enhancement pills are items that grant permanent mana increases to those who take them and are coveted by all mages. A black, foul-smelling blob emitting the stench of rotting fish can repel anything that dares to come close. Min Ja-hoon, furious, threw the bowl in his hand and immediately shouted, Damn it. How many times has it been like this? I've already used up 3 sets of ingredients. You want to try brewing a mana boost potion, but there's no sign of the pure white color. Only a stinky blackness, worse than sewage. Currently, no one knows how to create a mana boost potion. According to the timeline, in 5 years this formula will be shared publicly by a world-class alchemist. So why are you so unlucky? Even with the formula and ingredients available, you still can't succeed in cooking it. Well, since the cooking has been ruined this badly, maybe asking Lee Jae, the inventor himself, to cook might actually be easier. A little about this character the day the World Tree appeared, bringing monsters that caused chaos everywhere. Only a few people could train themselves quickly enough. One of them is the man known as the Swift Sword Lee Jae-sin. After the first awakened man disappeared without a trace, His appearance seemed to be to take over the mantle of the fake awakener and become Korea's first S-rank punisher. His youngest son is the one you're about to find. This time, you're heading to Diogu, a place abandoned due to a monster outbreak. They can spill out from anywhere. So the people are always worried about their lives. But there's another reason why people like you come here. And that's because of Muse Academy. Mi Ja-hoon wandered around the academy with a temporary student ID hanging around his neck. According to his memory, his older brother Jae-sin was in the combat division but lacked talent and did not have the courage to face violence. Before you knew where that guy was, suddenly, loud noises and clashes echoed around, with a few people hidden in the crowd gossiping. Hey, should we stop them? Another one immediately objects. You want to stop them. What do you plan to do if you get caught up in the trouble for helping that stuttering guy? My grades this semester are already pretty low. Mi Ja-hoon looked down on them with disdain. But it was fine because he was going to cause chaos here anyway, since no one else wanted to get involved. Hey guys, get everything cleaned up. Mi Ja-hoon calmly walks up to the bullies and casually catches Jae-sang as he wobbles and nearly falls. The bully who just attacked looked up and saw someone interrupting his fun, then asked with a sneer, "Who are you? Do you have something to do with our stuttering kid?" Then he approached your shoulder and asked calmly, "Are you the younger brother of the stuttering guy? I don't know if he has a brother. You two don't look alike at all. I mean, he didn't mention his family. So I thought he was a monster checking everyone out. The rotten mouth and ugly face deserve to get 3 slaps." Mi Ja-hoon angrily pushed the guy away, and that action accidentally provoked the crazy dog. Just ignore how he looks at you and feel free to ask the 2 people in front of you. It's best if you go to the hospital. Can you still walk? My name is Khan. I bully classmates and get called out. Then I grab Mi Ja-hoon's collar and threaten him. I told you clearly and you didn't listen. You want to get beaten up. Right. The young man, having been grabbed by the collar several times this week, decided not to let this one go. You remember Kim Jo-jung's advice. Have a clear image in your mind. Then calculate the magic formula. Build the curse. And accept it. Understood. Those are the basics of magic. Mi Ja-hoon obviously understands them. But since reciting the spell before casting is too slow like ordinary mages, he just does it instantly. Tan Tien, after being activated, immediately shot a magic arrow at Q Lee, causing the big guy to grimace in pain. Everything happened too quickly. He barely had time to cry out before stumbling back a few steps. The people around who witnessed this started whispering among themselves. What just happened? That's not important now. Did anyone see what he just did? Just now, it was a quick strike. Wow, how could he break the arm of such an experienced warrior so easily? There's always someone criticizing. Maybe because he's weaker than he looks. He's always arrogant, like he's the strongest. If you talk behind my back, don't speak loudly. The bully who has been insulted so many times and is eager to fight back wants to settle the score with the one who just broke his arm. He said nothing, drew his sword, and aimed it straight at Min Ja-hoon's temple. His pupils flashed brightly, and Min Ja-hoon immediately applied what he was taught, executing a defensive move called Kien Chan Mana. The sword in Tokan's hand was deflected and flew out of his grip. At the same time, Min Ja-hoon closed in, pressing his right hand against the bully's face, daring him to take a hit. The skill spirit arrow was activated, delivering a deadly blow to that guy's face. Blood splattered everywhere, and with eyes rolled back like a boiled pig, the bully and classmate collapsed and no longer moved afterward. Tok's young man didn't want to make things more complicated, so after beating someone up and not finishing the job, he used medicine to treat him. Min Ja-hoon took out a bottle of medicine, then unscrewed the cap and poured that clear liquid onto the other person's face, and even happily praised it. Wow, I didn't know who made this medicine, but it's really effective. After the rice, he turned back to Lee Jae-sang and said, "All right, now let's go to the infirmary." Min Ja-hoon clearly said he would go to the infirmary, but the two kept wandering around without getting anywhere. At this point, Lee Jae-sang finally spoke up to stop him. "The medical room isn't that way, Dad." Min Ja-hoon, hearing that, finally stepped back and started talking more. "You don't seem to be very famous either. Probably no one here will hear us." Lee Jae-sang, upon hearing this, realized that the person who just helped him must be his father. He asked if that was true, but Min Ja-hoon firmly denied. "No. Who is your father? How would I know?" And yet, just after speaking, he received a scrutinizing look from the other person. The young man, with a straightforward personality like someone from Haiphong, went straight to the point. "I have something I want to remember you for. Can you help me make a certain type of medicine? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly burst out. The medicine what? I don't know how to make that. Min Jahun, knowing this person would refuse, took the bottle he just used, wiped it off, and held it out in front of him, asking, "You posted this on the black market?" "Right." Seeing the pale face, Min Jahun knew he had hit the nail on the head. The black market is a system hidden by the system to conceal everything related to trading. But you got this, because the Nurney system is still functioning normally in the market. Li Jia-sang's lie was terrible. And when he met Min Jahun, who had just activated his chicken tempting skill, he quickly nodded in agreement. "I'm not trying to threaten you with this empty bottle. I just really need a skilled alchemist. It's the person who can make the potion I want." After both sides agreed, they went to Li Jia-sang's office to discuss the enhancement potion for mana. At first he didn't believe it was possible, but within a second he sat down to figure out the brewing method. Seeing the other person keep pushing because they fear failure, Min Jahun spoke up. "Failure is okay. I decided to invest in you because I believe you are capable. Of course, investments can also fail sometimes. Don't be afraid." Li Jia-sang was completely convinced by those words, and even though the young man had already left, he still felt quite emotional. Since he was young, his personality has been weak and he lacked talent like his older siblings. A child who lost her mother at a young age and was left alone, unable to earn her father's approval, truly couldn't hold back her tears when others trusted her like that. Countless arrows were shot. Min Jahun kept dodging and then raised his defenses to counter Jo Sung-un's second wave of attack. The active skill Arrow Barrage has been triggered, and he responds with the same attacks, only much more powerful. The white shield of the guild president is cracking. Jo Sung-un truly didn't expect him to suddenly become so overwhelmingly strong. Min Jahun is about to unleash his chain whip attack, while the opponent endures the barrage of arrows. But just as they were about to fight to the death, the elder manager rushed in to stop them. Oh my god. The training room, made of dungeon metal, has been completely destroyed by them. Just look and see if it's okay. If he hadn't come to ask them to rest, the whole room might have been torn apart. While the two of them were resting during the break, Jo Sung-un mentioned again that he wanted to attack the dungeon once more. She listened as he said he wanted to conquer the dungeon to see how effective the transformation had become. And she responded casually, "With your current abilities, an E-grade dungeon is just like a breakfast. Keep going." "Yeah. It's still eating, but with punches and suffering. Not breakfast at all." If only Min Ji-hun's wish for a real E-level dungeon had come true. The dungeon boss is a C-rank monster. Not easy to deal with at all. If it were you in your previous life, you probably wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Let alone now. A few days later, Min Ji-hun went to his brother Li Jae-sang's place to get medicine, and seeing his eyes as black as a panda, you could tell his credibility without even mentioning the medicine. You put the pill into your mouth, and this item indeed is top quality. Your magic power instantly jumps by 15 points. Seeing how exhausted he looked and could collapse at any moment, you cheerfully compliment him a few words, and then leave to let him rest properly. The remaining time for your level up is 22 hours and 47 minutes. Tomorrow you will definitely fight the boss until it drops its loot and stops. The next day, Manager Park Soon-jae took me to the guild's E-level dungeon. Unlike last time, I was much better prepared. With rings, necklaces, and even Vangarir earrings. These three pieces of equipment all have the effect of stealing mana, providing some support in both power and appearance for an apprentice like you. Everything was in place. And now, Min Jahun confidently stepped through the dungeon gate. Thanks to the support from the Nurney system, what seemed like the easiest place to clear turned into Hai Him's battlefield of death. Min Jahun was thrown down to the ground from above again. But after upgrading himself, he now realized that there was a dangerous magical energy seeping into every corner here. You guessed that this is the aura of the boss. Once you defeat it, you'll have the chance to face your greatest enemies. Loki's daughter and the Nurney gods. The dry fog specter is the first monster to greet him, and an arrow immediately shoots out. But now that he knows how to create a mana shield, there's no way he'll resort to physical attacks like before. Min Jahun glanced at it and coldly said, "Hello, old friends. I have many things to ask you, and by the way, since there are some necromancers here, I will show them what a mage warrior is." Min Jahun rushed forward while healing with the spirit arrow. When it comes to ranged attacks, he's no match for a mage. But in terms of damage, there's no debate. The first enemy quickly disappeared. Then he used his bare hand to punch another monster in the head. When it comes to close combat, it's not as good as a warrior class. But overall, it's still powerful enough to crush opponents so they can't lift their heads. The light judgment skill is activated, successfully dealing wide area damage and simultaneously lifting all enemies onto the altar. At the same time, Manager Park outside was on the phone when Trat sensed a strange aura approaching. He felt quite worried because he hadn't received any reports about anyone else appearing here besides them. He was about to draw his sword when he saw a car approaching and Izanju, the girl, getting out to ask a few questions. Today she came to handle some guild affairs but said she wanted to meet him more. Wow. Come on. Sunzi knows she's just talking for fun, since she graduated. She hasn't contacted him once, so there's no way she traveled all this way just to visit. The delicate Izanju seems quite busy, constantly on her phone and calling someone, standing at the entrance of the dungeon and asking, "Are you the one managing this dungeon?" Sunze calmly replied, "Why would outsiders care about this?" And yet she still hasn't stopped. Even after mocking the manager and being appointed as a supervisor, she boldly claims to have heard some rumors that Chairman Zhou Sung-an is sick. Sunze's face immediately darkened several shades, as this person was shameless enough to say that their side had many spies, which is why they could easily get such news. I don't understand what her ultimate goal is. Still stubbornly asking all the way to Min Zahun with an extremely nosy attitude. The manager, having endured for so long, finally lost patience and showed his attitude to chase her away. This is not something for outsiders like you to worry about. Even at this point, the delicate Yuzanju finally gave up, asking, arrogantly checking Sansa and acting proud and stiff because she refused to reveal anything to her. Then she drove straight away, returning to Min Zahun's side. In the darkness, he sat alone on a pile of corpse monsters waiting for the boss to come find him. Thon Nguyen, after gearing up, definitely looks fierce and cool in the battlefield. Quite different from that good boy appearance. The system just announced that the dungeon boss has arrived. He smiled contentedly and confidently said, "Long time no see. This time will be much different." The shadow beast is a chaotic-looking creature of darkness. As soon as it saw you, it immediately launched an attack. Min Zahun quickly leapt into the air to avoid the initial assault, then launched a series of holy arrows precisely into its body. That last blow seemed pretty painful, making it clutch its face and scream loudly, with 10 sharp eyes showing its resentment. It stared at you fiercely, but suddenly a layer of sharp thorns sprouted beneath. Min Zahun quickly stepped to the side to avoid injury and then moved 2 steps to the right, successfully slipping past its sharp, thorny net. Now you finally speak up to taunt. You can't gain the upper hand, so you're starting to bite back. Ainzus. Now it's your turn to counterattack. Min Zahun activates the chain skill, controlling them to attack simultaneously, then binding it tightly from top to bottom, and finally triggering the lightning restraint to paralyze the monster's body. However, that might still not be enough to defeat Black Dusk, so Min Zahun immediately activates another skill, unleashing a barrage of holy arrows that rain down and crush its face. Blood splattered wildly as Hakda howled in pain, and soon the system sent a warning message. The boss enters a furious state with all stats increased by 1. NTMZ. And suddenly the situation shifts unexpectedly. Min Zahun is trapped by the so-called Seal of Fate, along with a message warning that if he cannot defeat the boss of the dungeon within 10 minutes, he will face instant death as punishment. The only strange thing was that this thing was completely immune to all his attempts to use universal skills to retreat. And hearing that sneering laugh echoing somewhere in the distance, he finally understood the problem. Min Zahun angrily shouted, "Hell, how can you interfere like that? What kind of game is this that ruins the mood?" Time kept passing slowly, just as you were about to strike to destroy the boss and save yourself. Black Dusk suddenly ran away. You hurriedly threw a fireball at it, but this one ran away as soon as it saw its owner coming to save it. Not only that, it even dared to ignore you. And it gets more and more annoying, reaching right up to your head. Min Zahun was about to unleash a wide-area storm attack on the boss to cleanse its aura. But unfortunately, he got unlucky and was caught by the shock-inducing gaze of its eyes. You can't move for a few seconds, but that's enough for it to cheat and slam a powerful blow like a thunderbolt into your body. If it can't get close anymore, then you won't bother approaching either. A new skill called Wind Surge instantly envelops your body with a whirlwind, temporarily boosting your agility. Min Zahun raised his hand high and pointed at him. "Do you think I will blindly rush towards you forever? Divine rank. The active skill called Thunder Rage erupts in a bright flash, blinding it instantly, as countless chains latch onto Black Za's body. And at that moment, he takes the opportunity to punch him in the face. Boss Hack Za saw something was wrong and tried to heal his undead army to save himself. But I've hated you guys for a long time now, so there's no way you can escape. Without hesitation, Brother Sang's golden judgment immediately pours down, sweeping away everything. You have overcome the first challenge just in time at the end of the execution penalty. And now the goddess of death has finally appeared with her call. As expected, the ones chosen all have their reasons. Come here, my boy. To my temple. I invite you in. After the dungeon boss is defeated, the system is immediately flooded with notifications of items and messages, indicating you have gained 3 levels. The space gradually shatters and collapses, revealing a new, extremely strange scene. Min Ja-hoon's current view is of Heo's temple. But although she invited him over, she didn't mention that there are guard dogs inside. Oh divine! A giant beast in the shape of a huge dog lunged at me, with its ferocious mouth wide open, clearly wanting to tear me apart. Suddenly, a voice from Heo, Gamma, calling guests to the house echoes from afar. The monster guarding the shrine finally shuts its mouth, turns around sluggishly, and leads the way for you. Inside the temple, it was quite desolate and covered thickly with snow. She walked in, but the first thing she wanted to say was to praise you for overcoming the previous challenge. Anyway, I don't have time to listen to such boring things. So let's get straight to the main issue. Give me the neural system, and then give me this challenge. What are you doing those things for? She happily replied that her main goal was to make you become a great rival to the Aesir. Since birth, your destiny has been to kill the supreme god Odin. And that is also what Loki desires. Mirja Hun listened and felt sick to his stomach. He's just a human, and you're calling him to fight gods. What kind of game is this to use him as a pawn? She knew what you were thinking, but she didn't really care, only emphasizing that this isn't just a matter for the Aesir gods like them. At this point, she waved her hand and pushed you back to reality with a few final words. The world is approaching the day of destruction, all because Odin wants everyone to bow before him. We need the power of the one blessed by the gods. For great strength and heroism. That person is the one. Path 2 has already been kicked out of the temple, and Mirja Hun is lying on the ground in frustration because there are still many questions he hasn't had the chance to ask. At this moment, the system finally grants Heo a skill called the Blessing of Chaos, which nullifies all abnormal statuses. After returning Mirja Hun, Heo turns to speak with the uninvited guest. He is also a god, but he doesn't reveal himself and only appears as a flickering light. He asked Heo, "So what do you think after meeting him face to face?" For her, it's still too early to draw conclusions. But in the eyes of an ancient god, he has a feeling that she seems to quite like Mirja Hun. Heo also honestly admitted that he felt very fond of someone who could grow stronger every day. But when the god Mimi came rushing here, there was no way he would just ask a casual question like that. She doesn't hesitate to expose him outright. The evil old man, pretending to be innocent until the very end. Someone who looks very naive on the outside, but hides cunningness, like my second brother. Thinking of Mirja Hun, she continued. The causal chain of Dai Chu Di has been distorted. Someone who met him face to face. And I still couldn't recognize him. It seems your title as the Giant of Wisdom is no longer valid. Not only that, a brief conversation was enough for her to realize that Mirja Hun possesses the left eye that Odin sacrificed to the Spring of Wisdom. She was quite upset because she wasn't informed about the plans that the old man and Loki made together. Mimi is out of options. Lau replied, I also want to tell you, but it's still too early. This is fate no matter what. Heo naturally knew that. But she felt that Dai Kyo Dich's experience was still too limited. According to the prophecy, he still has many obstacles to overcome. So it's unclear whether he can succeed or not. The first thing is at Muse Academy. A girl suddenly appeared in front of you and introduced herself as Park Hana from the guild. According to her, the representative wants to send a few gifts because they know you'll be enrolling soon. Mirja Hun thought they would bring some kind of miracle cure or cheap items. But unexpectedly, it was expensive goods that even if he farmed for a lifetime, he might not be able to afford. Being supported by a benefactor can sometimes have its own advantages. While they were wandering around the shop, a few items with shape-shifting features were mentioned. After you defeated the boss, you were lucky to receive a B-grade armor with amazing abilities. Speaking of shape-shifting, it's a pretty tough skill. So not many people want to learn it. You were just joking. But Hana suddenly said something that hit me like a thunderbolt. The only Punisher in Korea with the shape-shifting ability is my brother, Park Sun-yae. Don't you know? Wow. I never expected that old man, with that expression of indifference, to be the one guarding it. Just then, a message suddenly appeared in my mind, saying there's a treasure gate nearby. It's over now. The lucky young man immediately leaves Hana behind and runs off to find it, using his reconnaissance skills to identify and discover valuable items hidden everywhere. So the first item he picks up after activating this ability is the Misty Tan Ring, which contains immense magical power to enhance reconnaissance skills. A new character appears, young man Enho Ion, brought along by his father to buy equipment. He saw him buying things without even looking at the prices. So he hesitated because maybe he was spending too much. But he paid no mind, insisting that all those things were just because he was destined to be an S-rank Punisher in the future. So spending a little more didn't matter. Ho Iaeon felt a bit awkward trying to explain. But if she spends that much money, what will happen to her expenses this month? They are clearly a family. Yet when it comes to this, he receives his father's threatening gaze and a very bossy tone. That's my business. You just need to focus on your training. If that's the case, then I accept it. Ho Iaeon simply kept silent, bowing his head and following all instructions. He and the man were on their way, waiting for something when they attracted quite a lot of attention. In their eyes, you are quite famous. But Ho Iaeon feels like he's just a monkey locked in a cage with the eyes of a genius. Since she was a child, you wished to become a purifier. Your family's life was always immersed in poverty and darkness. So you are their hope. However, to his father, he was nothing more than a tool to make money, and now just an obedient machine. Suddenly, alarms and announcements about a monster horde outbreak near the shopping mall started blaring continuously, and guilds were sending extermination teams. So civilians are being evacuated according to instructions. The monster spill is a chaotic event when monsters escape from an unexplored dungeon that hasn't been accessed for a certain period. The scene is extremely chaotic, except for your father, who remains as calm as ever. He said that you are a genius, holding the future of South Korea in your hands. If you get hurt here, it will put you at a disadvantage during the enrollment ceremony at Muse. This is not something you need to get involved in. Ho Eon knew his father was right, but when he thought about ordinary people, he couldn't just ignore it. So he followed his heart's call to help everyone. For the first time, Ho Eon ran headlong like crazy to the shopping mall. Who would have thought that upon arriving, he would encounter a root bin? No. The entire root bin factory was there. Ho Eon froze in place, looking as pale as their skin. No. Is it too late for me to change my move now? Unfortunately, it was too late. As soon as the crowd saw the prey stepping forward, they screamed and rushed to attack the one in front of them. Ho Eon, seeing this for the first time, could only stand frozen in place, unable to even run away. In that life or death moment of tension, Min Ja-hoon suddenly drops from above to save them, and as soon as they meet, he speaks first. You're En Ho Ion. Right. Everything seemed to be in order. So he told her to wait with him to go home. But suddenly they heard an emergency alert about the dungeon breach. Without hesitation, Min Ja-hoon immediately crashes through the mall's glass door and, like karma, unleashes his wrath upon them. It's already time for the 1000th visit. So he immediately started activating the Thunder Chain and Holy Calm Recovery at the same time to eliminate the monsters. As he moved, he directly struck down a goblin, and also happened to save his friend's life. Min Ja-hoon didn't expect to meet a hapless genius here, so he asked him to help for a moment. Suddenly, a lone green monster launched a surprise attack. Ho Eon shouted to warn, but he already knew what was behind him, so he calmly used his chain to pierce through its body. Seeing the opponent just staring blankly with thick legs, he sighed and urged him to move. We can't let the monster get any closer to the crowd. Are you going to stand there forever? Pick up your weapon and fight already. This situation is a bit tense. But a word of advice from Duke Dua is worth more than 1,000 encouragements. Ho Eon's fear suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit after hearing those words. Facing the approaching crowd, Min Ja-hoon immediately gave orders and provoked. You know how to use it properly. Right. Get ready. Stir up the nearby monsters and make sure not to miss any. You need to lure as many as possible. Ho Eon understood the problem and followed the advice. Then use the skill called Deadly Taunt to attract the attention of monsters within a 50-meter radius. This move reduces attack and magic power by 30%, but is extremely effective in luring enemies. Min Jae-hoon glanced at him and thought to himself that the provocative taunt was a higher-level skill than a regular tease. As expected from someone talented who always has their own way. In a life as an unfortunate genius, he only reached B rank, and it's unclear if he has psychological issues or other problems. But contrary to his current fame, his performance will decline very quickly. Back to the main story. Min Jae-hoon stands behind, fine-tuning his long-range chain attack skills, while Ho Eon takes on the role of a close combat warrior. The attacker and the cutter fought for a while, but soon after, they finished off the monsters just before the search party arrived. After the battle ended for a while, a man appeared and introduced himself as Park Gye-eong-hoon from the National Conquest Bureau. He was sent here to clean up this mess. But unexpectedly, 2 kids got ahead of him. They finished so quickly that he really didn't know how to report it without hearing the words "no pay again." Min Jae-hoon initially planned to claim the credit for the bureau, but he stubbornly refused. The newcomer kept hesitating. So I just said, "Just give him my share and keep quiet about me being here." Unexpectedly, now it's IAO's turn to oppose. And Min Jae-hoon has no choice but to say he has his own reasons and cannot let his immense power fall into the wrong hands. Before coming back to life, I was just an unknown warrior, so Min Se-hong didn't pay attention to me. But now, the situation has changed. If you reveal that you secretly switched to studying magic, your old man will definitely come after you to destroy you. He gradually trains himself to become stronger, waiting for the right moment to appear and take revenge to make him understand what karma really is. Min Jae-hoon, seeing Ho Iao hesitate, decided to speak up and advise him, recalling that he had done many such things. If he hesitated, someone would have to sit on the altar, so he shouldn't think he's unworthy anymore. The Lord of the Chickens and the Creditor King only needs to breathe out a few words to persuade the young man to follow him. After thinking of his mother, Ho Iao set aside his burden, accepted his share, and promised that when the opportunity arose, he would definitely repay this kindness. The matter of the reward has been settled. Min Jae-hoon returned to school to prepare for the first day of enrollment, to break the cheerful atmosphere of the new students. The principal approached the podium and announced, "Hello everyone. I am the principal Gu Jia-in. And now we will hold the opening ceremony for Muse's Academy." A typical speech, skipping the details and jumping straight to the conclusion. That concludes the headmaster's speech. You should all know that the opening ceremony of Muse's Academy features a very special event, a game where all students gather and try to steal each other's name tags. We will start the new student orientation now. As the principal finished speaking, a magic circle immediately appeared beneath them, and the hall quickly descended into chaos. Her close friend, Kim Jo-dung, lost her balance and accidentally fell down. Min Jae-hoon immediately ran to help. But suddenly everyone fell into a forest, and the unlucky one, caught in the chaos, was the magic genius, So-na, with a talent of 92%. The new soldier competition takes place on an artificial half-planet created by magic, where participants can do impossible things like control time or eliminate gravity. In the sky, the face of the incompetent principal is shown in close-up as he begins explaining the rules within the semi-planet. You can use skills ranked C or lower and earn a name tag, which will give you points. When an upperclassman obtains the name tag of the top male, they will receive 10,000 points. But if the top male gets it, he will earn 100,000 points. You can use these points anywhere in the academy, so try to get as many as possible. As he finished speaking, his smile gradually faded, but he then said that all skills would be reduced to 1/10 of their power, so there's no need to worry too much. Mi Ja-hoon frowned as he looked serious with such vague rules. It's clear they're trying to filter out those they consider useless. You turn back and tell Ayu-dung to come with you. Since they have to stay here for 3 days, they need to find a place to rest first. Suddenly, Kim Jo-jung whispered for you to bring So-ina along because, based on her analysis, that cold girl is connected to them, so having an extra person would be better. Of course I know that. But So-ina's anger is terrifying. In my previous life, I heard about an incident where she lost control for just a moment and endangered many people. So even now, you don't want to get involved with someone who has hostile eyes and doesn't trust their teammates. While Kim Jo-jung was running to persuade So-ina and their team, 2 more strangers suddenly appeared. They arrived like a gust of wind, with the man being Shin Jun Sang and the woman Kang Hoon So Eun. And upon seeing the three people, they immediately showed a confident attitude, as if they had just secured a deal. Looks like this year we'll easily earn points. What are you talking about? I only detected 2 people. Kang Hoon So Eun said that because she truly couldn't sense your presence here, but Min Ja-hun had been able to recognize the 2 of them from the beginning. From what you remember, that girl has a very special ability that allows her to target someone within 300 kilometers. Yes, you heard right. It's actually 300 kilometers. Once she's here, if the 3 of you don't defeat them, they'll gather others to hunt and attack you. Unlike the shy girl, the big guy, Jun Sang, was quite overconfident. He thought that everyone in front of him was just a bunch of freshmen, so he immediately drew his sword and charged forward. But as soon as he saw Min Ja-hun dodge the first strike, he stubbornly refused to believe it. Still, he was convinced that what just happened was just luck, so he kept attacking him relentlessly. Min Ja-hun didn't rush to fight back, but instead leaned back to dodge. He waited until his face turned pale and cold sweat covered him before grabbing the sword with his bare hands. You're really amazing. Shin Jun Sang, how can you survive with this body of yours? Without hesitation, he immediately squeezed and shattered the sword, then threatened his senior, the 3rd elder, right in front of everyone. If you give me your name tag, I'll let you go. I give you 3 seconds to hand over the name tag and run. Shin Yun Sang's face is as pale as a pig's liver, and he's wondering in his mind how come this person is just a newcomer too. Why are you looking at him with such a condescending gaze? The other person still shows no sign of any reaction. There's nothing I can do, so I can only say a few words before I go. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's just that you didn't take it. He threw a punch immediately. But Min Ja-hun simply raised his hand and easily lifted Jun Sang onto the leaderboard. The quick elimination of player Shin Jun Sang is displayed on the notification board, but it's not surprising until Min Ja-hun's name appears, causing everyone to be stunned. In the control room, the principal's team was in chaos, and the guide named Dong Ji-soo was the first to speak. Wait, wasn't it An Ho Yeon? But Min Ja-hun, who is he? Most of them don't even know who you are but still think you are outstanding. While the principal remained silent with a satisfied smile, turned back to Min Ja-hun. After taking down the first guy, he quickly told Kim Jo-jung, Yu Jung is ready to go. We still have to deal with the others. I'll send you an invite and team. Accept it now. The 2 girls, hearing this, immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight at any moment. Seo In-ha is a genius. Min Ya-hun is a monster. So the only person Kang-gun So-eun can attack is Kim Jo-jung. She used the speed of an assassin to rush in, aiming to take down this first-year student as quickly as possible. But unexpectedly, Yu-jung caught her speed just in time to create a barrier and avoid her assassination attack. Kang-gun So-eun was just about to stop in surprise when the magic scythe struck. And after her counterattack, Yu-jung continued to create a barrier, determined not to give the enemy a chance to harm her. With such a solid offense and defense, little Saint Kang-gun So-eun knows exactly how to fight. The spell, after being cast, instantly summoned countless floating swords that hovered in the air. That is Seo In-ha's most special skill. And although it hasn't reached the highest level, within a second they all aimed directly at Kang-gun So-eun and flew towards her simultaneously. There are not just 1, but 3 monsters here. Another player has joined the night leaderboard, and the system has hidden the scores for both Jo-jung and In-ha due to contributions. At this moment, she never laughs, and suddenly brings up what happened earlier. Her earlier words still lingering. Mija sighed and took a deep breath. And so the team of 3 monsters continued to bumble along. At the location called Nightmare Stop, a player is examining footprints left behind by someone. Someone comments that there are traces of someone passing through, and it looks like they have entered a hiding spot. Tell the others not to look for them anymore. Just stay alert and observe the surroundings. The warning had just been spoken when one of the pig group, the main culprit, Kim Jo-jung, had just scored some points and immediately ran off headlong. Not only that, she even cheerfully provoked them, like a bunch of dogs chasing after her, and going around in a big group like that. Isn't it embarrassing? Haha. I've finished. Now it's your turn. A bunch of young men immediately went berserk and chased after her, determined to catch her at all costs. Just looking at her, it's clear that Yu Hu-jung is the bait. The 3 of them had already planned this out, and since the competition lasts 3 days, they had to find food and especially earn points. Their plan is to hunt down these seniors. Kim Jong-un leads the crowd to the prearranged area, casually kicking the nearby poisonous mushrooms. Wait until you are in the right position. Then immediately use the skill called Strong Wind and run as fast as possible. The system issues a red alert. You have entered the environment of the paralyzing spore mushrooms. 5 young men realize they've been tricked into walking into the forest and start debating whether they should chase after them or not. Gien Hyuk is the one who harbors the most resentment towards Kim Jong-un. So as soon as a teammate advises him to give up because this place is very dangerous, he loudly retorts, "Hey." Kim Jong-un was defeated by a rookie soldier. What are you talking about nonsense for? Only the young man and another person were asked to stay outside the toxic zone to keep watch for everyone's safety. While the rest, along with Gi, continued to chase after him. He knew this was a trap. But still, that girl was the top man, and he thought he was confident enough to beat her. They kept running until they finally reached the place where Kim Jong-un was standing, in an open area surrounded by immobilizing spores. She was thrilled because they had chased her here. So she taunted them one last time. "You're all doomed. Anyone who dares to raise a hand against me." "Who is it?" They got too nervous and lost their minds. The 3 young men all rushed in because of this one sentence. EU casually swings the magic staff at a mushroom, and a notification appears saying a paralyzing spore mushroom has exploded, paralyzing all creatures within 50 meters for 2 hours. Remember a few minutes ago, when Min Jae-hun was standing near the birch tree, he told the 2 girls, "You also noticed?" Right. This event is very advantageous for melee warriors. Soe-nage is a basic move, and just using skills of C rank or lower is already a disadvantage for those who rely mainly on high-level skills, like mages. Warriors rely heavily on strength, and their low-level skills are quite powerful. So this rule essentially aims to eliminate mages from the ranks. At that moment, as soon as Min Jae-hun saw the bright light ahead, he knew his time to step onto the stage had come. Meanwhile, after causing a series of mushrooms to explode, Kim So-jung immediately used a skill called Transposition to swap positions with the male lead. Min Jae-hun appeared just in time to kick Ji-hik right in the face, knocking him flat on his back. Clearly, you're a senior who can't even produce a proper man, and you stubbornly say you can catch us. You idiot. You've also stepped into the territory of the paralyzing spores. He was still hesitating, thinking that he had anticipated this and had some members waiting outside the school. So once the spores dispersed, they would come to support everyone here, but he's too naive to realize he's already crossed paths with the 3 monster trio. Min Jae-hun crushed his hopes with just one sentence, leaving him disappointed. But that guy won't make it here. Ji-hik still didn't understand why when a loud explosion and a scream of despair reached him. The system panel immediately sent a message to the other players that Min Jae-hun, Kim Jo-jung, and Seo In-ha's trio had just earned 100,000 points. Ji-hik is so stupid that he still doesn't realize what's about to happen to him. His body stiff as a board, but his mouth keeps chattering like a fish out of water. Just wait 2 more hours and see. We will definitely turn the tables. Once the toxin's effect wears off, I alone will be enough. Min Jae-hun arrogantly walks over as if nothing is happening. By the time he realized that the person in front of him was unaffected by the spore fungus, it was already too late. Min Jae-hun only needed to step forward once to kill him instantly. Looking at the remaining 3 people with a smile that's losing its humanity, he muttered just one sentence that would be enough to make them so scared they'd pee their pants. Oh yes. Only 3 lives left. The 3 terrifying names kept appearing on the system leaderboard so quickly that everyone was sweating bullets. It wasn't long before the rookie rankings were posted. And of course Min Jae-hun was in first place, while the other 2 members shared second place. In an era where mages are not regarded as a prestigious profession, Min Jae-hun's team unexpectedly takes the top spot, while the martial arts genius everyone trusts only ranks 4th. The guides and the principal didn't expect this at all. Some even blamed the system for the scoring error. The principal's face clearly shows a perverted side. Only a warrior-type enforcer could perform like that. The current situation he's watching is a group of mages trying to betray their senior to take the top spot, which is truly absurd but also very interesting. Gu Ja-in asked guide Kim Ji-on to rewind and show her the paralyzing spore mushroom once more. The image of Min Jae-hun kicking Ji-hik in the face immediately repeats, and the principal silently begins to plan and strategize. The ability to predict and stay brave in such situations, combined with the skill to defeat someone from the martial arts class. I can't believe there's such a wizard. Oh no. Or rather, I can't believe it's actually a new student. At this moment, someone else approached and said that the information about Min Ja-hun had been collected. However, I was a bit confused about whether those things were actually true or not. Gu Ja-in took the documents himself to check, and, seeing the 97% magic potential, he truly was at a loss for words. Then he suddenly smiled slyly and praised him, telling his subordinates that he wanted to test this student a bit, and then asked them to come up with some really interesting plan. Let's go somewhere else now. The elders are really afraid of this forest. But just as everyone was about to leave, Min Ja-hun noticed someone approaching. A blinding flash of light followed by a slash that split the ground in two. The 8 people on the principal's side have started to broadcast that the initial restrictions will be nullified, and from now on, they can do whatever they want as long as they eliminate their opponents. You know something's wrong. So you seriously look at the newcomer and say, "I didn't think we'd meet again like this." Ho-yeon. Suddenly, not only you but the other 2 also noticed something strange. Ho-yeon looked very strange, as if he had gone crazy and didn't know what he was doing anymore. Min Ja-hun, hearing Xiaoina say that, suddenly remembered something. There was a similar incident at the previous event, during the Muse Academy Festival, where some students were brainwashed and started attacking everyone. The reason Min was involved in that incident is because Ga's natural ability was revealed. His wrongdoings came to light, causing him to become more vicious and commit a terrible crime to divert attention and hide his true nature. Kim So-jung sacrificed herself to protect you. But I never expected that from now on he would become this despicable. Suddenly, a side mission was assigned, requiring you to save Eon within 2 hours, with the reward being a special antibody for copying skills. The anti-magic card just arrived right on time. Min Ja-hun cheerfully told the others to leave quickly and, if possible, to gather a few more points while running. Seeing his confident face, Xiaoina felt a bit more at ease and said she would follow his instructions before preparing to leave. Love is different. At first, she was willing to stay and not leave him alone. But seeing that both of them were like that, there was no choice but for the other girl to pull him away as quickly as possible. The delicate girl has left, and now it's the battle of the real men. Ho-yeon swung a long slash toward him, then quickly closed in and struck a second blow with enough speed and power to throw him off. Min Sahun jumps up to dodge, his foot landing on a makeshift platform, but is pushed away by Ho-yeon, who is activating a speed boost. A line of text immediately appears showing that Min Sahun has been closing in on his opponent for some time. Not stopping there, he continues to circle behind him, but is quickly detected as soon as he appears. Min Sahun was a bit startled because Ho-yeon's body reacted very quickly, even though his eyes hadn't yet caught the movement. This fight was not as easy as he had thought. Min Sahun started calculating in his head. He could defeat Ho-yeon, but if he moved too quickly, the fake behind him wouldn't be happy. Loisik begins to be released, and with this overwhelming power, Ho-yeon cannot resist for long and soon collapses from exhaustion. At the moment when those watching the battle from afar are eager to see how the martial arts genius will be defeated by the monster, then the screen suddenly flashed so brightly it was white out because of a flash bomb. Guza-in grabbed the controller and pressed buttons frantically, but all the cameras were showing the same white screen. The crazy man, furious, crushed the controller and then turned to Kim Soji, the guide, and said, "Is this student Min Sahun? After the event is over, call him to my office." When he was about to advise the principal, he received a very annoyed attitude from the guy, and he wondered why Min Sahun used a spell to block our view when he clearly could have won. He knows how to make himself more intriguing to others. After giving the principal a hard punch, now he goes over to him, places his hand on his head, and erases the mind control effect. The young man just regained consciousness and hurriedly stood up. But his body, like a shell, immediately collapsed to the ground. Screaming in agony, Min Sahun quickly stepped forward to explain. "Sorry about that. You suddenly attacked me earlier, so I had to be a bit forceful." Seeing his dazed expression, I had to explain once more that it was a type of mind control magic. Hearing this, Ho-yeon suddenly remembered that the principal had called him earlier. But before he could understand anything, everything had already turned out like this. After talking for a while, one person sitting and one person lying down, Min Sahun stood up to leave. However, before he left, Ho-yeon threw his name tag towards him. "What are you doing? Without your name, you'll be disqualified." Ho-yeon replied cheerfully, "It's okay. I'm not as good as you, but I still have many strengths. And so, I lost to you. So giving it to you is right, I may have lost this time. But next time I will definitely beat you and get my name tag back. After Ho Eon finished speaking, he disappeared as if by magic. And for Min Sahun, this was truly a very special victory. In the previous scene, he was the one who sparked his childhood dream of becoming a warrior. Today, you've also been recognized by that person, and it feels truly amazing. The 3-day training camp has finally ended, and all the students are being returned to the real world, checked in and given their rewards. Although he comes from a wealthy family, when Min Sahun said that the top 3 would receive a reward equivalent to the points earned, the girl with the kimono happily grabbed the sword and danced wildly among the crowd, who stared at her with jealous eyes. While they were having fun, the clueless assistant of the principal approached and asked the 3 to go to the principal's office for a talk. Everyone else said nothing and obediently followed. But as soon as they arrived, Min Sahun casually slumped down on the chair and asked where the principal was, saying they came because he wanted to meet them, but now he's not here. I have no idea what the tour guide Kim Ji-ok is thinking, but for some reason his face suddenly turned pale, and after just a little while waiting, he arrived. While the 2 girls excitedly stood up to introduce themselves, the rebellious young man just sat still and scolded him. "You're really late. I've been waiting for you, and I'm so sleepy now." Oh wow. Just one sentence made the principal smile sincerely, while the 3 others were so shocked they couldn't speak. They exchanged a few words, and now he finally started to flatter them. "I've prepared a very attractive offer to make it up to you, so please don't hate me." His insincere compliments are so obvious that I can't ignore them, so I quickly pressed him for the main issue after just a few words. Gu Jia, angry but silent, after wasting time without any progress, announced that the 3 of them would stay free of charge at the temporary shelter. Not only can we use the facilities, but we also have the advantage that if the exam results are unsatisfactory, we will have the chance to retake it and change the outcome. He immediately took out the contract and wanted them to sign, but Min Sahun flatly refused. "You already know what kind of person that fox in front of me really is, so I'll say this sounds tempting, but those rewards are something we can earn just by trying for a month. Moreover, Muse always prioritizes skills. So why should I sign a contract and pay a commission fee?" Thinking that this isn't enough, the guy snatched the pile from the principal's hands and started to put on a tough face. After signing the contract to work as a punisher, oh my god, 5 years and 30% of the income will go directly to the leader, Principal Gu Jia-in. This isn't a reward for us. It's more like exploiting us. Or am I misunderstanding something? Min Sahun's words are too cruel, stabbing into his dark heart multiple times. With no other choice, the principal can only let them make the decision and give answers that are no different from Min Sahun's. When things reached the point where he was completely out of options and started to let his guard down, he made a mistake. As soon as the system issued a warning, Hiho's blessing was immediately activated to disable any abnormal conditions. Next, he uses the anti-magic card he just received to copy the guy's mind wipe skill. There. I've already pinned it from the start. You're still young and inexperienced. Even though I've learned a new skill, I'll put today's matters on hold for now. I may dislike it, but if I cause chaos in the principal's office right now, it'll be a real mess. Mi Ja-hoon has got what she needs. So everyone should get out now. Let's go. I'm starving after being in this side space for so long. You look really cool when you arrive, and even cooler when you leave. Guide Kim Seoji, standing guard at the door, was so intimidated by this atmosphere that he froze in place. Han looked tense, his face covered in sweat, too afraid to say a word. The students passing by greeted Han before gradually walking away. Meanwhile, the principal, like a time bomb waiting to explode, remained silent for a long time before finally telling Han to go outside. Damn it. Kim So-ji was just waiting for that and immediately slipped away as fast as possible. Afraid she might get caught in that chopping mess, a new day begins. And the first lesson for the first-year students takes place not in the classroom, but in a much larger and more spacious place. At this moment, a woman stepped forward, introduced herself as Kim Ji-on, and said she is currently a lecturer in the Mana 1 Adjustment Guidance Department. Although he had studied here before, it was the first time Min Ji-hun saw this woman. Whatever it was, to his memory, all the guiding teachers were equally unremarkable. They're like damn fish, always ready to open their mouths and swallow anything that Director Gu Jia-in bribes them with. After a lifetime, I'm no stranger to that. Kim Ji-on walked past each person loudly, saying, I bet you're all wondering why we're in such a big facility instead of a classroom. They withdrew their words as the doors opened one after another, and the new students looked worried upon seeing the enormous mana block. They started complaining one after another. What's that? Is that a mana core? We'll go in there later. It's a shame that the first lesson is like this. Isn't it too much? Mom. Wow. I thought it would be different from the crowd. But Min Ji-hoon's expression is calm, because to him, this mana cluster is similar to the one Jo Sung-on created, just with much less mana, to reassure everyone now. Kim Ji-hoon speaks again. Pay attention. What you are seeing is a device called a mana room. Students like you can hardly withstand such a mana concentration. So we prepared this. According to her, there are many rooms here, and the mana density of the first room is similar to normal air, but it increases further inside. Newcomers can at most reach level 3, while those from top schools aiming to graduate can go up to level 7 at most. At this point, Kim Ji-hoon told everyone to follow him inside and warned that if it got too dangerous, they could raise their hands and a teaching assistant would lead them out. I thought each year would be different, but just reaching level 3, more than half of the students have already dropped out and want to go back. By level 7, everyone was freaking out, leaving only the 3 monsters and the red-clawed chicken the young man with red bangs, Lee Sike, still holding on. But once they reach level 8, only Seo In-ha and Min Ji-hoon remain. And judging by her face, it's clear that girl is just trying to hold on. She's about to faint. Level 9 for freshmen is an impossible level to breathe through. Only for beasts, not humans. Even so, In-ha is no exception, starting to get dizzy and almost collapsing. Seeing that the student was in trouble, Kim Ji-hoon wanted to rush over to help, but then remembered director Gu Ja-in's words. Remember this, no matter what situation a student like Kim Ji-hoon faces, they must never be the first to offer help. A crisis is also an opportunity for students. If you get angry at that opportunity, isn't that quite sad? In the end, she only knows to grit her teeth and dare not act on her own, even if she wants to help. On this side, Seo In-ha can no longer hold on, but she's stubborn and refuses to accept defeat. In her world of foxes and insects, only the strong survive. No matter how talented you are, eventually you will fall at someone else's feet. But in life, she pushed herself too hard and nearly collapsed. Seo In-ha was carried out on a stretcher, while Min Ja-hoon calmly advanced to level 10. In theory, this is the hardest level and no trainee can survive it. So Kim Ji-hoon saw you pass by and immediately rushed over to ask if Min Ja-hoon was okay. You stood still here for about a minute, so it's already hard to hold on. But you're nothing special. Min Ja-hoon turned to the instructor, then gave a faint smile and said, "This place is too difficult for me. I will leave." Kim Ji-hoon immediately agreed and said, "Let's go together. Follow me." She only says that with her mouth, but her fake expression makes it obvious she's lying. She claims it's difficult, but not even a drop of sweat falls. So who would believe her? The mana check has been completed. And now Kim Ji-hoon stands before the crowd and says, Min Ja-hoon has reached mana level 10, which only a B-rank conqueror can achieve. So that means he can go even higher. I really hope everyone does their best to keep up. It's a pity that the first class went by so easily. That evening, Madame Jo Sung-eun called to check on the situation. However, after a while, she still had to get to the main point of whether there was anyone noteworthy at the school, worth recruiting. And of course, if she provided more information, she would definitely be rewarded. One by one, the names that appeared and disappeared were all prominent figures like Seo In-a, Kim Jo-jung, An Ho-yeon, and finally, the person he cared about most, Lee Jae-sang. Jo Jung-un knows that person, so he immediately plans to refuse. He's the youngest son of the S-rank conqueror Lee Jae-sin. Right, I heard he's not as talented as the others, but if we take him, it will cause conflict with Lee Jae-sin's group. Min Ja-hoon, upon hearing that, was determined to take the person no matter what. Lee Jae-sang will soon become the best fake Kim in the world. Well, in that case, she just finished a call when manager Park Sun-jae came and said, Baek Ji-hyeon was here to see you. After receiving approval from the guild president, a noble blonde-haired woman appeared. She turned away from Jo Jung-un and said, "Hello, old lady. Long time no see." President Jo Seo-in. Jung-un ignored the handshake, then smiled gently and replied, "I don't think we're that close. Sit down. Wait until that fancy girl sits down before Jung-un finally asks about the main matter. What does the chairman want from me?" Baek Ji-hyun immediately replied, "Let me be honest. I have my eye on one of your students. How much is he? You're pretty, but your words are as rude as Italy, baby." Jo Jung-un said sternly, starting to tell the guest to leave. "Then it's bad. Because we don't treat our gang members like commodities. So why don't you try looking somewhere else?" "Stop for a moment," Jung-un continued speaking. "There are many things in this world that money can't buy. Do you understand what I mean?" Baek Ji-hyun nodded at those blunt words and said that her visit was just the minimum courtesy. Let her go when she encounters the holy decree like Jo Jung-un. So, I immediately retorted with a blunt remark. "That minimal courtesy from a tough girl like you is quite rude." This translation effort is going nowhere. The two women, despite not liking each other, are forced to keep a professional smile on their faces. They continued exchanging a few teasing words before each person saw their guest off to save time. Returning to the main character, the next day was the day of the physical ability test. Looking at the rankings, Min Ja-hun felt a bit disappointed because he was only second, right after the genius friend, An Ho-eon. "You know, you shouldn't be too eager to prove yourself. But your old man is about to give you a beating if you don't get stronger soon. Or you'll end up dead like in your past life." Their instructor today is Kim So-ji. Han looked at the scoreboard and was a bit shocked because with this, it's not the kind of power an ordinary mage could possess. Han steps in front of the students and announces, "Now we will begin the second physical ability test, which is escaping from room A." According to Kim So-ji's explanation, their task is to participate in the escape test here. The A combat system behind them will enhance their combat skills through virtual reality battles. Usually, students analyze situations when fighting monsters or other entities. But for this test, their escape skills need to be evaluated carefully. Of course, defeating monsters will also earn the students higher scores than just escaping. After explaining clearly, he immediately distributed a device to everyone in front of him, which is used to display virtual reality. Its purpose is to stimulate the brain, making the monsters projected through the projector feel more realistic. Kim So-ji looked at them and continued, "System A has levels from 1 to 100, but today we will only go up to level 10. 4 people per team will take the test together. Min Ja-hoon's team consists of 2 women from the warrior combat class and 2 men from the magic class. They haven't even started yet when the young, chubby Lee Suik shows up to cause trouble, asking you how a professional mage could possibly be the leader. I think there must be some special reason behind it. Could you tell me what it is? Now it would be strange to claim that I have dirty tricks." Min Ja-hun replied with a displeased look. "What if I really don't have any special reason, like you said? Why didn't you say from the start that you wanted to duel with me? If you want to be gentle and not fight, then just say so." Young guys who haven't experienced life yet start showing attitude and provoking. "Wow. You pick up things so quickly that I like to do it." Seeing both of them tense like tight strings, the 2 Golden Team girls rushed over to encourage them. Coincidentally, team leader Kim Sok-ji announced that it was Min Ja-hun's team's turn to perform the test. They all moved to their designated positions and prepared their weapons. After a 5-second countdown, the demon skeleton was immediately summoned back. Compared to an ordinary mage like Lee Suik, Min Ja-hun quickly closed in on the enemy. The 2 female warriors saw this and shouted worriedly, "Ja-hun, it's dangerous." Not only they think so, but Lee Suik also believes that a mage who keeps rushing into close combat won't accomplish anything. Meanwhile, Min Ja-hun on this side has a different plan. Instead of wasting time arguing with that chicken Lee Suik, it's better to unleash your power on these monsters. Once Lee Suik sees what you're capable of, he won't dare to mess with you anymore. Thinking quickly, Min Ja-hun's hand radiated mana as he boldly crushed the head of the monster that had just appeared a few seconds ago, stunning everyone. The bone demons keep being summoned repeatedly, and I don't want to stay there idly. So I quickly attack another bone demon. Successful people always find their own way. Min Ja-hun uses a mana weapon that few can learn to dominate each monster. It's a skill that can increase physical damage, but those long-range mages definitely won't bother using it. It's useless to them. But for you, it's different, seeing Min Ja-hun dancing fire alone in front of them. The other team members covered in glue froze stiff as they tried to push their way in. The system continuously flooded with notifications. You completed the test without injury, eliminated all enemies, and earned extra points for a 100% contribution rate. At this point, level 2 is also unlocked, and the summoned creature is the Draugr, considered one of the most terrifying beings in Norse mythology. Subsequently, he easily cleared all levels up to level 10 alone. leaving no monsters behind. Lee Su couldn't believe his eyes anymore. But he still stubbornly refused to accept that everything was real. After the test ended, he went over and asked you, "How did you do it? You want me to believe that a wizard dared to jump into the fight and wipe out the enemies alone? In the end, you firmly concluded that it's impossible. You must have cheated. What kind of person talks so sweet but is actually so ruthless?" Min Ja-hun was almost threatening right in front of me without any regard. "Don't make me repeat myself. If you don't believe me, why don't you check for yourself? You idiot." Lee S. Wohat Unikar looked pale with fear, but still had some courage. At this moment, Kim So-ji happened to step in from afar. "What's going on with those two?" Although he was interrupted, Lee Su thought that if there had been no guide, he would have beaten you up already. Seeing Min Ja-hun turn his back and prepare to leave, he called out, "At the Muse Academy Festival, let's have a proper match." Unexpectedly, Min Ja-hun outright refused, mainly because he had a solo match with someone else that day. Every day, Min Ja-hun goes to school like a 200W headlight, attracting the attention of the principal's group. That day, after the lecture ended, guide Kim Seoji took the two mask-wearing individuals to Gu Ja-in's location. He always sits in front of the big screen to observe the students. And as soon as he sees someone enter, he smirks and says, "Thank you all for your hard work. Now tell me the results of the physical test." Kim Seoji was the one to speak first, saying that only 3 students achieved a perfect score: An Ho-yun, Cha U-won, and Min Ja-hun. Among them, Min Ja-hun's score has already far exceeded the maximum limit, like a fan following their idol. Gu Ja-in listened and then turned toward the large screen in front, where images of Min Ja-hun were everywhere. He smiled mischievously and ordered An to keep sending reports on Min Ja-hun's scores and activities. "If he made any move, let me know immediately." A report says that Min Ja-hun completed level 10 escape, but in reality, he finished the level 27 escape test. "This game is too easy. I think I can take down 6 level C punishers at this rate. The next mission might be a simulation, so I still need to prepare well." In the previous life, a tragedy occurred that caused hundreds of students to lose their lives, and your team also encountered that monster, leaving you as the only survivor. However, I have to live under the insults and curses of everyone. Unable to leave Mills Academy, the only reason he keeps holding on is because he doesn't want those who trust him to be disappointed. Min Sehun shakes off his doubts and leaves the shop, wondering if things will be different this time. He doesn't intend to give up and live a dull dream like in his previous life, because he feels he's already regretted enough. After finishing the theory lesson in class, he returns home to prepare for the simulated dungeon practice. Min Sehun sat on the bed and began adjusting the mana in his body. Warming up before entering the dungeon is very important. No matter how powerful a mage you are, because you were taught that sudden use of high-level magic inevitably causes mana backlash. The consequence of that is the user's body will suffer severe damage. And the more high-level magic they use, the more vulnerable they become. Your chain pulling and sacrifice skills are also high-level magic. If you're not careful, the one on the altar might end up being you or your close friends. Suddenly, the system panel sent the main mission, stating that from this moment on, whenever you encounter a crucial event that you regret from the past, you have the right to make the same decision as before or choose a different approach. That decision can save lives or kill, and the power to choose is entirely in your hands. But the ironic part is, you only have 12 hours to make it. The moment to enter the final simulated dungeon has arrived. Guide Kim Zion stands before the gathered crowd and announces that in this simulated dungeon practice, we will draw lots to divide into teams and act together. Mi Ja-hun stood among the crowd, whispering to herself that the drawing rules had 2 sides. If luck was on their side, and a strong person was in the team, they could pass the dungeon easily. But what if not? Low-level weights gathered together like that are really unlucky. They'll definitely need to book a resurrection ticket to have a chance to survive. Tour guide Kim Zion is still reassuring everyone that the monsters inside are low-level. But from what I've experienced, low-level means nothing. The principal's signal clearly indicates that some boss-level monsters have been mixed in there. One by one, they started drawing lots. Oh my. How merciful the heavens are to let the eternal F.A. stay together with the beautiful Inna. Not only do I have someone to talk to, but being in the same squad as the strong makes this easier to handle. While waiting for the next teammate, 2 warriors from the warrior class approached, and as soon as they saw them, they immediately prepared to fight. The girl is Kim Jina, and the boy is Park Seong-woo. both teammates who sacrificed themselves to save him. The system sent the mission afterward, which is such a coincidence. And now he knows what he has to choose. Minja frowned, clearly showing some discomfort, suspecting that the Nani system had intended this from the start, which is why it sent the mission at the right moment. He sighed and approached them casually to chat for a bit, then suggested we discuss today's main matter. And after introductions, we should just focus on planning our strategy. As time passes, everyone gathers around a table to discuss strategies for dealing with the monsters. Minya, as the team leader, speaks up first, reminding everyone that no matter what happens, they must not back down, especially the attacking fighters who go first. If that person hesitates, the whole team will be wiped out. After they finish planning, Guide Kim Ji-on walks past each group, clapping and signaling. Time's up for the discussion. We're starting the dungeon training now. So team leaders step forward. The departure time has arrived, and the life and death battle begins. Inside the simulated dungeon, sparkling with crystal-like lights, a girl looked back and sighed. It's too dark and damp. And there's a musty smell too. Kim Ji-on, who is with An Ho-yeon and two other teammates, suddenly senses danger while chatting. An Ho-yeon also didn't hesitate and immediately shouted, "Something is coming. Everyone get ready." As expected, the mine wolves start pouring out from everywhere. He immediately says, "They may be weak individually, but if they group together, it will be very hard to deal with. Let's finish this quickly." After giving the order, he immediately opened the barricade and charged forward with his sword, while Kim Ji-on stood behind, firing a lightning strike with her staff at the monsters, causing significant destruction. An Sang's glow brightened, blocking the view of the mole wolves, while An Ho-yeon continuously swung his sword at a rapid pace, making it very difficult for the enemies to attack and helping his teammates take down a few. The remaining members also contributed, with the girl with long hair using her skill called the Wind of High Him to support Kim Ji-on, gathering them together, then transforming and turning the attack into an active skill called the Violent Air. Finally, they launched all the damage-filled spheres at the wolf miners. The battle was quite fierce for the first-year students, but luckily it was over. Just as they were able to breathe a sigh of relief, another warrior's face suddenly turned terrible, clutching his throat and struggling to breathe. Losing strength and collapsing in exhaustion, the other members immediately rushed over to ask Han, and Yi Hu-dong looked at the person in front of her and asked, "What's going on? Why didn't anyone tell us that those bow girls knew how to use poison?" As she just finished speaking, it was now Yi Hu-dong's turn to have her face turn pale. She looked at the giant creature that shouldn't be here, and stammered, "It's not poison, but a large amount of magic. Everyone is sitting beneath the giant boss that's as big as a 2-story house." Ho-eon stares at it intently and wonders, "Oh divine, what is the Lord of the Bow Girls doing here?" At the same time, Min Za-hoon's team entered a room, and upon seeing the black symbol painted on the wall, he secretly suspected that this place was different from the one he knew. If Hu Ja-in is the one who did it, his very appearance has become a major variable for Gata. Min Za-hoon suddenly spoke. "Plan C. We will counterattack after defending. Be careful. This one will be completely different from anything we've faced before." The others, hearing that, were a bit doubtful but still joined the defensive formation. Soon after, everything truly unfolded as Min Za-hoon had predicted. In front of them was the Queen Bow Lord and a few low-level monsters approaching together, everyone panicking as it was their first encounter with this monster. But Maithe Xiaoina quickly regained her composure and immediately created a magic shield to protect her two allies in front. Uncle Yu swiftly used a taunt skill to lure the low-level monsters toward him. Meanwhile, Min Za-hoon seized the opportunity to run up to the boss and delivered a punch infused with a significant amount of mana into its stomach, causing a deafening explosion that filled the air with thick dust. Min Za-hoon looked worriedly at the boss, but just a second later, he smiled with full of dissatisfaction towards it. "Peanut, I thought there wouldn't be any surprises. But then the Lord Mistress with healing abilities appeared. This is too much." The Nani system seems to understand the user's question, so it explains that the culprit is identified as Odin's offspring. A special mission called the Fruit Hunter has been assigned, currently with 5 targets, and the reward is a cloning and upgrade card. But it comes at the cost of risking your life. Guide Kim Zion had been waiting outside for a while when a team ran out. At first, she thought it was Min Za-hoon's team because she knew he was very strong. But it turned out these students were actually part of An Ho-eon's team. Kim Zo-dong ran ahead with a panicked look and quickly said to the instructor in front of her, "Instructor Kim Zion, something has happened." An Ho Aeon immediately added, "Teacher, Lord Kobao has appeared in the dungeon." She immediately called someone to treat the member poisoned by mana, then took out her phone to inform the principal. "Principal, this is Instructor Kim Zion. There is a level B monster in the dungeon practice. Please send the support team immediately as this is an emergency," he replied nonchalantly. "I understand. You don't need to worry. I will send the support team immediately. Just wait there." After he finished speaking, he hung up. But Kim Zion still felt uneasy inside because there was a strange feeling somewhere. They returned to the main southern area to check the situation. And after a fierce battle, everyone was struggling and gasping for air in their own corners. In mythology, Odin uses two ravens, one named Hugin that holds thoughts and feelings, and the other named Munin that carries memories. He has us collecting all kinds of information in the world to rule over Asgard. Min Zahun quickly understood the situation and directly asked it, "Are you following Odin's orders? Now you turn to the others and tell them to run out of the tunnel when I hold it off. Be quick." Old Master Yu initially refused to leave, but as soon as he saw Yu using the Holy Spear to defeat the monsters behind him, he was stunned and speechless. Min Zahun, furious, nodded and ran off silently. "I can't fight and protect you at the same time." For a moment of reckless concern for his teammates, the boss suddenly appeared, wielding a wooden staff towards Min Zahun, and at that moment, luckily, Seol-in-A was nearby and used her magic armor to block it, saving him from the surprise attack. After the support, she calmly looked at the person opposite her with a very determined gaze and firmly said, "I can help." The capable person doesn't need to say much. So Min Zahun nodded immediately, and then turned to the two members and asked them to leave once again. Uncle Yu and Kim Jina, seeing the tense situation, didn't hesitate long and said they would go report to the instructor and call for backup. So try to hold out as long as possible. Now only two people are fighting the boss that can heal itself. Min Zahun just told Seol-in-A to support him, and she immediately drew her holy sword of thief magic. A single attack from her is enough to pierce through many of the digging wolves. Now, with Min Zahun taking the lead, he immediately uses his speed to close in on the boss. While dodging the attack, he quickly realized that someone was controlling it and absorbing mana beyond the limit. His right arm swung out, simultaneously equipped with the Misty Tan item to activate reconnaissance magic. And thanks to that, he detected the movement of energy from the mana user. Within a few seconds, the trick was exposed, and the crow standing behind the manipulator of the Kobold Lord was revealed. "You're finished now." "I see." The boss still doesn't seem to realize anything. It raises the spiked hammer in its hand high. While at this moment, Odin's left eye unleashes a mana explosion that makes Min Zahun's entire body glow brilliantly. "The lightning chains wrapping around your body show just how fierce your battle is," Min Zahun said. "I guarantee you'll be torn to pieces." Far up in the sky, Odin sits on a large throne talking with his loyal followers. "What's going on, Hiljan?" The one called Hyljine responded. "The god has found signs of Mistantan, which has disappeared from the sacred inscription site. It seems to be on Earth, with the enemy foretold." The other gods began to wonder who that person was, whether it was the old bearded Mimir or someone else. Because an unknown person caused a commotion, Odin stroked his beard and ordered the kneeling individual in the hall to find out if the enemy of the prophecy had contacted the Aesir rebels. "Because I am called Hiljan." I nodded in agreement, and when I looked up, I accidentally revealed a soulless gaze as if I had been manipulated by someone else. Returning to the intense battle between Min Zahun and Odin's raven, countless lightning chains strike to attack the boss. However, with its continuous regeneration, those hits are just scratching it. Lord Kobold, with one hand tearing apart the lightning chains, and with the other swinging his spear to attack Min Zahun. I do a graceful somersault and then say to Sel Ina standing beside me, "Ina, can you help me out a bit? I need to understand its attack." Over there, the girl's face was pale and bloodless, but she still nodded and said she would try. "You've been so focused on the monster that you forgot your teammate." Judging by her expression, she's being poisoned, and even if you defeat the Kobold Lord, Sel Ina will likely die from the toxin. Min Zahun simply said, "Let's finish this now because I already have a plan." The battle is reaching its climax. Min Zahun suddenly releases many lightning chains from the magic circle, then controls them to target a single enemy before they fall. Meanwhile, The boss keeps swinging his staff while you move to dodge, with Ina behind you activating her magic armor to support you. Suddenly, he remembered what his brother Miu Hongho once said, "Nothing is more painful than dying because you didn't trust your allies, but now it's different. You will prove his words wrong." And at this moment, the reckless Min Zahun leaps up and stands on the lightning chain, using its speed to close in on the enemy. Thanks to the Mistintan item you quickly picked up in the treasure hoard, Min Zahun was able to detect mana movements from Lord Kobold. It swung its staff at you but missed again. So Min Zahun leapt into the air to create some distance, then pulled out a 300 coin mana dagger bought for him by the guild, using martial arts learned in his previous life. Min Zahun swiftly delivered several strikes to break the puppet's control. In the end, I still had to swallow my tears and sacrifice the $300 knife to exchange for a single line of text, relying only on mana to connect the Lord Kobold and Odin's fruit that had been cut from the land. Min Zahun had just landed when the boss behind him also collapsed to the ground, losing control. He then continued forward with the attitude of a victor. "You say it's your turn now. You're coming to deal with me." "Kid." The black fruit was discovered. It lies on the ground, groaning loudly and unable to move. Min Zahun gently stepped on its head and asked, "What is Odin's purpose?" Instead of answering, the creature on the ground let out a caw. "Tutra." Min Zahun angrily stomped on it hard for the crime of deceiving people. The fruit creature screams again, but when asked the second question about Odin and Guzhang's relationship, it caws once more. "It's pointless. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have bothered talking to it." Min Zahun lifted his foot and stomped on the fruit, smashing it back to where it came from. At this moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind, and you nervously told her not to save the trapped beast, as it would backfire immediately. It's just a pity that it's already too late. Not only is she affected, but you yourself are also being corroded by toxins after that exhausting battle. However, because you are the main character of this story, the poison was purified entirely by pure mana. The first prey has been caught, so the system sends a level up along with a reward of points. But that's not all. After a long struggle, Selena has now fallen and is in critical condition, possibly to be carried away at any moment. She never thought this situation would happen, but now she sees the two of them sitting and yawning after just waking up. Selena opened the information panel and quickly noticed that both her blood and mana had returned to normal. Knowing Min Jahun had helped her, she immediately asked as he stood up, "Has your mistress been defeated? Why haven't you left yet?" Min Jahun didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I was waiting for you to wake up. I want us to be honest with each other." The girl's face suddenly brightened like a tomato. "What's going on?" Is a tender scene about to unfold. While the two young people were still inside, a noisy argument was going on among the students outside. Mrs. Caretaker Kim Zo-jung, worried about her two friends, kept loudly questioning Baek So-eung and Kim Ji-na about why only the two of them were able to go outside. Just as everyone was despairing, thinking they would face disaster, Ja-hoon and Wai-na stepped out from the fake dungeon gate. Kim Ji-yeon couldn't believe her eyes, constantly questioning in her mind how this could be happening. The patrol team said there's no way they survived because that monster must be at least a level B creature. Over here, Kim Zo-jung holds her two friends tightly and cries as if she's never cried before. After crying, she screams. And even after shouting, she still uses her hands to tightly grip both of them to express her feelings that words cannot convey. Seeing Baek Seong-yu and Kim Ji-na standing silently with tears in their eyes, I couldn't bear it and decided to explain. They left at my request. I told them to seek help from the instructor, so they don't deserve blame or guilt. However, Kim Zo-jung still doesn't seem willing to let it go and questions the two of them. But how could you abandon your teammates like that? Min Ja-hun understands this feeling very well. In the past, it was him who ran away. So I said right away that, if it were me, I would do the same. Please stop treating me like this. This is over. Remember the conversation earlier in the dungeon when Min Ja-hoon told you not to tell anyone how strong you are to the point of fighting your way up the ranks. He also said that he didn't want anyone else to discover your healing ability except her. He added that everything was because of Gu Ja-in, that bastard who treats the students like tools. He is quite different from the image built by the public and the media. For him, useless students dying is no big deal at all. After hearing Inna, she understood everything, but she still wondered why you knew that disgusting fake name and what kind of person they really were. Not only that, it seemed like you knew quite a lot of things that no one else did. Min Ja-hun didn't expect this girl to be so smart. He planned to brainwash her. But since she's both skilled in magic and has a strong will, it's clear that wouldn't work. So I can only say this, I'm sorry I can't tell you more. If I reveal anything else, you'll be in danger too. Can you just leave it at that? At the moment, seeing Min Ja-hun about to leave, Ina immediately chased after him and asked back, Min Ja-hun, you really can't say anything. Who knows if this will happen again in the future? You didn't answer the question, but said that you trust she will keep her promise between us. Then coldly walked away. Because you have completed the fall mission first in the main task, a reward will be sent to you, which is Eden's golden apple. As for the evil principal from the evidence, the man sitting on the chair began to complain about the person standing behind him. Kim CXZ Guide. You disappointed me. His henchman, face drenched in sweat, could only bow his head and apologize for everything. But as soon as I heard the next words, I was stunned. I'll let this one go. But I really hate having a useless superior. Do you understand? The principal Guja Inan's face is even more sour than when eating chili. He throws down a cup on the floor and whispers that he must tame Min Ja-hun at the upcoming event. My patience also has its limits. Min Ja-hun returned to the dormitory after finishing the practice session. You pick up the pile of dirty things from the ground, but your mind keeps thinking that before Kim Jung-jung died, and Ho Eon hadn't even begun to unleash half of his potential, I have to intervene to change the future. But not with Seol Ina. She can still do well without my interference. Min Ja-hun fears that getting too close to this girl might affect her future. But for now, he needs to clarify the relationship between Gu Ja-in and Aesir as soon as possible. Learning about simulated intelligence is just the beginning. In the future, you'll face many more dangerous situations. If you're not stronger, those anti-hero groups will root you out early. Min Ja-hun uses the MTV controller during a Q&A session with knowledgeable participants. The host begins to ask the guest about the different types of dungeons, and he says there are many kinds that are still unknown. What are they? The other person nodded slightly, adjusted their glasses, and replied, for example, usually killing the boss is enough to pass. But for themed dungeons, it's different. The biggest difference is that the hunter cannot leave until they complete the dungeon mission. Seeing those clueless faces, the professor explained a bit more. Those who want to raid the themed dungeon must become a character inside and fulfill certain requirements. It's like a role-playing dog. And the reward that the executor wants in this type of dungeon is rare items or hidden items. Now you remember what you need to do next. You take the apple in your hand. This is a rare item everyone wants to have. Its effect is to slow down aging by up to 50% and provide permanent recovery. Soon, an A-grade themed dungeon will open at Seoul Amusement Park, where you can obtain Matthew Han-Fee's speed-boosting shoes, the same ones used by his former assistant. They increase agility. So many people are scrambling to find them, including you. Mi Ja-hun wiped the apple and took a bite to taste it. And instantly, the space exploded with dazzling fireworks. The stats immediately shot up, just from one bite. And the system kept sending messages non-stop. Its usefulness really isn't to be underestimated. But if only it had seeds, I'd have planted them right away. So frustrating. A few days later, Mi Ja-hun dressed casually and ran alone to the amusement park. The woman at the booth saw him and immediately asked, "Hello, what kind of drawing would you like to buy?" You didn't answer that question, but placed a black card with the Ijong Hoa Guild emblem on the counter and said, "I am Mi Ja-hun, the Punisher from the Ijong Hoa Guild, and a themed dungeon will open here soon." The next day, guide Kim Ji-ye arrived early at the dormitory to find him. But instead of seeing him, he only received information from the dormitory manager. Yesterday, he stopped by and told me there was something he needed to do today. Kim Ji-ye then told the woman to inform him when Mi Ja-hun returned so he could meet her. And then he left immediately. Jia went outside. Spy 2 immediately used a communication device to contact a man named Song Ji-so to report that she had uncovered the truth that Gu Ja-in was behind the incident. The other side responded that Kim, who was responsible for the simulated dungeon exercise, is probably panicking. He's probably in a tough spot right now too. Before Kim Ji-ye pressed the button, she also reported another important matter, which was that the student, Mi Ja-hun, she mentioned before, seemed to have some information related to the evil principal who liked to play the villain. Returning to Seoul Amusement Park, the loudspeaker continuously issues a warning that this is an emergency situation, not a drill, and urges remaining visitors to evacuate immediately. Mi Ja-hun looked at his phone, thinking that it would arrive in just a few minutes. Just as the fortune teller predicted, the Nani system immediately displayed the Tantic Neverland dungeon has appeared. As the space gradually transforms, the dungeon's theme has been revealed. Your task is to find the 3 assigned missions, decipher them, and complete them within 24 hours. The reward for this deal is nothing other than a pair of shoes that increase Tianfi's speed, which you've been hoping for. In the previous chapter, a genius with an IQ of 150 managed to clear this dungeon. However, a reckless mouth can ruin a person. She was too excited and boasted too much about it, which led to her being killed by those envious of her talent. This time you're the first to arrive, so no matter who you end up with, I thank you. The monochrome patches begin to take over the real space until everything is submerged into the virtual world created by the dungeon theme. The entrance appeared before his eyes, and Min Zahun immediately chose to teleport to the designated location. The system displayed data loading from 20% to 98, 99, and 100%. Then completed. You are synchronized with the system data to play the role of Tianfi, a warrior surviving the invasion of the Vin. Then Tho, jealous of Tianfi's swift legs, has captured his sister. The theme of Tianfi's jealousy is set to be role-played and to save this fallen sister from the sky. If you win, you get the shoes. But on the other hand, if the sister is disappointed or Tianfi tilts, then you also tilt, based on the information you received. Tianfi is one of the servants of the rabbit god, wielding a hammer, originating from a mortal background. However, this person turned his back and started to hate the Norse gods because of the invaders who worship them. Wait a minute. Min Jahun suddenly remembered the story his mother told him. And it doesn't seem to be like this. While you were still confused and thinking, someone shouted in your face. Tianfi woke up. He suddenly opened his eyes and realized he was on the ship he was about to steal to use as a means to find his sister. And the brother who just shouted in your face is named Patrick, the mastermind behind the bold plan that could land the 2 brothers in prison. I laughed and stood up. But before I could get my bearings, the boat suddenly jolted hard, almost knocking everyone over. In the midst of bad luck, their boat was attacked by pirates while robbing. This misfortune just keeps piling up. A crowd armed with shields and weapons rushes onto the boat. And Min Jahun, confused about what's happening, quickly tells his new friend, Patrick, "I'll leave this to you." And then, with such brilliance, he suddenly jumped over the enemy's ship, bewildered both bystanders and Fida. "You idiot. I'm going to kill you right now." Min Jahun paid no attention to what the other person just said, instead focusing all his attention on the girl tied to the post. She looks exactly like the one who previously cleared this dungeon but is now in someone else's hands. You just asked why she is here, but remember that the person there is Tianfi's sister. Raswa, I am Koa Hyun, a genius with a brilliant mind and a great conqueror. After all, I possess incredible talent. But why am I here? The saintly self-absorbed person clutches their head and then screams out, unable to understand what just happened to them. There is a 0.6% chance that the dungeon will appear where she is, and the chance of being trapped in the dungeon is only 0.5%. So why is a genius like her caught in such a tiny chance? Koa Hyun finished her dark, miserable biography and started desperately looking for a way out. At this moment, she accidentally saw a young man wandering into a certain area. She thought she had to follow him, and how amazing it was that she was caught off guard and appeared here as Tianfi's younger sister. Honestly, this is the worst ending ever. Returning to Min Jahun's mindset, he holds his head in despair, never expecting her to appear until now. If those pirates see you just standing there, they'll all shoot and miss, destroying you. Min Jahun, furious, immediately activates his magic armor to block their shots and shouts out, "Why do I keep being surrounded by these strange people? Why is that?" The glowing punch immediately blows away a few enemies in an instant. Then I keep punching another unarmed attacker in the face before speaking coldly to the rest. "I don't have time now. Just do it all at once." Soon Min Jahun alone will have taken out all the members on the enemy's boat. You walk straight to the only girl here and speak. "Are you still pretending to sleep? You're playing Rasva." Koa Hyun pursed her lips, opened her eyes to look at him, and replied, "I knew it. I guess you're THJFI. Min Jahun nodded with a smile, and then threw a blazing punch next to the girl. Finally, he showed a grim face and directly confronted the person he had just threatened. "I was inside your head all along. You'd better forget those stupid and clever ideas." Surprising. Old lady. That chance encounter with alcohol and mostly luck made the mission so easy to complete. The two of them are temporarily taken to the amusement area, where he directly asks her what kind of skill she uses. Koe Hyun scratched his face and replied, "Well, it's the kind that can help me use swordsmanship better. I'm not lying, it's a basic swordsmanship skill. The more you lie, the easier it becomes." Koe Hyun thought that what she just said might fool Min Ja-hoon, because not many students understand swordsmanship. She seemed quite pleased, thinking she could use this little trick to manipulate you. Unfortunately, thinking you're a chicken just because of a grain of rice. Min Ja-hoon immediately revealed his swordsmanship experience. Rapid cognition speeds up the perception of time and accelerates the user's thinking, often used by leaders, and is also effective in analyzing and understanding the opponent's mind. Koe Hyun's lie was exposed, and he immediately turned pale. Just then, Min Ja-hoon, who also didn't want to carry this burden and become the man in the Japanese wife story, stood up to say goodbye to her. Koe Hyun was very frightened and hurriedly ran over to apologize profusely, even boldly saying that he would do everything to prove he didn't mean it. Nice. With an IQ of 150 and such talent, Min Ja-hoon smirked cunningly and said, "Then write up the contract." And so she entered, signing a contract that mostly benefited him. Earlier, he used dependency within the mind control skill to dominate her. So now there's no need to worry about betrayal, even if she really becomes worse. The two of them continued on their way, and seeing this eerie atmosphere, Koe Hyun asked, "So where are we going?" Min Ja-hoon replied casually, "To the haunted house. That's our first stop." "Oh my god. Save me. Save me." Koe Hyun couldn't help but shout, "Is this a haunted house?" Min Ja-hoon could see just by looking that she was scared. Yet when he asked about saving her, she refused to admit it. "You stand at the entrance of the haunted house mission and tell her to hurry up. Once you've come this far, even if you don't want to, you have to go in." The Bitch 3 mission pack has been activated, and the two quickly teleport to a mansion emitting a strong aura of despair. The instruction manual requires us to escape from this place without violating the 3 rules, even if some skills are temporarily locked. Before entering, Min Ja-hoon turned to Koe Hyun and asked, "What is your identity?" The other side immediately replied, "Clearly the cameraman. So what about you?" Unlike her, Min Ja-hoon said that he has a more interesting identity, which is a horror-themed video sharing team. "It's been a while since we had visitors. Hello to both of you," a sinister voice whispers as Uncle Dakin suddenly appears. The opponent looked at them with a ghostly expression beyond description and said that he is An Fet, the butler of the mansion, and also a servant to Lady Flandier. As soon as this middle-aged man appeared, the system immediately sent all the mission details, stating that they needed to use cameras to expose the mansion's secrets and escape. The reward will be a new skill called illusion. But if you fail, it's the same as before, paying with your life. But CEO Hyun and Jungai didn't dare to interrupt and just said a word. Both of them were led inside, and she had just arrived not long ago when she stopped in front of a large portrait. But Butler An Fet didn't hide anything. He said that it was a portrait of the mansion's owner and the adorable dog named Shin. As soon as Min Ja-hoon praised the Lady Countess for loving her past so much, she immediately shifted to the Do Dien Not Ma style. Yes, she has many happy memories just like in a dream. Follow this way. After finishing speaking, he turned away, and their destination was the dining room already set up with everything. And Fet did not go in but stood right at the door, quickly saying, "This is the feast prepared by Lady Flandier for both of you. Please enjoy, and I will come back after you finish eating." As the door closed, So Ah-hyun immediately suggested not to touch the food that could be eaten only once in a lifetime, but instead to gather data from the surroundings. Now is the time for her to act. So Ah-hyun stands still and begins using her accelerated perception skill to evaluate everything in the room. Soon after, the answer came, and she excitedly ran over to Min Ja-hoon and told the young master of the estate that it was a child around 12 years old. Based on the small items available here and my estimate of the opponent's height, I'm 90% sure about what I just said. Min Ja-hoon also thought her words made a lot of sense. But just as they were about to take the opportunity to look for more clues while the butler was away, they found the door was locked from the outside. While the two are cutting objects inside, the real world outside is in chaos. 2 hours after the theme dungeon appeared, reporters and government officials immediately arrived to report the situation. At the corner, a man rubbed his neck and kept grumbling. "Damn it. We should have been promoted by now. But this damn thing had to show up. I was right. Who would have thought a dungeon would appear in a playground? If the civil council judges us as failures, you'll be demoted, and I'll lose this promotion too. At this point, Zeok Ji-sok looks exhausted and tells the other person to check the information of the two main captives inside the dungeon. The other is none other than Park Ji-young-hun. He just saw the young man named Min Ja-hun and immediately looked relieved as if a burden had been lifted. He turned to his senior and said, "I think this dungeon will be resolved soon." Inside the locked room, Min Ja-hun quickly calmed Soa Hyun down when he saw her start to panic. "Stay calm. This is an underground tunnel. I'm sure there's an exit." The other person was pleased to hear that. And, despite looking pale as a frog's backside, decided to go check around a bit. As expected, kids who are afraid of ghosts often encounter them easily. So Ah-hyun had only just started messing around when suddenly she screamed and started saying strange things. "Hey, come here and look at this. What's wrong with this camera?" At first, Min Ja-hun thought she was just overacting for the filming. But then he looked closer and realized the story shifted from a system regression genre to a horror story. On the camera screen, the manager is clearly lying across the dining table. Blood splattered all around. Seo Ah-hyun, terrified, stammered, "So the person guiding us here must be fake." At the same time as they uncovered an unexpected secret, the system announced that the first mystery of the mansion had been solved. Min Ja-hun added, "This camera shows us things the naked eye can't see." He took it from her and zoomed in for a close-up to see clearly before sharing his judgment. Even if the Anfet we saw is fake, this screen shows us either the present or the past. The girl then began to understand the issue, convinced that what they were seeing was the past and the mystery of this strange mansion. If Anfet died on the table, then those meat dishes are definitely not edible. Min Ja-hun threw the camera back to her and then began trying to break this illusion, using a skill called absolute calculation. But unfortunately it was among the restricted skills and couldn't be used. At this moment, he suddenly saw Koa Hyowon rummaging under the table looking for something. So he asked what she needed, and she said she was doing that to find the key to escape from this place. In the camera footage, this is the only place different from what they saw, so it's the most likely spot to hide the key. A flash of insight lit up in Min Ja-hun's mind, and he silently praised her cleverness before immediately using his mana detection skill to search. He glanced over the dishes on the table and then focused all his attention on the green pudding, kneeling to dig up the old man. Coa Hyo-un was so scared she wanted to pee her pants, while the other young man kept asking if she was scared whenever she hesitated. Luckily, this little saint has a bit of arrogance, so every time I deny it stubbornly, refusing to admit it for fear of becoming a weakness. She walks over to the cake, rolls up her sleeves, and despite knowing this is probably the victim's head, she still forces herself to reach into the cake to search. She hesitated for a moment but luckily found the key and successfully unlocked the second secret of the magic seal illusion. They continued to the third data, this time using the camera to reach the bedroom believed to be prepared for guests. From the camera screen, you can see blood spreading from the door. But by the time they arrive, Koa Hyoun's limbs are limp and she dares not follow inside. Mian, even kissing her is hopeless. You told her to keep her pretty mouth shut or yell again and wait outside. But if she sees something strange, just shout, and I'll come help. He finished speaking, then opened the door and stepped inside, where it was pitch black with only a faint light seeping through the window. Oh my God. A white figure suddenly rushed past, and when I turned to look, a girl with her upper body covered in blood appeared right in front of me. The torn mouth stretching to the ears points at something, but actually it's just pointing at the manager standing right behind you. Amazing. Min Ja-hun fainted from the pain, and when he opened his eyes, Koe Hyo-un was right beside him. You glance at the blood-stained torture devices scattered around the room, secretly thinking that even though you were prepared, you almost got scared to death. Koe Hyo-un, seeing that you have calmed down now, said she would use accelerated perception to assess the situation. Soon after, Loi-E discovered that both of them were trapped in an underground prison, where many signs of torture still remained. She sighed and complained, really making others use themselves. Why would they have a prison in a mansion like this? Min Ja-hun touched the bars and muttered that the key must be here, so he boldly punched a hole through the large wall. Finally, I said something extremely useless, trying to stay as quiet as possible. It wouldn't be good if Anfet or someone else found out about us. So, are you quiet now, or do you need to be even quieter? As they just passed through the prison door, a dog suddenly ran up and bumped into Min Ja-hun as if they knew each other from before. Not only that, but it also happens to be holding a key in its mouth. Seo Ah-hyun shouted defensively, immediately dropping the dog, just realizing that Min Ja-hoon is drunk. He doesn't sense any danger from it, so he assumes this little dog might also be confined here. Seo Ah-hyun immediately stepped forward to clarify that there was no way the hunchback would give us the key so easily. If this owl is a trap, we're doomed. It sounds very reasonable, but unfortunately the little dog is truly harmless. A side quest has been assigned to the two of them, instructing them to enter the Countess's room on the 4th floor of the mansion and read her diary within 2 hours. If successful, you'll gain a new skill. But if you fail, the outcome will be the same as before. The new skill seems to be the last resort to break the mansion's illusion. The two of them continued their journey, reaching the 3rd floor after a while. But then they didn't know which way to go next. The camera disappeared after the 2nd mission, so they had to figure it out on their own. So Ah-hyun was talking to Min Ja-hoon when suddenly she noticed him looking in a direction with a pale face. She also instinctively glanced that way. Sensing something was off, the ghost reappeared right in front of both of them. And Min Ja-hoon ignored his companion's warning as he directly approached her. You asked directly, "Why are you still here? Do you still harbor resentment related to this mansion?" Seeing the other person remain silent, you switched to another question. "So are you here to help us?" This time the ghost nodded. So I went straight to the main point and asked her, "Where is the Flondier master bedroom on the 4th floor?" She immediately pointed in the opposite direction instead of answering. And Min Ja-hoon understood and promised to help her transcend soon, so she should wait a little longer. Finally, they pulled CEO Ah-hyun along and ran toward the designated direction. The door to the large room just opened, revealing a junkyard of A0, a chaotic pile of debris and various objects. Min Ja-hoon told the other to check the places others wouldn't expect to hold clues. While he headed straight to the bookshelf to look for something, he casually picked up a book, which turned out to be the diary of the deceased, detailing everything that happened around Flondier from when he was alive until he was laid on the altar. On May 7th, she realized her body was growing weaker due to illness. On May 10th, she felt happy because her parents bought her a doll. But by May 12th, everything collapsed when she received a death notice saying her parents had died in an attack by bandits. On May 15th, she became the new owner of the mansion, but felt lonely because she no longer had any family by her side, now and forever. It wasn't until July 4th that she made a new friend. A child her age, who was caught for fainting in the Count's garden. She named the child Sally, and they became quite close. But one day, the butler Anfeth suddenly disappeared. Sally said that he had gone to the neighboring city for some business, but as soon as the butler returned, she realized something was wrong. On October 9th, Frandier heard loud screams coming from inside the mansion. The maids and servants kept screaming as if their throats were being torn apart. Frandier's mood gradually started to feel uneasy as everything that happened made her afraid. Until one night, Sally and butler Anfeth suddenly knocked on her bedroom door, and she was sure they wanted to kill her but didn't know how to escape. Reading this, Min Ja-hoon knew how it would end and quickly folded the diary, realizing that Frandier had been murdered and the one behind it was the monster that had taken over this mansion. It could very well be a doppelganger. Just like that, when Min Ja-hoon finally understood everything, Hyun suddenly transformed into a terrifying form behind him. It's so disgusting that an ordinary person would change their underwear 3 times in a minute. The butlers gathered behind the 4th elongated creature. Can the sugarcane dungeon be cleared like a normal monster hunting dungeon? Because at 2 or 3 inches the morning, getting scared like this might make me pee my pants. The system sends a message at once, revealing that the secret about the mansion has been uncovered. The only thing you need to do now is run immediately before everything gets worse. The twin-headed monster swung its long, rubbery arm towards him, but Min Ja-hoon remained calm enough to hold the puppy face and dodge away. You look at the monster and taunt. Finally, you've revealed yourself. I'm starting to lose patience seeing you pretend to be innocent. It's not really a difficult thing, just that I'm smart. Or rather, maybe it's because you're stupid. The twin monster, provoked to anger, quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Accompanied by the sounds of breaking and falling debris, they fought each other, but you still stubbornly cling to that useless sack and carry people. The red slime swarm attacked from all directions, but unfortunately, all their attacks were pierced through by your chain, creating dozens of holes. The golden hammer in Min Ja-hoon's hand was bouncing around and now looked battered. He stood before that red slime and silently cursed it in his mind. a level B monster that looks clearly dangerous with its ability to copy skills and mimic the appearance of other creatures. But when it comes to close combat, it's as weak as mud. It still hasn't given up, and Vuong Tu Chi comes to snatch his body. Unfortunately, it was not fast enough, chained and restrained all over its body. And in the end, it could only endure the barrage of lightning and rain until nothing was left. Searching for the boss took a while, but fighting was over in a flash. The second and final mission is now complete. Min Jae-hoon bid farewell to the liberated soul of Countess Flainier and then left. He and Ko Hyun were simultaneously taken back to the real world to prepare for the final mission of the Bitba package. They had just appeared when suddenly a loud, lively noise came from afar. Welcome to Neverland, everyone. I am Bruin, the host for today, and I invite everyone to join my parade. As he finishes speaking, a fireworks display suddenly unfolds before their eyes, and the masked man rushes over to the two of them to praise them. Hello Min Jae-hoon and Ko Hyun. You have successfully completed your 2 missions. Well done. Han is very kind. But when he encounters the main character, who has a stubborn personality, he is immediately rejected, and his insincere words go unanswered. Min Jae-hoon straightforwardly asks, what will happen in the final mission? Bruin, hearing that, also didn't want to waste time, and replied that their final task was to chase them down. Han pointed the two of them toward the distant gate and said they had to escape the monsters coming from that direction and reach the final destination. The key point is that these monsters will send more after you depending on the number of challengers and their strength. Hearing this, Min Jae-hoon knew it was going to be a tough challenge because he was stronger than others his age. So protecting that girl while fighting monsters would be no easy task. The manager approached the two to ask for permission to check, and Han immediately realized that Ko Hyun had brought the kid from the other side of the gate right in front of him, causing him to shout, because that was unreasonable. From the other side of the space door, a giant monster covered in flames begins tearing open the door to come out. You read the subtitles to find a way to respond, but as you scroll to the end of the message, you notice that it shows the number of members as 3. You can't believe your eyes. Who is squeezing their teammate's butt and making them angry? There are only 2 people from start to finish. So, who is secretly sneaking around and increasing the game's difficulty? Search. An entity that plunges everything in the world into a sea of fire before the first giant Ymir appears. The sword in this one's hand is so hot, it can turn everything to ash effortlessly. While Min Jae-hoon and Ko Hyun were running to pull down their pants, the gods from Fanony were happily chatting with each other. A black cat hovering in the middle of the scene licks itself and jokes. Hey, I think I might have gone a bit too far. Should I help them? Hell is watching from afar and deliberately adds, let them be. I want to see how he will survive. Search swings his sword, destroying part of the amusement park, and Min Jae-hoon activates his magic armor, but is still somewhat affected by it. You look pretty tense right now. But just when we didn't know where to run, Ko Hyun suddenly pointed to a sign and shouted, I think that's our destination over there. With 10 points of excellence, he didn't hesitate any longer and immediately activated his speed boost, pulling the girl along as they ran forward. Unexpectedly, a fire thrown from the boss's location blocked their path. There's no other way to survive. Min Jae-hoon quickly told Ko Hyun, stay alert and listen. We're going to challenge a race. You run straight to the Ferris wheel. Caught in the Ben Tidit fire, Min Jae-hoon had no choice but to fight the boss to complete the mission. Standing before the bright red monster in the scorching heat, he shouted loudly to attract its attention. I'm here, you bastard, and then leapt onto the roof of a building to taunt it. Over here, Ko Hyun ran desperately towards the exit, but just a few steps away, debris fell from the sky and blocked his way. Search's action caused the escape mission to be cancelled and replaced with the need to defeat the enemy to survive. It laughed loudly. You pathetic fools. Do you think you can fight me? Nee. You're really cruel like that. Min Jae-hoon is truly angry now. You coldly use Odin's left eye while muttering a chilling phrase to yourself. At this point I have to kill him. A large fireball was thrown but was caught by him, and Search was quite surprised by this. So he quickly swung his sword for another strike. Thick flames erupt as Ko Hyun watches you fight alone. Feeling uneasy, thanks to his 150 IQ, he quickly devises a plan to defeat the boss. While dodging attacks, the two of them regrouped, and even with limited time, they managed to clearly explain the plan. Ko Hyun tells you that there is a water tank nearby, and this monster, whether it appears as a giant or a god, is still not as strong or immortal as the original. Her only option is to use her skills to calculate the path for you, and the rest is to lure it to the water tank. Time passes, and after a period of coordinated effort, it seems both of them have reached the location. Min Ja-hun once again acts provocatively, starting to manipulate the mind of the person in front of him. I hear that you are no match for the Norse gods. You're just a gatekeeper, so I didn't think you'd dare call me weak. Stop for a moment. Then you continue with a fatal strike. Fearing me, a superior being, he's gone crazy. He's really furious, and the successful provocation made the boss attack him without thinking, swinging his sword down at him. Unfortunately, what it saw was only an illusion created by you. So just a second later it was hit by the flood pouring out from the broken water tank. SOS. Save the kid. The monster writhes in pain, but Min Ja-hun still refuses to let go, suddenly rushing down and stabbing the knife into its chest. Boss was bitter but said nothing, only managing to utter 2 words. Cheating. Damn it. I happened to meet the holy shoe Min Ja-hun, so I just nodded along. What's the point? I can still win. The boss's eyes flash with intense anger before disappearing, but he still insists on a rematch with you sometime in the future. Don't be arrogant. Easy. Is only fighting against a copy, but when you face my true form, you won't win so easily. The final battle finally reached its end. The monster was defeated, and Min Ja-hun gained a new skill called SOS. Flame. For the impressive performance just now, you received the reward of Tianfai's shoes along with the bonnet's skill called Light Step. As for Koa Hyun, the Rojva seal helped increase his strength by 50 and granted him the courage skill to resist terror. The illusion layer was broken, returning the amusement park to its original state, and the crowd waiting outside immediately rushed over to ask questions as soon as they saw the two appear. The government side's target was Min Ja-hun first, but unfortunately he disappeared just as he stepped in. All attention now shifts to the fragile Ko A-hyun, who is surrounded by a barrage of questions, while Park Ji-hong leans in and quietly asks the person next to him, is he in hiding? This could be the case if he belonged to the assassin profession. But Zeok Ji-chuk gave a different answer. No, I don't think so. According to instructor Kim Ji-hong, Min Ja-hun is a mage by profession. That guy, he's a combat mage, thanks to the intervention of the Jiang-oa Association. News about Min Ja-hun disappeared from all media, and no one dared to touch him. Principal Gu Ji-in's side was like sitting on a fire, as he just assigned a task to his subordinate, Instructor Dong Wai-su. The other party bowed and said, from now on, as you said, I will report every detail about student Min Ja-hun. The surveillance task has been assigned to a new person, so the old one is definitely gone. The man, satisfied, turned to the big screen and muttered to himself, people have to clear the weeds to have a beautiful garden. I am really looking forward to this event. I will eliminate all the filth on my path. Min Ja-hun returned to school and received a barrage of affectionate questions from his close friend, Kim Jo-jung. As they were chatting, someone stepped in and said, I think I saw a suspicious face. Was that you? The young brash guy Lee Suik, who likes to show off, immediately received questions like, who is this guy from his friends? He quickly let down his bangs and instantly transformed into a different person. He hadn't even started to show off yet when instructor Jung Isu gently reminded him, and Lee Suik lowered his voice immediately while still inside the classroom. Feeling embarrassed after being scolded, just glanced at you and then quietly went back to his seat. The new instructor immediately started introducing themselves and their subject, then asked the teaching assistant to distribute the books to the students. A few people opened theirs and shouted, there's nothing inside but the cover. Another student nodded in agreement. Look, it's also empty inside. Is it a printing error? However, when the book was handed to Min Ja-hun, it was different. Seeing him smile, instructor Jong Isu immediately asked, Min Ja-hun, can you tell me what the book says? As soon as she heard you correctly say the 2 words, ancient language, her expression changed quickly. This book is a magic copy that requires solving calculations before it can be read. Most new students take about a week. But Min Ja-hun solved it on his first try, which seems even better than what Principal Gu Jia-yin described. To be sure, she continued asking, do you know what the ancient language on the cover of the book means? Although somewhat doubtful about what he read, Min Ja-hun still honestly provided the answer. Odin's life and the basic runes, because there was a light bulb. The young man always blamed himself for not doing anything outstanding and ran to the library to read books. That book may seem boring, but it's more interesting than you think. It covers all kinds of calculation methods that can even change their properties depending on how they're used. For example, lightning chains can be understood as a combination of mana chains and lightning magic. Mages can reach higher levels by deepening their understanding of different forms of calculation. In front of you are two friends, while So-na has already solved the book cover. The one who taught you magic, Kim So-jung, still can't read at all. They kept talking casually without realizing that outside the window, a black creature had been watching from start to finish. The following days went by normally. And today, after the theory class ended, Min Ja-hoon ran after lecturer Dong Isu to ask about the material she had just read. Then he handed her a book and explained that he wanted to learn more about what was written in it. And it was cruel because Dong Isu immediately broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing the cover. If even a lecturer can't understand this level, how could she possibly explain it? She silently wondered in her heart what kind of monster the student in front of her was. Because no ordinary person would just give up like that. Asking anyone yields no results. So Min Ja-hun decided to bring the Book of the Four Spirits to Mrs. Zhao Seung-an to ask. He admits that the creativity to develop new magic, the destruction to eliminate and erase magic, the closure to create, and all the theoretical algorithm formulas are at an advanced level. Therefore, it is quite difficult for you to understand and explain them on your own. Until now, you have always relied on Odin's perspective, but you need to have a deeper understanding of magic rather than always relying entirely on it. Zhou Shang-in knows what you want, but she can do nothing more than let you figure everything out on your own. She explained that the concepts in a four-spirit magic book must be grasped on your own, or it would be meaningless. At least, you need to be able to do that yourself to step into the realm of an A-rank Punisher. Although she had said that, since the student had gone out of his way to come here, she took out a cloth and said she would reveal a little bit of its secrets and rules. The key to understanding and learning the great missing magic is this. She held out the cloth in front of him and asked one last question. What do you think? Do you want to hear it? At this point, there's no reason to refuse. Min Ja-hoon replied without hesitation. Fine. Anything that can make me stronger is fine. After returning from Chairman Jo Seung-un's place, Min Ja-hoon immediately went to the combat training room to practice. No one knew how long he had been training, but his shirt was already soaked with sweat. He was exhausted, but his attack called the Demon Spirit Arrow still wasn't strong enough and was easily deflected by the monsters in front of him. He remembered the conversation with the guild leader, who had previously given him a towel called Glyping. This item is equipment that can reduce all stats by up to 50% if attached to the body. And only when it is removed or torn can everything return to normal. The guild leader asked you to repeatedly analyze the formulas of a single skill. Min Ja-hoon listened without understanding and asked if this training method was related to the enhancement of great power. However, Jo Seung only gave half-hearted instructions and stubbornly refused to open his mouth to explain everything to him. Back to reality. Thanks to the Glyping Scarf's effect, Min Ja-hoon felt his body grow heavy as if weighed down. Now he finally understood that becoming stronger and reaching the A-class Punisher level through normal means is indeed not as easy as he thought. The next morning, Min Ja-hoon arrived at school with dark circles under his eyes and a tired face like a zombie. And Kim Jo-sung looked at him in disbelief and asked if he was really okay. Min Ja-hoon replied, I'm fine. Only when I'm okay, Nihim said. But right after the theory class, he kept running to the training room, struggling for over a week before finally understanding what the significance of the enhancement in self-sufficient magic was. The missing major is an enhancement of a skill. In other words, a level up. A secondary achievement depends on your proficiency with a specific skill. Thanks to practicing repeatedly, your magic arrow has leveled up, and you suddenly feel grateful for the advice from the guildmaster. At first, you approach them to take advantage, but now you truly feel like you have a master. Another day has passed, and while Min Ja-hoon was walking around the school, he noticed someone tailing him. You lead them to a secluded place before revealing yourself. Are you planning to come here yourself or wait for me to find you? Just as you finish speaking, you activate your mana detection skill, forcing the beast to reveal itself immediately. The enemy is Odin's minions. One of them swooped in to attack but was hit with a heavy stone, like a hammer in the stomach before even circling twice. This is a school campus, yet the Aesir faction is here, so everything must be part of Guzai's plan. The two birds start circling around, trying to attack you. Min Se-hun glared at them and said the last words. One thing I can say for sure is that you've messed with the wrong person. As soon as he finished his statement, level 2 magic arrows shot out instantly, turning Odin's 2 minions into dust in the blink of an eye. This enemy has just been defeated. But something even more terrifying is approaching. With black feathers filling the sky, the one you feared would appear too soon has already shown up here. Your father stands tall right in front of you with a cold expression, still asking warmly, "Long time no see." My son, Min Se-hun, furious and silent, immediately pulls the chain lightning towards him. Each strand of the Golden Law Sigma wire carrying malicious intent sped past due to its upgraded speed, but still couldn't affect the opponent. Min Se-on-oh placed his hand on the sword hilt, clearly just attacking, but so fast that I couldn't keep up with his move. Min Se-hun dodged the attack as if following old advice, and a cut immediately appeared on his stomach, causing blood to gush out. Looking back now, you realize there's a long, terrifying cut etched into the ground after its sweeping move. I've been watching you for a long time, but lately you seem more hot-headed. Maybe my boy is going through a rebellious phase. Come on, stop pretending. Whoever met their father and son and ended up bleeding like that? Min Se-hun stepped closer to him, stopping the nonsense. What are you here for? Min Se-on-oh didn't rush to answer and took a moment to check on his son. In the world of monochrome shades, he wondered if someone with the power, like in the prophecy, should still have some limits. He slowly approached without directly addressing the main issue, instead changing the subject. Did the Resistance Army Acer contact your son Min Se-hun? Only managed to say 2 words before being seen through. Hyojin is the name of the container of emotions and thoughts, so of course it can easily understand what others are thinking inside their heads. He drew his sword and struck decisively, facing the slashes aimed to kill him. Min Se-hun quickly activated his magic armor, but before he could defend much, his shield was shattered. Everything has gone wrong, but the power is terrifying. Min Se-hun's body has suffered many injuries, and his mind keeps questioning whether this is truly the strength of an Acer-level Punisher. Is this supposed to elevate me to godhood? Or what kind of human are you? The mouse sniper asked the opponent. Do you want to kill me? Unexpectedly, Min Se-on-oh replied no. I only took his legs. The father and son are both as fierce as tigers. And as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately swung his sword again. A slash filled with dark magic cut through the air. I thought this was just a routine deal with the elders. But luckily, someone stepped in to stop it. A black cat suddenly appeared to interfere with Min Se-on-oh's plans, making him a bit annoyed. Has the connection between Acer and the Resistance been broken? Or is this the very person who wants to face the great Odin? The cat, hearing that, retorted, I don't understand what you're saying. Go away. Then it suddenly jumped down and transformed into a girl with 2 large horns on her head. Are you trying to make things worse? The girl didn't answer but used her sharp claws to cut into her own skin, causing dark blood to drip and splatter onto the ground. Soon after, they started to stir, and then all transformed into strange, quivering arms rushing towards Min Se-on-oh. But Odin's son won't be easily bullied like that. He immediately stomps his foot down, causing a strong gust of wind to rise and blow away the things surrounding him. Min Se-on-oh still kept his defensive stance and said that he had to rely on a mortal to end the battle among the gods. Loki is becoming weaker. He quickly drew his sword back into its sheath, still looking cool and threatening, warning that if she interferes again, he won't let her go. I'm so scared I have to punch her. The girl dismisses the threat and even talks tough, acting like she wants to. But if you try to stop me, remember, I can take your head at any moment. The god who transformed from the black cat left a small cut on the opponent's throat before continuing. The treaty only applies to Aesir and the Resistance forces. There's no law stopping us from killing Odin's crow. Min Se-on-oh, defeated, angrily walks away, while Min Se-hun, no longer able to hold his ground, collapses to his knees. That herd of cattle fights so badly. You're just a small fry. So it's no wonder you got mana poisoning. Truly a backwater place. That girl isn't very interested. She casually introduces herself as the pig's close friend, an observer and guide who helped you pass 5 trials. The storm has temporarily passed, so Min Se-hun returned to the dormitory and used his sacrificial skill to heal himself. That black cat girl is still here, telling him to ask anything if he has questions, and she will use her knowledge to answer everything. In that case, you should get straight to the main point and ask her, who really is Min Se-on-oh? At first, you thought he and Odin were connected, but the answer left you stunned. Min Seong-o is actually not your father. His real name is Hyujin, one of Odin's ravens. According to the explanation, it is a mysterious creature that can control and help manipulate the human mind. He borrowed the ability to control memories from another crow named Moon-in to do this, while he himself wandered around pretending to be your father, mainly to track the enemy in the prophecy. To make it clearer for him, she replays the lost memories to help him better understand his dark and troubled life. Moon Ja-hun was sent back to his childhood, and every day since unlocking mana has been filled with beatings and harsh words. But the subsequent memories made him almost unable to believe his own eyes. On the altar is a portrait of my father. Looking at it, I gradually remember things I shouldn't have forgotten. My father, with a warm smile, who always loved me, and a happy family where everyone felt joyful together. All these sealed memories have now been unlocked. And you sit on the floor crying, wondering why that bastard did this to your family. The black cat girl, seeing him like that, revealed everything he didn't know. 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse occurred, an event considered the sunset of the gods. The Resistance Alliance against the Aesir gods tried to fight in this genocide. But in the end, they were defeated by the Aesir gods, and the army was led by Vangiri. The war ended. Odin agreed to let the captured gods and giants live as prisoners of war on the condition of a peace treaty. Creatures across all worlds must suffer under the rule of the oppressor, until one day, the three young sisters made a prophecy in 10,000 years. When the second genocide occurs, the weakest creature will overthrow Odin and Asgard and usher in a new world. That person is none other than you. From what Min Ja-hun overheard, he realized that the one in front of him was using him to destroy Odin, and the old blind man's goal is to take over the world tree and this entire planet. Odin has already conquered 4 worlds, and in the future he will continue to take over the remaining ones through a second apocalypse. Min Ja-hun wondered aloud, if Odin is so powerful, why hasn't he killed me yet? The black cat girl replied that it was thanks to the power of the prophecy, a terrifying strength that even gods could not oppose, no matter what. When the second apocalypse approaches, all limits will disappear and you will be killed once again. Now Min Ja-hun finally understands everything. He has been toyed with by those claiming to be gods, who slaughtered his family, manipulated his memories, and pushed him to the bottom of society just for a prophecy that threatened their interests. The black cat saw the anger on Min Ja-hun's face, so it asked if he wanted to defend and protect what was important to him. She is the one guiding you, so she will lend you a certain power, just enough for you to become someone capable of defeating that old rat. The system panel immediately receives the mission assignment, this time called the Assassin of Gods. You still have 3 chances to pass S-rank challenges to earn blessings that can resist Odin's power. The last thing she said before leaving was a demand for you to become stronger before being eliminated by others. Meanwhile, Principal Gu Ja-hun is starting to plan to eliminate the students. Don't worry. Once I eliminate the lower-ranked students, support will naturally go to the higher-ranked ones. I'm sure you can handle the rest as a congressman. However, the man was also a bit hesitant and reluctant to get involved in this matter, because he believes the head of the National Investigation Bureau will find out soon. But trying to evade the challenge won't work against the cruel Gu Ja-hun. He told his opponent that all preparations were complete, and that he would personally open a portal during the Ice Hall challenge and on the upcoming day. Just hearing about opening the gate, his ally trembled like a leaf, and he quickly promised to send the government support fund to Muse as previously agreed. Outside the door, and Ho-eon accidentally overheard the entire conversation. He quickly recalled what Min Ja-hun had said and realized the intruder who had invaded his mind and taken control of him that day was none other than the principal, and Ho-eon planned to expose the guy but stopped just in time because he was called here to talk. And reckless actions now could easily lead to inhaling incense instead of air, so we need to find someone trustworthy to ask for help. At this moment, Min Ja-hun's group had just finished class when their phones received an urgent message. The sender told An Ho-eon to quickly come and fix Mr. Lee Jae-sang's place as soon as possible. The Round Table Alliance was immediately convened. Here, and Ho-eon tells all his friends what happened. Kim Jong-un seems too stunned to believe what he's hearing. That's why I asked again. Is Principal Gu Jia-in trying to review the lower-ranked students during the guild experience activity to help them regain their spirits? Everyone else chimed in with comments criticizing the cruelty of the headmaster's game. But Min Ja-hun remained silent, lost in thought about the guild experience. This event is even scarier than I expected. In the previous panel, I only heard that some students died in an accident, because they are the only ones who know and can stop this. Kim Jong-un stood up and declared that this is really not the time to hesitate. The lives of the other students are in danger. Lee Jung-jang raised his hand in approval, and Seo In-ha also agreed, willing to withdraw if he could. At first, Min Za-hun hesitated, but after seeing the enthusiasm of these young people, he made his decision. The main mission is sent again for fun. This time to stop Gu Zahin's plan and rescue the students. The reward for completing the mission is an anti-attack card and a sealed spellbook. But in exchange, all the students are killed. As long as he can fight, Min Za-hun eagerly takes on the mission, standing up with a fierce leader's attitude as he announces his decision. So, let's come up with a plan. A plan to eliminate that bastard Gu Zahin. To ensure the mission succeeds, Min Za-hun's first target is the instructor Dong Isu. Have you already mastered the spirit summoning spellbook? You want me to believe that? There's no way this could be true. Min Za-hun frowned and asked back. Why not? That single sentence immediately left her speechless, honestly. Dong Isu is quite afraid of him. She knows the principal wants to recruit and turn him into a pawn. But look at this. It's not easy to defeat Min Za-hun. Suddenly, Min Za-hun smiled and said a sentence that pierced straight into the dark heart of the woman facing him. Aren't you planning to take all of this and hand it over to that bastard Gu Zahin again? Only those involved truly understand what's going on. Dong Isu was immediately exposed and shouted, How do you know about that? Min Za-hun suddenly placed his hand on her forehead, and in the next moment, his entire body radiated a strange controlling power. You started asking in detail about their plans. I have a few questions for you. Can you listen? Now is the perfect time to use your mind control skill and tell the person in front of you that in the coming days, she will become your partner in crime. That day, I told her to quickly reveal everything Gu Zahin was planning to do during the guild trial. The next day, a group of students followed their guide to the guild hall personally chosen by the principal, with one of them convinced that the principal recognized their talent and was treating them specially. In the middle, a girl suddenly stopped him and said something that worried her. The carriage is waiting. Isn't this place a bit strange? Seeing that the other party still didn't seem to understand, she decided to explain a bit more clearly. Well, you know, conquering guilds should have more equipment, but this place doesn't seem to have been abandoned for a while. The driver of the car vaguely sensed something was wrong, but before he could do anything, he suddenly realized that the members of that guild were actually their instructor, Kim Soji. Han looked fierce, then clicked his tongue. I didn't expect the effect of this skill to wear off so quickly. Next, Kim Seoji raised his hand to salute. There's no other choice. Although it's a bit early, this is where we say goodbye. Goodbye. Students. A demon immediately appeared at the students' feet, and their armor was completely shattered. So now, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't escape. Kim Soji looked at them with a cruel expression no different from her own. This is the last lesson for those kids. But who knows if any of them will survive and escape that hell. Outside the building, Min Ja-hun and his friends have arrived at the location. While they huddled together to check if this was the right place, Min Ja-hun used telepathy to talk to the person sneaking along with him. Is he also coming along? Of course. Don't worry. By the way, Ja-hun, how did you learn telepathy too? The person watching them from behind is Park Sun-jae, the guild manager. He had previously gone to see Jo Sung-eun to report everything and ask for help. When you left, Jo Sung-eun suddenly noticed a strange aura nearby. Min Ja-hun had mentioned to her that the guild involved with Principal Gu Jia-in in dungeon exploration was Ken. Ken is a guild located right between Seoul and Lotus. So, if they cause a major incident openly, he will also be implicated. She thought for a moment, and then asked her secretary Hana if she had investigated that Ken guild. The other immediately replied, Yes, but it's actually a ghost guild. As you know, some guilds are involved in tax evasion or other corrupt activities. It seems Gu Jia-in also established a guild for such purposes. Jo Sung-eun looked worried and immediately stood up, asking the other to prepare some combat gear before rushing off to save the person. Are you sure this is the place? Min Ja-hun nodded confidently and boldly confirmed that this was indeed the place where that wicked secretary's residual magic was emanating from. The others didn't have any objections. But after walking a short distance, Seo Ina spoke up. I can sense remnants of the magic. Min Ja-hun sat down to examine it briefly and agreed. Yeah. It seems some high-level magic circles have been activated in this area. Oh my god. By the time you realize the danger, it's already too late. All the members happen to stand right in the middle of the previously activated magic circle. A magic circle instantly activates, and as everyone panics because they can't move, a sudden voice rings out. "You fools! Come here. Come to my fairy-singing kingdom of Svartalfheim." The system immediately sends a message to the user that they are being transported to Svartalfheim, along with a repeated warning to leave the dungeon immediately. Svartalfheim is the world of Svartalfa, and it is also the place where El the Spectre resides. The report is in, and Min Zahun heard rumors that El Fatam in Norse mythology possesses the power to fight gods. Of course, their strength is also diminished now that this place has become a dungeon, but if Gu Zane gets involved, everything will change instantly. Ho Eon muttered to himself. Can Principal Gu Zane really use such advanced teleportation magic? I wonder what his true identity really is. At this moment, Baesunze had been secretly following for a long time, and then stepped out, telling the kids in front of him that Min Zahun had called him to the room in case something bad happened. But why are the servants falling on us? Guys, even if he's here, things wouldn't be much better given the current situation. Seeing their confusion, he explained directly that this is the world of the Dark L species, and even an A-rank exterminator would find it hard to survive here. If we let our guard down, everyone will die. Facing the negative expressions, Min Zahun spoke to reassure everyone. Don't worry. We will leave here intact. I will make sure of that. First, let's go find the survivors. In the dark dungeon, only the flickering light from the energy stones shines, and Seol Ine suggests using a glow to help everyone see the way. But Min Zahun stops her carefully. You created quite a few light orbs and threw them into the air, a method that avoids drawing attention and can illuminate within a certain range. Time passes, and the manager suddenly stops and says to take a break since they've been walking for quite a while. Min Zahun also followed suit and closed all the light orbs. His close friend immediately asked, "Hey, why are you closing the orbs?" Min Zahun replied, "Elf-ham are creatures familiar with the darkness. They can easily destroy the light spheres, so we need to adapt quickly to that." She didn't find it difficult anymore and casually took out the medicine prepared by Li Zhe-sang to counteract the pressure of mana. While they were resting, he thought of a way to shorten the search time. Zahun immediately used his ability to detect mana and quickly found the path leading to the boss's room. Just as he was about to say where the rest of the path led, a spear suddenly flew towards him. In a brief moment, he managed to catch it before it pierced Excelina. The other members, knowing their movements had been exposed, immediately prepared to fight. In the darkness, hundreds of glowing eyes surround them, and the moment has come indeed. They can't hold back anymore. Mizahun mutters in frustration that they are just a bunch of singing elves. Mizahun crushes Fei Dix's spear himself, triggering the battle. The other members are also fierce, each using their skills to attack the dungeon monsters. Chelina, after using her skill to slow down the elves' speed, chanced to summon her sword back. Brother Hor Eon activates his ultimate technique to create a protective shield for everyone. And just as the opportunity arises, Assassin Pak Sunze steps into the ring to punch and take down the monsters. In a team full of talented individuals, Mizahun didn't want to fall behind, so he immediately used his high-level skill. Lightning Chain. A magic circle appears densely like a net, from which chains accompanied by lightning crazily shoot out and strike the enemy. The first attack was successful, and now he shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Kim Jo-young and Excelina only use fire magic." He paused for a moment, then explained that Hor Eon used taunting skills to simplify the enemy's movement direction. The other person is Manager Park, and his request is very simple to analyze the fairy singers who have been affected by Hor Eon's taunt skill. Although it's unclear why he focused on these monsters, he and the others still obeyed and held their positions. Park Sunseo used a stealth technique to make himself disappear from the enemy's sight. Then comes the Divine Spear Dance, a sweeping motion that takes out every enemy in front without missing a single one. Min Jahun is a bit different because his talent is as a mage who fights in close combat, so he uses a technique called Fire Art that he learned when he was still a warrior. Fighting each one individually, the battlefield is filled with smoke and the smell of grilled meat as the girl fires countless missiles to take down her own teammates. One of the elves couldn't hold back and asked how the humans knew our weakness. But before he got an answer, an Hor Eon stabbed his sword through his tongue and into his body. And not only that, Min Jahun eagerly added a chain to shoot him up as well. Thanks to Min Jahun's leadership and their unity, they managed to clear out the Dark Elf singers here without anyone getting hurt. Min Ja-hoon didn't let them rest and said quickly, "Let's keep moving. We don't have much time. You said you can sense the aura of the survivor on the left path. But if they arrive too late, I'm afraid no one can be saved anymore." How could someone mess things up like this? That was Gu Ja-in's curse. And Kim Soji, seeing him get angry, could only bow her head and tremble. "I'm sorry for anyone who got hurt. I didn't think an outsider would break into the society's building. It's normal for civilians to die from accidental gate openings. We can cover this up. It's not the strong enemies I'm afraid of, but stupid teammates." And because of this, Gu Ja-in's temper flared even more. He slammed the table and shouted, "Then took the soul." That much is enough to make Kim So-ji bleed on the spot. But he still hasn't shown his true colors. So he continues to threaten. Everything should go smoothly. If any surviving students are waiting outside, I think everyone knows what the consequences are. Right. Kim So-ji, instructor, a girl carrying an unconscious boy wandering through the dark dungeon, as soon as she kicked them, causing both of them to fall to the ground and thrash around crying, thinking their lives were over. Min Ja-hoon and his team arrived just in time to save them. They were treated with medicine and soon recovered. Once the two of them were fully alert, Min Ja-hoon asked what had happened. The others took turns recounting everything, saying that the members who came after them were ambushed by the dark spirits as soon as they fell here. They were all captured, and only they managed to escape. However, the bodies still couldn't avoid mana overload, which is why I fainted like that. The girl lowered her head at this point, and Min Ja-hoon immediately understood that they were blaming themselves for being cowardly, abandoning their comrades and fleeing. You're not blaming them. Fighting an opponent beyond your level, whether it's your grandparents carrying the burden or just something from movies that can't be fought in real life. You speak a few words of consolation and then ask where the captured people are now. That girl knew you wanted to save them, so she immediately said that there is a guy controlling the dark spirits, and the others have all been captured and taken to him. The first important question is done. Now it's time for the second one. Who brought you here? The young man from Trungyen, Geng Loi's team, immediately said that the mastermind was their principal, Gu Ja-in. Now everything is clear. Min Ja-hoon told the others that he could sense the aura of the monsters and was sure that the path behind him could lead to their location. You will go there alone to save those students. The group immediately fell into discord over this decision, while the girls didn't agree to let you go alone, and the other two knew their place. Their strength isn't enough for you to follow. You'll only get in the way, and we might end up in the same grave. Manager Back sighed and said, "Fine, but if you find it too dangerous, you must come back immediately." And Ho Eon also said, "Don't worry about us anymore. Go ahead. I will protect them with everything I have." Min Ja-hoon had just left when manager Bak Xuanjie suddenly signaled everyone to be quiet. "The enemy is approaching." Everyone. Before he could finish his warning, his left shoulder was soaked in blood. Pak Sunji, losing strength, collapsed as a strange creature approached with Han's clan. I was still wondering where these flies came from, and it turns out they are humans. Next to Min Ja-hoon, you are standing in front of a giant door carved with intricate patterns. You know that something might happen to your teammates while you're away, but the boss is here, and you have to handle this as quickly as possible. As the door was pushed open, the person sitting on the big throne immediately spoke to you first. "Finally, you're here. I heard there would be some guests, so I prepared some very special things." At this moment, the earring used to connect with team members suddenly lights up. Thanks to it, you realize that Manager Back's presence is gradually fading. The misfortune didn't end there. The large door suddenly slammed shut along with the appearance of some dark singing spirits. The boss says he won't let you escape unless you defeat everyone and survive to walk out of here on your own. The boss looked at you with a highly provocative attitude. So what now are you going to do? If you mess with the main character of this story, you're done, kid. And a big ring of fire immediately burst around Min Ja-hoon. You answer the guy with a very cheeky face. The one who should know this. You all will die here. Min Ja-hoon, knowing his teammates are in danger, went berserk, turning the chain into a fiery red and attacking anything that appeared before him. The explosions keep coming one after another, but they keep pressing on. You look at them with a hostile gaze and finally say, "I will make you spit out everything you've just swallowed." Meanwhile, the remaining fighters are rallying their spirits to fight fiercely against the enemy in front of them. The lead monster, after mocking them for a while, then ordered its allies to attack first. A sudden attacker lunged with a poisoned spear at An Ho Eon, but was blocked by him. He used his shield to deflect it, and then swung his sword with great force toward the attacker. That one is completely different from those who have been defeated, so it's easy to avoid. And Anho-an can tell from how he moves that these monsters are stronger than the ones they've faced before. He directly asked the leader, "What are you?" The only monster with a sword immediately took a defensive stance before responding. "I am the captain of the royal guard, guarding the king of the shadowy species and carrying royal blood." In a moment of reflection on his first encounter with Min Ja-hun, Anho-an saw him as the one who awakened the spirit of the false awakening. And of course he didn't want to die here, while that person could still survive. At this point, Anho-an suddenly throws his shield to the ground in front of everyone's surprise. He ignored Kim Jong-un's loud call and talked to himself. "I should have done this from the very beginning." A surge of mana spirals through the upper, middle, and lower dantian, as Anho-an tightly grips his sword and his body erupts with immense mana. The monsters from earlier, which were so strong they knocked girls over, are now terrified. The leader, panicking, couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "What kind of crazy mana is this?" That's why Ho-an is so strong, because he activated the fusion sword skill. Ho-an pursed his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. But he couldn't hold on for long and coughed up blood. Aina frantically shouted at her friend to stop. The skill level exceeds the user's capacity. All the meridians in the body are being reversed. Warning. Immediately retract the skill. If you ignore the warning, you will die in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Ho-an's system continues to issue alerts. Meanwhile, Ken ordered his 2 elf escorts to keep him alive at all costs, even if it meant breaking his limbs to bring him back alive. Ho-an calmly raises his sword and strikes back with a fierce blow, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Ho-an has successfully acquired an S-rank skill from the transformation, but his body isn't strong enough to use it yet. The fusion of sword and body is a skill that occurs when the user reaches the pinnacle of swordsmanship, merging the body and the sword into one. Ho-an seizes every moment before reaching his limit to fight. This guy says he's Ken. And with this unstable power that has just been awakened, Ho-an knows he can't defeat him. All he can do now is buy some time. But if that can still be of any help, Ho-an is willing to fight to the end for the honor of a true trial seeker. The sight of someone struggling is truly interesting. Ken looks down on you, thinking, "I don't know your current state." But at this moment, Ho-an can only accept that he must keep his promise. It has to be him and no one else, even as death looms close. Ho-an still smiles and says no one can know his true ideals when he accepts doing these things. The young man with a sharp gaze rushes forward with the speed of a gust of wind. Ken sneered, easily sidestepping the sharp sword and casually delivering a strike to the back of Ho-an's neck. Ho-an reacted quickly, turning to block with his sword before stepping back. "Hunga, you lowly scoundrel. Whether Ken calls you out or not, gluing yourself is your own business." The young man didn't reply but continued to launch an attack. The two sides clashed fiercely, and even Ken was caught off guard by this strike. But Ho-an was also in trouble. Something like lightning runs through the body, making him sweat and struggle to breathe. The user's body is being torn apart. Danger. Immediately retract your skill. All your muscles have been paralyzed. All the arteries are blocked. At the critical moment, Ken seized the opportunity to strike. At this point, Ho-an could only watch himself being thrown away. His body could no longer withstand it. Knowing he was reaching his limit, the young man didn't bother to turn back and charged straight ahead. Ho-an poured all his strength into one final strike. His eyes shone brightly as he leapt high and swung his sword down, causing a massive explosion. Elf blood was flowing, but it was from an elf Tui Tung. Even after being pierced through the chest, she still couldn't believe that the commander was hiding behind her to take all the power from the others. This is no longer love. It's a monster. Don't worry. You're very useful. Ken chuckled happily. That Tui Tung has already turned to dust. You're truly a coward. Ho-an spat out blood. Before he could finish cursing, he was pierced through the body by a spear. The lesson here is that when facing treacherous enemies, don't try to argue with righteousness. At the same time, at the boss's place, Shahun's aura blazes. Nearby, 3 people are in the cage, all with their eyes closed and bloodied. Remembering the 10 minutes he promised Ho-an, Jehun opens his eyes. Flames surrounding him burn fiercely. A month after opening his eyes, Jehun's flames had burned down all the dark elves surrounding him. You fools. Do you think you can win against such numbers? Along with the gentle smile of the Elf King, The shadow fairies swarmed around Jehun like a swarm of ants. He only glanced at them with half an eye and asked, "So what if I am a useless human? You've been the ones claiming to be strong all this time. Who's truly the useless one?" And this remark touched Jehun's pride. He had heard such words too many times since he was young, but he still felt offended. Pride is pride. But I'm still angry. It got so overwhelming that he finally snapped. And his enormous energy burst out, causing the Elf King to shudder and shout for his subordinates to quickly attack. Activate active skill. Hellfire Chain. A pile of iron chains with blazing red flames swirling around Jehun. He charged forward and punched a fiery blow into the face of the closest elf. "I've always wanted to try this new skill. Thanks to you for giving me the chance to do this. I am quite grateful." King of the Shadowed Fairyland stood frozen like a pillar of the sky, watching his subjects one by one being swallowed by raging flames until only dust remained. "You bastard. Do you think I will let you live after what you've just done?" the king of the dark spirit god threatened. Jehun suddenly froze, looking at those iron cages. "Are you serious?" One of the god's eyes flickers with a golden glow as Jehun slowly approaches the king, who only points with his finger. Even now, he still wonders how an ordinary human could be this powerful. Knowing he can't defeat Jehun, "You will regret it, even if you kill me here. The other 7 kings definitely will. Stop talking so much." "Old man, do I look like I care right now?" Jehun blinked forward and punched the Dark Fairy King in the face. A burst of flames erupted fiercely. "If they are angry, they might come looking for me." Back on the battlefield of Ho-Aeon and Ken, blood has been shed. People are dying, and Ina stands frozen like stone. She blames herself for not being able to do anything. She couldn't even keep up with what was happening as her friend fell, blaming herself for being too weak and losing another friend. Now only this little girl remains. Ken raises his hand. Ready to crush Ina, she would make a pretty good dessert. Someone called her, but Ina didn't resist at all. She didn't want to lose either. At this moment, a radiant young man with flowing long hair, a delicate figure, and immense mana appeared all at once. Was it the one who harmed them? Guildmaster Ya Sung-hoon of the Guang. A guild appears in an extremely cool armor. It's better for the person to think carefully before answering, because if it's true, then you're definitely done. As soon as President Du arrived, Ho-Aeon felt that he was still okay and hadn't died yet. The young man from earlier was still proud, but now he looked like he had no words left. Sung-hoon asked Jia if he was the one who did this to his own chicken. Ken sweat and couldn't say anything. Manager North Sung-jae and Ho-Aeon are still lying there comfortably. There's no way they can deny it. Ken also realizes that Jia cannot defeat such a huge amount of mana. It's just that a scheming person always has dirty tricks up their sleeve. Jia plans to capture Kim Ju-jung, Ina, and the 2 weak classmates as hostages to increase their chances of winning. So why have I never wanted to get involved with a monster? Sung-hoon activates the sacrifice skill, healing everyone's wounds by draining her own life force. Ken Star is in shock. How can she heal so quickly? Sung-hoon told Jia that a healer would never abandon anyone injured, even if they were an enemy. But right now, he would be honored to be her exception. I don't like others hurting my people. Sung-hoon ignored Ken's pleas to hold back and delivered a direct blow that left him permanently disabled. Kim Ju-jung realizes that it is not a skill, but simply a Jamana shot. But even that is powerful enough to kill a monster like Ken. I need to check on these two before Sung-hoon arrived at the North Manager's place. Ina asked about his condition. And for now, his health is stable. But Ho-Aeon's condition is quite serious. Sung-hoon just checked and saw that the kid has very serious wounds. It will take quite a while to heal. He pushed himself too hard using excessive power. His meridians were completely disrupted, and the mana nerves were severely damaged. If she arrives even a little late, Ho-Aeon will never be able to use mana again. After treating him, Sung-hoon also permanently lost 2% of his vitality. Sung-hoon let out a sigh. This skill really takes a lot of effort. If it weren't for Jae-hoon, she would have been in trouble a long time ago. Will Ho-Aeon be okay? Yu-jung asked. Of course he will. Sung-hoon is just someone, but it will still take him a few days to wake up. So, where is Jae-hoon? Chairman Du asked. But no one dared to answer. Min Jae-han went alone to the boss's room, and Mingjin responded reluctantly. Ayu Sung-hoon was a bit surprised, but quickly assured that he would be fine and there was no need to worry. Ayu Jung is still worried because you went there alone to kill the boss. How can she be sure you'll be okay? Sung-hoon assures that Min Jae-han is as tough as a leech. The cursed love spirits use magic to attack. But they can't possibly stand up to him, just as she said. The king of the Shadow Song demons is suffering badly, while Jae-han is just standing there laughing. If you're angry, come find me yourself. But of course you have to be alive and leave here first. Of course. Someone like him, who's been beaten to a pulp, can't possibly still be alive. King Elf bitterly thought that someone like him was losing to an ordinary human, but before closing his eyes for good, he still wanted to inform his brothers about this person. King Elf tried to stand up and rush forward, but Jae-hun wouldn't let him go easily. He chased after him, leaping onto his head and forcing the guy to the ground. Where do you think you're going? Do you think I will die alone here? I will take you to him with me. There is a secret technique passed down only to the demon king of the singing curse, which is Ice Earth. King Elf is sure that now it's Jae-hoon's turn to tremble in fear. He will show him what hell looks like. Truly an unexpected gift. Jae-hoon sneers. The Elf King couldn't believe you were actually smiling. You're using it at just the right moment. I didn't expect I would have to use this here. You take out a defensive card, and the system immediately asks if you want to add Ice and Earth to this card. Of course you do. Add the S Ice and Earth skill to a protective card. Jae-hun immediately activates the absolute calculation skill to destroy the Ice and Earth. Seeing the shattered ice blocks fall apart, the Elf King's face darkened. What now? How is that possible? Jae-hoon grabbed the Elf King's head and asked if he had ever heard the saying, know yourself and know others. Be cautious during the midday heat. Then he used a flame to burn from his head down. You have defeated the dark singing Elf King Kainen. The system notification has achieved a great feat. You have earned the title of the Dark Enchantress Demon King, the one who should know we're different. Right, Jae-hoon, with a cold face, gives a reminder to the girl. You have received a refined essence ingredient of the Shadow Singing Fairy King. You have received a spiked armor of the Shadow Singing Fairy King. You have completed the second pivotal mission. You have received a resistance form. You have received an sealed magic inscription. You have gained an active skill to manifest a magic core entity. This guy really gets a lot of rewards. But Jae-han doesn't pay attention to any of that. He hurriedly ran to the iron cage to rescue his dying friends. But only one was still breathing faintly. Jae-hoon didn't hesitate to use the sacrifice skill to heal the chosen target. An-sung's expression flickered, and another hand touched his. Xe-hoon has arrived here. A healer's job is cruel. A healer is happiest when they don't have to treat anyone on the team. And just as joyful is saving a teammate in critical condition. Xe-hoon seems to be in a bit of a mood. The two of them work together to save the only surviving student. An-sung fills the space with his loud laughter, while Kim is going crazy inside the car over the failed plan. Even if you survive and get out of there, it will be meaningless. All of you will die in pain. Just as he finished speaking, Zi-hoon stood outside the car window to catch the troublemaker red-handed. So, what happened to him? You bastard. An hour ago, at the entrance to the guild hall, Thon Yen quickly bowed her head to thank Chairman Du and Manager Back for what they did today. If she's grateful, she can come to her club later. Right. Xe-hoon is so happy that she invites the kids to come over to her house. If possible, I'll go with them right away. Hey you. You seem more alert today. So you agreed right away. Zae-hoon reminds her that she needs to learn to be more serious in this kind of atmosphere. Who would have thought that being kicked right in the knee would make you unable to speak for the rest of the day? Xe-hoon rolled her eyes inwardly. Clearly her power level wasn't high enough for her kick to hurt that much. Not long after, a car sped in, and as soon as it arrived, Hana hurriedly got out to find Xe-hoon. Seeing the person, she quickly approached to ask if Chairman Du had any problems. As she rushed here after not being able to contact him for hours, Xe-hoon said he would explain later. But for now, he needs her to bring the injured and the kids back to their club. Meanwhile, Zi-hoon and Zi-hoon stayed behind to finish their tasks, and Hana sighed as she accepted the mission. Let's go. The manager is calling the car. I just twisted my body, and then that thing aimed straight at my head. Xe-hoon suddenly remembered, and was about to ask about the manager's arm. Suze quickly used telepathy to ask Xe-hoon to keep this secret from her sister. Although using it costs a lot of mana and is not good for the injured person, it's better than letting my little sister find out. If you can just stand there, I'll understand that you mean you'll walk back on your own. The house has a little sister kept like a burning fire. And as a brother, I can only serve and follow. Xe-hoon is angry. Hana is worried about the kids and trembling. Hana obediently takes them away. After they left, Xihun finally mentioned the look of anger, shock, and discomfort. No one else but Kim So-ji, who broke out in a cold sweat when he saw Xihun here. Even the old man isn't as easily shaken. Kim So-ji quickly teleports to widen the distance from the Xihun society. Of course, he doesn't intend to let her escape easily. He quickly used the director Lee's magic tool to teleport behind Xihun and attack. But she easily dodged the girl. Just a gentle strike was enough to miss her. Does that magic device help you teleport instantly? And it's not perfect either. The girl even saw through Kim So-ji's tricks right away. It only transmits him a few meters. So if he had used it to escape earlier, it would have been pointless. It seems that the mastermind Gu Jia-in can somehow monitor everything happening here through some kind of miracle. Xihun asks Kim So-ji why she deliberately wants to kill the students and who is behind him. Of course, he refuses to answer and prepares for a counterattack. Xihun immediately realizes that what he's using is a mana compression device. Gu Jia-in, on the other side of the screen, also sees him as a pawn with no more value to exploit. Kim So-ji looked in panic at the woman in front of him, who was sneering. Can she really defeat me with that? At this point, the Hun also understood why he hadn't detected the seal earlier. But still, this guy is just a fool. I don't care if you reveal who is behind him or not. I already know it's Gu Jia-in. I didn't expect you to answer my question. So why are you still asking? A crack appears on the sphere in Kim So-ji's hand. The mana device is very easy to destroy if it exceeds its mana transfer limit. That means he will have to die here. Xihun is truly furious this time. G unleashes a devastating attack as golden storm clouds and lightning gather above Kim So-ji. The moment the lightning strikes down is also when he must log out of Earth. That magic is the lightning transfer skill, an A-rank lightning magic skill. Its power depends on the user's strength. It is on the same level as Xihun's light sword, but its power is in a completely different league. Safe at home, Ina falls into longing and blushes when she remembers Xihun's incredibly cool move. She also realized that he could reverse magic in the blink of an eye. She had to try hard, but still used that action. I will thank him later. The next day, the media swarm Muse Academy to question Principal Gu Zane about what happened to the students. However, they are all blocked outside the barrier. Currently, the reputation of the academy is rapidly declining. There are rumors that you created the Demon Society to eliminate students. Zhang Isu reports mechanically, and Gu Zane angrily slams the table. Jia's face stiffened as he wondered why this was happening, while Zhang Isu continued saying that reporters were waiting outside the academy and investors were calling non-stop. Gu Zane, furious, shouted to lock down the academy and refuse all interviews immediately. Zhang Isu immediately gets to work. Gu Zane grits his teeth, wondering who the traitor in the Muse Academy could be. Kim So-ok is already dead, so he can't be the one leaking information. So I made a phone call to settle this blood debt first by shutting down the media outlets. Back at school, Jaehyun jokingly teased Ho-yeon, making him jump. Ho-yeon then thanked Jaehyun and his representative for saving his life. Jaehyun looked at him for a moment, and then asked why he did that. Ho-yeon froze for a moment, unsure how to respond with a smile. Jaehyun encouraged him to keep his spirits up and move forward, telling him he could think about the reasons later and just continue doing what he wants. Just do what you want to do, even if I don't tell you to. With that, Jaehyun said goodbye to Ho-yeon and headed into the classroom. Head back to the intersection. Break. And remind your friend to take care of himself so others won't have to worry. Ho-yeon clenched his fists, thinking about what he wanted to do, and smiled at the bright sunny sky outside. Currently, Jaehyun has received the item title for the person who killed H. Y. V. Rank A. Plus 30 mana and a 10% increase in strength when fighting dark attribute monsters. However, when you acquire this title, it will activate the guiding fire of all H. Y. V. E's and you will become their target. Dad. This item title really has a rare effect. Jaehyun has been busy dealing with the aftermath of the guild's disbandment and hasn't had time to check this yet. He regrets not looking at it sooner. There is also an A-rank H. Y. 2V. Essence item that is a powerful restorative, permanently increasing mana stats when used. Another equipment item is the H. Y. V. S rank, plus 25 strength, 25 mana, and 500 durability. It's perfect. Now I don't have to worry about lacking strength or mana. As for the essence, Jaehyun will leave it for Jae-sang. And just imagining it makes you feel the excitement of the older brother over the new materials. The final loot is an activation skill for summoning a magical construct at level 1, which can create armor if needed during battle by using mana. The higher the level, the more powerful the magical artifact created will be. Artifacts created from this skill will disappear if mana is no longer sustained. This item has a random grade, and when the armor grade is too high, it will automatically decrease to match the user's level. Go ahead and try it for real. Nami. The illusion turned into a dagger, and it's amazing. This isn't just about fame or the item chosen, but about practicality. In the black market, a legendary armor piece has reached a price of 10 million coins, so I can now craft armor worth that much each time. While happily twirling the toy knife, it suddenly started to glow, surprising even its owner. The Mistuten equipment item is reacting. You have met all the conditions and are now unlocking the functions of Mistuten. You have just gained a passive skill. Armor Genius. The fake eye knife has transformed into a shining sword. From now on, all items you create will be enhanced by a layer of light. No way. He's crazy. Luck is on his side. Finally, Jaehyun understands the true function of the ring that he could only use for some effects before. I used to wonder why it was classified as a weapon. Now I finally understand after 2 years. Since it's already offered so willingly, who would hide it? Time to train right away. If you dare to hide it, you're too useless. The next morning, the Devil's Review session begins. The exams at Mills Academy have always been notoriously difficult, causing many students to repeat or retake them multiple times. Regular exams are usually divided into 2 types: theory and practical. The theory exam is on paper, while the practical includes drug preparation and dungeon raiding. This entire part will be broadcast nationwide. Now, Ho Aeon faces the risk of Kim Joo-jung scolding him for falling asleep. He didn't have time to wipe his face before scratching his head and apologizing to Yoo-jung. He was just writing earlier, but dozed off. Oh, I see. Do you know how many days are left until the midterm exam? If you fail again this time, you'll be so scared of books that just reading one line will make your eyes explode. Kim Joo-jung scolds loudly. Ina lowers her head deep behind the book, wishing she could disappear completely. Jae-hyo looks at this scene and sighs bitterly, feeling hopeless. These two, one white and one black, are both just a bunch of useless theory. Jaehan was the one who suggested tutoring for them because if they got stronger, it would benefit both. But I never expected to see them like this. Half alive and half dead. It's over now. Hoeon has already given up. See you at the retake exam. Ina has no more strength left. Kim Joo-jung slams the person down on the desk, switches to a sinister teacher mode and asks if the two are done, her lips straightening. The next 2 subjects are understanding wavelengths and thief thinking. Jae-hyo started looking at his feet, hid, and kicked his leg, feeling less pain than sitting here. A few days later, students leaving the exam room complained about eye strain and dehydration. Just like at school, just 2 seconds later, they put on their new eyes again to look at girls. She is the top scorer in the new recruit exam. Ina, Kim Joo-jung, and Min Jae-han walk over, both top scorers in the new soldier recruitment exam. The crowd can only sigh at how the wind is as strong as the clouds. Hoeon is also in this F4 team, so they must have done well in the exam. Everyone is jealous and envious. Min Jae-han, who is involved, sighed secretly, feeling that being disliked is worse than being hated. Kim Joo-jung asked Ina how her exams went, and she immediately looked stunned, her face pale and eyes blank, saying goodbye to this life. Kim Joo-jung reluctantly explained that the 2 of them had tried their best. The problem isn't with us, it's that Ina and Hoeon were never meant for studying in the first place, Min Jae-han said bitterly. Exhausted, Ina overheard the whispering and felt embarrassed to go to her mother's room and say she heard everything. If she heard it, she might as well listen carefully and study hard. Of course, there are those who admire them, but also those who are jealous and spiteful. The typical example is this guy, who grits his teeth and swears he'll beat Jae-hyun this time. The top students also have their moments of failure, so please step aside from Jae-hyun or you'll just waste your energy and end up dragging your friend down with you. Seeing Joo-jung's face turn black from the explosion, Jae-hyun burst out laughing. Then he looked at that darkened spot, not understanding what he was so proud of. Jae-song didn't mean to say anything, but Jae-hyun kept asking, so he could only hesitate. Well, honestly, with this kind of thing, both of them will fail the subject. You really don't have any alchemy skills at all. Bro, that line is pretty damaging. Min Jae-hyun couldn't help but swear. He'd trained so hard but still performed terribly. So he had to avoid the critical points at all costs. Jae-sang also looked utterly helpless. Hey, is there really no way for you to prevent us from slipping up? Jae-sang says, there's still a way. Which is for you two to use special items. It is a type of monster called the Moon Mask, which only lives in extremely clean areas, free of dust, chaos, and pollution. This creature is so rare that only about 100 are sold on the black market each year. If its shell is ground into powder, it can maximize the effectiveness of medicinal products. To save her life from what is called the Chatmon, Min Jae-hyun Kim Joo-jung went to meet Sol. The girl saw the two of them together and asked, "What are you two doing here?" That's why she isn't as welcoming as before. Of course, because of the advanced technology and the extreme pressure back then. I have a request for you. Jae-hyun. Please consider it directly. I won't do anything for you. Get lost. Sol will also chase you away. But are you sure? Sister, what do you think? Who do you think I am? You can only give a few points. Right, the girl pouts. Cash, of course. We can draw up a contract. 30 million won. Kim Joo-jung was shocked. Where did she get so much money from? Yellow Iris. Sol Hee-hoon's younger sister is familiar with the face of the Yellow Iris. With that much money, of course I'll do it. You'll be quick to show off too. Kim Joo-jung never expected to succeed so easily, and so the four of them went on a trip to Jeollabuk, near Deogyu Mountain. Hee-hoon-jung marvels at how incredibly fresh the air here is. Are you here for a trip? Jae-hee-hoon couldn't help but tease her friend. Jae-sung, helpless, said they were the same. While Sol just sighed heavily. An hour ago, they were still in the classroom planning for the trip. Well, that sounds good. But even with my inspection skills, I need some clues to find something. Do you have a method yet? I'll bring a talented alchemist. So you don't need to worry about that. Who is Sol asking about? Min Jae-hyun glanced outside the door. Jae-sung peeked out, then fully stepped out. Lee Jae-sung. You're really a talented alchemist, like you said. Sol expressed suspicion quite clearly, knowing that Sudi and Co had shown that attitude because they had been on the same team during the first freshman competition. But a alchemist? Huh. I didn't expect that. I thought you were someone trying hard in vain and just pretending to be real. I was naive back then. The two talking got left behind, so Jae-hee-hoon's group had to stop and call out. Sol praised Jae-sang for looking much different now. Very happy. Then quickly ran ahead. Jae-sung struggles to run after. Is the moon fragment a natural monster or one encountered in the real world? There are many theories about monsters living in packs and their habitats, but most agree that the mana in the air and ground after the monster explosion has transformed creatures and plants into monsters. That's why Jae-sang chose this spot as the best place to find the insect cocoon. However, Sol also warned them that the insects are very hard to spot. However, Kim Joo-jung and Min Jae-hyun place all their trust and hope in Jae-sang, who says everything is fine. Jae-hee-hoon reluctantly admits that Jae-sang said he prefers to leave. Yoo-jung, still panicking and confused, was interrupted by Jae-sang shouting that he saw it. This is a sign of An Chang's firefly, and so Sol's job begins. She activates her inspection skill to find the way and quickly captures them. Yoo-jung was about to shout, but Jae-sang warned that if she made noise, the moon fireflies of An Chang would fly away. Stopping in front of a dark forest, Yoo-jung expressed doubt about Sol's Google Maps, but she's definitely confident her skill isn't wrong. How could it be wrong? A beam of light suddenly appears in the sky, and inside are millions of moon beetles. That's it. But it looks bigger than a normal firefly. Anyway, it's a monster, so it must have something different about it. Not only are they fat, but these guys are also especially fast. Jae-hee-hoon prepares to limit their movement with gravity skills. However, the glow bugs are not affected much. They're stronger than a beetle. Jae-hee-hoon, can you boost your power? Sol says. Jae-hee-hoon is not skilled enough to change the power of this ability. Jae-sang worries they might lose the swarm of bugs. No. We will catch all of them. I won't let a single one escape. Jae-hee-hoon said, and immediately switched to a net trap right on the spot. The swarm of fireflies is easily caught by the space, and Jae-hee-hoon created. What are you doing? Catch them. Sol is still amazed by the mana room Jae Hee-hoon created. I know you're a monster. Jae Sang eagerly rushes into the room to catch the bugs, while Lee Woo-jung hesitates because she doesn't like insects. But Jae Hee-hoon doesn't give her a chance and pushes her inside directly. Sol was the last to hold the box and walk in, glancing at Jae Hee-hoon beforehand. Inside, he kept thinking, is there any other student in the academy capable of creating something like this? Even a third-year student couldn't do this. I really wonder where this terrifying kid came from. Hey, don't touch it. Startled, I turn around to see Lee Woo-jung stuck to the moonstone powder. Jae Sang can't help but smile and stand happily. Back to Lee Jae-sung's pharmacy class. Lee Woo-jung and Jae Hee-hoon's pots are still black as before. So the next step is to add the moon face shell powder. The initial potion pot changes, making Ho Eon and Ina stare in amazement. I worked really hard to create it. Jae Sang smiled proudly. It's being filtered now. The purity must be at least... Before he could finish, his face darkened as the two pots turned bright red. Min Jae-han excitedly exclaimed that this speed was too fast and dangerous. They had only just started and already succeeded. Ho Eon and Ina also thought it was amazing. Only Jae-sung was smirking. Jae-han's has a purity level of 51%. Woo-jung's is 47%. I don't know if it's enough or not. The results came quickly after just a few days. Of course, Woo-jung was barely holding on. Min Jae-han looked completely dejected. The two of them really have no talent. I thought it was the storage ring, not the ingredient pot. I said it right, and even said it loudly, mocking the arrogance of those who just ignored it. Meanwhile, Ina is in first place. Ho Eon, who returned from mixing, is 29th. Yae Hyun is Kolmakumentaukist. Anu Woo-young is the worst, using only good ingredients but ranking 42nd. But we all had to rely on Jae-sung to help us. You two did a great job. Min Jae-han is still bitter, grinding his teeth in frustration. Seeing that the situation didn't look promising, Ho Eon quickly made an excuse to leave first. There are still a few more tests. Kim Joo-jung was determined to recover, but the practice test was very difficult. The new student competition. Test A hour. The mock exam covers all the lessons learned so far, and everyone finds it difficult. Furthermore, the difficulty is increased by the team formation method, which is based on the students' current scores. Currently, Kim Joo-jung has a value of 14 and is carefully considering how to form a good team. The students must form a team of 4 without exceeding a total value of 50. Ho Eon got 17. Seo Ina 15. Jae-han was surprised that he scored so high. His previous score was 6 and he was very excited to be on a good team. But the result was very poor. There's no denying this is a ridiculous team formation. Having the top-ranked kids pick the lowest-ranked ones. Who gave them the right to do that? While lost in thought, a young man with white hair approached and asked, "Oh, a familiar face. It's that guy who humiliated Jae Hyun in a past life. This time, he's pretending to be friendly to try and recruit him." Chu Han-sung smiled warmly, while Jae Hyun appeared extremely cold and reserved. So it might be hard to choose teammates. I'll help you out. Min Jae-han stood up and sneered. These kinds of guys are everywhere. Strong bullies who prey on the weak, so he said he doesn't need you at all. Chu Han-shung wanted to fix things, but Jae Hyun said, it's none of his business. I can pass the test on my own. You're not much help to me. You're too weak. Jae Hyun turned around and finished cooperating with 2 other friends right in front of Chu Hong-sung. If I remember correctly, those 2 abandoned Min Jae-han at the fake simulation pit and ran away. Yet now he's standing there saying he's afraid they'll refuse. Chu Han-sung, furious and jealous for not being chosen, storms off, vowing to make Jae Hyun regret it. Jae Hyun meets with the 2 who abandoned him before at a cafe. They also know how badly they have lived. But Jae-han has no intention of teaming up with them to lose. Kim, Gina, and Park Seo-goo's evaluations of their abilities are lower than their true strength, because in the simulation dungeon they were able to retreat safely. These 2 are the real worth. Not Chu Han-sung. But who is the other member of the group? Min Jae-han has already made the appointment. No one else, but Kim Joo-jung. The girl who clearly remembers Kim Gina stopping her back then. So, the reason you called me here was to team up with these 2. Meanwhile, Gu Ja-in is facing a flood of negative information about the students after the incident of the missing student was exposed. The old man was so angry he smashed things, after pouring a lot of money into it and still failing to crush the media. His anger is understandable. Only one person can stand up to him, and that is the Lotus Society, led by EU Sung-eun, and he can be sure it was her who got involved. There's no choice left but to humble himself and accept the loss. Once the public calms down, he will continue with the original plan as usual. All for Northern Europe. Back to the four-way meeting inside the cafe. Kim, Gina, and Park Seo-gu couldn't even look directly at each other. So, even if I could overlook this, do you really think it's okay to have brought them there? EU Dung asked. I know you two don't feel comfortable even though Ina and I told you to run away. But I want you to understand that this is the best choice we have. What's the real reason you chose them? You could have easily scored a perfect score on your own. Jaehyun has to admit that my little friend is really sharp. There are two criteria for forming a team in this exam. First, that person must hate Gu Jae-in. Second, they will keep the events in the dungeon a secret. And Jaehyun's reason is Gu Jae-in. I plan to use this event to overthrow him. Both of them. The boss really went all out this time. Min Jae-han is eager to see what kind of connections Gu Jae-in will use to get out of this. The real test day arrived quickly, and instructor Park Ha-jun was responsible for the second part of the practical exam. He was also a henchman of Gu Jae-in, replacing Kim Se-okg. This exam will be broadcast live nationwide. This second part is an opportunity for students to showcase their skills to the world. But it also means they must perform under the watchful eyes of the entire country. The moment has finally arrived, and that's the match. Min Jae-han is the captain of Team D, and their team was transferred to the plains area. You need to complete all the stages in the dungeon and return with the boss's core. Except the first floor mission. Eliminate all monsters on this level, and find the staircase leading to the second floor. While Seol-gu was still uncertain, Jae-hyun explained that this place was created based on the spell Hem A. Seeing the columns of fire everywhere, Kim Ju-jung thought the same. Jae-hyun told everyone to explore the dungeon first. We need as much information as possible to prepare for unexpected situations. Also, there's an item I need to go get. Kim Jin-ah is curious about what it is. We will find the ice herb, Yoo-jung said. But staying in this heat for too long will tire everyone out. Moreover, the fire here is also very dangerous. Seol-gu admires that Yoo-jung and Ja-hoon are both very skilled, but Jae-hyun considers that basic. Surviving in the dungeon is the top priority for the raider. He activates his mana detection skill to find the ice herb and then immediately leads the team to move out. After finding the ice herb, Jae-hyun told everyone to gather as much as possible and keep it in their gear. He remembered Seol-gu saying he scored high in alchemy class, so he entrusted him with creating potions. The system notifies viewers that they will soon enter the room and reminds them to watch their language. A drone is arriving to film them. Jae-hyun didn't like this method very much, but it has its advantages. Aside from that, there are 4 monsters approaching them, all of type C. Everyone is deploying in formation B. Everyone immediately took their positions after Jae-hyun's orders. The monsters are these blobs of lava. Park Seol-gu took the initiative to provoke. Jae-hyun warned everyone to keep their distance and be careful, because if they touch these lumps of lava, they will explode like bombs. Kim Ju-jung was holding the water arrow in her hand, but still hadn't received Jae-hyun's command to act. She still said not yet. Just as the viewers start to enter and discuss, Jae-hyun immediately speaks. Kim Ju-jung instantly fires a water arrow to kill one, and Kim Jin-ah also struggles to ignite the fire. Min Jae-han quietly calculates. With no better place to use earth ice than here. Right in front of the camera, he smirks confidently. A grand farewell shouldn't be rushed. It should explode at the peak. So, for now, Jae-hyun is only using the ice rain. The hailstorm pours down, and the discussion room is incredibly lively. No one can believe that the newcomer is so domineering. This is just the opening act in Min Jae-han's plan to use viewers to overthrow Gu Jae-in, a spectacular warning shot. Meanwhile, this brother is also watching Jae-hyun's team live. He realizes that this young boy doesn't even break a sweat when using an A-rank magic. Based on what Agent Kim Ji-seo said, he also doesn't get along with Gu Jae-in. And this brother also knows that Lotus is Jae-hyun's anti-organization. He smiles a not-so-friendly smile. If I use this kid, I can expose Gu Jae-in. Now, Min Jae-han, show me what you'll do from now on. The freezing rain poured down, creating a significant disturbance and revealing all the monsters involved. This time, Kim Ju-jung was no longer surprised, only wondering when Jae-hyun had learned it. Kim Ji-na now feels that the temperature has become too hot. I think we've taken care of everything. We should take the medicine now. Jaehyun said dismissively. Of course, no one objects. It's too hot here. Everyone needs to find a cooler place. Park Seo-gu then pointed to a cave and said that it releases less energy. Jaehyun also agreed that he was right. So they started setting up the tent. Meanwhile, In-ha is using his magic wand to shoot water arrows at the lumps of lava, while Ho-yeon uses his swordsmanship skills to destroy the lava. Is it really over like this? In-ha also feels that, if that's all there is, this dungeon is too easy. I also think the monsters are weaker than I thought. It's easier than the simulated dungeon. Hearing their conversation, the young man behind turned purple with anger, knowing they could fail with just one mistake. While Ho-yeon fought melee against the lava monsters without taking any damage, life really isn't fair. Ho-yeon also thought Jaehyun had taken care of all this. In-ha also saw this and thought they needed to speed up. The two young men on the same team looked at each other in panic, both thinking that if those two said that, they had no idea how terrifying Min Jae-han could still be. Jaehyun's Team D has set up the tent and is brewing the medicine. I think it will take about an hour for the potion to be ready. Sao-gu looked at the potion pot and said, Jaehyun thought that was fine. That should be enough. I'll try to finish as quickly as possible. Sao-gu smiled and said, Kim Ju-jung complains about the heat in her neck, marveling that this dungeon is truly modeled after a real spell. Jaehyun seizes the chance to tease his friend. The two close friends made Kim Juna laugh, marveling at how close they were. Kim Ju-jung wanted to pull her friend's hair out, but still planned to wait and not admit who she was. Looking back, she realized that what happened in the simulated dungeon wasn't their fault. But fear overwhelmed everything and made her lose her mind. Guys, I want to discuss the next plan. Just then, Jaehyun started to suggest a prank. After he finished, EU hesitated about the feasibility of the plan. Jaehyun is extremely confident about its success rate. It's Koksitoistanelia, the perfect time to cause chaos. Mi Jae-han turned away and immediately began casting magic. The connection to the plane was unstable. The voice limit has been lifted. The livestream discussion room is starting to fall into chaos. Everyone is excitedly guessing whether Jaehyun has already started the hunt, and why only 2 people are there while the other 2 are missing. My team members are all fine. So don't worry. Jaehyun smiles at the audience. They are also surprised to hear his voice and realize it's only him. Their reactions were exactly what he had predicted. So he had no hesitation in explaining everything. I slightly interfered with the structure of Bin Nguyen. Nice to meet everyone. I'm starting the actual stream now. On the other side of the screen, Gu Ja-in is also watching Jaehyun. But here, he's still rambling on endlessly. What's the point of this stream if no one listens to my voice? Right, Park Ha-jun asked Gu Ja-in, looking worried if everything was really okay. He waved his hand and said he's fine. Just a slight headache. But his forehead is already darkening. This can't be happening. Bin Wen was created by numerous wizards and by himself, along with the Academy's lecturers. It's hard to understand how Min Jae-han managed to interfere. Principal Gu, I think we should punish Min Jae, Ha-jun suggests. This is also something Gu Ja-in wanted but couldn't do because there was no law regarding this case. He could only force himself to accept it helplessly. Who would think that a student could alter the structure of Bin Wen, created by countless Academy wizard instructors? But Gu Ja-in is still temporarily reassuring himself because a student from the Academy is not allowed to reveal sensitive information outside. If this law is broken, the punishment will be expulsion. The moment it made the pledge, it couldn't do anything. While it was still confident, Jae-hoon had already identified and called it out. Principal, Gu Ja-in. Yes. Many people are curious about you. Well, everyone already knows. The same thing is happening with that gang in that area. A lot of things are being kept hidden. Gu Ja-in's body stiffened completely. Am I worried about getting expelled? You don't need to worry about that. Should I tell you who the principal cares for the most? He only cares for those who are strong and alive. The powerful. The brave. That's the rule at Muse Academy. Does everyone think that Gu Ja-in will expel me? This is a bold challenge that will drive Gu Ja-in completely crazy. He realized that Min Jae-han had been like that from the very beginning, only blaming himself for noticing too late. Professor Park Ha-yeon, as soon as the exam is over, expel Min Jae-han immediately. Swear to cool things down and hire at least 2 veteran A-rank experts. We will deal with Min Jae-han. The old man is determined to make Jae-hoon pay a heavy price. If he fires me when my grades are so good, then he's not keeping his word. Is he really going to do that? The online community is buzzing with excitement, discussing the rumors surrounding the infamous principal, Gu Ja-in. This is the result Min Jae-han wanted. Now that the media has turned their back, I really want to see how he's going to cover this up. Earlier, in Team D's tent, I will adjust the subspace formula so that viewers can hear us. Park Seogu looked confused and didn't understand. The first step of the plan is to bring Gu Ja-in down in front of the public. We can bring the viewers into the story by filling their desire. Jae Hee-hoon explains. But Do-jung isn't sure if this is okay because he might do something to cause trouble for them. Jae Hee-hoon reassures her not to worry, because they still have the viewers backing them. And moreover, there's no rule against us interfering with the space's formula. And now it's time to start the real stream about the dungeon raid. This is a special event we prepared just for you, so please enjoy it. Someone in the chat praised Jae Hee-hoon for being a great host, just like a professional streamer. Still, Yoo Hoo-jung was a bit afraid of these people. Her words were overheard by the viewers, and they became excited once again. Kim Joo-jung, the sensitive one, said she gets easily hurt and finds it troublesome. Jae Hee-hoon encouraged her to hold on for the plan. Yoo Hoo-jung also knows this. But there are some damages that are very hard to overcome. Jae Hee-hoon understands this feeling too. He has wanted to end his life countless times because of the hateful enemies online. But now things are different, and they have other matters to attend to. The two of them approach a lava waterfall, and Jae Hee-hoon tells the audience that he will reveal the hidden part of the subspace here. This mission quickly begins. Kim Joo-jung activates her skill to steal, and Jae Hee-hoon uses force. It's time to show viewers how a simulated punishment reverts to a secret punishment. At the same time, behind Muse Academy, Kim Ji-sun was listening to the man's phone call. She was instructed to contact Min Jae-han immediately after the inspection. But are you sure? The Doan A Guild is backing Min Jae-han. That's the key issue that makes this strange son-in-law demand she contact Jae Hee-hoon immediately to bring him over to their side. Otherwise, they'll let him take control of the situation. Kim Ji-seon, who fainted from her phone, also thought that controlling the fake punishment manager Jae Hee-hoon would be beneficial in the long run. But the problem is that Gu Ra-in is also after him, so she needs to assess the situation before acting. Back in the dungeon, Jae Hee-hoon hugs Kim Joo-jung's waist and says, "Let's go," before soaring like a bird. The romantic scene that seems like love between them is actually more like a wrestling match, making the audience extremely excited. When Jae-han stood steadily in midair, Yoo-jung couldn't help but feel excited. Min Jae-han, just as you said, there is indeed a hidden spot here. Hold on tight and recite the spell. Don't make any mistakes while calculating the time. Got it. Just don't let me go. If you do, I'll die. And so, Min Jae-han carried Kim Joo-jung on his back and leapt swiftly upwards, truly respecting the person who discovered the hidden part here. Even though it was funded by the government, Gu Ja-in still hid it here. He really doesn't want the students to get it. When they arrived, they saw the sparkling lights. Those stones will be the key to conquering this dungeon. On the other side of the screen, Gu Ja-in was sweating profusely and spraying on stiff glue. The viewers in the discussion room are very excited and curious about how Jae-han could know the positions of the spots when they are invisible. Ga Ja-in truly made this so that students can discover their strengths on their own. Not a single bit of malice in that comment. Meanwhile, Min Jae-han was marveling at how well hidden this item was. Even though he already knew the locations of everything in the dungeon, he was still amazed. Min Jae-han didn't hesitate for a second and immediately activated the Ice Rain skill to stop the flow of lava, paving the way downward. You pick up the golden gems and ask the audience if they know what these are. Some guess they are magic tools, while others remain uncertain. This is the essence of fire. Jae-hyun announces it again. He said he's lucky. Probably so. There will be many more essential items crucial for completing this dungeon. Jae-hyun's system displays information about the essence of fire. This is a B-grade item that can triple the user's fire resistance for a limited time. Fire resistance increases by 300% when consumed, and the effect will not appear a second time. Gu Ja-in created a highly realistic environment, then motivated her students with a worthy reward, which was the key to hiding the pieces. But this is something that ordinary students could never have. The audience is starting to discuss excitedly about the heavenly value of the fire essence stones and the wealth of Mills Academy, as well as how they hid the item in such an incredibly easy-to-find place. Then let's move on. Min Jae-han has no intention of stopping the exploration, having only found one thing so far. I really want to see what Gu Ja-in looks like right now. I really hope he won't be satisfied with just that. I still have many gifts left to give him, and I haven't given him any yet. Min Jae-han thought to himself with a secret smile. On the first night of the midterm exam, during the second round of the practice, Min Jae-han and Kim Joo-jung went to rest temporarily. At this time, Dr. Seo-gu had finished brewing the medicine from ice herbs. It's way too bitter. Yoo-jung collapsed in front of this bowl of medicine. Jae-hun reminded her, I know it's really bad, but you have to eat it, because it will make clearing the dungeon easier. Why doesn't Kim Joo-jung understand this? The problem is that this damn medicine is really hard to swallow. Seo-gu reassures that all healthy foods have a bitter taste. Kim Joo-jung clenched his teeth as he drank the potion in one gulp, then completely collapsed. He looked at Seo-gu with suspicion, as if reading her or Jia. Min Jae-han, no way. Anyway, they are about to finish the first floor. Now they just need to find a way down to the second floor to speed up the preparations. At the same time, in the academy's control room, the teachers are working hard. What is the current situation? Guiding Mr. Ha-jun. Kim Ji-jae-hun came here to check on the situation. If you're the manager here, then why did she come? Don't you trust that he can carry out his duties himself? Kim Ji-jae-hun shrugged and straightforwardly said, that's exactly how it is, making Ha-jun frown like he'd eaten ginger. Kim Ji-jae-hun even thought this guy was stupid. When Kim Seo-ji was eliminated, the second-level management rights of the practical exam were all in her hands. Mr. Ha-jun was just always sneaking in and taking that away. Han sneered. We were hired as colleagues, but I got ahead of her. Sorry about that. But that's not something Kim Ji-jae-hun cares about. Han deliberately pretends not to understand and feels everyone is jealous of her role. She should be honest. This time, Ms. Kim is begging but without shoes. Bak Ha-jun quickly regained his confidence, thinking he had the respect of the chairmanship from Gu Jae-in. Maybe Kim Ji-jae-hun was better than him 2 years ago. But not anymore. Tour guide Bak Ha-jun. Kim Ji-jae-hun suddenly spoke up. Let me tell you something. You should take a close look at the rope you're holding so tightly to make sure it's not rotten. That's all. See you later. After saying that, she walked straight ahead, her attitude making Teacher Bak grind his teeth in frustration. She still remained as arrogant as before. Mr. Ha-jun believes that Principal Gu will soon regain his reputation, as the evidence before their eyes is nothing. Meanwhile, Team D has entered the second floor. The mission on the second floor is to hunt high-level monsters and find hidden treasures. Players will automatically be taken to the third floor once they complete the task. And in another area, the white-haired brother is asking Ji-hun what he thinks about Han, now seeming more like a low-level being from a lesser dimension. Han says one thing, but Ji-hun has already seen through it. Are you talking about that powerful enemy, Ji? You're so boring. The white-haired one thinks that either the father or Han is rushing too much, since the other is just an ordinary human, and they don't take long to eliminate that weakness. But what happens next? Han will once again be stuck at Bifrost Bridge as a gatekeeper, or something. I will handle that powerful enemy myself, so you don't need to worry about it. He is nothing but a seed of evil. Ji-hun's father couldn't help but marvel at how both gods and humans are equally foolish. That's right. Nothing will change, and it never will. I'll make you see that it's completely true soon. When she reached the second floor, Kim Jina marveled that it was even hotter than the first floor, making her wonder what was here. Kim Joo-jung also found the mission here more complicated. Although Ji-hun knew the way, he still hesitated. An hour ago, the team found the staircase to the second floor, inside a cave, sealed with a door. I didn't expect there to be a staircase leading up to the second floor in a place like this. Kim Jina muttered as she walked. I wonder why there are no other paths. The way down is buried under rubble. Why is Gu losing his mind over this damn maze? Finding the next path in this kind of decayed tunnel is pretty difficult. Kim Joo-jung also feels like this place is a maze. However, their group has a wise guide who knows every path. Min Jae-han. She was still suspicious of her close friend, when suddenly, she saw a Z. Kim Joo-jung screamed in panic and jumped straight onto Kim Jina. This scream is so terrifying that even the viewers behind the screen feel chills. And it just so happens to help Jae Hyo-eun find the useful item, so I captured that Z to use later. There are a few things we need to prepare before moving on. Jae-han takes some fire-related pills. Hyo-eun turns pale. And don't tell me you have to eat that stuff. The two of them share the same idea. So, their faces will turn pale. Min Jae-han smiled warmly again. Hey, don't make such a scary face. And then he flips his face in just 2 seconds. Well, I'm still being kind. Just eat it. Damn it. Eat it quickly. But whether they want to or not, they still have to shut their eyes and eat it. This dungeon has 3 prepared levels, with the larva on the last floor. While we're still here, Min Jae-han will handle any problems that come up. But first, they need to find the boss to clear out this second floor. And before they do, I know where the treasure might be hidden. Are you curious? I just said no to the treasure. But if the viewers like it, I'll keep going this afternoon. Anyway, Jaehyun's goal is something else. One of the treasures in this dungeon. And what they will find now is the fire spirit. These creatures have a habit of collecting shiny objects like crowns, which is why useful items are often hidden in their nests. A viewer quickly searched online and confirmed that this creature is exactly as Jae-hyun described. He wondered how Jae-hyun knew those items were hidden in the fire spirit's nest. He said that he learned it. And of course that's all wrong. The hidden treasure vault on this second floor is a replica of Ba Meng, a sword that appeared in the Carnibelung story in Germany during the 1200s. It is said to be a sword used to kill demons, and like Tian Fi's lightning set, it is an overwhelmingly destructive item. The original was owned by a German fake priest named Balek. If the original is an S-rank item, the copy is still quite valuable for its price. But what is the weakness of the fire anomaly? Kim Jina wondered. When it comes to the belly, Yu Huzung always has a solid grasp of the theory. The fire spirit's outer layer is quite tough, making it hard to deal damage. But their bellies are not as tough. So if you focus your attacks on their bellies, killing them is as easy as flipping your hand. The most common way is to kill them with magic. Gina marveled at Yu Huzung's knowledge, and Kim Sensei added that the best time to attack them is right after they finish eating, when they move quite slowly. That's why Jaehyun told everyone to prepare as thoroughly as possible before heading out. Finding the hidden treasure vault would be even better. Jaehyun showed no hesitation in his greed. Arriving here, the temperature is much higher than other areas, without fire essence. Seolgu thinks he would have faced a real challenge. Jaehyun starts to calculate, pretending to do something here. He tells everyone to stop, and says he can sense the mana here. Gyeong Kuman's discussion room was lively again, with everyone talking about it in a very casual way. And now everyone is standing in a field of rocks with many swords. So this can't be the hidden treasure of this floor. They look no different from unregistered items. But this is indeed the important hidden treasure of the second floor. It was just mixed in with the fake swords that Gu Da had scattered around to prevent students from finding the real ones. Little did he expect that one day, this damnable kid with no talent would suddenly turn up. Min Jae-han immediately used the scouting skill to find unregistered items. The viewers frantically speculated about what Zod Mana was doing with his eyes. Not long after, Jaehyun found the sword number 30. It's just a copy. But this sword is still ranked A. Its effects are temporarily sealed. But it has plus 70 strength, plus 30 agility, and an S-level passive skill, which cannot be activated now because it has been tainted. The Sly Dragon skill increases the user's physical damage when fighting against dragons. Many viewers began to wonder how Jaehyun knew that was a hidden treasure. The keyboard heroes erupted in debate over how you managed to get such a smooth path. But Min Jae-han just said that he already has a plan, and revealing everything right away wouldn't be as interesting. Moreover, this clone can only be used within this underground cave, and if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's basically useless. But for Jaehyun, this item is worth more than anything because he can take it out of here. Returning to the lizard hunt, they quickly found its nest, but the moment wasn't right. The lizard princess only eats once a day at night. Yu Ujung worries that if they delay, they'll be easily detected because of the fire lizard's keen senses, and they could be attacked if they stay nearby. And that's why we had to catch that Zed earlier. Seeing Jae-han about to leave, Yu Ujung immediately pulled him back. You are the most important person here. Kim Yu Ujung was so moved that tears welled up. Earlier, thanks to Yu Ujung's detection, they caught a Z at the entrance called Z-bomb. When it senses danger, it releases a kind of mucus that is famous for its foul smell, so strong it brings tears to your eyes. And that is the creature that will help everyone on this journey. Why are Hu and Gina assigned to hide behind the rock? Yu Ujung is the one leading the fire lizard. You promised. Before offering yourself, she turned back to look at Jaehyun with a dark expression. Of course. What do you think I am? Your friend is laughing very confidently. But deep down he thinks he's already done for. Before setting the trap, Jaehyun gave her a task that, upon hearing it, made her face turn as white as snow. And she cried non-stop, saying she hated bugs, refused, and hated the Zed gang. Min Jae-han leaned in and whispered, I have an item that Master Yu Xiao Eon really likes. After this is over, I will give it to you. Kim Joo-jung immediately restored a serious expression. But in reality, he only intended to hand over some kind of item, and if she gets caught, this girl will definitely end you right away. So maybe we should prepare something in you as well. But first, we need to finish the current task. The viewers are really worried about whether this plan is feasible. Don't worry. We have a wind mage here. That's right. It's Kim Joo-jung right here. She drops her staff to the ground and begins casting her spell, releasing a stream of green wind. The viewers start to panic, wondering what she's doing by controlling the scent and directing it toward the nest. Some say that this technique is only feasible for those who can control mana precisely. Some people might find this performance truly impressive, but it's also pitiful for creatures like these to endure such cunning tricks. In the end, humans are quite cruel. Back to the deep lizard. After inhaling the scent of the jet bomb, it shed tears. The initial plan was successful, and the lizard struggled, crying and screaming while smashing things. Does everyone remember the plan? Seo-woo and Gina nod in unison. Their task is to wait there and move immediately when Jae-hyun gives the order. Jae-hyun didn't hesitate and shot a level 2 regular band straight at the monster's body, causing it to wipe away tears and breathe out a puff of fire. Jae-hyun is waiting for the moment it breathes fire to launch the newly acquired sword straight into its stomach, while the girl, confused and still crying, doesn't understand what's happening. Crazy person, Kim Joo-jung. Even the audience can't understand this action. Could it be that Jae-hyun changed careers to scoop the divine lizard meat, and the gecko outside just tears up without any other reaction? This is just the beginning. So sit back and watch. Jae-hyun gives a mysterious smile to the audience. Meanwhile, someone on the other side is opening their mouth so wide their jaw almost drops. Gu Ja-in can't believe a new student knows about this. Even though he deliberately left it out of the curriculum, the fiery chameleon wiggles before spewing a massive burst of flame. Following Jae-hyun's command, Seol-gu and Jin-ah grab their rings and shield themselves. The sword thrown into its belly is also returned with a shiny appearance, causing the audience to panic. Ba rejoiced that the evil had been purged, and the seal of the passive assassin skill was broken. The viewers immediately erupted. This is just as Jae-hyun expected. He explained, "Inside the core of the salamander lies a cleansing power. We can use it to purify corrupted objects. However, the cleansing fire only works on living monsters, so using it is quite difficult. But with the ability to materialize magical creations, this kind of thing is pretty simple." Min Jae-han makes the audience feel like they're not watching a rookie's stream, but more like a senior student. Seeing him wield a sword, everyone wonders if he's planning to pursue a mage warrior path. Jae-hyun instantly activates 3 skills: swift movement, agility, and strong wind to chase after the fleeing godling. He then strikes its leg with a sword, trapping it. As he lands, Jae-hyun activates the Abyss Ice skill, creating a sharp spike from below that exposes its belly. And then he charges forward with his sword, aiming straight for its stomach to strike. The hunt is over. The audience collectively cheered, even if not everyone shared the same faith. Some believe that mage warriors are not just a path but are inherently who this guy is. Meanwhile, Seo-han, chewing on snake, is secretly researching the true identity of the rookie Min Jae-hyun. A long and detailed article that attracts many viewers. President Du also read this post and smiled. "So that's why you suggested that to me. You're quite the troublemaker." No. Chao is not Min Jae-hyun. An hour before entering the dungeon, he told her about the interesting events during the live broadcast of the test between the two kingdoms. But Seo-han said that discussing guild-related matters like this was too risky, so he suggested that the teacher follow his plan and decide when it was worth stepping in. And as expected by him and Seo-han, the club president did not disappoint them. "Get in touch with the reporters now. Right now. I think Gu Jane is about to sink." Just as Jae-hyun planned. Seo-han's post has views skyrocketing, like gaining weight after the new year. She still doesn't understand why Jae-hyun made her do this. Turns out he came to ask for her help before the second round of the competition. Not knowing the full story only made Han more curious. But just sitting and reading fans' comments praising her is also fun. So she went to get some snacks and watch the show. Back in the dungeon, Jae-hyun found a super gate ring. The item is level B, but can be upgraded to A. In an instant, the item can lack major mana to enhance magic. The owner will learn the overload skill. However, the level is still low due to the lack of super strengthening stones, and the overload skill is unstable because the item is not yet complete. Overload is an A-level skill that consumes a large amount of mana to boost magic power by 5 times for 5 minutes. The user cannot use mana for 5 minutes after using the skill because of the lack of super enhancement stones. This is an item awarded by the Academy for the midterm competition, although it's not yet complete due to a lack of super strength stones. It's still a pretty good item. Jaehyun was planning to let everyone play a game to decide who would own it, but they all agreed to give it to him instead. Then I won't hold back anymore. After receiving the reward, the whole team moves on to the next floor. On the 3rd floor, the protective shield will lower in 1 minute, and the group battle will begin. So students should prepare. Yu Hu-dung tapped on the shield, feeling like it was made of glass that could break at any moment. The monster on the other side just punched once, and she was already scared and falling behind. Hu and Gina are just as scared, and Yu Hu-dung was so frightened, he tripped and sat down on the ground. This one is too big. And Jaehyun, unconcerned, just asked what was wrong. Yu Hu-dung could only awkwardly praise the shield for being very sturdy. Gina asked if Jaehyun had any plans, and he simply said no, we don't need any plan because I will fight it alone. The lava Gowlu monsters have been released. The audience is confused by Jaehyun's actions, as he gazes at the thing that caused 70% of the students to fail this exam with an emotionless look. Every year, the monsters change, but they are generally level B or C. Defeat the lava Gowloom and take its magic core. The system reminds. Jaehyun looks around again with a calm expression for the viewers. But it doesn't matter anyway, because he's going to punch it into the mud. Why do Hu and Gina want to stop Jaehyun while Ui Udung is holding him back? He's really strong. This kind of monster wouldn't dare mess with him. The proof is that Yu and the Gowloom directly punched each other. This one is a level B monster that Ui Udung mentioned. So Gina just believes it. Even if you don't believe it, you have to, because Jaehyun was even thinking of ending it with his next move. He activated level 4 strong wind skill along with ice wall to create a barrier, and used mana detection to do so. Then there was a smoother dodge scene that made the audience think Jaehyun knew how it was going to attack. Gowloom's magma strength and attack power are heavy, but there are plenty of ways to defeat it, using chains to bind it and then pouring down a rain of punches. Even though it only lasted a moment, it was enough for the bang to seep in and destroy the joints. Finally, throwing water bombs at those spots ends the battle. You have successfully defeated the dungeon's monster. Min Jae-han's victory was anything but easy, leaving the audience wondering who the real boss is. This insane, unbelievable guy. Why? You. Looked completely stunned. She feels that every time they meet again, her close friend becomes stronger, and she increasingly feels distant from him. However, the test is not over yet. There is still one more thing to do. Today is the day Gu Zane will be overthrown, so I can't return to reality just yet. Are you disappointed that the match was so short? Well, there's still an exciting part ahead. Let me show you all that I am ready to fight a hidden monster. Going back to the previous lava waterfall, the audience is eager to know what the team is here for. Jehu said he could sense a strong presence of mana here. The 3 team members all appeared to be tense and alert. Jehu silently glares at them. Why? You. Reluctantly asks if he's sure everything will be okay. Don't worry. No matter how much it hurts, it won't be a problem. The other 3 all closed their eyes and cursed. Damn it. We chose the wrong person. We've found a hidden floor. Creating a special challenge. Defeat the hidden boss in the secret level and return to reality. The system keeps notifying that for ordinary students, discovering the hidden level is impossible, let alone defeating the hidden boss. Even if you're lucky enough to find it, you wouldn't be able to reach this place. Wu Jia-in knew that well, which is why he placed the hidden level here. But who would have expected him to encounter a student like Zhe Huai? Bet he's really shocked right now. Even so, I don't care about him. Right now. I'm only interested in whether the audience is expecting something amazing here. Of course the audience wants to know. Min Jae-han already knows how to revive the hidden boss, but still pretends to be exploring the terrain here. What is that? Yuhu suddenly asked. Jehu couldn't help but smile. She's really on point. This is a scenting device. Gina also started to wonder, and everyone looked at Jehu again, who told them to think and see if anyone had any ideas. Kim Jujung quickly understood the problem. Gulung's core was the answer to her riddle. Min Zahan placed it on the altar, and the battle was immediately triggered. Step back. Jehu Vuivang warned everyone. The hidden boss of the subspace. The blood dragon is appearing, and the system is announcing again. Survive with your team, defeat the enemy, and take the heart of the flow. If you succeed, you'll gain special privileges and, of course, the ability to make requests. The blood dragon just stepped onto the stage and roared, causing the audience to erupt in cheers. This blood dragon is so fierce that even a veteran warrior would run from it. Yet someone put it in the midterm exam for new students. Everyone's reaction was as negative as Jehu expected. It was just that his calculations couldn't predict the attack from that stream. So it was a bit complicated. But for a monster of this size, Jehu could handle it as easily as chopping a chicken. While he was lost in thought, Gina and Xiaogu shouted in panic about the dragon, and Kim Ju used spray glue because their acting was worse than the extras. Maybe these two have never lied to their parents to embezzle money for school supplies. Just look at how she's acting. Everyone, step back quickly. Dad, my little friend is really something. Acting well and pretending effortlessly. Having fun and jumping right into the action. So, he secretly tampered again, causing the space connection to become unstable. And the blood dragon grew extremely furious. Through the screen, Gura's face was bloodless. He just wanted this year's exam to go smoothly. So how come the bad luck struck in a single day? He had hoped to shift the media's attention elsewhere. Now everything has fallen apart. Min Jae-han. This is definitely his doing. He's meddling with the system again. Ha-jun reassured the old man that this time it was just a minor setback. How could a student do something like this? But what other explanation could there be? It's definitely him. Gura-in was so angry he couldn't hide his expression anymore. Ha-jun quietly calculated that if he supported him now, he would definitely be promoted later. So he immediately offered to help him. But Gura-in smiled strangely. If Min Jae-han's goal is to get the item, there shouldn't be any big problem. Just consider that thing to be better than the reputation of Muse Academy going down. That's right. He kept clinging to this idea to find a chance to turn things around. He figures that if Jae-hyun can eliminate the hidden dungeon, he can also use that to reduce some of the hatred he's had to endure recently. The real concern now is what caused the dragon to become angry and lose control like this. By the way, all we can do now is pray that Min Jae-han can kill that blood dragon. He smiled, and then his smile disappeared. Kim Ju-jung. Wake up. Gina. Seolgu. I'm leaving Kim Ju-jung to you two. Gura-in's eyes stare at Kim Ju-jung on the screen. Dying. The entire team is panicking because their friend is seriously injured and bleeding heavily. The old man feels he's been deceived. But the viewers don't. The public's outrage reached a boiling point. Even Gura-in, furious enough to break the table in half, couldn't save the situation anymore. On the front line, Min Jae-han quietly laughs to himself, wondering what it feels like to be controlled by him and to be placed in a media role just like he always does. The wave of public opinion kept rising, and Min Jae-han quietly used telepathy to ask Yohat Ju-jung if she was okay, if she had been hit for real. And of course, she hadn't. I'm such a good actor. Huh. Yohat Ju-jung also quietly laughs. Surely no audience would guess that the cold, friendly scene just now was all an act. Even Kim Ju-jung's wounds are just skillful bleeding, making these talented actors look good. Maybe I should take acting lessons. Wasting my looks. Like this is a real shame. South Korea has lost a talented actor. Don't make me laugh. I'm just pretending. Jae-hyun was barely holding back his laughter, and Kim Ju-jung was still making funny faces. What's so amusing about that? Jae-hyun quickly shifted to the betting game, afraid he wouldn't be able to hold it in and would lose control. You didn't forget to tell her not to let those two get hurt. But hey brother, I'm actually a wounded soldier now. I could easily beat this one. But that wouldn't be fun. So if I set a trap with some fire, I'll pretend to dodge a little if I overdo it. It could be dangerous. Then he told everyone to focus on defense and pulled out the three-pronged spear. The viewers hope that with those items, Jae-hyun can quickly defeat the dragon. But he advises to thank them for helping extend its life by a few more minutes. The passive skill Dragon Slayer is activated, boosting all attacks on the dragon race by 300%. So his strikes also have a significant impact on the dragon. It drew its tail in a strike that made Seolgu strain to resist. This creature has a weakness, a mole on its heel. At that time, only Thuyet was still being questioned by Ho Eon and Ina. Remembering this, Jae-hyun grabbed his sword and charged forward with determination. A straight downward slash. He immediately activates Overload to boost his power, Min Jae-han uses a ice-earth technique to finish off the monster without even needing a sword. This thing's power is just enormous. And with an extra half-strength boost, it even froze the entire cave. The viewers started arguing whether it was an A-level or S-level skill. But no matter what, everything ended here. As he shows signs of exhaustion after the blow, Min Jae-han discreetly smirks, hoping Gu Ja-in will like this big gift. At first it looked cheerful, but then the sadness exploded and flashed. Gu Ja-in desperately shouted into the phone to explain to the partners, but everyone said there was no longer any chance for her, that this was the extent of the damage. No one believes him. And Park Ha-jun can't stop the media from reaching the reporters because someone else acted first. Gu Ja-in, furious, hit Park Ha-jun, who was shot and stuck to the wall, knowing that Jae-hyun had someone backing him, but there was no longer any chance to turn things around. The Lotus Guild has released these documents. Just thinking about it, Min Jae-han's backing has arrived. As their representative, EU personally sent it. What is brought is the official document regarding the disciplinary measures implemented against Muse Academy and the imprisonment of Gu Ja-in. In summary, the students are pushed to the brink of danger, with Gu Ja-in directly involved, bribing high-level politicians for personal gain, and ordering immediate arrests supported by other guilds. Therefore, the National Punishment Association's Management Committee has approved this document, and all actions to revoke the arrest warrant are invalid. Everything is settled. Gu Ja-in is immediately arrested. Meanwhile, Jae-hyun and his group are surrounded by the press for an interview about what just happened. Due to the Academy's confidentiality agreement, I can't say much, but this is already the third time. I don't want any more of my students or friends to lose their lives. You don't say much, but every word is a deadly blow. That's all I have to say. Now please step aside so I can take your friend to the hospital. Oh, I almost forgot. Let me finish this oil first before we go. Everyone remember this. Today's incident was not a coincidence. Just as you left, Gu Ja-in was brought here in custody. Someone threw an egg right at him, and then eggs started flying from all directions without stopping, all of them hitting that guy. The crowd was clamoring for him to resign, while Min Jae-han stood there smirking. A moment later, wounded Kim Ju-dung burst out laughing. She even covered Jae-hyun to make him look ridiculous. Although this move was a complete success, Eung-yu still saw Jae-hyun as reckless because any mistake could cost him dearly. But his top priority is saving others' lives. And someday Gu Ja-in will return because he has connections with the Norse gods. However, right after saying that, Kim Ju-dung suspected that his friend had been poisoned by them. Watching these two bicker, Eung-woo realized that this young man still had a childlike side somewhere deep inside. However, I must also announce that in 3 days there will be a press conference where we will put an end to Gu Ja-in. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the National Punishment Bureau, the manager is overjoyed. Kim Ji-san will also be returning soon if everything goes smoothly. The arrest of Gu Ja-in was already known to him and he had prepared in advance. In 3 days, the Gyeonga Guild will hold an official press conference. Min Jae-han is wearing a suit today, styling his hair to look sharp but with a cold aura. Chairman Du thought he was hesitating and thought he was nervous, but it turns out he just doesn't like crowded places. Now, basically Muse is in his hands. Moreover, Jae-hyun is cooperating with the Enforcement Bureau, so there will be nothing stopping him anymore. The auspicious hour has arrived. It's time to truly put an end to everything. The press conference today is led by EU Se-eun, manager Song-ji Se-op, and Min Jae-hun. The reporters all looked at Jae-hyun with determined eyes to make headlines. The first journalist asked if Gu Ja-in had intentionally murdered the student and used the accident as an excuse to cover it up. Se-eun confirmed, and they collected all the evidence of his crimes by brainwashing Dong-ishu so she could obtain the documents for the plan. Moreover, this isn't the first time he committed a crime, and he has done similar things many times before. There is also a huge sponsorship pouring into Muse Academy. There are many other suspicions that have not yet been uncovered and are still under investigation. In this way, all the dark secrets have been brought to light. At the end of the press conference, someone asked Jae-hyun if he was a student of Se-eun EU. Exactly. Min Jae-han readily admits that I owe my current position entirely to her guidance. Someone asked if he had hidden his talent from the beginning, and Jae-hyun explained it was to avoid attracting attention. Then someone wanted to know when the two sides signed the contract. Jae-hyun said it was only a few months ago and considered himself lucky. Personal questions flooded in, and Jae-hyun paused briefly to avoid getting caught up. Se-eun quickly stepped forward to cover for him. A few days later was the temporary principal appointment ceremony. The spy team had a chance to gather, and everyone was relieved that they were okay. Although Gu Zane's scandal isn't fully resolved, the Jiang-a Guild and the Investigation Bureau will support them, so there's no need to worry. Hoa Aeon and Yina both feel they are still too weak and want to become stronger. Yu Hu-dong shares the same thought. Jae-hyun also thinks their idea is correct. But since this is his personal matter, it's best not to let them get involved. He also needs to become stronger to face the Norse gods. At this moment, the lights on the stage turn on, and a familiar figure appears. Kim Ju-jung is extremely surprised. Professor Kim Ji-seon. She is the new principal. This is nothing surprising to Min Jae-han because he and President Ju have already discussed this with the manager, so you were already surprised. And since Gyang-a taking over Mu-zi might cause some rumors, the Criminal Investigation Bureau is already prepared, making it even easier. All the other professors have been expelled, so Kim Ji-seon naturally took this position. And more importantly, she is trustworthy. Kim Ji-seon officially greeted the students as the new head, and now Min Jae-han has to sit here and listen to his friends sing karaoke. Thought he'd get a break, but instead, he's stuck in this hellhole. But there was no choice, since I accidentally promised my friends we'd go singing after the checkup. So when Kim Ju-jung showed up, demanding, I couldn't just forget about it. They even enthusiastically booked the most unusual spot in this area. So here we are. Next up is Jae-hyun to show what he's got. However, his singing sounded like a threat that made everyone spray glue. And outsiders also thought he was being terrorized. At least this shows he's still human and no one is perfect. Mai will probably have to try really hard to give him a 10. And he must also try really hard to sing the whole song. The lesson here is never invite this guy to sing. Or if you do, don't let him sing. Next is Ina's turn. When she hands over the microphone, she lightly touches it and accidentally drops it. But luckily, Jae-hyun reacts quickly and catches it. Jae-hyun nervously checks if her neck is okay since he's never seen her react like that before. Then carefully extends his hand to hand her the microphone. Ina shyly thanks him. I'm really shy, so don't expect anything from me. I'm sure you're better at singing than I am, so no worries. Jae-hyun thinks he's doing okay. And whether Ina can sing well or not, he'll still clap and cheer. Whoever has Jae, you sing so well that everyone is amazed. Meanwhile, Himdo arrived at the place. A black cat on the rooftop of a high building. But as Himdo turned around, it was gone. He keeps walking until he reaches a deserted place, then calls for them to reveal themselves since he already knows what's going on. Hila appears immediately, saying she wasn't spying, just came to ask. This time, you Nordic gods' opponents have really made a mark. Himdo modestly admits. But compared to Odin and the other Nordic gods, Hila's words are anything but humble. Are you still foolishly hoping in him that the great enemy in the prophecy will appear and save you like a hero? Himdo began to mock. Whether you believe it or not, who cares? Stop meddling. He mocks the idea that an ordinary person could defeat all the Norse gods and expects Hila to step aside. But of course she won't. Are you trying to die? After all, no one here can fully use their powers. I am the one with the advantage. Himdo said she wants to kill him, so be prepared for a 1-for-1. But she has no intention of doing that. My mission is to buy some more time for rest. Oh my god. I didn't expect your singing voice to be so amazing. Kim Ju-jung exclaimed in amazement. Hoa Eon even thought she was a professional singer. Ina, have you ever studied vocal music before? Jae-hyun also couldn't hide his curiosity. Ina says she has never studied music. And everyone is extremely amazed. It's really not bad. Ina stops being so harsh. Of course, if it was bad, we would have gone with our heads. And the other three nodded in agreement. After saying that, Kim Ju-jung led the way to order a song for Ina to sing. Next, Hoa Eon also pretended to be Ina, surprising her a bit, then turned around as she was warmly supported. This was only the second time in her life that she sang for others. Seeing his close friends play and joke around, Jae-hyun realized these were rare, peaceful moments in life and enjoyed this relaxing feeling for a while. The next day, Jae-hyun returned home and gave his mother a gift. She was very surprised and happy, also curious about what was inside. This is a bank book. Yes, it's an allowance. Looking at the balance in that book, Jae-hyun's mother, who is around her son's age, only focuses on having fun and enjoying life while her little boy works hard. Ji-hyun, is this money something you earned yourself? That's right. I give everything to you. Finally, Ji-hyun has revealed what he has kept hidden all along. He just wanted to hold his mother and tell her that her son had succeeded. But before that, Ji-hyun had been too busy to take care of her. You have changed so many things after the regression. Your main goal now is to protect your family and friends. At the same time, kill Odin and end all suffering. You won't let the old man take away everything you cherish. Now you don't have to worry about money anymore. I was so moved that I rushed to hug Ji-hyun. You must have endured a lot. Right, I know. I know everything. Ji-hyun, overwhelmed by his mother's comfort, couldn't help but cry. Just then, someone arrived at the door, and Ji-hyun quickly wiped his tears to see who it was. How the hell did Ina end up at the door? And then Kim Ju-jung, proud of fooling her friend for the first time. What are you two doing here? Oh, my family is having a barbecue. So we just wanted to invite you to come and visit. Ji-hyun just now remembered that Yi-hun-jung's parents are coming home today because he has helped their family a lot. So the adults insist on inviting him. That's right. You're really a burden. These two really can't leave you alone. Ji-hyun rested his chin in his hand, thinking, it's that time of year again. And many events will happen in Muse. Seeing Jahan lost in thought again, Yi-hun-jung asked if he was coming because his parents were really hoping for him to join. Of course, Ji-hyun couldn't refuse, and Yi-hun-jung scheduled to meet him at 6 p.m. After the meeting, Ji-hyun was about to go inside when Ya, noticing the water streak on his sleeve, asked, "Are you crying?" "No. I just got splashed while doing the dishes." Ji-hyun quickly made an excuse. Only after he left did he admit that this girl's eyes are sharper than an owl. Look at that matching lamp. Kim Jung-jung's house truly is a grand place. Yana, sitting in the living room, was the first to see him. Ji-hyun was also curious why she was here, whether Kim Jung-jung had brought her or not. "Because I have nowhere else to go." Hearing that, Ji-hyun suddenly remembered that Yina no longer had a family. That's also why Kim Jung-jung brought her here. My friend is quite thoughtful. You know, yeah. It's been a long time since I saw Ji-hyun. It was Kim Jung-jung's parents calling. And even before the regression, they always treated Ji-hyun well. Just thinking about it, his father was already choking him. Looking at this kid, he's grown a lot taller. Uncle A, you can stare all you want. But why do you have to push others down? Does Yi-hun-jung still bully you? You used to cry and come to me whenever it hit you. Mr. Kim, with bloodshot eyes, asked about the engagement, but his daughter kicked him in the leg, reminding him that he has time to chat. However, Uncle still worries that if the girl keeps this up, how can she have a boyfriend? What do you think? Do you want to willingly be her boyfriend, Ji-hyun, since there's someone here? Uncle Kim just asked, and the three of us feel awkward. Yi-hun-jung is a bit stubborn, but very kind and smart. Hey, seeing that Kim's dad is talking too much, Kim Jung pinched him. Dad, stop joking and do some housework when you're free. And you too. Ming De-han. Mr. Kim was moved to tears. This girl is like my daughter or my mother, but she just sits on top of everyone. Finally, it's time for dinner, and Ji-hyun can't help but admire how good Kim's cooking is. Kim's father proudly says he used to be a professional chef, so this is no big deal. Kim Jung wishes Eon and Ji-hyun's mom were here too, but they're both busy. So oh well, next time everyone can gather again. Dad Ju-jung finally sat down at the table. Thank you for helping Yu-jung with that midterm exam. Ji-hyun humbly says he didn't do anything, but everything was just acting. This father overreacts so much it makes him feel guilty. Kim Jung smiles and signals him not to worry. Kim's mother also feels happy that he's doing well now. Honestly, when you said you would study magic, she was quite surprised. I don't know if it's because you want to stay close to Yu-jung, but even if it's not, thank you. You look even more handsome these days. I wish this girl could bring home a boyfriend like Ji-hyun to meet the family. Kim Ju-jung got annoyed with her parents, but their joking made Weena so sad she almost dropped her chopsticks. Ji-hyun immediately asked her what was wrong. Yina says she's not, but it's clear she didn't look happy just now. Maybe she was mistaken. Meanwhile, in another house, things are not as peaceful. Do you know what you've done? What are you talking about? You saved the students from dying just out of pity. Idiot. Anne's father wouldn't hesitate to use harsh words to scold his son. It turns out he was almost choked like Gu Ja-in. And everything was thanks to this precious son. which made him so furious that he couldn't control himself. Hoeon was about to speak when he suddenly burst into his mouth and yelled again, An Hojeon. You have to become Korea's best fake judge. Everyone must bow before you. And at all costs. You must defeat my Jahan. Stop it. An Hojeon finally interrupts his father. He doesn't know how many times he's tried to persuade him. But all in vain. Dad always told me to step on others to get ahead. But remembering the friends who truly cared for me, I made my own decision. I don't want to live the way my father wants. This is my life. Do you even know what you're saying? He lunged to grab you. But Hoeon pushed him away. Live your life honestly and true to yourself. After saying that, An Hojeon turned and walked away, ignoring the shouting priest behind him. An Hojeon doesn't want to use tricks to beat Jaehyun. He wants to compete fairly with this younger brother. Back at Yoo-jung's house, Jaehyun is tilting his head, admiring how loving her parents are. They're still out on a movie date at midnight. Yoo-jung said they've been married for a long time but still act like newlyweds. Jaehyun, noticing it's almost midnight, was about to leave when his friend asked to stay a bit longer. If I stay, my dad will scold me. Kim Joo-jung doesn't understand. I don't think they like me coming home late when they're not home. I bet they'll scold me when I get back. Kim Joo-jung thinks as long as they haven't done anything wrong. It's fine. And In-ae agrees. Even so, Jaehyun is determined to leave right at midnight. There's something I'm very curious about. Can I ask? In-ae mustered all her courage and said, Are you two dating? Jaehyun covers his head with his hands. Ha. I don't know why you think that. Ja. He's not. With me. Kim Joo-jung would be so embarrassed. No way. In-ae said they look very close. Just like their parents. But in their eyes, they only see two people who have no conflicts and just consider each other friends. After hearing the explanation, In-ae blushed and apologized. Once it was past midnight, Jaehyun stood up and headed home. On the way back, sensing H.L., he turned around and asked what was going on. Hurry up and say it. It's late, and you're still not forgiving him. You weren't surprised at all. You knew I would come. Last time I sensed that I needed a stream of mana that humans cannot possess. So I'll be quick, Jaehyun. You must complete the second trial as soon as possible. We can no longer stand by. Odin has already begun to act. At this moment, the Norse gods are gathering to devise a plan to trap Jaehyun. Odin, sitting in the center, asks if there's any news about Himdao. And Tho tells the old man to worry unnecessarily. The prophecy might have mentioned him, but he's still just an ordinary human. Those bugs can do nothing. This god agrees with Tho, even though they are not omnipotent in Mishka and the human world. But they are still gods, and humans cannot win against gods. There is someone being drained over there. The prophecy has never been wrong. Odin says, Do you really think humans are a threat to you? Odin, the supreme god of all gods, you're overthinking it. My love, this purple-haired goddess is truly proud of her husband. Humans are creatures who constantly learn and grow. I have seen people like that. Odin has always been cautious, so he is the most dangerous one. For him, knowledge is sometimes bestowed upon the weak rather than the strong. We still cannot kill the immediate important enemy. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for at most another 10 years. But we shouldn't rule out the possibility that he will become more powerful during that time, and that is why Odin sent the emissary to the human world. He is just strong enough to destroy a single human, thereby preventing the great enemy of the Norse gods. Furthermore, somehow the power of the prophecy is gradually weakening the great enemy's defenses. Maybe we won't have to wait another 10 years, and soon we will be able to end him ourselves. Odin's lover approaches and pats his shoulder. All plans must be carefully devised. Odin still remains vigilant. No prophecy has ever said that we will overcome our destiny. Everything is according to his will. Back in that dark alley, HL told Jaehyun that the power of the prophecy was weakening. He didn't understand why, since it should have been maintained to prevent the repeat of the past. The reason is simple. Sending you back in time has drained too much of the prophecy's power. Even gods consider going back to the past a taboo. The fact that the power of the prophecy still exists even now also surprises HL. And she wonders who has paid the price for all of this. HL had just passed over Jaehyun's head, and what he realized was that he needed to overcome the second challenge to become stronger. HL was very pleased because he understood quickly. Let's go somewhere else to finish this conversation. We can talk about the test you're about to take and the enemy you'll soon face. Himdal. Jaehyun looks very surprised. Didn't expect that the opponent he will face is the white-skinned god who can see the near future and wore a mask that time. HL didn't expect Jaehyun to know him. But since Jaehyun is a great enemy, he carefully studied the gods. But the problem is, now that Himdol is here, do you still have time to take this test? Don't worry. I've bought you some time, thanks to HL. Himdol is now struggling. How dare she imprison me? Great Himdol. In a place like this, don't think anyone can imprison me in a mental prison like this. Himdol shouted. But right now he was still being wrapped up by those daiji around his smooth white body. HL had to use quite a bit of her strength to do this. So she's really hoping Jaehyun can take advantage of the opportunity. So where will this challenge take place? Here it is. The TV is broadcasting an emergency announcement. It's unfortunate that the 11th expedition to the ancient site ended in another failure. The European Union's Banak will participate in this expedition, although this event brings great hope. The first challenge, called Proof of Talent, could not be overcome once again. And the association also expressed that they are not confident about the next effort. And that place is Iceland, the center of legends about gods, hiding the secrets of the giants' relics. And those ancient relics were originally created to provide Jaehyun with a carefully designed space to nurture him into someone who could once again defeat Odin. But again, how? Ma'am HL also looked confused, not knowing why she used that word. So how could Jaehyun know? Anyway, if you can't prove your talent, you won't be able to get in. Prove your talent, that's right. Only you can succeed in overcoming it. Once you do, the path to the Great Ruins will open before you. Meanwhile, Balak was in Iceland watching the news report and looked extremely angry. He's not just angry. He's really furious. Balak shouted loudly, asking what kind of cursed ruin it was that even he was weak and allowed it. Camilla, are you sure the mages studied it carefully? Camilla reminds him not to doubt others like that and not to be so boastful. Moreover, there is only this one great ruin in the world, so she also wants to conquer it and deceive her way out. Balak nodded, the door demanding proof of himself before letting him in. But how to prove it he didn't say. Camilla didn't know either. Maybe it was the moon's key. Camilla was just joking. But Balak was so tense he looked like he was about to bite her neck. A few days later, before Jaehyun set off for the ancient site in Iceland, he made a phone call to ask someone at home to inform his friends later so they wouldn't worry. The preparations for this trip had to be rushed. First, Jaehyun used mana stones to maximize his weapon's power and upgraded his level beyond 30. The person you trusted the most is director Kim Ji-seon. This time, Jaehyun is also bringing Hila, the small black cat hiding in this hood. At the same time, Balak appeared on TV and declared that the European Expeditionary Society would conquer the ancient site in Iceland by any means necessary, and that no one would stop us from doing so. That means the relic is protected by Balak, and this will be Jaehyun's first fight against an S-rank fake explorer. So that must be the true 3 Celebrations Dragon Slayer sword. Hila now thinks she can reveal her side to observe this major enemy. Let's see if your decision is the right one. Loki. The ruins are mysterious tombs that suddenly appeared all over the world. And after the fake explorers excavated them, it turned out they were hiding ancient relics. This is an opportunity to obtain higher-level items than in the dungeon. So competition among the explorers here has become intense. Each country's government has had to intervene. Hila gently told Jaehyun that Mist Yuten, the necklace on his wrist, was the item they had hidden in the ruins. Don't you think everything isn't just a coincidence? Suddenly, you're the one who has Misty Yuten, while all the ruins are being purged. Right, Jaehyun guesses she's talking about those flashes of light back then. Looking back, it seems that everything started from that strange light. He looked at Hila with a puzzled expression. Hila asked why you looked like that. Jaehyun smiled faintly, turned away, and said it was nothing. But he had wondered about it for a long time. Were those ruins created by the giants? Yes. Sure. 000 years ago. Their guardians and those enemies, Ranglai, created it because of the great beast in the prophecy and the countless humans who would oppose Odin's army. That is also why the ruins are full of puzzles. In legends, the ancient beings are depicted as wise creatures. I hear they are very confident, even when facing the Norse gods. Of course, their end was not as glorious as they expected. It's coming soon. I'm so excited. I booked a fancy hotel that seems to be the best place in Zalo. After all, this is your second trial. Hila, you're really getting into it. I have never been careless. I've prepared everything I can. Check if the Nurni system's alchemy attribute is working properly, and also bring some good items. Before leaving, Zehun used an A-grade dark mineral to upgrade the dark armor to level A. Misk, lacking a name, activates the genius passive skill to craft armor that elevates the dark armor to S rank, which has already evolved into hell armor. This item increases physical and magical resistance by 350, upgrades the active stealth skill to level 3, and adds the passive skill Dark Energy Synchronization. The level A Dark Energy Synchronization skill links the user with dark energy to create after images that can dodge enemy attacks. Adds a 20% chance to dodge enemy attacks, with a one-time dodge chance of 100%. Not effective against light attribute attacks. Hila narrows her eyes, pursing her lips. We've also used up all our tricks. Do you mean just locking it? I don't have time to try other ways. I guess I'll just have to accept it. No point in complaining now. A few hours later, Jaehyun finally arrived at the hotel, a place exclusively for awakening users to leave their marks. Of course, even without this rule, just one night here would cost 50,000. No one would want to spend the night right next to the ruins. The only exception would be archaeologists. On the way back to his room, Jaehyun accidentally ran into Balek, a member of the European Association, who wants to explore the giant ruins. Jaehyun also didn't expect to run into them so soon. What are you? As they brushed past each other, Balek suddenly asked quite roughly. Although he was the true owner of the Dragon Spear 3 mounds, and also the president of the European Conquest Association, Jaehyun was not afraid. What's going on? Before Camilla could intervene, Balek rushed in front of Jaehyun, and the two stared each other down fiercely. How old are you? Where are you from? Balek asks. Jaehyun still doesn't answer. Camilla quickly ran over to warn Balek to watch his attitude, and then jumped in to separate the two. What are you doing? Sorry about that. You go ahead. He's a bit difficult sometimes. Camilla pushed Jaehyun away and continued to tell the story of his broken engagement, while Balek gritted his teeth and told her to stop rambling. Camilla still sincerely apologized and saw Jaehyun off. Wait until you're far enough away before she frowns and says, Balek, I told you to be careful. What will you do if the image of the association is destroyed by your hand? I know you're sensitive because of our previous failure, but don't take your anger out on a child. No, that's not it, Balek said with a serious expression. That kid, when he walks, he makes no sound at all. He knows how to hide himself as he wishes. Back at Muse Academy, the principal's office was filled with frustrated noises. It turns out Kim Ji-jahoon called Jaehyun's friends to explain about his trip abroad, and Kim Ju-jung took the opportunity to complain about her friend wandering around and getting involved in misunderstandings. Last time it was an amusement park. I wonder where he teleported to this time. Ho Eon awkwardly laughed and said Jaehyun always encounters illusions, so it's probably the same this time. No, he's not the type to encounter illusions. Kim Ju-jung knows her friend too well and is confident about that. It's another giant ruin in Iceland, with the gatekeepers of the European Fake Exploration Society standing in the snow. A shimmering black and red shadow approached, and the man with the hat shouted loudly, Who? Hurry up and show your face. This ruin has already been handled by the Fake European Punishment Association. Are they not letting you in? They're really too lazy to lift a finger. The guy was about to trigger the alarm when the other person silenced him with a mind wipe. Sorry, but I feel like a criminal. Who else could do that besides Jaehyun? But I had no choice but to do it. Back when we first arrived in Iceland, Hyla said the condition for entering the giant ruins was the Nurni system. Jaehyun sighed. So the first thing is probably the second condition. But there probably isn't a third one. Right. Don't interrupt me. There are only two conditions. The second is that the strength and agility stats must be above 150. In simple terms, it's like being a level S person. We all look at each other stiffly, and Jaehyun chuckles awkwardly. I still haven't reached S rank. My parents say I can't. I saw you take down Sora alone. Jaehyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, so that's her third form. Hyla didn't dare reply, only said it's unrelated, and reminded you that for now, you need to find a way to meet the second condition. Jaehyun already figured out the method, recalling how he received an extra reward after completing the second mission at Frandier's estate and finishing the hidden scene here. I got this from Frandier's mansion, but I've never used it because I didn't need to. The system shows it as an unidentified item called the Cursed Key. Level A. Thanks to his scouting skills, Jae-hyun discovered this is a special item. Loki's key that can open any door or portal. Hila was also surprised that he got this. Strange. As if someone predicted everything and prepared it for me. Jae-hyun inserts the key. Opens the gate and the ruins. Still holding a blank card in his hand. I guess this empty card will be usable soon too. Seo and Han's accelerated perception skill and Kang Un-seo-un's spying are both useful. But Jae-hyun doesn't copy them because he feels he would lose something if he uses the blank card. And again, if he only copies the skills of those around him, they will start to suspect. So if the system has given him an empty card, there must be something to copy. The corridor leads to bright lights. And Jae-hyun, after walking a few steps, hears voices. Could the person be the great enemy from the prophecy, a giant sitting on a large throne at the end of the road? Han has 3 eyes and introduces himself as Smear. Smear Jangneo-san. I am the guardian of the giant relic under my father Jangneo's orders. When Kat Hila suddenly appeared, Smear looked surprised to recognize her. You. No. You are her embodiment. That's right. My name is Hila. I am in charge of guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials. Smear. The power of prophecy is weakening as it protects the great enemy. We must prepare for the great enemy to face the 2nd trial as soon as possible. I refuse. Smear interrupted Hila. Outright refusing. Hila was stunned and asked why. Smear said that she should also know that opening the door for the great enemy is already cheating. This made Minya's face darken, but Smear said he still can't pass the 2nd trial. So he was very generous earlier. Get stronger first, and then come back. Hila was furious. Smear, we don't have any more time. Once the power of the prophecy runs out, the Norse gods will act again. But Smear still stubbornly shakes his head. The law is the law. Hila's avatar, I'm not sure. The hem, a blood I wanted to protect, has now turned to ash. The giant no longer has a home to return to. It's already too late. A little later now doesn't really make a difference. Hila was stunned to realize Smear was already desperate, but Jaehan is really angry now. What the hell is going on? Are you guys joking with me or what? Hearing him say that, Smear also turned red with anger. And Jaehan wasn't exactly gentle either. He said sternly, listen carefully. I am not a charity organization. As he spoke, Jaehan stepped forward, each step radiating blinding light. These are not objects for you to use as you please or discard when you're bored. A glowing chain appears around Jaehan and charges straight at Smear without hesitation. The reason I let you control what I do is because I see you also have value to exploit. So I need you to act. Even great enemies have their price. So don't underestimate them. Outside the great ruin, the sky is covered with a rainbow of light. Mrs. Lach, furious and grinding her teeth, asked the 2 gatekeepers to confirm if no one had ever come here. Du Kwai-non confirmed that was the case. But Mrs. Lach remained convinced that someone was inside. He wants to verify for himself. The mysterious power and mana he just sensed are only present when an artifact is opened. Mrs. Lach has never successfully entered the giant ruin, so she doesn't want and can't let others go in first. If the door opens, he will surely be allowed in too. But sorry, his character is still not good enough for his brother. Mrs. Lach was so furious that her veins bulged and she immediately called Camilla to report that someone had entered the giant ruin. Camilla, upon hearing this, snapped to attention and said she would go there immediately. Inside the giant ruin, Hila can no longer keep up with the story's progress. Smear blocks the light barrier but remains completely unscathed. He angrily slammed the chair and stood up. Calling Jae-hyun a dog-brained fool, he shouted loudly, furious that a mere human would dare to oppose him. At the end of the sentence, Smear raises his voice with a wider tone, the strong wind whirling fiercely, causing Jae-hyun and Hila to lose their breath and struggle to resist. The controlling lion passes by, and Hila and Jae-hyun are blown away, losing their senses. But the kid just sneered. Can't you say anything else? Your Highness, I've heard that line so many times I'm sick of it. In this situation, you're secretly calculating that either I give up the challenge and retreat to die fighting Himdo, or I stay buried here. And it doesn't make much difference. Then I only have one choice left. I have to try every possible way. I don't want to leave again in mountain-sized regret, like before I regress. That challenger. Smear's 3 eyes light up like car headlights. His 2 hands clasped in front of his nose, as if praying for Jae-hyun. I will no longer accept your challenge. A giant spear pierces through from a space crack above Jae-hyun's head. plunging down from the sky without hesitation. Hey, are you really risking everything to fight the true gods? Or does it just seem like you're all walking straight into death? Jaehyun, don't just stand there like a statue. As soon as the drill touches the top of your head, it turns into a beam of light and disappears. Activate absolute calculation skill. Jaehyun's divine eye glows, as Smear's 3 eyes stare intently at him. Activating the active skill, Strong Wind, Jaehyun takes a running start, positioning himself opposite Smear. Only then does Smear realize that his heart is the target. This challenger truly intends to defeat him and go beyond this place. Does this idiot know what kind of beings he'll have to face in the future? He's really reckless. Smear's giant hand reaches out. A blinding flash of light. Jaehyun jumps higher than an athlete to dodge. And when he opens his eyes, he sees Smear's arm coming straight at him again. Smear wondered what could have driven this young man to be so reckless. Jaehyun only felt this pressure like when facing his father, Huyen. This proves that the opponent he is facing is someone he cannot defeat. But the shining light bursts out, and Jaehyun grabs the thread, ready to swing with life. Jaehyun had no intention of sitting still and waiting to die. So he fought fiercely. A glorious departure is also a beautiful thing in life. Activate the Ice and Earth skill. The soul of the Dark Elf is cut off by the power of the sword, ice spreading everywhere and quickly reaching Smear's feet. He also realizes this is the secret technique of the Dark Elf. He doesn't know how Jaehyun managed to learn it, but there are still many gaps, and just one punch is enough to cut through the ice and snow completely. Jaehyun was a bit stunned, but quickly smiled with satisfaction. He acted exactly as I had predicted. Is it because he's too straightforward? Activate Fire Strike, level 5. Activate Rage Aura, level 5. The shards of ice gather at the joint, while around Jaehyun, countless fireballs are ready to unleash. The fireballs propel the ice shards forward, rushing straight at Smear. At that moment, Men activates his level 3 invisibility skill. In the thick fog, Jaehyun seemed to glow. Smear always thinks he can fool him with these cheap tricks. Smear spreads his legs, and a fierce storm rises, dispersing the fog completely. But by the time the view clears, the target is gone without a trace. Where the hell did Han go? Hila also blends in perfectly, transforming into a small black cat hiding behind the black spikes. He slowly searches, each step carefully taken. Little does he know that Men is hiding in a deadly spot, a tiny hole beneath his feet, waiting for him to get close. Jaehyun transformed into a super cool form and charged to slash with a burst of flame. At the same time, in Jushel's office, that boy, Min Jae-hyun. He's your disciple, right? A blonde-haired, red-eyed young lady with a gaze like she can see through everything, asked Jusel. That's right. I assume you've watched the interview. Let's get straight to the point. Miss Blonde, no need to waste time. I'm here because of Min Jae-hyun. Recognizing others' talents is a merchant's strength. Baek Gi-hyun told me that. So do we really need to repeat this pointless conversation? Oh, you don't need to be so hostile. I'll pay a fair price for it. Jaehyun is not a thing. Gyang-ang of Nihawk. So what if I give her that item? Jusel wondered if Gyang-an from Nihawk wanted Jaehyun that badly, especially since she heard that an officer had obtained it but used an S-rank item as a condition. The sky is vast, but hesitation won't do. It seems this isn't a game anymore. We've never used our clients as pawns for our games. If Jaehyun-ha refuse, are you planning to use this to directly control him? Jusel, you could become a merchant now. The blonde lady smiles and enjoys it, her eyes also sharp. Right, and if you keep delaying, do you still plan to seduce Jaehyun President Ju Seon? You're a talented merchant. You know how to read the situation. You should go after Jaehyun instead. Seon said sincerely. We prefer to handle things in a gentle way. The blonde girl stood up. So I will wait for her decision. Seon smiled without replying, and the blonde girl also smiled before leaving through the door. Oh, she's gone now. Seon chuckled sarcastically. They're saying outside that she's going to take over a member of the club. Seon's face turned cold as he shouted to all my students. Hey, back to Jaehyun's position. A blazing sword aimed straight at Smear's chest. Jaehyun was very serious with this strike. It was just a slash, but Smear's chest seemed like it was made of reinforced concrete, with no harm to his waist. Smear brushes over the wound from the cut. Is this the path you have chosen? Great enemy, Odin is very powerful, and the other gods of Aesir are the same. No matter how hard you try, there will be nothing to counter your efforts. Smear looks at Jaehyun with a pained expression. Do you still believe he can move forward? It's better to sit still and do nothing. Jaehyun immediately responded and simultaneously activated 3 skills. Using an active skill to summon a magical artifact that created a mana sword. Activate the genius passive skill. Forging Strength. The item grade increases by 1 level. Smear is still lost in sorrow. You know nothing. Great enemy. What you're doing doesn't mean anything. Do you know that? Jaehyun looked at Smear and asked, Am I the one who decides whether what I do has meaning or not? This question brought Smear back to a distant memory. At that moment, his father also said that he was the only one who could decide his own worth. But while Smear was lost in thought, Jaehyun seized the opportunity to strike unexpectedly. You threw a terrorist group at Smear. But he silently asked, Are you willing to take responsibility for what you said? Both the team and Jaehyun are under an invisible pressure created by Smear. And Jaehyun cannot move. I ask again. Are you responsible for what you say? Jaehyun was overwhelmed to the point of bleeding from his mouth, secretly vowing to himself to figure out what to do next. Think. How can I defeat this monster? How can I kill him? At this moment, the pressure suddenly disappeared. What's going on? The one who speaks is the only one who can decide the meaning of what they do. However, only those with strength have the right to do so. I will give you a chance. If you can prove your worth, I will let you in. Hila was quite surprised by Smear's comment, especially since she was so stubborn earlier. Now she's changing her mind so quickly I can't keep up. Jaehyun wipes his nose. Prove it. Then it's on me. I will block your strongest attack once. What do you think about that? Hila quickly jumps out and says, What are you talking about? This crazy idiot. Just one move and you're already out of your mind. I'm getting a headache with both of you. His Han power is full of divine strength. You right now. Hila is still trying to hold back. Smear has agreed to the challenge. Fine. Then he immediately raises his hand to strike. I, Smear, will assess and draw my weapon. Do you have the ability to decide the meaning of your actions or not? And can you defy fate? Stop it now. Hila shouts with all her might. At this rate, there's no hope left anymore. Why haven't I even fought Odin yet? And my heart is already hanging by a thread, ready to sink into death. But Smear didn't listen. He told Jaehyun to take it. Then threw a staff 8 times larger than the Ruyi into Jaehyun. He spreads across the space. But in the end, all that remains are scars on the wall. Is that enough? Jaehyun is still alive, surrounded by darkness that protects him, activating the passive skill of Dark Flame. From now on, the skill has a 20% chance to activate. Smear looked at Jaehyun, still intact, and then smiled and clapped. The wall of the sacred corridor gradually moves, opening a path. Come on. This place is made for people. Are you sure high school can happen twice? But more than 3 times is impossible. Go on. Jaehyun hesitantly stepped in, and Hila also remained cautious. A strange person, before officially crossing over, Smear secretly warned Jaehyun that there are 3 mental challenges awaiting him there. I see. Are you not afraid? I do. So what? Smear lets out a relieved sigh. That's great. I can finally retire. My part ends here. The rest is up to you. Great enemy. Hila quickly ran after Jaehyun. The kid with the long legs runs fast and doesn't wait for anyone. On the way, Hila asked, How could you do that? Who knows? I'm not even sure anymore. Hila thought carefully. It can only be that Smear gave up. That's not wrong. But Jaehyun changed that day. Jaehyun and Hila walk straight ahead to the next challenge. Welcome the great enemy foretold in the prophecy. In front of the two are a pair of identical twin sisters with their eyes covered by a blindfold. We are the novices tasked with guarding the first mental challenge. And we are waiting for the person. Jaehyun, from now on, I can't interfere anymore. You have to be careful. Hila warns you. All right. Jaehyun also feels regretful about not having a neck. But whatever. Anyway, this is also the second challenge I have to go through. The twin siblings smile mysteriously and begin explaining the rules here. One is an angle. The other is a demon. The angel always tells the truth, while the demon always lies. One of us is the gate to heaven, where the angels are. Jaehyun looks like he's hearing a bloody story, while the two sisters are still explaining the rules, and the other is the gate to hell, where demons reside. Hila saw this and whispered, What's with that face? You look really disappointed. Maybe it's just not what I was hoping for. No matter which door you choose, you'll still be led to the second round of the challenge. But if you choose the gate leading to hell, the undead will come up and block your way. Oh, that sounds interesting, he said with a smile. From now on, I will only ask you one question. So make the most of this good opportunity. Finding the right path with just one question is a famous puzzle. But no matter which gate I choose, I can still move on to the next round. That's interesting. I'll ask. No need to rush. You still have enough time to think. No. I don't need to think carefully. So who do you want to ask among us? Which door leads you to which place? A young monk stands up to introduce it solemnly, while Han the goat actively ponders. The riddle's name is Angel and Demon. Probably. It's quite famous, so there are likely many other names. The solution is also quite common. If you ask where they live, heaven will lead to heaven, and if you ask the demon, it will also lead to heaven. Is this the gate chosen by people? Without asking, Hyun gently smiles and confidently says no. I will go through that gate. Hyun turns to the other side. Can you open it? What kind of pot is this? Hyla has no idea why this guy chose like that, and he went through the gates of hell. Hyla looked upset. Is he crazy? Why did you do that? What are you going into the demon gate for? You've never heard the saying that nothing is difficult when you're young. Right, that's nonsense. Of course. No one willingly chooses the harder path. But I am different. Successful people have their own way. And those holding the script are the same. They say the zombies will try to stop me. Huh. You guys. Before Hyla could speak, a horde of zombies burst out from the ground. And Hyun only waited for this moment to smile. Activate the sacrifice skill. Angelic wings radiate as the main character's wings grow out from behind him. Check the battlefield for survivors. Turn the sacrifice skill into a defensive skill. Activate the active skill, Judgment of Light. The bright light pierces through the bones, and the surrounding monsters vanish in an instant. Hyun's level-up notification keeps flashing rapidly. All this experience points. This is truly heaven. Look at him enjoying himself. Who? Hyla pouts. You evil human demon. He must definitely be a demon. The two monks outside also judged. Han has made the stupidest decision. And also the smartest. They all say in unison. As you predicted. Mimir. This terrifying lightning emanating from the gate is the endpoint of the hellish path Hyun is on. He quickly saw you drifting away, with a look of regret on his face. So sad. It's already over before it even began. It's rare to get a chance to level up like this. Hyla is at her wit's end, reminding you, focus and use it. The challenge isn't over yet. As soon as both of them completely step through the gate, it immediately closes. The scene before us is a room with a massive array of formations on the ground. A super complex magic circle, so I guess I need to meet the conditions and escape to complete the test. That's right. Oh, great beast of the prophecy, is that you guarding the second level test? Zehun shouted back. And immediately, a glowing sphere appeared above his head. Whatever name sounds cool. If it were here, it would probably roll its eyes at you, but it's true after all. This light sphere really knows how to face the truth. Hyla hesitated. Do you recognize whose voice this is? So you're still here. Hyla was surprised. But before she could speak, the light sphere interrupted. Wait. At least let me introduce myself. I am Mimir, the one who created the Nerni system, and the one who arranged your fate. Zehun. Stop trying to control your destiny. So everything that happened before, the new system appearing, the regression, everything was already arranged. Zehun remained silent. Could you explain in more detail? You seem to be very angry. Mimir said, as I mentioned long ago, Loki came to me wanting me to show him how to make the prophecy's great enemy stronger and how to escape Odin's watch. The answer is the Nerni system. Zehun remained silent, having created the Nerni system. So why didn't he explain his plan from the very beginning? Because of the pact with the Norse gods. Normally, it would be very difficult to approach someone who is already hard to reach. The Norse god system you used isn't just any system. It should be the one used by all the awakening imposters. It is restraining everything. Mimir. Hela called out tearfully. I have never heard before that you are the gatekeeper in the second part of the trial. You also know that, Hela, the current situation isn't looking good. If the collapse happens sooner than expected, then there's no guarantee that the main enemy will still be alive. I'm about to die, and you're acting so calm. Anyway, the reason I intervene here is very simple. A worthy proof is to test the person. Zehun grimaced. All this time, you haven't been able to speak a word to me, so now you want to test me. Your eyes are too sharp. So the reason we can talk like this now is because we are inside the ancient ruins. Mimir explains that Zehun has realized that the Norse gods cannot peer inside here, which is why they are free to be here. Exactly. You're quite clever too, Mimir praised. Zehun listened without any joy, only feeling more annoyed, and grumbled that he had a question. Mimir told him to go ahead, but not to be too naive. If fate has chosen me to be the main enemy, then whether I want it or not doesn't matter. So why do you still ask me how I feel about fate choosing me as the main enemy? And on top of that, they chose the moment I was most desperate. When Lamb was in a life-and-death situation. Why does it have to be like this? Somewhere else. Someone is crying loudly and sobbing. I wonder what he's doing abroad. Even his messages go unanswered. Kim Joo-jung sinks to the table, tears welling up because of her friend. Ina also agrees with her. Ho Eon smiles reassuringly at the two friends. He'll come back when the time is right. It will happen no matter what. Hyun was sitting and reading but still joining the conversation. Anyway, what is he doing going abroad? Au is still so upset that he hasn't even lifted the sheet of paper from the table. But he still responds. Who knows? He probably didn't say anything when he left. We need to decide what to do with our group first. I hope we are all in the same team. Ina also agreed with Ho Eon's opinion and stood beside him, smiling quietly. Then she thought of Joo Hyun's handsome smile as he just ignored her. Ina whispers softly. And suddenly Hyun looks very proud. Oh, I see. I kept wondering why Joo Sang kept focusing on those medicines or something used for bribery. It's because those are the benefits Joo Hyun gets from being the top student in the class. Right. Are you sure you want to stay there, IU doubts. But I just want to be with you. As she said this, she suddenly felt shy, her face turning red as she looked up. Then he broke out in a sweat, trying to find a way out of the situation. Of course. Who else could tolerate him? Hyun thought back. Ja Hyun, the demon lord, would agree. Right, I just want to go together because we're friends, Ho Eon explains. But that's not all. We will have more funds and a bigger room to use. You're not even a student yet. How do you know about those things? EU looked at Hyun with curiosity. The girl puffed out her chest proudly. You're about to start studying here. So I looked into it beforehand. Ho Eon smiled brightly and asked, what if you fail the entrance exam by any chance? But then, she poured cold water on him. Hyun, who was confidently singing with stiff glue, suddenly became very serious. IU seems very satisfied with this result. You're really a mean person. I hope he will come back soon. Forget about those arguing. Ina only cares about Krat. Kim Joo-jung even blushed and agreed with Ina, but at this moment, Jae-hyun was still questioning Mimir. So, why did you ask for my opinion? Mimir froze for 5 seconds, wondering how to make the kid not panic. Because we don't want to leave the fate of the world in the hands of someone who can't even control their own destiny. Fate. Yes. I only gave you a chance back then, since you chose to change your destiny. Now rest here. Why does it have to be so complicated? Jae-hyun smiled a bloodless smile. Ina Jang is so furious that he wants to deal with his old man once and for all. If that's your goal, then we will respect it. The goal is the goal, whether it's noble or not. I still have many questions, but I guess you can't answer them all right now. Unfortunately, that's true. And I can tell you one thing, if you get through this part, I will give you a hint about the truth. Alright then. Please kindly explain the second part of the challenge. Alright. Do you see what's around you? Yes. I see everything. You only need to offer one of those things by placing it on the altar. However, remember 2 things. First, don't forget that the main goal is to gain wisdom. Second, you only have one chance. There won't be another. So keep that in mind. Jaehyun wondered if she had to see through all of that. I knew you would react like that. Mimir Sehil, I don't like people reading my mind. Haha. Sorry about that. I will give you 2 hints related to the challenge. The first hint is that you already possess the intelligence you can gain from this sacrificial altar. The second hint is that you arrived here 2 days earlier than our plan, and today is Monday. But the hint is pretty useless. I don't understand a thing. Alright then. Show me your intelligence. Oh. And I have one more thing I haven't mentioned. If you don't pass this challenge, you will lose your life here. Jaehyun's face darkened. And knowing he could read minds, I thought for him to read it. You really are a bastard. Mimir. Ha ha ha. Just hearing that makes my ears bleed. He gasped in surprise. thinking he must have misheard. This guy really has a screw loose. You have 1 hour. I have given you all the hints I can provide. So I will wait for your answer. A sand clock appears in the sky, and Jehun begins to drift into her own thoughts. My wisdom is already there. The meaning of Mimir's hint. Wednesday. What does Wednesday have to do with this challenge? Is it really a hint, or just a distraction? Calm down and think again about how everything started. What will you offer as a sacrifice for the altar? Time keeps flowing. Jehun opens his eyes and tells himself to try more methods. He activates his mental energy to connect with all the objects here. Activate mana detection skill, and I didn't find anything special. This skill also failed. Stay calm. I can't back down now. There's no way out left. Backing down means certain death. With the wisdom I possess, and this Wednesday, there is probably only one possibility that Mimir is hoping for from me. Jehun sighed and picked up an object, and a notification window immediately appeared before his eyes. What sacrifice do you want to offer? I will offer myself. There is only one chance, and it's the choice of the clone. Jehun smiled confidently as if this was what Anchakmnerji had to do. The surrounding space instantly shifts. Everything shatters, and the magic circle also breaks apart. It is the prophecy. The room's space shifts into endless night. Yes, the great enemy in the prophecy. First of all, wisdom is the knowledge above the rules. I have collected Odin's lost eye. Or in other words, knowledge about the rules. Next is the fourth day, which holds extremely important clues that once seemed useless because the origin of the fourth day is the day of Gudin. More importantly, Gudin is another name for Odin. Odin sacrifices himself to gain knowledge about life and the afterlife. If it's related to this trial, then the only suitable sacrifice is oneself. Well done. A young man bearing the weight of destiny. But do you know what the meaning of that choice was? Odin being hung upside down at G-Grasso, wounded and stabbed repeatedly for 9 days. Zehun spins his weapon, risking his life to attain what he desires, pointing the tip at himself and removing his armor, causing Hela to panic. You're warning me again, Zay. If it keeps going like this, I would have died of a heart attack already. Wait a moment. What are you trying to do, Mimir? This is what you wanted to confirm from me. Right, Zehun didn't hesitate and sacrificed himself with a strike, coughing up blood but still smiling. Is this what you mean? Volunteering to sacrifice oneself means facing the door of death, and it will be even more painful afterward. Time is truly precious. I should have ended this sooner. The plan to manifest the magic treasure skill. To stop. Hela is beside herself as another spear pierces Zehun. How can he take revenge if he's dead? I told you to stop. Luckily, that stubborn kid listens well. So he was about to stab himself again. Enough already. Why didn't you show up earlier? Dad, we almost lost the hope of everyone because of that kid. Sang's dazzling light envelops Zehun. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself unharmed, lying within the magic circle. Mimir marvels at how much you've changed, to the point where you no longer need my advice. Zehun carefully touches his stomach. Luckily, the wound has disappeared, and his six-pack remains intact. The test ends here, and you have shown me more than I expected. So now it's my turn to keep my promise. Right. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Now I finally have the chance to uncover the truth the gods are hiding. Come on in. You fake. I give you 3 words. These 3 words will form a sentence and guide you to find the truth. Why do you keep hinting around? Just say it clearly already. I'm doing this to avoid the gaze of the Norse god. So please understand. It's such a waste of time. Oh, Hela. Even you don't know. I don't know either. It must be a clue that has been hidden for a long time. Mimir no longer spoke but let the lights turn into words. One after another the conqueror, the eye, and shining. There isn't enough information to reason. What do those words even mean? I'll give you one last piece of advice. Review the system many times. You will definitely find the truth. So see you next time we meet. Hela. I also wish you good luck. Then Mimir disappeared. Well, being a beast now not only requires strength, but also brains. It's a pretty vague demand. But Jae-hyun is thinking. And from the looks of it, those 3 words seem to be talking about him. The conquest is your job. The eye within Odin's lost eye, and your current one, shine brighter than the past. Everything is more vivid than when you knew nothing and lost your life protecting others. But why is it shining? And why should I doubt the system? Hela pats Jae-hyun on the shoulder. And I will also think about the meaning of what Mimir said. Let's go. Next, Jae-hyun faces a mirror. The ultimate enemy who has overcome all trials. The final challenge awaiting him. Is this big mirror the final challenge? Yes. Smear confirms. It is Odin's mirror. The first of the three Norns goddesses. It is a mirror that reflects the past, allowing you to see Jotun's memories. Sandy then turns back and tells me what answer you obtained. Once you finish, you will pass the test. Do you have the answer you seek? No matter what answer you give, I have no right to judge. Find your own answer. That is the final challenge. Whenever you're ready, touch the mirror, and the past will appear before your eyes. Jae-hyun didn't hesitate and touched it immediately. And Sang appeared before him. A girl who looks like the young twin from the first challenge appears. But she has red hair. In the end, someone has finally arrived here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A dazzling aura appears behind your neck. You. Jae-hyun. Touch, happily. Call my name one more time. Earth. That's right. I am Earth. This is a fateful encounter and also an unavoidable reunion. I have waited for you for a long time, trying to hold on to this shattered past. This is a fragment of the past that an ancient being wishes for you to see. Let me guide you through the first piece. The scene shifts to a towering city with massive stones and sky-high structures. Jae-hyun, the cat, always knows where he is. And Hyla claims she used magic. This is Jotunheim, the land of giants. But Jae-hyun, have you met Earth yet? I'm not sure. Earth is right over there. You know, the past we need to observe is not in your mind but right in front of your eyes. You can see it. But you can't change anything. This story has already ended. It is nothing more than an echo from the past left by Jung-nir, who was once the great Jotun. For you, Earth suddenly brushed past him, reminding him that he must listen to the story it wants to tell that day. This three-eyed, horned old man during Tetsam is actually Jung-nir. Zmir, what do you think makes a good king? Hung, a strong person. Must be someone strong enough to protect others. Yes, that is an important factor, but a good king should know how to share and care for others while understanding their own shortcomings. I hope you will become a Jotun like that someday, but I am weak, afraid of many things, and I also fear those hammer. How can I have any value to become a king? I don't understand. Zamir, don't judge your worth so easily. The only one who can decide your worth is yourself. Zayun and Hila looked at each other upon hearing this. So that's why Zmir opened his heart to you. Hila paused silently. Something's happening. A Jotun rushes in to report that Tho and the female warriors are invading. Don't worry. I will do everything to protect everyone. Earth said it was a dark past, but their suffering did not end here. Sparks floated around her. This is the second fragment. The scene shifts again. The ground beneath still the same, as if fire is burning everywhere. What? Zayun looked at this scene in horror, seeing death and blood filling his eyes everywhere. This is the final battle. Ragnarok. Just before the contract is written. And that man is the thunder god Ho. He stands atop a pile of corpses, laughing with delight. A thunderstorm echoes across the vast heavens, and the symbol of the hammer in hand. Mother Nature, please be handsome and don't be a bastard. Zayun thought to himself, he's very strong. Too strong for me right now. Even if I reach Zong S, I still can't face a monster like him. What should I do to become that strong? Surpassing the 5 great trials will guide you in the right direction, Hila said, though is still standing there smiling. I've always hated giants. They haven't given up and keep fighting. Fine with me. I should show respect to such honorable warriors. Esteemed king of the giants. The lightning and fire emanating from Tho make him look more like a kneeling man than a god. If you fight me one-on-one, there will be no more slaughter of your kind. Will you accept that? Zhang Li, now covered in wounds, asked again. So you will let others live at the cost of my head. That's right. I swear on my honor. The giant weapon in Zhang Li's hand, heavy crashes to the ground. All right, just waiting for this. Tho smiles happily and lightning strikes again from the sky. Then see you again. I won't die that easily. Thunder rumbled loudly, as though changed his mind, and Zhang Li sacrificed himself, ending the war between Jotunheim and Ozga with an Ozga victory, leaving only a fragment of the past behind. Oh. The calm narration, using Jehun. The scene just now left him unable to say anything more. Previously, Zhang Li had cast a spell on the weapon, and Exmir behind him kept pleading, "Hey, don't go. This is a trap. I know. But I have to go. Exmir was crying. Why do you have to do this? You are the only family I have left. Hela approaches them as if in remembrance and says this is Asga, the world where the Aesir gods live, including Odin, whom you must destroy. Exmir, do you remember what I told you earlier? It's okay. I am sure you will do well without me. But someday, the great enemy from the prophecy will come to face you. The prophet. The great enemy. Yes. The greatest enemy will come. So my son, please protect my tomb. The great monument. That is why this great monument exists. This is a memorial for the giants who sacrificed themselves, and also a symbol of a hopeful future. The great enemy in the prophecy. Jehu was startled and looked over. I know you're watching these memories. Please help my son, Exmir. Earth says. He is preparing for his final moment. Rangye has come up behind Thor, who turns around excitedly. It's you, Earth says. For the sake of the son who will be left alone, and whose final hope will be born in the future. To him. So, shall we begin? Thor seems very eager. I've wanted to fight you from the very beginning. So, are you satisfied now? Thor, with a dark and cold expression, said no. A red orb shot out lightning and appeared in the sky, then struck directly at Thor, emanating an ominous energy greater than any demon. I won't be satisfied until I win. Oh Lord. He's terrible, but he's handsome, Vul. Thor laughs. By killing you. When the lightning strikes the ground, no matter how fierce the battle, I am the one who suffers. No matter where the lightning strikes. Rangnia retreats there. He uses a giant weapon to block the lightning. Then a bolt strikes from behind, causing Rangnia to collapse. And he breathes heavily. Why are you doing all of this? What do you mean? So you slaughter countless innocent lives just to satisfy your own greed. Is that what you mean? Everything is the will of the greatest of all gods. Odin. I don't care about the reasons because I have no reasons at all. All I care about is fighting strong opponents. Let me ask you. Why do you agree to this fight, knowing you won't survive? Because I have something to protect. You still have something to protect. Most of your kind have already returned to the dust. They still exist. And someday Asga will fall. Do you still believe in that prophecy from the 3 young sisters? Stop whining. Enough of this nonsense. Tho wields the hammer with more skill than just using his hands. His eyes shining brightly as black lightning swirls around him. Blood-red sparks dancing. I will send you back to your kind. Jehun and Hela stand silently watching. Lightning, illuminating the giant figure of Rangnia. Great enemy. Can you hear me? If you do what you want, never forget what I am about to say. The only thing you need to pay attention to on the path you choose is having a firm will. Jehun clenched his fists, knowing that the path he must choose is the right one. Tho prepared to deliver the decisive blow and told Smear that he was sorry. A fierce lightning strike descends, and Tho's hammer clashes powerfully with Rangnia's massive anvil. Within seconds, the anvil is shattered into pieces. The lightning and fury tore through Rangnia's head as everyone witnessed that terrifying scene. And the boy's heart-wrenching cry for his father went unanswered. This truly is a ridiculous ending. Jehun pouts. He draws a card. Hela looked over in amazement, thinking I'd feel better at least if I could take down this Tho guy once. You feel the same way. Right. The hammer returns to Tho, emanating an overwhelming power, accompanied by the system's voice. You can use a white text, lunging with great force, then flying away. Tho swings his hammer to end the game, while Jehun uses his ability to copy this skill and use it himself. Rangnia sacrificed himself but managed to leave a message. Now. Fragments from his giant weapon move, making Tho nervous. His foot stepped on a black stone that billowed smoke, and Tho stared in surprise. The black stone suddenly flashed, and mysterious characters on its surface glowed brightly. This is the final direction Rangnia entrusted. Tho grits his teeth, furious at such a dirty trick. The glowing characters surround Tho, shining so brightly before his eyes. The glowing characters continuously burst out from Rangnia's weapon fragments and swirl around Tho. Fragments like spider silk wrap tightly around him, and a counterattack suddenly emerges thanks to someone's sacrifice. Excellent, Tho muttered grimly, gripping his mighty hammer tightly. But that's still not enough to kill me. A fierce blaze and dark thunder roared fiercely, shattering the web woven by Rangnia's whispered words before she fainted. The white card is trying to copy this devastating skill. Warning: the skill level is too high for the user's level. The copying ability cannot be used fully, until the user's level increases. Those dark lightning bolts shatter Rangnia's weapon fragments into different colors, leaving a battlefield in his wake. But Rangnia's final move was not just that. Tho thought it was over. But no. A large fragment still came from behind. Tho quickly swings his hammer, smashing it apart and revealing a tiny glowing sphere inside. Under Tho's stunned gaze, the light sphere hurtled straight into his head, leaving him speechless. Tho was hit by the light sphere and bent his spine without even realizing it. When he finally stood upright, his forehead was sunken, and he was still in shock, almost as if his soul had left his body. The scar on his forehead made Tho cry out in pain and stagger as he walked. This is the thing people aimed for from the very beginning. Tho clutches his bleeding forehead. An item suppresses my power, and I take back what I said that this isn't fun at all. Tho chuckled wildly. Quite the interesting creature. Inside the city gate, Smear watched everything unfold. You cry 3,000 rivers, not knowing that Da Chao Di will truly appear, and even if she does, we are not sure what kind of person she is. If my father's sacrifice is in vain, what should I do now? Taehyun stands silently, the card in his hand rising. Are you going to copy the innate power of the Thunder God onto the white card? Hila was almost thrown off balance, saying, how could this be? Can the white card be used on someone within a memory? Oh, I am not at all surprised. Hila, if this is an illusion, then that is not the case. As I said, this is a piece of the past passed down to future generations, meaning Jiangnia's sacrifice was not in vain. Hey, I laugh heartily as I watch Jahan's silhouette. The white card has turned into a black card, copying the innate power of the Thunder God, displaying information about the Thunder God's skills, passive abilities, name, and power, level, legend status, control over lightning, increasing the effectiveness and damage of lightning skills. All lightning-based skills deal 300% more damage. The effectiveness of all lightning-based skills increases by 50%, can be activated and cancelled. Warning: the skill level is too high for the user's level. The skill cannot be sustained, and will cause permanent damage to the user's body. Hila asks Jahan, are you sure? With your current level, you can't withstand that power. I will grow strong enough to use it anyway. Since you're helping me after all, maybe so. Oh, you're smiling so happily. Our time has run out. I still can't get used to saying goodbye. But did I forget something? Jahan looked a bit surprised. Right now. There's no point in dwelling on that. You have to look forward. Hoi Dai. Kyo Dish. Step beyond this shattered past and build a new future. I will pray for you in this shattered past. The glowing sparks swirl away, leaving no place for me in your destiny. However, Jahan gazed blankly at the blessing. At this moment, the black tape over her eyes had disappeared, leaving only her beautiful face and the gentle smile of the girl. I hope your journey is filled with blessings. Tears fall, and poor sister's images, which only a few remained, have disappeared again. The bright sparks flying around made Jahan and Hila unable to open their eyes. When they regained consciousness, the giant mirror had shattered into pieces. The one who has returned. Smear stands behind Jahan and speaks as if to do so. Jahan, now on the broken mirror, coldly responds with a yes. Hila is also very exhausted. This is your final challenge, Smear announces. I am only considering one thing. Are you ready? Jahan remains silent in deep thought. Smear has knelt down. Oh, great rival in the prophecy. Can you abandon your current path, even if he loses what he holds most dear? Jahan closes his eyes and contemplates. In your mind, images of your mother, kindness, compassion, and more come up. Do you firmly say, no, I am sure I can fall down, feel pain, and be sad? I know. Smear can empathize because he has been through the same, but I will keep standing up and moving forward. Smear laughed along as Jahan spoke. I understand now. You have passed the great trial of the prophecy's rival. You are now qualified to pass this challenge. The system also appears before you. You have overcome all the challenges and gained 4 levels. You have earned the title of the second challenge conqueror. You received a gift from Jangyo. It looks like you got a lot of stuff. Jaehyun exclaimed, now you're leaving. Right, Jaehyun is restoring the armor he wore at the beginning. In response to Smear, that's right. We're done here anyway. Oh, and there's one more thing I forgot. What? I'm sorry. That's what your father wanted me to pass on. Now I am leaving. Smear watched Jaehan's back and smiled softly. I have never felt hatred for what you have done. Outside, The snow was falling heavily, but the fake purge squad was still lined up neatly to ambush and see who could get inside the ruins, which no one could enter, not even the furnace. Seeing the crowd outside as numerous as ants, Jaehan couldn't help but point it out. Is there really a guard at this wall? Oh my. They are all quite strong. It seems escaping will be difficult. Hila also glanced at the door and sighed. Jaehan felt frustrated having to act like a thug, but just because of what happened. He also understands why the Union feels that way. The amount of money the European Union invested in this raid wasn't small, but with my current skills, I can't fight 2 S-rank enemies at once. So what should I do? I'll buy some time. You handle the rest. Hila agrees immediately. When I give the signal, you distract them. That plan is about to be finalized. Jaehan pushes the door open while Hila begins to channel her energy. The people who have been exposed to the snow so much they're about to fall ill immediately demand that he stop right there. Balak, seeing someone dare to step forward, frowned and pushed them aside. Get out of the way. He approaches Jaehan with a fierce aura. Judging by his build, he's had a good fight with you last season. Have you finished it yet? Balak asked coldly. So what if I did? Jaehan replied calmly. Immediately. Thun Dai Dao Ba Tra Bua was pressed against Jahan's neck. Balak coldly warned him, glancing back at the door behind, no longer feeling the demonic vortex escaping from there. He has truly completed it. But how? Balak kept staring at the ruins, while Jaehan focused on his dragon blade, which was not a fake but an authentic S-rank artifact, genuine and valuable. Suddenly, he came up with a not-so-good idea. This place was meant only for me from the very beginning. No matter how many times you try, you'll just fail. Are you saying we're weaker than you? The veins on Balak's forehead bulged. Who would have thought? He even said he couldn't even step inside. Jaehan is not afraid of technology and pushes the sword away from his neck, covering his face because he doesn't deserve it. A surge of anger rises to Balak's head in an instant. You bastard. I was going to let you join in the fun at first, but now I've changed my mind. I won't kill you. There's still a lot I can get out of you. Jaehan quietly assesses that this father really is just as the rumors say, already losing his temper over such a little thing. Well then, if we're talking about fighting, I'm not afraid either. Can you do it or not? Jaehan drew his weapon, suddenly feeling that, thanks to this father figure, he could get what he wanted quite easily. You think I'm just going to stand here and watch you now? Balak roared, but quickly froze in shock. You. In front of you is a weapon as impressive as a Ba-Mung, a level S dragon spear. The 3-mun spear. Siegfried's favorite weapon. With a plus 100 strength bonus. Plus 50 agility. Passive skill. Dragon Slayer. How about that? There's no rule saying you can't have 2 or 3 Mung. Jaehan pushed back Balak, losing for the first time. And Balak was so furious his eyes nearly popped out. Grinding his teeth, he swung his sword and slashed Jaehan across the face. But he just sneered, showing that he was panicking and losing his composure. A stream of electric arcs radiated from Jaehan's feet as Balak kept swinging his sword. But Jaehan dodged each strike effortlessly. You're slower than I thought. Jaehan sneered. Balak clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing, but he quickly sighed and calmly thought that even among S-rank enforcers, few could dodge his sword technique. Who exactly is this guy? Other fake mages witnessing this scene step back in fear as a wizard riding a broomstick arrives at that moment. Balak. Camilla jumps to the ground. Be careful. This sword is not only very familiar, but also radiates magic similar to your 3-pronged staff. Balak listens. Jaehan's words only make me more curious about you. I won't kill you, but I will take your life. Oh. Wait. Don't say that. It's giving me psychological trauma. What? You're so stupid. I mean, just shut your mouth. I read an article saying you just got divorced. Maybe because of that girl in black. Right. Camilla frowns upon hearing that. The reason Balak's wife divorced him is because of his terrible personality and being extremely boring. So what's her endgame? Camilla. Balak is already tightening his grip. All right. We can continue this conversation in the interrogation room. At this moment, Hila used teleportation magic to silently appear beside Jaehan. I'm ready. You should end this now. Sorry, but please wait a moment. Hila is also acting crazy. Jaehan is also holding the S-rank dragon spear in his hand. It's rare to fight against an S-rank conquest fake like this. Activate super speed active skill. Equipped item. Name. Superhuman is not yet complete. Level B. A. Kuat temporarily boosts mana, enhancing magical power. The user gains the super speed active skill, downgraded due to lack of super rare stones. The super speed state is unstable because the item is not yet complete. The skill's power temporarily increases as the mana bar is filled with a surge of energy. Warning. You will be unable to use mana for a while after this skill. Camilla's face darkened as she sensed Jahan's magical power suddenly change. Balek. Fall back. Before I could intervene, the guy in front of me disappeared and charged straight at Jahan like a madman. You idiot. That's why your foundation stone broke. Even though Camilla's lip movements are a bit awkward, she's still helping you by activating her active magic barrier skill. Jahan just gave a slight glare. The shield Camilla equipped for Balek had shattered. Impossible, but Jahan was lost in thought, acting ridiculously in Zangnir's memory. And I think the same goes for him. There is only one way for me to become stronger in a short time, and that is to fight against tougher opponents. Jahan swings his sword with incredible power, clashing against Balek's 30 layers of armor. With two streams of energy, one red and one blue, colliding fiercely. The immense release of energy causes surrounding ice and snow to explode outward. Camilla had to struggle to hold her body steady to avoid being blown away. After a moment, a figure shot out from the thick fog. Balek. Camilla nervously cast magic to support his massive body because she couldn't hold him with her strength alone. Balek was knocked away by Jahan and disappeared into the distance. Finally, he landed with a thud. How is this possible? Camilla thought in shock as she ran over. Balek, lying flat on the ground, blood magic making her panic. Is the leader of the Guild Alliance defeated to the point of having to admit this? At this moment, Jahan coldly turned his back, ready to leave. While Camilla was trembling, who does she think she's going? She manipulates the broken spell to form two magic circles, one blue and one purple. She activates the active skill Hellfire and the active skill Phantom Gale. Jahan turned his head and looked, just as an explosion erupted. You won't be able to use mana for a while due to the limitations of the super speed active skill, the cold system warns, and Jahan only swears one sentence. The shadowy hands rise up, and Hila is also tired of this cat and mouse game. That's enough. Camilla looked at the explosion in front of her, furious. Before my attack could land, he had already disappeared. Damn it. How is he so fast? I have to follow his trail. I can't let him escape. At this moment, Ba Lok has regained consciousness and can stand up. The first thing he says is to tell his friend to leave. Zico. What do you mean? I said to leave. Chasing after him is too dangerous. We'll go back to headquarters and talk there. Are you sure? You even hate contacting that person. So why now? Is he really that strong? That's right. Camilla widened her eyes. Balak. You're acting more unusual than usual. Did something happen? So you want to go back now? Balak felt like he was about to vomit blood. He hid. He tried to stay calm and not end my life. Seeing Camilla's panicked expression, Balak calmly continued. There's no need to send someone to find him. All right. I will contact the owner about his matter. Thank you. I'm going to rest now. Balak silently thought that even though he didn't know who you were, they would meet again someday. I won't lose to him again. In another place, Hila in her black cat form is glaring at Jahan with a warning look. Damn. You really are. Jahan lies back with a cheerful smile. Haha. All right. Let's go back home. The next day, at the airport, Jahan was walking while texting to say he had just arrived by plane. Immediately Ina called. Hello. What's the matter? Jahan. Have you decided which group to join yet? The person on the phone responds. At this point, Jahan finally remembered that it was about time, with only a month left. The group, one of the main policies of all fake extermination academies nationwide. Basically, it's like a club activity for fake hunters. Usually, only second and third year students form groups for the first 10 years. They usually take requests from public organizations. The academy receives an intermediary fee during this process, and students also have the chance to earn money and build connections. It's a way to gain group activity experience before joining a guild. It's a good idea. But in reality, it only benefits you if you join an influential guild. Otherwise, it's just a waste of time. Before retreating, I joined a low-ranked group and was forced to work like a slave. Since there's a rule that I can only join one group, I have no choice but to join theirs. I was planning to join their group anyway. But if it's that easy, It wouldn't be fun anymore. So he decided to wait and see what his friends would do. I still don't know. I think I'll find a group that suits me. Well, we're discussing whether to join a group together. Do you want to join? Ina is talking. But the other four are all listening to see what Jahan is saying. I think I'll choose on my own instead. The 5 young people spray hard glue. But there's no response. Jahan immediately wondered if Ina was hurt. And that was a second before disaster. Hey, little Jahan. Are you planning to join a separate group by yourself? Are you going to leave us behind? Au grabbed the phone to shout. While Ina looked upset and pouted. Clearly unhappy with his response. Jahan put the phone down a meter away but still had to cover his hand. No. I never promised to join the group with everyone or anything. Once a teammate. Always a teammate. If you want to have my top-tier privileges, just say so. No one cares. Wait a minute. Hoseon has something to tell you. I never said that. Hoseon was pleased when the fire pit suddenly was pushed into his hands. And the chaos on the other side was deafening. I don't think I can convince him. Oh. Hello. Joining your group is fine with me. Really. Jahan thought to himself, he's really easy to fool. You should be careful about scam calls. With one condition. But Jahan, we're friends, so come on. If not, forget it, Tran. Even if we're friends, you have to keep personal and professional matters separate. I always speak honestly. Jahan said this, making Yuyung and Anhan gag. I will tell you the condition later. I have to go through the gate now. So our conversation is over. Hila just woke up after a good sleep inside Jahan's coat and cloak. He was thinking that if joining the group was about to happen, then that thing was also about to happen. The outdoor camping events happen at the same time as group registration. In the quarantined area of Daegu, the Muse Academy is only part of the quarantine zone. And there are still many monsters outside the academy. Muse has always held annual outdoor camping events to defeat as many monsters as possible. After passing through, Jahan immediately returned to the school. Finally back. Jahan immediately sank into loneliness on the sofa. It's only been a little while, but it feels like 100 years have passed. That makes sense. You've been through that school after all. So why don't we take a look at the gift together? As soon as she finished speaking, Hila shivered and bristled. Then, Jahan and Hila suddenly transformed into human forms, looking at him and smiling. Do you remember how I used to tease you with stories? Jahan was stunned, meaning Hindo had escaped. On the other side, the sky suddenly tore open with a fiery red hole. A smooth young hand stretched out, its arm tightly bound by black cords. Then a person emerged, and Hindu jumped straight down. Damn it. A clone dares to make me. Look at the surrounding scene. It's all abandoned now. Is she trying to help humans escape from me? Hindu, with a face full of danger. How dare you disturb me? At this moment, a bent-legged monster jumps up. A cloud of dirt and rocks billows down from Hindo's head as the monster swiftly leaps onto his back. The dark creature eyes Hindu with a puzzled look. Then the sharp teeth are about to bite Hindu's head. He grimaces. I understand. Hindu clenched his fist. And the monster immediately appeared. I have an idea. Let's play together. I've been looking forward to meeting you. The great enemy mentioned in the prophecy. I will check you myself. Strange. Why did Hindo go there? Where is he going? Near the Muse Academy. An area off limits. You seem to know why. Jihan is extremely panicked right now. That's the place where the Muse students plan to camp. I think I know what he wants. Hindu can see the future of who his enemies are. So he wants to go there to find out who they are. It looks like my friends have been dragged into this complicated situation. Jihan. Hila looks worriedly at you. I saw that coming too. Jihan said, then stood up. There probably isn't any time left to rest. I need to prepare as much as I can to face him. Jihan opens Zhang Nier's gift, hoping she has prepared something good. After the notification, a vial containing a blood-red liquid appears, and you have received the consumable item Giant's Blood. Jihan takes the blood vial. Consumable item. Name Giant Human Blood Essence. S+ rank. The Giant's Blood contains both intelligence and strength. Strength and intelligence will increase when used. Both stats go up by 30. Cannot be used unless the minimum requirements are met. Minimum requirements. Both strength and intelligence stats are above 150. This item is the reason I need to achieve an S rank in the test. Anyway, to achieve an S rank in the test, both stats must be above 150. Jihan looked at the new skill information and was dazzled. Passive skill. Name. Gyangnias Raj. Rank S. All damage to Norse gods and Valkyrie will be doubled. Hela approached and asked what he thought. She smiled smugly. That's why I said you need to finish the second challenge quickly. Jihan was a bit silent. Then she also smiled and said she knew, casually reaching into Hela's cat head. It's good that I quickly completed the small goals earlier. When Hela's head was stroked, she straightened up and jumped a few meters away. What are you doing, seeing the glow around you? Hela transforms back into a human. Don't worry. I know how to help you. The next afternoon, in the forest, a similar type of crystal to those appears. Jihan, after forcing this violent burst, was overwhelmed to the point of losing his nose and mouth. He ruffled his hair tiredly. Not at all easy. Of course, Hela sat on the treetop and called down that the skill he received was of the legendary rank. S rank and special rank are nothing compared to it. If you don't level up enough and gain enough strength, you'll destroy your body when using this skill. Jihan thought to himself, the legendary skill he received from the ancient relic. He needed to learn how to use it as quickly as possible. On the way back, a notification window appeared, showing Jihan a way to level up. Special mission. Crow hunting. Deal with all Odin's attacks on you and the Resistance Alliance against the Nordic gods. Goal 1 out of 5. Difficulty S. Complete the mission once for a reward. 1 anti-card. Mission reward received. Rank increased. This is the only way right now. But it's useless because you don't have much time. Permanent physical damage. Jihan muttered to himself. Considering the cost of using the newly acquired skill, I can accept sacrifices like that. But it doesn't solve the core problem. Is there another way? I'll think about it. At this moment, the sound of a yellow car horn blares right beside them. Looks like you have a visitor. I see. Let's find out if this is a friendly guest or not. Just beyond the wall, there's a faint illusion. Over here, the car window rolls down, and the woman inside smiles. Oh, cool. What a coincidence. Min Gi-hun. Meeting here like this. Gi-hun recognizes this person as the head of curator Baek Ji-hyun. I heard you just signed a contract with the Lotus Society. Are they treating you well? Do you think you know why she's here? Nice to meet you. But aren't you very busy to run into someone like me here by chance? Ji-hyun forced a fake smile. So I guess I can consider this fate. Ji-hun froze for a moment, then sneered. Fate. You peeked through the car window and gave her a creepy smile. That's what I hate the most. Did you investigate behind my back? Hela saw things were tense and quickly pulled her hood over her head. Sir, this seems to be a personal matter. I'll step back now. I'm going somewhere else to play. The red sunset sky and the shadow hiding behind the wall gradually come into view. He is the manager of Lotus. Park Sung-jae. Chairman. The curator contacted Gi-hun, and seeing your expression, Sung-jae felt bitter. I think Jahan already knows I've been watching him. And it's getting dark. So what reason does she have to meet with me? Gi-hun sits cross-legged, asking casually. Gi-hyun sighs in admiration, getting straight to the point. I like that. Since she's not shy about saying it. We want to bury you. I already have my own guild. You know that, right? I will give you Nihop's Fang. Jihan is stunned. Could Nihop's Fang be the thing he's thinking of? How could she want to give me an S-rank item meanwhile? At Hell's temple. Hell is truly sitting beside his spirit beast. You're here now. Don't you think you'll regret this? Hela smiled as if she had no regrets left. Hell, just lend me your power. Hell looked at Hela with interest. You know the truth, don't you? You're only a part of me. There's a difference in holding all of my power. Even though I can share my strength with you, I also might not be able to use it. Or I could die instantly if I do. Right. For an ordinary body to hold the power of a saint means I will have no future left even if I survive after using his power. Hela seems to have known her fate when she did this, but she remained determined. I am the guide of the 5 great trials, and the compass for the challenger to move forward. Everything I prepared was for him, and the prophecy has been almost fulfilled since I started this mission. Hell frowned. But that's no reason for her to sacrifice herself. Actually, that's another reason. I'm just curious. Hela burst into laughter. How much effort can a person make, even when crushed by despair? What will happen next to Gi-hun, even if she's no longer part of that story? Yes. Even Hell is speechless at her stubbornness. She's gone crazy. There's no end to it, since you have decided. All right. I will share some of my power with you. Hell's palm emits a stream of black smoke. No matter what path she chooses, I hope she will always be happy. Hilla got what she wanted, smiling so brightly as if she wouldn't be sticking her head into trouble anymore. Back in the city, Sunze is still actively carrying out her mission. So from what I see, it seems that Chairwoman Baek Ji-hoon is trying to persuade Gie-han, but Gie-han isn't easy to persuade. Se-ung-un is also anxiously tapping the table. Perhaps that's something money can't buy. Haha. Maybe it's not me, but Miss Baek Ji-hoon, who has judged Gie-han's potential higher. Chairman, are you going to leave it like this? The manager is worried. Maybe I've gone a bit too far. But Jae-han could become the brightest star in history. Should she protect him at all costs? Haha. You've changed so much. Huh. Have I ever let anyone steal something of mine? Se-ung-un started out laughing. But now his eyes are sharp as a dagger. As expected, young men shouldn't compete. Over here, Ji-hoon is actively chasing Ji-han. So, what will Gi-han do? I think we will work well together. Don't you think so? Hey, it's only our first meeting, and you're already saying that. Aren't you a bit too forward? Do you know how the deal is going to go? As long as you're still sitting here, the deal has already begun. Jahan nodded in acknowledgement. And Ji-hoon continued, all right. Since we both got what we wanted from this meeting, it's best to get straight to the point. Take it up here. Ji-hoon ordered, and the secretary behind the machine nodded. Jahan looked over, and quickly, Nihop's fang box was brought up. This item emits a powerful aura of dark mana. In the previous shot, this sword is the second most expensive on the fake punishment exchange, only behind the Dragon Slayer. So, I thought it was an invaluable item. I don't understand how she has a treasure that money can't buy. 2. It looks expensive. Why are you showing it to me? Ji-han tilts his head, pretending to be naive. I don't like men with too many secrets. Let's be honest with each other. All right then. Ji-han suddenly unleashed his mana. So what do you want? Ji-hoon felt the pressure making him sweat profusely. Secretly worried that a student could have such immense magical power. That's really fucked up. Besides, if he loses control, you must not let him lose control. Right. Ji-han, with a dark expression, asked coldly, not expecting this kid to be so invasive inside his mind. It seems traditional persuasion methods like yours don't work on someone like me anymore. Ji-han sneered. So basically, you want me to join the Curator Society. And in doing so, you're offering me the S9 artifact from Nihok. Ji-hoon's face darkened. Yes. You won't get treated like that anywhere else. Ji-han pondered. This was only natural. Where can you find a group willing to make such crazy demands for a 17-year-old? But it's true. From what I know, the Curator Society is actively recruiting skilled fighters. The policy has changed. Why recruit someone as young as me? I'm the one who decides what the Curator Society should do. But never mind. Let's put that aside. So, I am the first person you want to recruit, that's right. It seems there are many issues behind the scenes. All right. I admit it. The advantage of recruiting students directly from Taegyang, and considering your value since you performed very well in the Academy's exams, even attracting the attention of the head of the National Investigation Bureau. Therefore, to get you, I paid a worthy price this valuable item. Nihop's fang here. Ji-hoon said it all at once, making Jae-han slightly lose his composure. Seeing your reaction, Ji-hoon smiled bitterly. It seems that Jae-han is the kind of person who can easily change his mind. Do you think I am that kind of person? If it's an S-rank artifact, I believe it's enough to change your mind. Furthermore, all the profits from the guild's work that use your image will belong to you. We only care about your potential. Jae-han grinned mischievously and eagerly. So let's see. If it's a weapon I would use, I'll try touching it once. And that's okay. Right. Do you want to activate the active skill of materializing magical artifacts? The system displays a notification. Ji-hoon, not knowing he was up to something, was very generous. Well, fine. You're worth allowing it. Ji-hoon glanced at her assistant behind her. She bowed respectfully and then opened the box. As she opened it, the dark mana vortex curled up, and Jae-han nonchalantly took it. So this is Nihop's fang. After holding it, he put it back in the box and laughed. I don't think it's a weapon that suits my fighting style. But thank you for the offer. Goodbye. Jae-han stood up and walked straight ahead, without looking back, causing Ji-hoon's face to turn pale. Are you saying you don't like it? No. It's just not suitable for my style. She immediately ran away. And yet, she still cares about her fighting style when it's an S-rank creation. Ji-hoon, furious, and with a reddened face and torn skin. Do you realize how precious this opportunity is? You can't buy it with money. I have nothing more to say. Can I go now? Jaehyun smiled calmly and turned away. Ji-hyun slumped down. What? After he had completely left, Ji-hyun collapsed onto the sofa, and the assistant hurried over to check on her. Are you okay? Like father? Like son? I suppose. He looks quite like his mother. The guildmaster. I will make them regret it. It's not clear who will regret it. But for now, Jaehyun is the one gaining the advantage. He's creating a clone of Nihop's Fang. Activate the active skill of illusionary creation magic. You have received Nihop's Fang. S. Jaehyun holds the sword in his hand, feeling excited. I didn't expect to receive it so soon. Nihop is the name of the largest and most dangerous dragon in legend. It lives in Lake Herforgelmir, hidden deep within Niflheimr. I've heard that it keeps devouring Gresso's crops and spreading to the tiger. I never expected her to let me touch the sword. Dad. From the very beginning, she didn't think she could copy that weapon. Jaehyun happily leans back on the bed. Everything has changed so much from before. I need to be more careful and strategic. Damn it. I don't know how strong he is. Maybe he's about on par. Jaehyun, feeling discouraged, suddenly shifts into a sinister state. Things are truly fascinating. A battle against a god could become crazy and quite difficult given my current situation. But I'm also curious about how strong I am compared to them. Does destiny show me through the mirror? And can I change that fate? The heads of the halls at Mills Academy. A short-haired girl stepped in hesitantly. All the top students of Mills Academy each had their own unique aura. If I didn't know, I would think they are veteran exterminators. But the leaders of the major clubs are here to mourn someone. We will take Min Jae-han. So, give up. Donghan, the leader of the #1 club at the academy, the guardian, has spoken. No. This time it's our strength. You already took the best person from last year. This time I can't give up on a student like Min Jae-han. Isn't there a rule that prohibits fake mages and martial artists from interfering in each other's affairs? You should give up on Jae-han. Han Ji-ah immediately objects. You're the president of the Seo-un Club, named after Ju So-un. This is the wizard club founded by Ju Seo-un. Stop talking nonsense. You, white-haired guy. What? The magic class. Haven't you heard the news? He's a top-tier wizard. Why would a wizard's guild suddenly start worshipping him? This older brother is Gang Ju-yu, the one who brought the short-haired girls club up to rank 2. I admire all 3 of them. That's what I wanted to say. Min Jae-han is the perfect candidate for our group. Jae-han is determined. This is also nonsense. Ju-yu will jump in. So let's play fair and let Min Jae-han choose which club he wants to join. He will suggest the club he likes himself. Ji-ah suggests. Huh. As if it's that simple. The problem is, you're too stupid. You know why we had to gather here. Right. Ju-yu sneered loudly. Ji-ah immediately jumped up. Stupid. A muscle-brain guy who dares to say that. So they argued like they were fighting. Almost about to hit each other. With no one willing to back down. All of it was to recruit Min Jae-han. The club receives a lot of attention and funding from outside organizations. Many clubs are paying close attention to them and their members. To recruit high-achieving students, the clubs are constantly providing support to the clubs they sponsor. That's why the club presidents always maintain a balance with each other, although the balance had been maintained before, with Min Jae-han now appearing. He is also seen as very dangerous by all the clubs. He could break the balance they have kept for so long. The short-haired girl wondered how strong he was to attract so much attention. So what if that's the case? What we will propose it to Min Jae-han ourselves, and if he agrees, we will let everyone else know. But the club that took Min Jae-han cannot take away his friends. And they will also have to give up at least 2 other important events at the academy. The new white-haired girl who just spoke is Jae-ji-un, the president of the 3 Rings. Her club is the least known, but she has also built it up on her own. That sounds reasonable. Juwook. Since the club is a fan club, there should be some restrictions. I agree. I also think so. Han Ji-ah is fine too. Let's end the meeting here today. Ji-un announced with a smile. The short-haired girl marveled at how impressive this beautiful sister is, able to make even the most formidable faces follow her plan. And the short-haired girl already has her own great article now. I've taken quite a few photos so far. And I've also heard quite a few stories. What? Where do you want me to go with you? Ina sat nervously on the bed, touching her pounding heart, her face blushing uncontrollably as she recalled her brave moment. Do you want to go to the fake punishment festival of the nation with me? Wow. I thought she was confessing her feelings. But it turns out she just invited me out for a little outing. Suddenly, Jae-han was also quite surprised by this suggestion. I just heard there are many things to see. And fake punishments have to go there at least once in their life. Yoo-hoo said that. He likes festivals and things like that. He's probably just exaggerating for fun. He just said that, but he's already at the stage of choosing clothes. Do the others plan to go? Ina, who hasn't even dared to answer yet, is busy with something else. All right, let's go together then. Jae-han agreed immediately. I'm thinking it's about time the black market starts to emerge. Getting there isn't really what I meant, considering what happened before I regressed. I might even find a main body to help defeat the evil. When do you want to go? 2 days later. On April 25th. Let's meet at the park at 9 a.m. For the festival. Ina blushed and spoke quickly, silently thanking God that this time she didn't stutter. Jae-han glanced at the calendar on the wall and said, all right. At that time, I reserved it. Sometimes taking a break is good. It seems like it will be really fun. Yeah. I think so too. Oh. I forgot my stuff at the academy. I have to go now. See you later. After saying that, Jae-han went out the door while Ina was in a very good mood, muttering to herself. I also think it will be really fun. In the evening, Jae-han returned carrying a big bag and a small one. And at that moment he saw Yui Hu-dung standing nearby and asked her, what are you doing here? Is this the men's floor? Are you planning to become a man? Yui Hu-dung was startled and blushed, then mechanically turned around. Hey, I just came here because I wanted to ask you something. Huh. You want to ask me? The festival. The fake National Punishment Festival. Something interesting to watch is coming up. In the morning, sunlight shines brightly on the golden flowers. And Ina arrived at the park early, dressed up and made up elaborately. I came too early. Jae-han just arrived now, smiling brightly and greeting her. You really came early. Wow. Your smile is so handsome. I can't help but blush. I was planning to arrive early to take a quick look. But you got here even earlier than me. Jae-han still marvels. Ina blushes shyly. Let's go inside. Jae-han just pointed back and walked away, while Ina still stood there, holding her blushing face. Look over there. Isn't that Min Jae-han? Probably. In real life, he looks even better. Isn't that Seo Ina? The handsome guy and the girl quickly drew the crowd's attention, everyone praising them. But Ina's face didn't look so good. The feeling of being stared at by countless eyes made the introverted girl feel extremely terrified. At this moment, Jae-han grabbed her wrist. Let's walk a bit faster. Ina was surprised for a long time when Jae-han took the initiative to grab her wrist and pull her away. When they reached a safe place, Jae-han finally let out a sigh. How dare you invite me to a place like this when you're afraid of crowds? Sorry. I guess I just haven't gotten used to it yet. Jae-han also felt sorry for her, so he changed the subject. Let's go have breakfast. Have you eaten yet? Kwang has many good restaurants here. There's even a toast shop you like. Ina's face turned red, and she quickly realized which toast place she liked. Let's go. Ina is still hesitating, and Jae-han is urging her on. She looked at his empty hand and blushed slightly. The two of them walked side by side, back to the night I met Yui Jung. My friend, Thon Mai Truk Ma, also mentioned the fake national festival. At that time, Jae-han suddenly remembered Ina saying everyone was busy. At this point, Yui Jung is rambling on. You're going to be lying around at home all week anyway. I think it would be great if you came there to change the atmosphere a bit. Jae-han looked serious and then ruffled Yui Jung's hair. Sorry. I already have plans. Next time. Yui Jung heard that and immediately stopped smiling. Jae-han smiled kindly and said, next time we can go together. So Jae-han chose the talented singer friend instead of Thon Mai Truk Ma. Gradually, Ina also got used to the lively atmosphere here. After waiting, they happily ate together as it started to rain. And Jae-han went to buy an umbrella while Ina waited. The miracle is that he only bought one umbrella. As they walk and tease each other, suddenly, it starts to rain again. That's why I don't trust the weather forecast. Ina replied reassuringly. Jae-han saw her paying attention to something, so he looked over and immediately understood what this introverted girl wanted. Do you want to take a picture? I'm not sure either. But I heard that when you go to places like this, you should take photos. If you don't want to, we can go somewhere else. Ina grabbed Jae-han's sleeve, blushing and stammering. Sorry about that. I mean, let's take the photo together. So the young couple went into the photo studio hand in hand. The shop owner warmly greets and welcomes them. Truly a cute and adorable couple. The photo shop owner is a young man with red hair. Jae-han feels like he recognizes him but can't quite remember who he is. We want to take photos. We'll order. Ina is blushing furiously in the back. With someone else, do they look like a couple? You can choose accessories here. Well then. Have fun. Look at this, Jae-han. There are also bunny ears. Ina is so excited, but Jae-han doesn't see it that way. Does he really want us to wear them together? But Ina is also holding a cat ear. Don't you like it? Why are there two of them? So Ina wears bunny ears? Jae-han wears cat ears. Both standing awkwardly without any dignity. Sorry. It seems this image is corrupted. The shop owner sighed and said, I already told the staff to fix the machine. But maybe they forgot. Sorry about that. We won't charge for that photo. Huh. I'll pay too. So let's think of it this way. One empty space where both of us can put our future. Ina blushed and wondered if Jae-han could become her future. Jae-han sighed. So optimistic, but his own future still looked uncertain. At this moment, the shop owner said a cryptic remark. Only when you can protect the present. He smiled with extreme confidence. Leaving the photo studio, Jae-han still thought about what the shop owner said earlier. What was that about? He seemed concerning. But I couldn't sense any mana from him. Ina saw him keep staring at her and called out Jae-han. Huh. I lied to you. Jike. I didn't ask others about this trip. Ina. I was selfish, because I want to spend some time alone with you. Jae-han hesitated. To silent. Then thought of the pig. The rickshaw. Coughing. Smearing. And thank you. Jae-han bowed his head. Then looked up and smiled brightly. Dad. I'm glad you had a wonderful time. Ina opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't find the words and could only turn away. After taking a deep breath, I have something to tell you. Just then, a loud explosion rang out in the sky, and the two people looked up in horror as a Chinese announcement echoed loudly. Attention all visitors participating in the National Fake Punishment Festival. This is an emergency situation. A dungeon break has occurred. Please evacuate to a safe location. At the scene of the incident, flames are raging everywhere, and the people are panicking and fleeing. The fake investigators are desperately guiding the evacuation. Jae-han suddenly looks serious. This level of mana doesn't come from the dungeon. Above all, this mana smells terrible like blood. But why? At the scene, a red-haired guy is shouting. Everyone. I think everyone already knows, but we have to run. It's dangerous. This way. He is the owner of the photo studio. Smiling in a distorted way. Ina tells Jae-han that something dangerous seems to be happening. We have to get out of here. If we stay like this, no. Jae-han said firmly, his whole body shimmering with a golden light. This is the effect of his mana detection skill. If we go that way, we will die because of that damn bastard. Jae-han looks serious. I might still be here. So there's a risk of danger. It's none other than him again. It's his trick. The Photoshop owner is smiling in a distorted way. Quite amusing. He widened his eyes, realizing sooner than I expected. Could it be because you are the great enemy of the gods? Jae-han staggered, then quickly shouted at Ina to run. Ina still wanted to ask why, but Jae-han yelled, Hurry up. Run. But just as he was about to say something, the shop owner suddenly rushed in front of Ina, swinging his hand to slap her face. But Jae-han stopped him right in front of Ina. At this moment, the building in the distance suddenly exploded to add more drama. Back with the main characters. The shop owner is standing there watching his hands being seized. Jae-han sternly asks, Who are you? An enemy of the Norse gods. Your appearance doesn't seem to carry the heavy burden of responsibility. I ask you one last time. Who are you? Jae-han unleashes a powerful energy, pushing the shop owner far away. He gently lands and introduces himself. I am one of Odin's 5 children, ruler of Scandinavia. I haven't been named yet, but if I lift you up to the throne, he will give me a name. Jae-han's face darkened, and his anger grew even more when he thought of the one who had taken over his father's body. That person, a cursed creature like a human, was just as despicable as that bastard. And Jae-han was furious. Ina had never seen Krat so furious before. It almost seemed like the person in front of her wasn't Jae-han. Hearing her call, he calmed down and said, It's probably hard to escape now. Stay behind me. Yes. Ina reluctantly agreed. She must be very important to him. That little brat asks, "So, what I will make you despair? I will tear her to pieces into 100 fragments, tearing it off like it's dry or something. You think that's easy? Dad, if you're so good, just try it." Jae-han standing here isn't someone to be pushed around. Activating Jae-han's item, crafting skill, grants him 1 minute of immunity. But no matter what he does, the one torn apart will still be the same person. You have already recovered the new sword that was copied from Balak's hand. They successfully created the Long Dao S sword. And both sides jumped up. Looking at Jae-han's big sword, the shop owner grinned nastily. That's good, but not enough yet. After finishing, he suddenly clashed his hand with the sword, causing a cloud of dust and smoke to rise. Ina was behind and took the hit without knowing what was happening. He was confused and wondered who this person was and why he was doing this. Moreover, she couldn't hear the full words of the shop owner, so she didn't understand Jae-han's problem or the Norse gods. Only knowing that he called Jae-han by a very strange name, Ina quickly pushed her doubts aside and thought about what she could do to help Jae-han. Meanwhile, Jae-han was still coldly swinging his sword. The shopkeeper also pulled out several blood-red chains from his body. Jae-han, with a dark face, questioned if he had any connection to Hongjin. "Are you still curious about that in this life-or-death moment I told you? You really are." The shop owner revealed his true form before continuing to speak. He is one of Odin's most famous black fruits. Just like Mudin, he also possesses the divine power of the Norse gods. How unfortunate. I understand now. And you, a powerful being. Are you being used as a pawn to control me? Why are you doing this? That nameless blade was never discouraged by such taunts because ancient prophecies have always been like that. That is the highest prophecy of the gods. Nothing can change it. Nonsense. Is everything just because of an unfounded prophecy? So that's why you came to find me on your own, Jae-han roared in fury, stabbing the spear down to push the icy spikes away, activating the active ice-earth skill. The nameless one's dodge to avoid this sharp ice blast was very timely. At this moment, Jae-han charged to strike him but was immediately stopped. The Norse god's prophecy has never been wrong. The anonymous fruit chain struck Jae-han with a burst, and he used his shield to protect his body. Ina quietly assesses that he's very strong, and she isn't sure he's an opponent she can easily handle. With her current abilities, she can't help Jae-han, but she still has her trump card. Ina somehow pulls out a gem. Jae-han takes it. Without hesitation, she throws it to him. What is that? Jae-han caught the gem and immediately recognized what it was when he held it in his hand. This is a magic transmission stone, an item that allows the user to transfer their magic to the holder of the stone. Jae-han was still hesitating when Ina cast a spell to transfer the magic. In Ina's mind, she was recalling the moments when they fought side by side. Jae-han froze for 5 seconds, then chuckled softly, clutching the gem tightly. Thank you. Reminding yourself not to panic is exactly what this bastard wants. As usual, stay calm to identify the best opponents. What is his weakness? How can I get out of this dangerous situation? I need to make a decision quickly. The anonymous figure throws a sharp chain head, aiming straight to pierce through Jae-han. He also pulls out his chain to counterattack his opponent's chain. The nameless attacker throws a hidden dagger to clear the way for the iron chain to slip through the light chain net and attack Jae-han. Jae-han quietly assesses him as a worthy opponent who can use both a knife and a chain. And although our magic powers differ, I can keep my distance from him. If you don't care, it will lead to a big nightmare, making it hard to counterattack and gain the upper hand. Jae-han jumps onto a link of the light chain, using it as a flying disc to move quickly. As he approached the nameless fruit, he jumped and slashed, but both of them were cut by the fruit's weapon, tearing a gash on his arm. Activating the active skill Sacrifice. During the self-healing period, Jae-han can't help but marvel at how fast this guy is, even with the light step activated. It's still hard to catch him. I heard you're difficult to deal with, but Senza has underestimated you. The Lord of the Underworld was right. You could become a challenge to the gods. Thanks for the compliment. Your calm attitude surprises me. Are you implying that you will fix me here? Jae-han is encouraging himself to be brave. Right now, the Norse gods cannot defeat me. At this moment, the power of the prophecy is protecting me. Therefore, defeating him with this weapon is not impossible. Countless strange characters pour into Jae-han's body. He suddenly lunged forward with his spear, and the nameless man sneered. Did you think I would fall for that attack? He sees that long sword will make Jae-han attack slowly like a turtle. Sure enough, He takes a running start with a very slow stance. So when he gets close, he's hit first by his opponent. Gaining the advantage, he had to tighten his butt muscles and breathe heavily to try to resist. However, he still shouted loudly, apologized. But it seemed that the other person wasn't very skilled either. At this moment, the nameless figure gasps heavily and steps back, continuously panting and feeling like he's losing control, but the glasses on his mask have been shattered. How could someone, a person like you, do such a thing? The nameless one, furious, charged forward with chains in one hand and a spear in the other. Jihan's great sword easily blocked his tiny dagger, then it withered away and gradually disappeared. The information about the captor's grasp on me is a bit lacking, Jihan said, while stepping back quickly to escape. Tactic of active skill objectification. Creating evil magic. Tai activates the active skill summoning and creating dark magic. Successfully creates Nihop S's Fang artifact. I don't want to start with such a powerful weapon. Jihan swiftly twists and drives Nihop's Fang down. The anonymous figure, still in shock. What? I've never heard him carry a knife. That powerful aura. Jihan can see that Kwa Vo Dan's expression seems to be scared. He didn't expect to face an unforeseen situation he hadn't anticipated. So, while his older brother's spirit was unstable, he immediately chained one arm to restrain him for now. Then, taking this opportunity, Jihan immediately charged forward and struck several times, ending Kwa Vo Dan's misery. The effect of Nihop's Fang artifact has been activated, causing poison damage to the enemy with stacking effects. These notifications make Jihan overjoyed. This weapon is even better than I imagined. Truly a Class S creation. And now, the nameless blade has broken free from the shackles of the chain. After the Guardian, using the power of the bastard I despise most with that S-rank weapon, he is now extremely furious. The two sides are exchanging fierce attacks without holding back. After a continuous struggle, the anonymous sword suddenly froze. The slime's corrosive enzymes made it hard for the person to move. Right, I've turned the tables. Jihan is extremely proud. Damn it. If it's come to this, for North Europe, I guess I'll go through with it. You can't kill me now. Right, since when did I say I wanted to destroy you? The anonymous figure, using all remaining strength, rushes past Jihan. This non-man is again targeting Ina. She quickly creates a barrier to protect herself. Unfortunately, that shield is no match for the anonymous figure. One push, and it's shattered to pieces. Ina froze in place, watching the fiery figure of the anonymous attacking straight at her. Jihan gritted his teeth and quickly crouched down. He shouted and threw Nihok's Fang, while the dagger flew straight toward him. Ina is so scared she's lost her mind. Now, she's sitting on the ground, blaming herself for not being able to do anything for Jihan and just barely escaping with her life. She looked again at the boy sleeping on her shoulder, quietly relieved that at least this time he wasn't seriously injured. But who is he really? And why did he cause all this? Jihan seems to know him. Also, the magic he used is the same as that time. Could it be that this time and that time are connected, Ina wondered, feeling heartbroken and about to stroke Jihan's hair when the kid, grinding his teeth as he woke up, made her face turn red like a tomato from embarrassment. Being stared at so closely by Jihan made Ina panic and forget to control her expression. You've been beside me all this time. Thank you so much. Oh. Of course I have to do that. I'm afraid if I say those lines, you two will end up frozen stiff. It was only later that Jihan finally spoke. Ina. Actually that time I knew what you wanted to say. Ina was stunned, and Jihan felt extremely guilty. He pats her shoulder and says, this might make you feel uncomfortable. If possible, I hope you won't overthink it, but please listen to me. I have a responsibility I need to fulfill. You understand the reason I want to say this. Come on. Everyone has their own secrets. Ina put her hand over Jihan's mouth. Can we not talk about this? The little girl bowed her head, looking a bit unhappy. Ina, I'm sorry. I'm not ready to hear it yet. No matter what your answer is, don't say it now. I'll wait for you to finish what you need to do. So, your tears fall. But the game is still on. Later. You can tell me your answer. Okay, Ina forces a smile as her tears continue to flow. Jihan quietly worries about her tears, and they sit like that for a long time. Jihan reflects on what just happened, questioning himself why he interrupted her, why he couldn't give her an answer. He knows clearly that Ina likes him, But why did he behave that way? Clearly, half-hearted responses will only hurt her more. Ji-han lands on the gym floor. At this moment, a demon is approaching. Ji-han swiftly kicks it right in the head, then throws a chain down at the approaching demons. As you progress in your mission, you are promoted. Ji-han clenches his fist and strikes with the force of a storm. Now you can feel the protective leaf layer increasing your defenses. I can sense the leaf shield around my body, but I don't understand how it works. Gi, Hensihild. At that moment, Hila suddenly appeared out of nowhere and said, "That's right. Of course you can't understand everything now, but soon you will comprehend everything. If anyone can do this, it can only be that person." Hila approaches Ji-han. He smiles and says, "Why are you suddenly saying such meaningless things, just like you're about to leave? These vague words won't work on me." Hila Sihil. "Yeah, I see." She said nothing more, but inside she was hoping, really hoping that in the future her existence would no longer matter to Ji-han. At that moment, he was finally able to truly awaken his power. In the morning, Ji-han was leisurely heading to school when he was approached by an older brother. "I am Jonghyun, a third-year student and the leader of the Guardian Society." Ji-han suddenly remembered that he had heard about this guild before. The Guardian Warriors, the strongest battle team in the academy, are already quite powerful as members. But compared to the Norse, they are just a flicker of light. "I'm here to invite you to join the Guardians." "Stop right there." The blonde-haired girl rushes over to stop her. "Who gave you permission to invite members here? Me Ji-han will join the Exung-on Guild. Don't mess around. The silver-haired brother has arrived too. He's going to join our Garam Guild." The three of them pushed through the crowd that stared at Ji-han, making him annoyed. "Seniors, please hold back a bit. Everyone's looking over there, including me. Could you spare a moment for me?" The white-haired girl pushed through the crowd and approached. "I am Chezion, from the Three-Eyed Society." Ji-han was quite surprised to see Jian. It seems he had heard of this guild when he was a trial executioner in his past life. "I didn't come here to challenge you. I just wanted to say hello," Xian said directly. "You should come see me when it's less crowded. If you don't say it now, it could be dangerous." Xian smiled, a dangerous smile. At this moment, the young man with white hair shouted, Forget it. Just to clarify, my Xiehan will join Garam." "Sorry, Senior. You jumped in and interrupted him. I need to correct that. I have no intention of joining any guilds. The three major guilds are all fighting to spray their stiff glue." Donghan asked, "So what do you plan to do? I know you're a student of Du Sung-un. A fake conqueror who doesn't join any guild will have to start with low-level missions. I never said I would continue my career as a fake conqueror without joining a guild." Immediately, he was grabbed by the white-haired older brother. "Who threatened? Are you trying to mess around here? Say it clearly right now. You should let go of me now," Xiehan warned coldly. "For your own safety." Xiehan's attitude made the white-haired guy tremble and loosen his grip. He adjusted his clothes and said directly, "I will establish my own club." Everyone was surprised, but Xian seemed very happy. The three team leaders had a secret meeting again, and before long, the white-haired guy was already shouting, "No matter how I think about it, Oat's words are completely nonsense. Is he crazy? Why would the top male student want to establish his own club?" He whispers to himself, annoyed by the blonde-haired guy and this father. "I also don't understand. Sihan can't figure it out either. A new student wants to establish his own club. The academy doesn't have rules against it. But it's almost impossible for the top male student. This requires special understanding and taking on many other tasks. And most importantly, they will have to complete everything without help from seniors or teachers." "That's right. But the biggest problem for us right now is what he just said. Maybe he's really going to form his own club." "What do you mean? You just said that's impossible. To form a club, the most important thing is influence over the factions within the academy. It's hard to get close to children from wealthy and powerful families at the academy, not to mention those with special abilities. It's even more difficult to make friends. That doesn't necessarily mean anything for him. Remember the friends of Min Jahan. They are all outstanding and well-known, skilled in potion brewing, powerful warriors, and even the support members are top-notch. That's why, from the beginning, he didn't need us. Damn it. Things are about to get complicated. Min Jahan, we need to change how we see him. With his teammates at this academy, he can shift the balance with the other factions. The other factions should find ways to survive and grow. If necessary, The guardian spirit will support everyone. Is it really worth worrying about this much just because of a new student? The more Ju Hyob, the more he can defeat Min Jae-han in a one-on-one fight. Ju Hyob couldn't answer this. So Jung-hyun just walked away. Our guild is always open. We will wait for your decision. The remaining students and team leaders are not very happy. Jung-hyun recalled Jae-han threatening Ju Hyob and couldn't help but feel that real monsters had already appeared in this academy. He is the second monster he needs to beware of after Chejeon. While the other clubs are dividing up territories, Jae-han shared her idea of forming her own club with her friends. Yoo-jung reacted as if she had just heard something shocking, suspiciously eyeing her close friend. Yeah. I think we don't need to join the other guilds. No. Wait. Even so, aren't we still freshmen? If the other guilds feel threatened, we will face that nightmare. Ho Eon worries. Jasung can't sit still. Yeah. That's right. I'm also afraid of fighting against the other guilds in the academy. So, Un doesn't seem very happy. I thought you called me about something else. But it turns out it's because of this. So what about the reward? Jae-han dodged the question. We just need to wait until we're strong enough to fight against other guilds. So Un was furious about being ignored. And Jae-han continued saying that this was all completely natural. Jae-han always thought that this way would be better than joining some guild. I have no opinion. Ina was the first to agree. If Jae-han thinks that way, then I have no objections. Jasung also agreed. So Un asked again. So what will happen? How will you reward them? Without points or guild rewards? Are you going to leave them empty-handed? Jaehan smiled and sighed. Receiving reward points for the top student and items I earned from the guild and the missions I completed. With the additional sources I have at least a few million points. So everyone can rest assured about the salary and bonuses. Crazy stuff. So many points it drives me crazy. You're so rich. Even EU Dung didn't expect that your friend is the real Rick kid. But you never buy us food. Then today, we will have a party. Why are you here? Zehun. Just woke up. Didn't you see? I just want to join the club. That's all. It's fine. Right. And even after 5 years, I will still be studying at Muse. With your skills, I can't act freely at all. Jahan just complained, then used mind control on his neck and started to sing loudly. This part will be fun because everyone here is a bunch of fools. By the time she turned pale and covered her mouth, it was too late. The others condemned him fiercely, leaving Jahan only able to cry. And the mastermind, Zahan, is laughing at others' pain. Who told him to be so quick to act without thinking? It's not good to call your senior a fool. Anyway, our situation isn't that bad. Everyone, including the seniors, has their own special talents. Jaehan has been behind Ho-jan for a while, smiling not very kindly. If we can develop this guild, we will overcome the limits we are facing. Ho-jan turned to look at him with shining eyes. I will be loyal to the club. Ina frowned. This time I will personally protect Jahan. Absolutely, she said. Yes, I will do my best to contribute to the club. Something's not right, isn't it? Dudung couldn't believe what was happening in front of her and whispered. Sui Yuan replied. Every time Jahan smiled like that, I always feel something bad is about to happen. Huh. What are you two talking about? Seeing you look over. The two girls turned pale and shook their heads. Of course. To become stronger, you need to train hard. But since that's already clear, there's no need for everyone to worry too much. I'll help everyone during training and real combat. So will you join my club? What other choice is there? The Muse Gymnasium at the Muse Academy has many training equipment and valuable artifacts. But only top students and their relatives can enter. At least the club president with the highest rank in the school can enter here. Damn it. Au Dung is sprawled on the ground, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. I want to party and relax. Even Zio Han looks like he's lost his soul. Desang immediately brings the hot items over. Here. Recovery medicine for both of you. The Daeon family laments that my muscles feel like they've been torn apart. Today we finish early. Actually, muscles need to be torn to grow, Dahan coldly interrupted. Then, he took the recovery potion from Desang, smiling darkly. Don't waste a single drop. Drink it all. So Yuan suddenly got up from the ground, pointed at Desang's face, and called him a traitor. Daesung hid behind Dahan, crying and apologizing. But I don't like fighting. Why are you blaming Dusang? Come on. Just 2 more training sessions. Although it looks like a regular gym, this place is very special. This place can increase gravity to train strength and endurance, as well as improve students' physical condition. To do that, the existing equipment here has been adjusted to have gravity several times stronger than outside. Ina was panting heavily while training. And seeing her, Dahan thought again that something like what happened last time could happen at any moment. And there was only one way to stop it. My friend needs to become stronger quickly so they won't become a burden in urgent situations and can escape the battlefield safely. That's the top priority they must achieve right now. The Rong A, Xe, Yuang Uan, and Dahan guilds sit facing each other, laughing happily. So you want to switch to a different guild? Yuang Yuan suddenly spoke, making Dahan yawn. Huh, what do you mean? I know the curator's people have approached you and even offered Nihop's Fang as a reward. If it's exposed. If I want to switch to another guild, would you let me go? Haha. Of course not. Especially not the curator guild. So why are you asking? Xe Yuang Yuan didn't say anything else but stood up and approached him. I called you here to declare that I will never let anyone take you away from me. I am not a fool to hand over my beloved disciple to an opponent. Xe Yuang Yuan lifts Dahan's chin, leans in close and says, and you have no reason to give up your current position, even if the proposal is one of the rarest creations in the world. Yes. Even so, if you make a reasonable request, I will do my best to fulfill it. Not just a simple deal. Right. Yeah. That's right. I really have no intention of leaving. If Azuma is here, why would I go somewhere else? That sweet lie really made me trust you. Too bad, Dahan said, with a big smile. You think about him. Han will target me throughout the training. I need to be prepared for any situation, right from the start. Dahan led the group onto the vehicle. Everyone, do your best. This event marks the beginning of our guild. Of course, Ho-Zeun replied excitedly. De-Sung was trembling and crying, being scolded by So-Yuang, saying don't shake anymore, but it's a bit scary. From now on, everything will be real. It feels like, you're right. From now on, we will have real battles with monsters. Even if other fake heroes come to kill a few monsters there, it doesn't mean this training session will be safe. Yoo-hoo. Stop gossiping. Hey, the more you think about it, the harder it will get. Just relax a bit. Since we've been on high alert the whole training session. Yeah. I'll try. Jahan, I have something to ask. What is it? Why did you name the group 9? Yeah. I was wondering too. 9 is a number. Right, yes. That's correct. Is there a special reason you chose this number? I think it's more accurate to say, I just don't like it. In Norse mythology, the number 9 is symbolic. For example, Thor was poisoned by the venom of the Mungan snake and died after just 9 steps. That is one of the reasons. The number 9 appears repeatedly and signifies important connections. Jehan smiled calmly. So I didn't like it, and that's why I chose it. Ina and Zhu Zheng looked at each other. This guy's crazy. Jehan looked at Ina, then quickly turned away. Continuing. There are things I can't forget. Like being with you sometimes makes it hard for me to remember my main purpose in this fight. We're here. This is the entrance to Daehu, a closed city where the training will take place. All right. From now on, it won't be peaceful. Jehan warned everyone before getting off the vehicle. Remember to stay alert. No one can survive leaving this place without being careful. Deep inside Daehu, Hindu sits on the roof enjoying the view as Jehan's father approaches. Another drone has disappeared. Hindu smiled. Indeed, a fascinating opponent. Host Celsi then greeted the viewers of the program, welcoming everyone to the discussion on the global fake attack incident. She raised her hand, signaling everyone to look over. Today's episode will feature 2 guests to discuss the incident at the large Icelandic ruins. The first guest appeared with a cold demeanor, welcoming the S-rank fake attack and the representative of the European Union, Balik. Then she pointed to the other person and the first S-rank mage in the world, who is also a member of the European Union. Camilla, Celsi, with a friendly smile on her face, looks at the 2 characters, clearly happy to meet them. Camilla responds with a bright, warm smile and a friendly attitude, saying she also feels very honored. She said, then leaned slightly to nudge Balik beside her. She leaned in close and softly reminded him to behave properly. Since we are here as representatives of the European Union, he let out a cold breath. Then lightly huffs and points toward the group watching them without blinking. Try looking into their eyes. Balik clenched his jaw tightly. veins bulging from his neck as he was furious. Do they respect us? No. They don't. If they did, then they wouldn't. Camilla squinted and quickly guessed his intention. Jiang now. Will he cut the flag? I understand. Then she gently advised him, but she also knew that getting angry like that was not the right move. Hearing that, Balak shrugged and looked sternly. He glanced at Celsi, a heavy suspicion gradually creeping into his mind. They are thinking that the European Union is really the one behind this site plundering. He couldn't deny that. And it's understandable. Even if he tried to analyze further, we were the ones owning the site when the incident happened. The shadow of the one behind it all flickers briefly. But as he thinks of this, he clenches his jaw in silent defiance. Destiny, Celsi smiles slyly and says, Today we will talk about the recent robbery at the Icelandic archaeological site. But soon after, her expression gradually shifted to one of arrogant indifference as the news of the incident spread, causing quite a stir. That half-challenging, half-mocking attitude almost made him want to stand up and retort immediately. But Camilla was quicker, quietly lifting her foot to lightly touch his pants as a reminder. Balak glanced over and saw his calm gaze. He exhaled, and she held back her rising anger to listen further. Why couldn't two S-rank fake assaults protect that area? Sauzi confidently held up the paper and asked why the European Union couldn't resolve this issue when they are considered the strongest in the world. She turned to check the information and asked, These are the two main opinions most people are commenting on. Could you share your thoughts on this issue? Camilla bowed her head, her voice calm and sincere, saying, We're sorry, but we lacked the strength. That's all we can say. Sauzi frowned, forced a smile, and repeated that many people criticized the European Union's failure this time. Even the United States and Japan, as they were very confident they would succeed in the next raid after gaining control of the relic site. She quietly observed their reactions, continuing to scrutinize. So what then went wrong, Mrs. Le let out a long breath, her face showing clear signs of worry. Suddenly, he broke the silence with a statement that caught Sauzi's attention. Surely she has heard of that intruder before. She nodded briefly, recalling that shadowy figure. Of course, that was the person believed to have passed the proficiency test that the European Union couldn't complete. And that person was activated at the relic before disappearing. Right. According to the story, he is called the Black Cloak, and the European Union announced that a person wearing a black robe suddenly appeared and was triggered at that relic. Sauzi Sihil in frustration. But everyone wanted to know the truth. Hearing that, Mrs. Locke frowned with anger in her every word, implying that the burst of anger made the atmosphere so suffocating that it startled Sauzi. Am I lying? Camilla hurriedly called out to him in panic. Mrs. Locke, but he lost all patience, turning sharply towards the cameraman with a cold, razor-sharp gaze. Then slowly and heavily walking straight ahead, the murderous aura intensifies. Mrs. Locke whispers each word clearly. That singer is very strong. Then she reaches out and grabs the camera in front, pulling the device close, almost pressing his face against the lens. He was so strong that none of us could defeat him. Even Camilla and I tried attacking him at the same time. Mrs. Locke sneered, each word dripping with bitterness and shame. How could it be? Japan or America or something. I don't care. Camilla beside him just raised her hand to her forehead, sighing in helplessness as he vented his anger. You all have to do something about him before he points again to our failure. Mrs. Lachhan confidently pointed at the screen and affirmed, I know very well that he will appear again. At this moment, a group of people is gathered among the ruins of a destroyed city, all attentively listening to the instructions that will impact the future lives of the children in Muse. Minky announced firmly that this mission would last a week. He looked around at all the students and reminded them to cooperate with their team members. Then, hand the items to Enhoyan and guide them further. And we will only provide the survival kit being distributed to each team. The image of the monsters that once spread terror in her mind. The survival of the children depends entirely on the knowledge they learned at the academy to defeat the monsters. Han clearly stated that you are not allowed to leave the 50 kilometers radius of this area. Failure to comply will be considered a failure, Minky calmly continued, clearly explaining that this week you have 2 tasks to complete, and emphasized that the most important thing is to survive. Han looked at the innocent faces before him and advised that this is a relatively safe area but still potentially dangerous because you are still students. Next, Minky pointed out the strengths. If you can survive here, It proves that you have enough potential to become a good assault dummy. Yem paused for a moment before continuing. The second task is that everyone must fight with all their might to hunt as many monsters as possible within the allotted time. Not only that, but you must also keep the rewards from defeating monsters and bring back their loot. Han listed the rankings of the creatures from lowest to highest in a simple, straightforward way. Of course, the higher the level of the monster, the more points you will earn. Still, you must be careful and avoid getting injured during the mission. One of the team members raised their hand and asked, "What if an emergency happens?" Han nodded quickly and replied, "No need to worry." Then he looked up at the two figures standing above and explained that there will always be a supervisor nearby. Minky placed her hands on her hips and warned carefully, "If you encounter danger, don't run away. Instead, run to the position of the supervisor." Everyone fell silent, listening carefully to those serious reminders. And I repeated once more that your safety is the top priority. After a moment of silence, Han confirmed once more that if there were no further questions, he would stop here. Minky bowed politely and wished everyone good luck. As the crowd began to disperse, Jaehyun's group quickly regrouped together. Jaehyun smiles excitedly, his eyes gleaming as he looks at it. The ring on their finger is a symbol of team spirit. He clenched his fist and whispered to himself that he was really lucky to get such an item. This will be the key point for this event. Under his thoughts, he turned to his friends and muttered, "Just smiled then," excitement clearly on his face, and started to carry out the plan. The gentle rays of sunlight shined down on his face, bringing warmth to his brow. While the group was chatting animatedly, a figure silently watched from afar. Hu Jin stood quietly in the empty space, gazing thoughtfully. It's starting now. In the city of Dihu, no one knew which buildings were still intact. Jaehyun's main circle had targeted an unfinished skyscraper. The whole group dispersed carefully to look around. He serious-mindedly gave an objective assessment. "At least we found a good base. So we're safe." As soon as she finished speaking, Jasang eagerly agreed, saying that here we might even avoid high-level winged monsters. So it's a good start. Unlike them, Sojun didn't seem happy, but he had a feeling that bugs would appear here. This atmosphere, it's really uncomfortable. Hearing that, you stammered to advise her not to hate bugs too much, only to receive a full scolding in return. "Shut up. Bugs are a crime." The more he spoke, the angrier. Sojun's voice grew louder. "Do you want me to make you repeat that?" Finally, Captain Ryo Huan had to step in and stop it enough joking around. "From now on, stay alert. EU has been silent all this time to make a remark. Even though we have a roof above us, this is still a locked-down city." Her words make him sigh deeply. The city being under quarantine is a result of human helplessness. It is a term used for cities that cannot withstand monster attacks. Areas like Daegu and North Gyeongsang, and most of the southern islands are under quarantine. The specific reason for this journey is to teach the students real survival skills, like in a mock expedition. So the academy brought them here. And then Ina calmly confirmed that Jaehoon was right. From now on, we have no choice but to face reality. Meanwhile, EU only focuses on one thing. I also hope this time I can score enough points so I can buy lots of ice cream and visit all the restaurants I haven't been to yet. So she seemed shyly to glance and flirt. "Oh, and speaking of which, I heard there are many new restaurants in the south area of the academy. After the outdoor run, we should go together." But seeing Jaehoon still immersed in his thoughts, Rojong was disappointed and could only let out a loud sigh. At this moment, he muttered about the new research area. Grade A. Gazing thoughtfully at the next issue, which for others seemed like a normal event. Jaehoon thought of Park Hyun's team. "We are clearly among the top ranks of the new recruits. And even compared to established circles, we are not to be underestimated." The seriousness is now clear on his face. As expected. Then he remembers the name of the monster-level threat. Hindu. The most dangerous enemy in this event. Even his strange words. "Don't forget this. He will find a way to approach us." Ina noticed Jaehoon's dazed expression and, unable to hold back her concern, asked, "Jaehoon, are you okay?" This time he finally snapped out of it. "Yeah. I'm fine." Hoyeon watched both of them for a while, then suddenly started asking a series of questions. "So, what's going on? Why are you both acting so strange?" It was so abrupt that Jaehoon couldn't quite understand what was going on. "Oh. No. What's wrong?" And then with just one sentence, he clarified the situation in front of them. "No. It's just that both of you look so awkward. Like you're arguing. So you added another question. Is something happening this weekend? Ina shows no particular expression. What are you talking about? Actually, I remembered the nameless guy in my mind. His presence was full of pressure, with a breath that seemed to dominate everything, the chains that want to tightly bind her body and mind. Returning to the present, Ina remained silent, offering no response to Hoyeon. Suddenly Sojin announced seriously, "Wait. Someone is approaching." With one sentence, he diverted everyone's attention away from the weekend's conversation. I don't know how Jaehoon came to such a confident suspicion. About the intruders, those who hate us. It must be related to Senior Sojin. She also confirmed 100%. Yes. More importantly, although Sojun appeared indifferent, his next words hit like a bomb. I told you. I will take responsibility for you. So you'd better be ready to follow through. Those words have shocked the other two girls in the main team so much that even the fearless warriors are pale and confused. Thinking far ahead, what is she talking about? They all turn their gaze towards the source of everything. Jaehyun nonchalantly gives a broad command. Get ready to fight. As soon as the word stopped, those people officially stepped onto the stage. None other than the Seed Circle. A confident smirk was fixed on his face. I knew they would come eventually. Are you saying that when Sojin's troops were still members of the Seed Circle, her memory is about that? So, does that mean she already hesitated to leave the Seed Circle and join a new circle of rookies called Nine? Jaehyun nodded immediately, understanding it quickly, so she refused in the most peaceful way. Huh. But you're still a rookie. Huh. Whatever. I admit you're different. But you also have to consider my position. That is a very realistic answer from Sojin. Maybe you don't think so. But I am quite satisfied with Seed. There are many people here. And compared to a new circle, I can earn more points. Of course, Jaehyun came prepared. Senior, you're only seeing part of the picture, which immediately makes her cautious. And besides, are you planning to scold her again? You didn't pay attention and jumped straight to the main topic. Do you really think the Seed members are truly your allies? I didn't expect her to be so insecure when mentioning it. Well, I guess they are more like business partners. And then Jaehyun took out something with a rebutting tone. I don't think so. With the reasoning Sojun understood. You record the voice of someone else. And Sojun's troops simply say it was just a spy mission. It's no one who hates her so much that she can't even fight properly. What kind of fake punishment is this? Contrary to his attitude, Shinho was smug. She's like my assistant. Just someone to make me look better. Suddenly, he changed his behavior 180 degrees. She's pretty too. I'll try to flirt. Who knows? Maybe I'll get lucky. Not surprisingly, Shinho frowned deeply. You bastard. I already claimed her first. If you don't want to lose out, don't even try to take her. The disgust is clearly present in this conversation, making Sojun's face stiffen. Finally, I grind out each word. You filthy bastards. And I take a long, deep breath. Then I understand now. Then, he casually asked as if waiting for silent approval, how much he planned to take from me. Jaehyun, pleased with the answer, also smiled slyly. Depending on how she acted. Focus on the present as they face off against Sojun's former teammate. Baekji didn't bother to say anything, and declared with a fierce attitude that he truly thought he could pull a member out of our circle without any consequences. He said nothing and sank into thought. The circle that Sojun's senior soldiers once participated in was also the same circle of enemies. From the jade ball that Jaehyun collected, they are those who try to exploit her. In the end, you showed a face full of sins and an indifferent tone. It seems our fellow villagers have suffered how much in the new military purge. Whenever I mention it, it's like my hometown river. So Baekji looked serious. That time, I was just careless. He even confidently said he thought he could handle this situation. So, in terms of both quantity and quality, Jaehyun is not inferior, but I'm not alone. The powerful energy jumps from my fingertips. Let me clarify, you can just casually toss it over. Enough to make Baekji terrified. Even Jaehyun himself, the main person, can adapt. I was faster. Of course you wouldn't show it and sneer and challenge. Even if all the brothers conspired, they couldn't defeat one of us. Among them, two are worried and exchange glances. Jaehyun's hand still emitted a golden lightning bolt. He briefly glanced at Sojun. One of the talents with precise abilities. An image of a pair of blue eyes appears behind Sojun, bringing her and our team into this much risk. Jaehyun looks at the people in front of him. But honestly, it's nothing much. He slightly tilts his head and gives a puzzled smile. Jaehyun looks up and says nonchalantly, "Not planning to leave yet." There's a tremor in Baekji's voice. "I must have misunderstood something. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a rookie." He just smiled faintly without replying, and immediately ordered, "Kill him." Many armed men rushed towards Jaehyun. His cold eyes swept over the crowd. The system immediately appeared, activating the skill, making him impervious to attack. The attacking group seems to have hit a solid barrier. A voice echoes in the space. Surprised. "How dare you? Hold up a shield in front of you." The system continues. "Your defense will be increased by 1. Sing teams. Even a group with great strength cannot break through that shield." Jo Jung also took out her folding staff to unleash her power. "I am also here." The system issued a new notification, activating the shield skill. Guardian Shield. The team launched an attack on the defensive layer they had created. Jaehyun looked at the battlefield in front of him and praised. "Well done." Feeling proud inside. Glad that his training wasn't in vain. You start to look at Jo Jung. She has already learned a wide area defensive spell. Honestly, everyone's progress is quite impressive. Lee Jung couldn't believe what was happening. What the hell is this? That attack didn't cause any damage at all. Baekji was just as unimpressed. "This is crazy," someone started shouting. "Damn it. I knew this was going to happen." Others also looked annoyed. "How dare you think about touching the heir of the Alliance Master, even if they are a new team?" In-A still shows her power. She threatens Jaehyun's opinion. "Do I need to attack all of them?" You hear that and chuckle softly. Yeah. No one will be spared. The green energies appear around In-A, and the system announces the activation of Anfema's special skill. The sword. She wields a small magic staff, directing the surrounding powers to surge forward. The forces begin attacking the enemies, causing them to panic and scatter in fear. Someone couldn't believe it and turned around, only to be caught by that power. With a foot stepping on a green liquid, Baekji fell backward, and the green liquid covered his body. He tried to wipe the green liquid off his clothes. What the hell is this? Two figures appear and talk to each other. Oh. Not bad. They can hardly move anymore. Jasong begins explaining the ingredients of that solution. Yes. I mixed Slim with paralyzing mushroom spores to create this, so it should definitely be very effective. Baekji on the ground shouted. You stuttering bastard. A deep voice echoed. Hey. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked up. Jaehyun slowly approached Baekji. Watch out for that damn mouth of yours. He's lying on the ground, still trying to escape that liquid. Why can't I get out of this mess? I invested so much, and that's my strength index. I place 1 foot on your back. Do you know how much pain I can cause you before you die, being beaten on the back like that? He could only scream in agony. Hearing the scream, the subordinates in front slightly turned their heads to look. Jaehyun looked at them faintly and said, I will let the others go, but he will stay with me. He looked down at the person on the ground, realizing that this bastard was the one who started it all. Baekji shouted in fear to his teammates. No. Don't trust them. Listen to me. But his teammates didn't agree. You idiot. Why should we wait for him? The only sounds in the space are the squeaking of the little ones. You bastard. I knew you would ruin everything. You should have known your place. He doesn't realize how huge the difference is when participating in such events. He only knows disappointment and explanation. Not that. Baekji reached out, but his teammates had already gone ahead. Jaehyun casually put his hand in his pocket and wondered what I should do now. He looked back behind him. I've already decided to make him fail in this event. Sojun gritted his teeth behind him. Damn it. I already did it. I did all this for you. A steely voice rings out. Shut up. And Sojun pulls a knife out of his pocket. Her other hand brushed her hair back. You already said it yourself. I am just a parasite with no purpose other than to do exactly that. Sojun smiled eerily. So deep. Baekji's face immediately paled. Damn. She sat on him and kept attacking. After a while, Han So appeared confused. Huh. Are you telling me you've taken care of all of them? And in front of them is a desolate scene. He looked at the people lying at his feet and thought to himself, the team isn't at the top, but they are always around average. At least that's what it seems. Plus, they have a large number of members. Looking back at Jaehyun's group, you managed with such a small team. What the hell is this? He avoids eye contact and looks away. just ensuring they don't die. They don't deserve to die so early. Hanseo looks like he's about to cry out. Damn it. This really is a monster. He turned to leave. So I'm going now. I hope you will be able to prevent future conflicts with the upper classes. Jaehyun responded perfunctorily. Yeah. He glanced at the person leaning against the pole. So why did he help me? Soo-hyuk didn't reply immediately. He looked toward the construction site ahead. Then he said reluctantly, they are all chasing after you. Jaehyun didn't seem to care much. So what? They're just fools. It's no big deal. All right. I guess I don't understand your actions. Why am I on this guy's side? Seeing Soo-hyuk about to leave, Jaehyun spoke up. Hey, where are you going? If you're just wandering around, you should think it over. Hearing that, he stopped in his tracks. Soo-hyuk's face flushing. Then I will stay here for a while. You turned to look at him. I didn't expect you to help me. I thought you were just good at causing trouble. The following words made Soo-hyuk confused. I can hear it clearly. What's your name again? Meanwhile, Yui-hoo covered his mouth and whispered to his teammate. So he's Lee Soo-hyuk, but this name is also quite unfamiliar to Ina. Lee Soo-hyuk. Soo-hun didn't bother to hold back and asked directly. Who is that? This somewhat friendly attitude made Soo-hyuk clench his fists in silent anger. You should have remembered my name. But what happened earlier in the meeting room kept him there. At that moment, Soo-hyuk angrily slammed the table and stood up. I disagree. What are you talking about? Fight together against Min Jae-hun? Baekji suddenly asked back. Can't you do it? Isn't that the key point? He quickly proposed an alternative solution, and Soo-hun left on his own, offering a better suggestion without any issues. But before he could finish speaking, Baekji cut him off. Is that really so important? Soo-hyuk. His indifference was obvious in his words, making him hesitate. He was. Baekji didn't want to push further, stood up and headed for the door, clearly indicating it. But he smirked and patted Soo-hyuk's shoulder. I like a junior who knows how to listen. This comment has successfully driven him crazy. Since when did Muse become so calculating, just because he dislikes someone? He wants to fight them. What kind of crazy, bizarre lunatic is this? Unable to stay calm, Yenjiang walks away. I can't remain in a group like this. Back in the present, Soo-hyuk calmly replied, no. I've changed my mind. I'm leaving now because clearly I'm not welcome. And you all probably have your own things to deal with. Jaehyun responded indifferently. Fine. Do as you wish. This turn of events is completely different from what Soo-hyuk expected. Kao snapped. Next time we meet, I will take revenge. You'd better get ready. The tense in the air thickened as he shot Jaehyun a quick glance. Do you want to fight me? Then, he smirked provocatively, and left with one last comment. I like how quickly you grasped the situation. That manipulative play made Jaehyun just sigh. Oh my god. How could someone like him become so involved? But he quickly pushed that thought aside and smiled at his teammates. In front of their expectant eyes, he made a proposal. So I guess it's time for us to get to work. But it seems Seo-jun isn't too happy. Does he want us to jump into action right after just fighting? Jaehyun responded naturally and reasonably. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Does he even realize what he's saying? His silence was his agreement. Then he turned and made a demand. What are you planning to trade for me? The surrounding scene is desolate and ruined. But there is a reason why Muse Academy chose Daegu as the location. Although the city has been sealed off, they want to reclaim the city that was abandoned. Actually, it's not that simple. Daegu is also the first gate in the world to open. And it was the first city to fall after Iriso appeared. And groups of students like Jaehyun support Muse's mission of evacuation to prepare for the reconstruction of this area. You've heard the rumors that the disaster at Daegu Gate was a terrible catastrophe, and that your mother was there too. The statistics plunged Jaehyun into despair after that disaster. It was said that only 3% of Daegu's population survived. There is still a little light at the end of the tunnel, thanks to the first explorer who ventured ahead. A call suddenly pulled you out of your tangled thoughts. Jaehyun. Ina gently announces that dinner is ready. The boy quickly responds, yeah, I'll be there right away. She sensed the heaviness in his heart and gently asked, it seems you're thinking a lot. Is it because of the special skill you told me about? Jaehyun also didn't hide it, smirking slightly to confirm. That's about right. A faint smile appeared in his mind, considering her current state. Hila's gentle words hit Jaehyun's ego hard. A person who would never be able to defeat a hero. Even so, She is not cruel enough to destroy all hope, but those who have a chance can awaken their special skills and surpass their limits. Just like what Ina achieved before, Hila seriously points and probes, revealing a special skill based on the current state. Jae-hyun hesitates before making his guess, reflecting the will of the user. Unexpectedly, even guessing blindly, she soared upward without confirming. Yes, that's why one needs to think carefully about what they truly want. The next issue that brings a curious smile to Hila's face is, what are the person's desires and why do they need that strength? Jae-hyun looked at his hand, pondering those words, then clenched his fist tightly and let out a helpless sigh. How am I supposed to understand what he means? Ina coldly offers encouragement, even though I'm not sure I fully understand. But I believe you can do it. Jae-hyun closed his eyes and agreed fine, since he's trying to help me, then confidently made a decision. So I will do my best. This made Ina smile happily. All right, suddenly, a giant June floated up in the middle of the city, and before it could do anything, Hoyeon shot an arrow and sent it back to its owner. He glanced at his achievements and slowly explained to Seo-jun that June troops are really tough to fight, and you never know where they will appear from. She irritably glances at the claw flying toward her. And I find these harpies more bothersome. Then I ruthlessly turn it into a triple bird snack. Then I stood up and finished swallowing my unfinished words. That's why I hate guys with wings. Unlike that calm appearance, Ayu-jun couldn't hide his unease. After all, this place is very different from Muse. Right in the middle of the boulevard is a deep, ominous black hole, its power forcing the entire main team to stay on high alert. Ina nodded in agreement with her teammate. Yes. Even the difference in mana levels in the air is quite noticeable. A few drops of sweat rolled down her cheeks from worry, and I felt it was worse than level 10 on the mana defense test. Hyun confirmed. Indeed, they say that the localized areas are completely different. Pouring down from above, a zone of reality has appeared in the city center, where monsters flood an area through a trap and occupy it. A while after this happened, a decaying energy spread across the land, causing more dangerous monsters to appear. So June stroked his chin thoughtfully, repeating the definition landscape. And then, what was the final thing that surprised everyone? Zisang kept talking, then suddenly burst out laughing. She held back and said, he. I really don't pay attention in class. This contempt makes Sojun furious and she sniffs angrily. She doesn't hold back and clenches her fist, demanding to fight Zisang. Are you trying to die? Kid. Hyun kindly stepped forward to explain to Sojun that this is a place full of mana, but not suitable for human life, he said while recalling what he had learned. Since we are a decoy team, it's fine. But normal people who are exposed to even a little mana will be in danger. As soon as he finished speaking, he volunteered to move forward. Anyway, be careful everyone. Anything can happen here. The whole team tightened their weapons, a mix of caution and courage visible in their eyes. So June looked around as if trying to avoid being seen by others and then whispered to Hyun. Are you really planning to kill that monster? You don't understand the meaning and answer loudly. Of course I trust our main person. That's part of our negotiation. Remember that. So June's real goal is to keep himself alive. He promised me that if anything happens, he will help me escape. Can you do that? I don't want to die early. Okay. Hyun said nothing, only gritted her teeth in response. And so June forced a strained smile back at her, ignoring the opponent's anger. He urged, come on. Let's go. Hoyeon, confused, replied, all right then. Ina coldly agrees and comes immediately. But Dung, who only loves her, shows clear annoyance and responds impatiently. This is too rushed. The negotiation fails. And so Jun, annoyed, scratches his head in frustration. Damn it. This action surprises Hyun. What is going on? Then he quietly explains his thoughts. Because of the terrifying danger of this. A lot of money is being gambled. So June turned away without bothering to listen, letting her words fade away. We can find it ourselves. Even if it takes more time. She only needs to. She sends out her uniform and responds confidently. Here you are the one who has the authority. Master. Then, Hoyeon looks around at the skyscrapers. So June was amazed by the city's transformation. And I have to say, it's truly impressive that this area has been restored. Even to this extent. So she turned back and asked, everything is like that person. Right, CO. Ina coldly replied. Huh. Who? Sojun sneered at this stupidity. You're just like me. Huh. I like how you don't bother to learn. Let's be friends. Ina. That person you're talking about. Juhun. Right. Sojun smiled and replied. Yeah. That's right. Now Ina finally understands. Oh. I've also heard about him. Then Jasang recounted what he had heard. Even my father said he couldn't defeat Juhun. When that name is mentioned, Jahyun slowly repeats it. Juhun. And then images of a city engulfed in flames appear. In Daegu, the first place to be destroyed, with screams echoing non-stop, amidst endless fires, where monsters slaughtered without mercy. No one managed to escape or fight back. Humans were crushed like ants. Tens of thousands of people in Daegu were slaughtered, either wounded or forced to flee, and at the edge of despair. A person with extraordinary power appeared before them. The imposing figure appears in Jaehyun's thoughts. It is none other than the first awakened person. Juhun, you just let your mind drift elsewhere. But your body still fights fiercely. Juhun, a global icon, and the first to awaken, Jaehyun picks up something from the ground. His eyes filled with longing and contemplation. His hand clenched tightly as a bitter tone lingers, even though he has now suddenly disappeared. Then he sighed and encouraged himself. Yeah. You chose the same path as him, so it's natural that it weighs heavily on your mind. Then she stretched herself with a satisfied yawn, causing his eyes to widen suddenly, leading to rumors that he had been killed by a monster or something. The first to use the power of the Nordic system. The true identity of the opponent has sparked Jaehyun's curiosity. And now, it's hard not to wonder who Juhun really is. The questions in his mind kept increasing. Why was he able to use this power first? The irritation on his face was obvious. Was it just coincidence? In the end, he had to put them aside for now. It's not the time to think about that. Hoyeon nodded in agreement. Yeah. We need to focus on surviving first. You remind everyone that even with the instructors here, this place is still very dangerous. Then everyone gets to work. And Hoyeon and Jae-sung are not idle. And Jae-sung couldn't escape being scolded. Hey, stay over there and hold on tight. Seeing her angry, he obediently obeyed and apologized. Soon enough, a big makeshift trap was set up. Ina is now standing next to Jahun. I've returned. She reports what she has learned, that the monsters are confirmed to be Hobby, Soul, and Goblin. And you can't help but exclaim, just as Senior Seo-jun predicted. She always provides accurate information. Seo-jun, hearing this, immediately looked annoyed and said, of course, it's clear. If I were wrong, would she even be able to come back here? You ask again teasingly. Oh, how do you know that? Are you being kept in the dark? Straightforward. Hearing her scold me as Jahun, I immediately responded sternly. You don't want to take credit. Huh, Sojun quickly brushed aside his pride. Is there anything else you need? Master, even now. He's exhausted but still brave enough to speak up. I don't think I could do that for money. Truly impressive. Jasang smiles brightly like a flower. Seo-jun has been like this since the first time I met him. Before I could speak again, she grabbed my collar. The only one who pays me is the owner. Not you. Seo-jun looked straight into your eyes and enunciated each word clearly. Understood. Jae-sang was so scared she could only obey. See, the group was still missing one person. So Jahun spoke up. And hey, where is Kim So-jun? Oi Lao. Anh ta cũng nhìn cao, mà không nói gì. Roy nói rằng cô ai bao ken chuan bigi. Du roy di mat. Kien ko tak mak mei. That la, cao ta zao phai, loai ngoi loi bieng. As soon as you cut, the character from their story appears. I'm back, everyone. Jahun questioned. Kim, So-jun, what are you doing? Suddenly you feel that something is wrong. Huh. A scent of death emanated from the pot in So-jun's hand, causing everyone to freeze. But she seemed unaware and simply set it down. Finally proud of my achievement. This preparation is exhausting. See. Without me, how could everyone handle the wine? Jahun was the first to speak up. Is that food? Seo-jun confidently replied. Yes. I added a special sauce for the bugs everyone had caught earlier. Your face turned pale as you gazed at the delicacies before you. Do you want us to eat this? Seo-jun didn't seem to care about everyone's reactions. Of course. I really put a lot of effort into making it. You look at this mess and think to yourself that if you give him this food, it would kill him as easily as swatting a fly. You sigh softly, probably overthinking it. In another place, Seo-jun is enjoying a steaming cup of tea. Ji-zeon, standing behind, asks when we plan to act again. Are you saying that Ring is waiting for your response? He slowly put down his tea and began to speak. The tea. It's probably time to get back to action. The image of a goat kissing appears in my mind, and the creator's activity becomes much more energetic. Talking about this, Ji-seon also agrees, Ju is just a fledgling learning to fly. But they are proving that the prophecy is not meaningless. Ah, keep flying. Your strength is needed, Ju-won calmly replied, with him stepping forward. I wonder if I really need to get involved. Then he made a firm declaration, as if to say if necessary. I will do it. Now he appears on the news, helping Ju-won, the first to awaken and humanity's hope. But where is he now? The host says with a serious expression. He has disappeared somewhere. In the end, they concluded that if he is still alive, then his help in conquering the increasingly numerous high-level gates is already a valuable contribution. Ju-won, who has disappeared, is muttering again, asking who is responsible for the change. A smile appeared on his face. That sounds interesting. On this side, the goat's face twisted in cold disdain, warning sharply not to ever joke around with his food, or else he would die. Inside the pot in front of them, there are thick, purple, bubbling substances with toxic fumes floating on the surface, indicating its danger. Jo-jung clenched his fist and scolded him. Hey, it's not that bad. Turning to the goat, he asked, You don't agree? He rubbed his cheek nervously and awkwardly smiled, saying, Oh, I think I agree with the kiss here. Hoyeon also hesitated and refused. Ha ha ha. Strange. Why do I not feel hungry? Jo-jung leaned in close, looking at him with suspicion. Why aren't you hungry? You always order 2 meals at the academy. Sweat was pouring down as he avoided eye contact. Yeah. Sometimes I can also not be hungry. Hearing that, Ledoy seemed to complain as if she didn't need money. And you really are cruel. Jo-young also felt sad for her. Suddenly, Jo-jung grabbed her hand, then pretended to be an innocent deer. Don't you think everyone is being too strict? Jo-jung's mouth twitched as she had to accept that hope. Jo-jung smiled brightly as she approached her. At least she would eat the dish I threw in and prepared. Right. Jo-jung hesitated, looked away, and Gi-song and Hoyeon both pressed their lips together, making a cross sign and shaking their heads as a warning. Her face turned pale, showing her fear. Jo-jung is still waiting for her expressive answer, as if she is sure Jo-jung will agree. And in the end, she couldn't bear to shatter Jo-jung's trust. Of course, she made it from edible things. So why are everyone's reactions so exaggerated? Actually, Jo-jung is someone with a gentler personality than her appearance suggests. She slowly brought the spoon to her mouth to encourage herself. I will try it after all, it's not a big deal. Then she had to pay the price for her wrong choice. Clutching her stomach, she vomited violently against the wall. At this moment, the mocking voice comments, You scream like a monster in pain. This outcome was no surprise to Daehoon, who smiles smugly. This is why you should listen to us. Jo-jung frowned in frustration and said, How can I refuse when she looks so sad? You kindly handed her a bottle of medicine, showing a softer side than you appear. She immediately took it and drank continuously. So did something happen between you and Ina? Daehoon's eyes widened in surprise. Huh. Jo-jung wiped her mouth and looked at him indifferently, sensing that something was wrong. Her tone became serious. I don't know what's going on. But don't be too harsh with her or everyone else anymore. You respond casually. All right. I won't do that. Then you lightly joke to ease the atmosphere. Even though I don't think someone like you would say that. Jo-jung grits her teeth in anger. I whisper softly that it's why I want to try to save everyone like a fool. She didn't hear clearly and asked again. What? Daehoon turned around to change the subject and said we should keep going since it's getting dark. You smiled and reminded her. Remember that we promised to take down that guy. Right. Jo-jung was silent for a moment, then replied yes. At that moment, can I wait until my stomach feels a bit better? As soon as he finished speaking, he vomited everything remaining in his stomach. Daehoon suddenly had an idea, maybe he should see if it could fight the monsters. I mean, Kim Jo-jung's food. He feels sorry for her. It will take a while to feel better. Suddenly, the cry of a monster echoes through the space, startling him, and Daehoon is momentarily stunned by the sound of the cry. After confirming it's in a good mood, He orders to go inside immediately. They're coming. Run and call out. Team A. The alert is heading to Desang. A level B monster. Harbus is approaching. Desang. Prepare the immobilizing light trap. Jo Jung and Hoyan are also entering combat mode. De calmly assigns tasks to each member. And Hoyan advances. Kim Jo Jung provides support. In A, coolly activates her power. He smiled softly and replied, yes. Then urged everyone to hurry up. We need to protect the base. A simple white cloth tent is set up in the middle of the deserted road. Inside, Hoyan is worriedly complaining. I didn't expect there to be dozens of Harbus. I think they usually don't follow large groups like that. Jo Jung nodded understandingly and explained that they usually move in groups of up to 4. But this is a special case. Jisang asked curiously. A special case. Jehun calmly replied. Yes. These monsters with superior mana likely have a boss nearby giving orders. Jo Jung's face shows a hint of hesitation as he guesses. A figure of a certain person appearing in his mind. That person is Queen Harry. Gi-hun confirms that she is definitely nearby. Jo Jung's expression is tense. I didn't expect her to be so close. But you remain calm and accept the truth. After all, it's a boss we need to eliminate. We're just encountering it earlier than expected. He suddenly fell into deep thought for a moment, then nodded as if he had made a decision. Jehun instructed the others to protect this place until we eliminate the monsters and return. You are still considerate in reassuring them. But with Jo Jung's special skills, tracking the Queen's trail won't be a problem. I can handle these monsters myself. So don't worry. Hoang suggested we move together since unexpected situations can always happen. But you confidently refused, saying it's not necessary. Even if we follow, we'll probably just get hurt. You said something that made everyone silent and unable to argue. Or I'll have to keep an eye on you. Jae-hun smiled brightly and said, it's not that I don't trust you guys, but we just need you to stay here. You share your feelings. And although the instructors are ready to intervene, there's no guarantee they'll eliminate all the monsters. Ina is the first to agree. All right, we'll follow your lead. Zhou Dong also agrees that this is the best plan. I don't like this plan, but I don't want to be a burden here. Take this, and quickly shove a bunch of medicine to you, and this too. After giving instructions, Jehun and Sozun also stepped out of the tent. He turned his head and promised, we'll be back. Stay safe. Hoi-an confidently clenched his fist to his chest. Just let us handle it. Zhou Dong shyly advised. If you need us, just contact us. Gi-hun couldn't resist teasing. It's rare to see you care so much. At this moment, the harpies are arriving one after another, soaring through the sky. Your tone is calm. There's no need to worry. System notification, activate active skills. Chain boost. Golden chains emerge from nowhere and pierce through all of them. Jehun's demeanor shows confidence. I only intervene when I know I have the upper hand. Watching this, Sozun reminds herself that it's better not to anger him. Jehun quietly follows Sozun upstairs. She suddenly turns around and looks back. You know, no matter what, Sozun has to admit that your group is really strong. Now I understand why you're at the top of the class. Even with such fierce competition from Muse. Hearing this, Jehun began to reflect again. Memories of the previous confrontation with the Harpies monster came clearly to mind. At that moment, Sozun clenched his teeth, planning to jump in and attack. But he managed to step forward and shield her. Hoi-an took the shield to defend, and then directed himself. I will stand in front. And both of us focus on chanting the spell. Ina and Zozun did not object and immediately prepared for battle. All right. Understood. The monsters, flapping their wings and emitting strange sounds above them. He drew the blue sword in his hand to boost his fighting power. Hoi-an's eyes are 3 parts determined, 7 parts resolute as he stares intently ahead. The first monster charging at him is immediately blocked by a protective shield. Seizing this opportunity, he made it vanish in an instant. Jehun watched from afar and silently evaluated, wielding the extreme cold martial art alongside the Bak Lam glorious sword. Seeing Hoi-an's confident demeanor, you can conclude that he has definitely reached level A. Then, observing Zozun's actions, it also matches what others are doing. At this moment, she is closing her eyes to activate the proactive skill of overflowing, and the system notifies that the attack power of team members will be increased by 1. Thrust teams, while the other monsters, unaware, rush straight to attack. Zozun activated the formation with one hand. holding the staff in the other, and focused intently on it. This time, she continued to activate the active skill of wind perception. The green glow from the swirling magic circle enveloped the monster's body. This outcome didn't surprise Jae-hun much. Kim Zo-sun could now chant spells even faster. Yeah, she really has surpassed Class B. He shifted his dull eyes to the right. And as for Ina, she is proficient in activating the active skill, swordsmanship and femme. After completing the process, Ina's eyes gradually open and carry a cold gaze. The magical light gradually destroyed each monster before his eyes. While she leisurely waved her wand, that divine holy light erodes the monster's body. The violent scene makes Gi-hun feel a bit cold, but I have to admit a truth in my heart. She really is a monster. After all, she has been like that since she was born. The green-haired monster is still being physically tortured. Watching Ina stand calmly in the distance, Ji-hun had to marvel once again at her insane talent. Back in the present, he casually shrugged his shoulders. Still the strongest. This confident attitude made Sojun feel annoyed. People can be so complicated. You know, others won't like you, but you don't care about that. Huh, it's a pity if they don't like me being the best. They should just get stronger, she replied confidently. I expect nothing less from a genius. This comment made Ji-hun feel unexpectedly sad. Genius. I never thought that I would be the one pointed at. Old memories start to flood back. Are you planning to turn me into a human shield? Juntae orders curtly. Hey, front line. Get your act together now. Keep formation. He kept pointing at things, making Jae-hun feel annoyed and confused. Even if he died, he had to keep the formation. At that time, he often moved alone without teammates like others. Back in reality, Gi-hun started to dodge and weave. After all, she did well and seems to have found her own path. Though the hard impressive thing is that she ate Kim Jong-un's food, being teased like that by you. So Jun immediately shot a glance at the other person with a bullet-like stare. Are you joking with me? But Gi-hun wasn't scared and kept joking around. Well, as long as she didn't faint. Then she opened the door carefully, guiding her steps sincerely. Be careful with even the smallest details. Even her breathing at this moment. One strike could kill her. They take turns shooting perfectly. And I'm a year younger than you. So remember to use your skills properly. Don't you have any respect for elders? I think I've shown enough respect already. So-jun, bored, didn't bother to carry the kid anymore and told him to shut up. But inside, he was reassuring himself that it didn't matter. He would definitely find a way to handle this. Outside the building, the monsters were still gathering and hunting for prey. Inside, she was crossing her arms and looking anxious. Turns out she was secretly watching Jae-hun. This guy is not the type to give up easily just because of danger. At this moment, the system notification appears, informing you that you have encountered the boss monster of the city's target area. So Jun's face turns to horror at Jae-hun's strange smile. A few seconds later, a pair of pink feathered wings suddenly appeared. With thin, bony legs below and long, sharp black claws, Hoppy calls DM to fly in the sky. While Jae-hun boldly approaches Ata, a mischievous smile appears on his face. Completely contrasting with Sojun's anxious expression, Jae-hun assesses Hoppy from head to toe. It's an A-level boss monster. But if I defeat it, I can get that treasure. The more he thought about his plan, the more his smile lost all humanity. It was frightening. Seeing Jae-hun unusually silent, Sojun broke out in a cold sweat. Then he couldn't hide his smug face and wondered if he was crazy. Jae-hun started activating the advanced demon footstep skill to create a level 2 fang-toothed divine weapon. The entire process left her stunned and speechless. Then she screamed in surprise when she saw him showing off a new item, which was the one sold for a very high price at the recent auction. On this side, Hoppy forcefully lands on the ground and shoots out small, sharp feather strands, causing Sojun to quickly dodge Ata's surprise attack. Unexpectedly, Jae-hun started mocking her. I told her to stay put, but she got too cocky and shut up. While the two of them were busy exchanging insults, Hoppy was frantically throwing wild attacks. Still, he braced himself to run toward her, clutching the sharp fang in his hand and calculating. In theory, it's weaker than me, but still dangerous. Soon Jae-hun noticed the difference, partly because it could fly. The ground behind immediately exploded after he quickly dodged. As the main reason, Hoppy's eyes are now constantly emitting energy, so it's stronger than before I regressed. Everything is clear now. So Jaehoon feels even more confident. I understand now. Ada spun around while shooting feathers in this direction. Two golden light orbs suddenly appeared in midair, pulling Jaehoon back to stand still while it handles Hoppy's weapon on its own. Seeing Ada's much more ferocious appearance, I can confidently say it's definitely gotten stronger. An A-rank monster before my regression wasn't this strong. Still, it doesn't make Jaehoon flinch. So what does that mean? His elbow lightly touched the golden chain and it instantly disappeared at lightning speed. Jaehoon swiftly moved to cover the gap above Hoppy's head, meaning he had intervened. He hurriedly turned back to check the situation. Ada was unharmed, and even proudly showing his claws. But Jaehoon also responded by rushing forward with a swift strike, instead of hiding. It's better to face it head-on. Hoppy's body shows cuts, surrounded by a glow from energy spheres unleashed around him. As you land gently, a faint purple spiritual energy remains on your weapon, while at the same time, the black orbs scatter chaotically across the sky. There is a silent one heading towards the towering and majestic temple, then decisively landing on Hoojin's shoulder. My prediction was correct. He listens as the bird whispers something in his ear. Something about what's about to happen. Hoojin then recalls his arrogant expression. Worried if he can do his job well, he gently closes his eyes as if contemplating something. His sunken eyes gradually open a little. Then I quickly flew away, leaving feathers scattered in the air, which probably isn't my concern. At this moment, the system suddenly displayed a message: you have successfully defeated Queen Hoppy, the final boss of the first area in Loklau City. Please claim your reward at Queen Hoppy's lair. After the battle ends, Jaehoon retrieves the weapon, hides it in a private space, and secretly rejoices inside finally. I've obtained the wings within the storm's eye. Jaehoon glanced slightly behind and saw Sojun pouting. She asked softly, "What are you doing? Let's go now." At this moment, she let out a sigh, and Sojun was right. After hesitating for a moment, Seojun finally managed to speak, completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Jaehyun listened without understanding what she was saying, finding the reward inside Hoppy's lair. He couldn't hide his triumphant smile. Finally, he had done it. In front of them was an item shrouded in dark energy. Immediately, the information panel appeared, showing a support item called Storm Wings. S-rank. The wings are inspired by the radio storm that swept through Hell Hema. Gives you the mid-air jump skill. Agility increased by 50. Strength increased by 50. And the skill's effects will be enhanced for greater efficiency. Jaehyun quietly rejoiced at the result. Alright. Both the skill and the stats are quite solid. He enjoyed observing the item he just acquired. But of course, the best part was still the skill. A few seconds later, the system displayed a notification that the A+ level mid-air jump skill was activated, creating an imaginary wall while the user was in the air to give an extra chance to jump over, allowing 2 consecutive uses. Jaehyun smiled contentedly, thinking that, before I regressed, I had already gained these wings through a fake attack, and that person had leveled up quickly like a gale. He thought to himself that it wouldn't happen again now that he had them. Ken? Sojun looked surprised and exclaimed, "What is that?" Jaehyun looked in the direction she pointed and froze. He reined in his horse when he saw the white object in the distance. That thing. They moved closer to get a better look and saw that it was a pair of gloves. Without hesitation, Jaehyun quickly retracted it. Song Sua receives a notification from the system that you have absorbed the original pair of gloves, updating the information about the first awakener on the Nonia system. Meanwhile, in another area, Yui wipes sweat from his forehead. Exhausted, she seems very eager. Are we done here yet? Hui, on standing nearby with an excited look. Isn't this already very close to the record set before? I think we're doing really well. As soon as he heard that, Yui gently smiled. Of course. With me accompanying you, I made something a bit special for you. Right, returning to Jaehyun. You seem thoughtful. Original gloves, or what? You think about the previous announcement. The update about the first person to awaken on the Nonia system, and then fall into deep thought. Only one person is called the first to awaken. Jongwon, the first to awaken worldwide, and also Korea's hero. So why does the Nonia system have information about him? Then he makes a guess that he might be connected to the system. Just then, Yui Dung is nearby. Huh. What did you just say? Yehyun chuckled shyly, gently ruffling her hair, which immediately made her protest. Hey, I told you not to touch my hair. Jaehyun didn't pay attention and just kept thinking about why that person's gloves were here. It definitely wasn't for a good reason. Now you finally notice Ina. Jaehyun steps closer, speaking softly with a hint of regret. Sorry for making you observe your surroundings while you're tired. She calmly replied, No, I was supposed to do these things to help you. Do you have something to do too? Suddenly, Ui shouted, Oh no, this is not good. Ina quickly asked Han what was wrong. Zoyoung. She tearfully insisted that she had forgotten her necklace and it was a big problem. As soon as she finished speaking, someone held out the necklace in front of Zojoung. And in an instant, she completely changed her attitude. How did you know I forgot it? That's really creepy. Jaehyun softly said. It's just your habit. And besides, your mother told me to take care of you. Hearing you say that, Zojoung blushed and apologized. I'll talk to my mom about it later. But anyway, thank you. You should answer in a teasing tone. But it's better to make your mom trust you more than her. That deadly remark made her lose her composure. Hey, everyone's teasing laughter made Zojoung angry. Do you dare to laugh? Meanwhile, Ina sat silently without saying a word. And a few seconds later, Jaehyun spoke up again. After all, you look at the person next to you. Your voice becoming much more serious, Kim Il-jung. It's time for you to grow up. Don't forget your stuff anymore. Zojoung frowns in annoyance. Don't take me with you. Hoyeon hesitated, unable to contain his curiosity, and blurted out, Are you two dating? Hearing that Jaehyun confidently replied, No. And Zoyoung then went berserk, wanting to kill her. While he was still confused, someone patted him on the back. Hoyeon was startled and turned back. Ina softly advised him. They already denied it. So maybe you should just forget about this. At the same time, at the Valhalla Tower, within the Great Hall of Aegir, also known as the House of Warriors and the House of Joy, Tho burst out laughing happily and raised his glass high. Ha ha ha. This is truly amazing, he secretly rejoiced, as the preparations for war were going smoothly, and Himdo said that he would soon deal with his greatest rival. Thinking briefly of him, though a bit impulsive, killing a human is still quite easy for him. Then he said excitedly, This time, we, Aegir, will become the masters of the universe. Then he looked at the chair in front, and our great god Odin would be very pleased. As soon as the words finished, a dissatisfied voice sounded from the opposite side. Truly a dishonest bastard. Daring to hold a party while Odin was away, the fairy said sharply. Ragnarok doesn't mean anything to you. Right, Tho scoffed. Haha. Why would you say that? I didn't expect you to bring that up. Then he rekindled his pain. How dare you say that when your right arm was eaten by Fenrir? But Tia remained calm. Thank you for caring about me. Instead, he only said one sentence that made Tho furious while he was pressing a piece of coal on his forehead. The image of that stone clearly appeared, taken from a disgusting giant. Don't stop, Tia added. Anyone who dares to say that even after possessing Mjolnir, if I were them, I would end my own life and take that weapon with me. That remark was like pouring oil on the fire, making Tho grit his teeth. His anger flared up, and he immediately stood up, slammed his hand down on the table, eager to see who was stronger right here and now. The atmosphere between them grew heavy, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. Suddenly, a voice rang out, breaking the tense silence. Enough already. Sigrun speaks in a threatening tone. Both of you want to be suspended. Right. It wasn't until now that Frigg finally spoke, as Valhalla's influence had waned a bit, and it seemed that collecting souls wasn't going smoothly. She was a bit annoyed because Ragnarok was making everything more tense, and clearly it was Odin's fault. She showed her displeasure. Anyone brave enough to speak about the master of Aja like that was truly formidable. The more I mention that old man, the more Sigrun becomes furious. I have no intention of kowtowing to Odin. Maybe he has strength, but in my eyes, he's no different from a fool. Frigg shouted loudly, daring someone to speak back, her voice commanding. Surely they haven't forgotten what Odin did to me. Rage surged wave after wave, bringing a dark aura that weighed heavily on Frigg. Overwhelmed by the pressure, she could only feel fear. Pause for a moment to steady your emotions. Then Sigrun continued. I want to take this opportunity to make an announcement. The preparations for the second ending are already complete. With a determined expression, she spoke firmly. Enherja turned this way, and Zurhun stood on the rooftop, silently observing the cityscape. He silently analyzed the clues, And since Hindle intervened in this matter, it means he will appear soon. Then he looked up to the sky and made a firm decision. I need to awaken my preservation skill as soon as possible. After a moment, Zeong-un sat across from Zerhun with a gentle smile. You're truly strong now, Zer-una. I genuinely admire that. Yet you still want to acquire another preservation skill. He slightly curled his lips awkwardly and laughed. I definitely can't compare to her when it comes to recruiting for the management council. At this point, he shyly avoided eye contact and said, It's nothing. Zeong-un thought for a moment, and honestly, I don't think I can help you much. Like my own case, everything happened quite suddenly. You hesitated and asked again. Suddenly, she calmly sipped her tea and nodded. Her face reflected on the water, showing a hint of sadness. All the memories in my mind are still vivid. The painful past once again floods Zeong-un's mind, leaving her stunned as she kneels in the rain. The despair that day, when a gate suddenly opened in the middle of the street, unleashing countless brutal monsters from the space portal to attack the people. And everyone gradually fell like flies. Amid the chaos, she remained motionless, as if paralyzed by fear, watching everyone being swallowed alive, desperately trying to escape. Zeong-un could never forget that day when a child ran desperately towards her. Suddenly, the girl was knocked down and fell to the ground. She just sat there blankly, with no reaction, even as a cold sweat kept pouring out. Zeong-un could no longer control herself. She couldn't do anything, helpless as the girl was brutally taken away. And in that final moment, Zeong-un suddenly stood up. She used all her strength to try to save her, reaching out to grab the girl. But in the end, it was all just a futile effort. When Zeong-un regained her senses, the bloodied body of the girl was already in her arms, and even though it was just an illusion, she couldn't save her. At that moment, Zeong-un was too weak, and perhaps still harbored a fear of facing danger head-on. As Zehun has known, this world always brings suffering right after that child dies. A shining golden glow from the sky envelops her, and Zeong-un was granted a new skill, with ethereal wings appearing behind her like an angel. That skill was sacrifice. She used her power to destroy the monsters. When everything was finally resolved, she disappeared into sparks, and Zeong-un felt her hands were stained with guilt. She silently endured her pain, tears unable to fall, quietly feeling the ache. However, returning to the present, Zeong-un shows sorrow. I can't bring someone back to life who has died. I already told you this, didn't I? Zeong listened seriously to every word. A healer will always remember those they cannot save, longer than those they have saved. She gently pushed herself up from the chair. Zeong-un, slowly passing by you. You said you wanted to learn a skill as soon as possible. Right. Her mood suddenly dropped. Honestly, she truthfully replied that she didn't know how to do it either, which surprised Zeong a bit. Zeong-un gently touches your shoulder. But Zeong, her tone softly reassuring. You don't need to rush that much. I don't want you to. She hopes from the bottom of her heart that the worst outcome won't happen, and that she won't lose the precious things within herself while trying to understand the skills she's learning. Although Zeong-un advised her like that, Zeong didn't give up. She didn't know. But Ina might know. He turned to call out to Ina, then suddenly she spoke. Can you tell me? Did Zeong decide to learn at all costs? I need to ask her. So, getting straight to the point, how did you manage to acquire the understanding skill? I wonder silently. Before I lost what was precious to me, Ina wasn't very surprised when she received this suspicion from you. Zeong. She clenched her hand tightly and hesitated slightly. Yes. She gained that skill because of my family's death. To be precise, I let them die. Her voice is steady and emotionless. I still think that under the sunset, her indifferent expression shows that it's good they are gone. That happened very suddenly when Ina was 5 years old. In a somber funeral home with a sad atmosphere, Makmai held her tightly, crying in grief. But she was too young to truly understand what was happening. It seems she has been a cold person since she was a child, her calm emotions contrasting with her grandmother's. But still, at least she knows that. Ina looked at the 2 portrait photos, unable to see her parents again and knowing she would live alone. Then Ina and her grandmother moved in with Jia into a normal apartment. She always seeks happiness in life, even without her parents. She has never felt lonely living there, even when Ina's family is malicious towards her. They only criticize her out of annoyance and find all sorts of reasons to punish her. As she raised her hands to the sky as requested, a warm voice reached her. Ina. She quickly smiled and ran over to the bench because she still had her grandmother. She treats Ina more gently than anyone else. Her only family. The only person she can rely on. However, that happiness didn't last long. One day, while Ina was looking for me, she saw her shadow through the window. She whispered softly, "There's not much time left." And it gradually turned into a long, bitter nightmare. Me handed over all her savings and entrusted Ina to Selzy. "Take good care of Ina, even when I'm no longer here." And she nodded with a mischievous smile. Of course. Of course. Seeing this scene left her stunned. Even though she was just a child, she still understood her family. Ina suddenly drops the object in her hand. Right now, her mind is only filled with one thought, the only person she trusts. She is about to leave her. And around Ina darkness envelops her. Only a faint light seeps through the window. Just like the light of her life about to fade away. Ina's mind sank into a wave of regret. And that was when I became dark. I've never been eloquent. But I closed my heart tightly. Her feelings seemed to freeze as she remembered the time when I was in the 3rd year of middle school. Thinking of this, the image of myself humbling in the face of Selja's mocking words reappeared. "You've been earning a lot from your fake swordsmanship lately, haven't you? Your teacher called about that." "Huh. Even when you're reckless, you still know how to cause trouble. They say you have talent. Do you believe that?" "Hey, I'm complaining here. You know how much it costs to raise you. Right, I trust you'll know how to repay." Ina just spoke up. And immediately I was choked in the throat. Understand, just like a ruthless villain, constantly spreading chaos. Because you're not good at studying. At least to keep your place. You have only one choice to become a conqueror. That kind of talk makes her feel truly disgusted and hateful. She clenched her fists, suppressing her feelings. They took my parents' insurance money and still wanted to exploit me. Having to endure her scolding makes Ina feel even more hurt. My parents are gone, and my grandmother is still alive. Yet they treat us like burdens. Her heart felt tightly clenched. But the terrifying thing was that even though I wanted to resist, my throat was paralyzed and I couldn't say anything. Ina's memory stopped at the moment she submitted the application form. Then I applied to the Slayer Academy. And according to the teacher, I knew I had a high potential for awakening. Here, the teacher sincerely advises you. Are you sure about this? Even if you have a high ability to awaken consciousness, and your awakened consciousness is treated very well, the magical world isn't like that. I don't want you to get involved in dangerous things. Ina, this could really harm you. I just respond like a puppet, saying I'm fine. Ma'am, but within my reach, there are words I cannot say. I clearly know there are things worse than death. After Ina just got home, her grandmother's voice called out. Ina. Back, my sitting on the sofa asked in disbelief. Are you really going to do this? Every word, every letter feels like a punishment. And her image makes her fall into deep thought. In the end, her grandmother will leave her too. So why can't she hate her? Grandma. Tears had been falling silently for some time, as I wondered if my life would have been different if she hadn't given me the money. Then she hurriedly wiped away her tears, trying to push away the thoughts just now. No. What must happen will happen. Is this what you call fate? Calm down. It's something you have to accept, no matter how much you struggle. Something unavoidable. Then she regained her composure and replied. It's okay. I'm really fine. Back. I immediately hugged her tightly, saying, if you don't want to do it, you don't have to. Ina's emotions suddenly overwhelmed her at that moment because she didn't want to see her granddaughter get hurt. The flashback continues to pause at the moment just after I changed my path to become a demon hunter, and my life was completely transformed. I evaluated myself and learned how to control mana, how to defeat magic monsters, and how to survive disasters. My strict personality actually proved to be very helpful. Her memories suddenly resurfaced just as I was getting used to this new life. An unavoidable tragedy was about to strike. Ina was stunned, as in front of her was the image of her grandmother who had passed away. The time until we said goodbye was too short. It was even more shocking when I heard the doctor say that if she had received proper treatment, she wouldn't have died. I couldn't believe my ears. The doctor's words were truly shocking. At the funeral home, those thoughts kept haunting Ina. Did she deliberately refuse treatment? Did she give up on life? Or was it a misunderstanding, so from this moment on, even she has abandoned me? Nothing is clear. Just one person is gone, and the other is still alive. Her tears kept falling as she called out, "Grandma, the most important thing Ina wants you to know right now is that she also wants to see you." At the same time, I also realized how difficult it was. She looked like a child playing in the dirt, asking why. Why me? Celian hid behind the wall, thinking to herself, I am such a fool for not studying properly. She should have taken me with her. When I heard Selgi suddenly hang up the phone, the sponsorship contract was finalized, and the training club decided to accept you. So come and sign. Her spirit fell into an abyss. I went crazy, and suddenly I felt like the last piece of my life was slipping away. Looking back, I saw my own shadow there. For the first time in my life, I gave up everything of mine. Why did I decide that? It is my life. But in response to Ina's feelings, she sneered. It's really funny. You should be grateful you're not being sold. She really didn't want to listen anymore, clutching her phone and running away. In that moment, I decided to leave home despite her continuous calls. Hey, why aren't you answering? Hey. Ina's memories of that night came back, and I waited until dawn to go back and get my things. Then I realized that what I was seeing was a desolate scene, engulfed in flames. My house burning in the fire, and monsters pouring out from the gate. Suddenly hearing a call. Hey Ina, why are you lying under the wreckage, screaming? Save her now. You're a fake awakening. You can do something right. Hurry up. Her face showed no emotion at all. And in that moment, there was only one thought in my mind. Ina cast a cold glare downward and asked why should I save what? Everything that what took from me. The person who stole everything. I will not save what. Suddenly, Jaehyun's voice pulls her back to reality. Ina. You see her upset and comfort her. If it's too difficult, you don't have to push yourself. The scene shifts to somewhere in the city. Here, Aeudung hears a strange noise, then pushes the door open in surprise and scolds Min Jaehyun. Why are you so late? Now standing before her is a stranger wielding a strange kind of mana. She realizes it's not Jaehyun, and nervously looks around to sense this mana. It makes her feel like it's a monster. And then everyone else also moved forward in confusion. Hindu noticed the crowd and spoke up. You are allies of the one who created this change. Everyone fell silent after hearing that. And Sojun looked stunned. Aeudung was panic-stricken and asked, what is he talking about? Before he could finish speaking, the wind spirit took over the surrounding atmosphere, stepping forward amid everyone's shouts. And with a fierce aura, he demanded, answer me when I ask. Seeing this scene, Sojun quickly used a communication spell to relay the message. Minho Jaehyun, turn back now. There's an enemy. Looks like a human, but with mana that feels like a monster's. Suddenly, a foot appeared right in front of her eyes. Sojun looked up in horror, then was immediately choked and shouted at by Hindu. This person was using cheap tricks. This man made it impossible for her to breathe. He casually formed a sphere of cursed energy, arrogantly declaring that all of you will die here, then smiled a savage smile, showing that the one who caused the change was him. Suddenly, Jaehyun appeared and interrupted. That's not going to happen. At the same time, a sound from the system rang out, activating the skill and calculating absolutely. He casually brought Ina along and expressed his thoughts, as if to say, who do you think I am? Just going to stand by and watch. Somewhere. A sigh echoed. Oh my god. Clearly I am not the babysitter here. Seogu, looking through the binoculars, reports that all the monsters in the area have been cleared out. He frowns and mutters. Why are we even here? Meanwhile, Min-suk replied happily. We have to work so hard just to distinguish the talented children. But Sogu looked unconvinced. Not yet. If we keep fighting like this, they'll just become arrogant when they grow up. Suddenly, he paused and looked in a certain direction. Not far from the two. A strange, swirling shape appeared in the sky, constantly emitting dark mist and a chilling, terrifying sound. Sogu cautiously said, Is that a horn? The growling sound suddenly appeared nearby, and his eyes went white as he clearly saw what was behind him. Open. All I heard was a thud, and Min-suk watched as his partner was just taken by it. His face turned pale and unclear what had happened, what is going on. He frantically reached out, searching for his radio. Thud. The tail pierced straight through Min-suk's body. His voice trembled. No. The call from the other side of the radio crackled. What's going on? Min used all his remaining strength to warn about danger code 11. The situation was worse than expected. Everyone ran away. As he spoke, the radio also fell to the ground, leaving only the lifeless eyes of the fallen. And on the other side, the fierce monsters are like a shattered flock of men, relentlessly heading into the city. Over here, his equipment is glaring at Jaehyun. The tense atmosphere felt like it could explode at any moment. One side accidentally dropped the gun, while the other side stared with dark, intense eyes at Jaehyun. The surrounding mystical voice begins to emanate with rage, gradually enveloping you and Ina. Anger rises within him, and in his mind, the image of Odin, whom he venerates, appears as he continues to question Jaehyun. Why? Does he have his eye? Jaehyun instinctively raised his hand to his left eye and thought. So he's talking about Odin's eye. Himdu, full of rage. Now I understand why you became so strong so quickly. As he drew his sword and charged, it was clear that an ordinary human could never develop so quickly. Despite Himdu's fury, Jaehyun and Ina remained silent. You suddenly raised your voice in provocation. If you're annoyed, just take it, Sojun warned from the side. Min Jaehyun, even you can't handle someone like that alone. Is he even human? But you coldly ordered me to run away. This is my problem. Yu's face darkened. She was so angry. What do you mean? We're a team. Jaehyun still didn't look back. I won't say it again. Just run. A sneer curled on his lips. The one who wants to protect his friends. He raised his sword high. While I, Dudo, am here. Finally, with a powerful strike, the weapon shattered the ground instantly, causing even the opposite building to tremble and split apart. At this moment, Jaehyun does not hesitate to unleash his power and activates his active storm wind skill. Yu Jung and Hoyan could only struggle to withstand the thick cloud of dust and smoke. Now, only Jaehyun remains alone to face him. Everything seems about to collapse for Yu Jung. She desperately shouted, Jaehyun, what are you doing? But Jaehyun replied coldly, if I don't do this, all of us will die. This statement makes her angry and question him. Her meaning is that Ina suddenly stops her. She calmly advises that he's right. We have no chance against someone as strong as that. Yu Jung's face shows clear panic. What are you saying? That's why we have to help. Ina coldly cuts in. No, she firmly declared, I am confident Jaehyun can do it. Ina then asked, so go to the entrance and inform the instructors about the situation. Yu Jung, desperate, clenched her teeth and cursed. Damn it. Finally, she forced herself to hold back tears and left with her teammates. You have to survive. Nin Yehun. Jaehyun coldly glances at the main team's shadow fading away. His left eye gleams with a bright yellow light. Ina managed to persuade them. A gust of wind immediately gathers in his hand as he activates the Earthbang's active skill. All right. Now. The ground beneath Jaehyun instantly turns to ice. Him smiled cunningly. Bang though. His eyes fixated on what Jaehyun was deploying. It's a good skill, but takes several seconds to activate. He didn't hide his smug expression. Do you think you can hold me back until then? Immediately after, Jaehyun calmly replied to himself. It's not impossible. I thought, this has been my strategy since the first time I fought him. He doesn't stand still, but quickly charges his weapon towards you. Fine. If you think you can stop me, the man's eyes flashed with a savage, bloodthirsty look. So let's see, at that moment. A thought crossed his mind. If I fail, those who have fled will be trapped in this disaster. Old man strikes the ground forcefully, causing it to shatter, which also makes you realize you must stop him. Jaehyun doesn't wait and uses his active skill to materialize a magical item. I will, thanks to that. He successfully created the S-rank Death Dragon Sword and activated the Silent Chain of Death skill, using everything he had with unwavering determination. The golden chains wrapped around his entire body, and with a single swing of his arm, they flew out in the opposite direction, hooking onto the ice crystal blocks beneath his feet. At the same time, Himdall's fierce attack was also closing in. Jaehyun immediately used Bon Mung to block the devastating sword strike approaching. Its tremendous power keeps pushing him backward. Jaehyun struggles to hold his ground while relying on the chains to steady himself. Then, a powerful leap by him forced the enemy to fall to the ground, and he seized the moment to unleash a mighty attack that shattered the earth, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. The fanatic watched as Jaehyun kept flying out of sight. Now his face was deeply lined, aged, as if he had aged 100 years. Your gentle voice echoes. I told you so. Jaehyun concentrates his energy to continuously activate his next skill, the flying shadow step. Jaehyun's confident excitement is clear in his eyes. I can hold them off. Amid the rubble, Lena quickly takes command. Everyone, focusing on rescuing the students. Everyone hurried to give first aid and rescue the students and instructors. We can't waste any more time. Too many teachers and students have already been injured. She assessed the situation in her mind. A giant monster explosion the city had never seen before. With Lena clenched her teeth. And it happened on the day we trained outdoors. The unprecedented number of casualties and coincidences makes her determined that we must find a way to handle this at all costs. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Principal, let us help. The person coming is none other than Park Hyun." Lena reluctantly agrees but still advises, "Okay, but try to avoid direct combat as much as possible. After all, you are still students." Next, Joo Hyun also stepped forward. "Garam's team will assist." Jia solemnly accepted the task. "And Seon-un and I will take care of the injured." Seeing the group of teenagers rallying their spirits, Lena relaxed a little and thanked everyone. "Let's do our best together to save as many people as we can." After saying that, she left to consider her next move. Either having the students focus on support, facing the wreckage ahead, or gathering the instructors to fight and stop the monsters. The blue light shines on Lena's palm, and with determination there is a chance to win. But noticing something is wrong. She is surprised and looks up. Lena's face shows clear horror what is happening. "I can't gather mana." The screen flashes. A message ASIR system. Offline connection with user temporarily interrupted. She adjusts her glasses. What? Right at this moment, Johan hurriedly reports, "Headmaster, I can't use mana." Iksumi beside him stammers, "My skill signature also won't activate." This unexpected situation throws Lena into chaos. What is happening this time? The system has never malfunctioned before. So why is it happening now? In the middle of a disaster, without hesitation, she shouted loudly, "Is there anyone still able to use skills?" Sumi and Johan, though unwilling, could only stand helplessly. An arm immediately shot up, and I thought I could do it. Surprisingly, it was the student Park Hyun from the Garam circle. Even Jian raised her hand, her skill still functioning normally, and Hyun continued to speak. And so did she. Lena's pupils suddenly contracted. No way, only the students could still use mana. She looked around, seeing some students raising their hands and others using healing skills on the spot. Lena muttered to herself, "It's hard to understand this situation." But then she loudly ordered that we change the plan. "The students move forward first, and we will support you with all our abilities." Park Hyun and Joo Hyun responded in unison. "Got it." Lena immediately ordered to move to the barricaded City Zone 3, the area in the most critical situation, and Park Hyun's team responded in unison before rushing off. He moved while giving orders fluently, telling Joo Hyun to go right, and he responded, "Don't you dare give me orders." Of course he won't care, and will keep going. Han Jian, "Focus on recovering from behind." She replied, "I understand." After a while, everyone paused, and Park Hyun spoke again in a heavy voice. "Listen up." Despite being in a dangerous location, he remained calm, and Area 3 has a relatively narrow entrance. The strategies and analyses outlined mean that if we hold our position, we should be able to withstand without too much difficulty. Unfortunately, Kot Long's appearance has already disrupted Park Hyun's plan. And now with this pressure, are the trainees really supposed to fight that thing? The system jumps in to confirm his suspicion. You've encountered the lockdown city cluster of Zone 3. Kot Long. A chilling gasp at its unbalanced form causes Park Hyun to lose his composure. This will be extremely difficult. Over here, the group rushes anxiously toward the mission site. Jasang is still worried about his friend. No, it can't be. Jaehyun wouldn't be so cowardly. He grits his teeth in silence. But he, although she didn't say it out loud, Zodung felt extremely uneasy inside. Suddenly, the ring she was wearing started to glow. At the same time, others also experienced the same situation. Zodung stopped to check the notification. The scheduled message had been sent. A familiar voice rings out. "I'm fine, don't worry. I need everyone for something." Jaehyun begins to explain his plan. Currently, the boss monster in the area is attacking the city gate. So help the civilians. I will gather with everyone soon. Zodung's face gradually relaxes. It's Jaehyun after all. Seeing everyone is settled, Zodong coldly urges. So that's the decision. Let's go. I have to do what I can. Everyone responds in unison. Let's go. Zodong softly reassures everyone and herself that Gi-hun will be fine. At the same time, he was fighting with incredible speed, quickly recovering his magic and rushing towards the opponent below. Hindu gritted his teeth and looked at you with contempt. It turns out Odin's successor's reputation is not just for show. Zodong unleashes her sword skills straight at him. Hindu refuses to back down and draws his weapon, ready to fight. The cold steel blade forms a crescent, leaving no chance for him to escape. Hindu, will test you myself. I thought his continuous attacks would make Ji-hun stumble. But no. He dodged smoothly like a pro. Then he counterattacked, forcing his opponent to struggle to lift his sword to block. Even though he was pushed back by the recoil, Ji-hun still arrogantly left a taunting remark. You'll regret this. Today my test score is very high. Just hearing it makes Hindu furious. At the same time, the system appears, activating passive skill, mid-level great swordsmanship, and active skill, spinning attack. The two clash fiercely, as if trying to tear apart the sky itself. Facing such a formidable opponent, Hindu is exhilarated, proving he's not bad compared to others. Before I could teach him a lesson, he quickly changed direction and then pointed his weapon straight ahead. But that was all he could do. The tip was blocked by Jae-yoon's sword, producing a sharp sound. A smug smile spreads across his face, completely out of place in the current situation. Then he gently retracts the weapon in his hand. This action left Hindu stunned with wide eyes. As he lost his balance and fell forward, Jae-yoon quickly dodged to the side. A new piece of equipment appears in his hand, along with the sound of the system activating an active skill to forge a weapon. The creation is successful. Nihop's S-rank fangs are activated, and he quickly grabs it, channeling power into it. When the magic is fully gathered and the process is complete, activating the skill, Jae-yoon seizes the opportunity to slip past, leaving a strike on Hindu's body. The power constantly flows along his arm and spreads through his body as the system updates, successfully upgrading the passive skill. Nihop's fangs have been activated, and the enemy is poisoned over time. Hindu glared in pain, shouting as he struggled to stand with his sword, daring to defile what is pure. Jae-yoon turned to look at his opponent with a look of utter disdain. Then he straightforwardly asked, "Do you want to see who is more pathetic?" Your words made Hindu hesitate. I usually recover quickly from this kind of poison. No matter what tricks you use, the wounds on my body still don't diminish my confidence. I only need to eliminate my opponent. Maybe I should reassess my opponent. I'll start again. Then he briefly recalled the plan he had devised, that the power could temporarily infiltrate the Nordic speed system, control the strength of all trainers and students. But the authority Hindu received from Odin was limited, since each person is programmed differently. He thought that just stopping the Nordic speed system of the trainers would be easy to handle, like ants in the palm of his hand. Hindu cut off all those thoughts. But when I looked at the person opposite me, I could only admit, he evaluated Jae-hyun from head to toe, and with his current level 3 strength. That guy is a monster I can't fight. Your human spirit shines brightly alongside the sword in your hand. He silently recalled practicing at school, the sword techniques he learned from Manhwa before entering the transformation camp, including spear throwing and spinning kicks. Back then, they had fought countless battles to master those moves. Jae-hyun narrowed his eyes at his opponent, thinking that if he activated them with an S-rank weapon, Nihop's fangs. Hearing this, he arrogantly concluded that even his own equipment wouldn't last long. He laughed cruelly. You are truly very interesting. Then, as he reached behind his back and whispered softly, I don't understand why Ozga considers you a threat. The man gently pulls out something, but at least, he seems to know how to use it. The item suddenly appearing immediately spreads confusion across Jae-hyun's face. A piece gradually slips down, revealing the bright ivory tusk in the panic of the boy. That is, without saying a word, he quickly rushed toward the man. I don't know what kind of performance that was, but I have a bad feeling about it. Jae-hyun clenched his fangs and ran at the speed of light. Without hesitation, he swung his hand forward, not letting him have a chance to act. Before blowing the horn, he reminded him, consider this an honor. The man's face lit up with a smile, as the one about to hear the sound of Zaleon. The conch shell's call echoed, making everything around seem to be pressed down. Jae-hyun was blinded by that sound. He instinctively stepped back a few paces. What is this? That sound has had a huge impact on me. As soon as I heard it, my body started to. The Zalion warning has been triggered due to the item's effect, reducing my physical ability by 50%. The next piece of information excites Jaehyun greatly, as the mysterious power of the item causes the surrounding monsters to become agitated. Suddenly, mutated ferocious beasts appear in their space. I don't know when they started surrounding us. Jaehyun stared in shock and exclaimed, "What is this?" Himdall replied happily, "I am not controlling the monsters like you think." He excitedly activated his power. But this is my secret move. His head quickly calculated. If it was magic. At the same time, the system once again activated the active skill. Calculating absolutely. But then Jaehyun was horrified to receive a message that his rank did not meet the requirements to resist the item and failed. He silently cursed his helplessness. While Himdol continued to unleash a bold and powerful force, he directly attacks Jaehyun with a burst of energy. Jaehyun quickly crosses his arms in front of his chest to defend, while Himdol regains his composure with a smug smile. This is my secret move. Reversal magic. The man looked at Jaehyun and said in a tone that was both soothing and threatening, "You won't die, but you'll suffer unbearable pain." You look at him with hatred. Damn it. Seeing you stand up, Himdall unleashes a non-lethal attack. I guarantee you'll sleep your life away in Azga's dungeon. Suddenly, that energy was blocked by something familiar. Jaehyun can commit many sins. Hela confidently stepped in front of him, continuing her words even as her time was running out. But it's still too early to send him to prison. Her appearance made Himdall gape, and suddenly, a protective circle appeared around the two of them. Hela's eyes lit up, signaling trouble. Inside the protective barrier, Jaehyun looked confused. Hela, what is this? Hela's slender hand, barely trembling, reached forward. Her eyes grew anxious. I really can't hold on much longer. At this moment, Himdall is still stunned by Hela's appearance. I wonder which corner he's hiding in. But now he's already revealed himself. Suddenly, he half closed his eyes. But Himdall realized something. She forced herself to use Heo's holy power. Even though her magic was nearly exhausted, Hela still tried to hold on a little longer. Her hand quickly channeled more magic to create an energy sphere right in front of her chest. Jaehyun tried to reach out to stop her. No, Hela. Think carefully. If what Himdall said is true, she really is using holy power, then Hela will definitely die. Ignoring those words, Hela forcefully unleashes her magic forward. Himdall reacts quickly, easily dodging several attacks in the blink of an eye. He shouted in anger. That power definitely exceeds what anyone can handle. Are they really willing to sacrifice themselves? Himdall really wonders what drives these fighters. Do they truly believe the enemy can save them from this? Regarding those words, Hela firmly states that it's not just belief, but certainty. We believe Jaehyun will defeat Odin and bring an end to the apocalypse. He didn't stay still, but attentively listened to the response, despite the magic power aimed directly at his head. In the end, Himdall angrily brushed it off. Truly blasphemous. Immediately afterwards, it jumps to approach Hyla, who is casting a spell. Facing him is her determined gaze. Hela softly says, "Let's end this." As she finishes, a giant snake suddenly appears behind Himdall. As soon as he sensed its hostility, he quickly dodged. Jaehyun could only helplessly shout, "Oh, stop." Seeing the giant snake, Himdall cursed under his breath. Damn it. Immediately, the snake lunged quickly toward him. Elsewhere, savage monsters are lurking to attack, but a burst of energy from an unknown source drives them back, sweeping everything around. That is Park Hyun's move, trying to hold back the monsters. Not stopping there, he carefully activates another skill. Then he charged forward fiercely, clashing with the monsters, and the two sources of magic collided, causing a huge explosion. Gu Min and Ja-eun on this side are fighting fiercely against them, while Park Hyun is still easily taking down each one. Right now, Ju Hyun is struggling to hold on, while Ji An is desperately treating her teammates' wounds. Are you okay? Stay still. Seeing the monsters in front of us, Ja-eun couldn't help but feel hopeless. We're all going to die. Gu Min, next to Jun, is just as scared, feeling anxious because this is not just a simple outdoor escape. Ji An suddenly looks towards the two of them. Then I urgently informed Park Hyun. What should we do now? We can't hold out much longer. At this point, He had no choice but to surrender, with no way to escape. And we couldn't even contact the outside, even if Hun fights with his remaining strength. What on earth suddenly happened? And, honestly, I'm at my limit. Park Hun had already hoped that if we had a few more capable people, it would be better. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere spoke up. Surprising him, we will help. That is the 9th Guild. They are rushing to help. Park Hun skeptically confirms. And Hoyon. And the 9th Guild. Hoyon. Continue to ask. Let us help too. Still. He seems very hesitant. This battle is too dangerous for a rookie. Lost in explanation. He didn't notice the monster approaching. Caught Long is an A+ level beast. And if you interfere, Park Hun hadn't finished speaking when his eyes showed horror. Realizing this battle would become tough. The notification board suddenly appeared. Activating the active skill. The 100 Swords. The one who just saved Nguai 9 is Hoi On. We know that. And he even boldly ran up to fight the monster one-on-one. His sword then radiated with dark energy. Amidst the flickering glow, Hoi On smiled confidently. But it's okay. The shadows of the 9 members pass by again, causing Park Hun to stop in his tracks. They rush forward one after another without a hint of hesitation. At this moment, Ina revealed that we came to keep a promise, which made him confused, and EU slowly continued. Clarifying Jehun, she smiled brightly and said that we promised Jehun to help everyone. So don't worry, we won't get in the way. Her smile and words made Park Hun feel relieved. He stood frozen in place for a few seconds, as if his mind hadn't caught up with what he'd just heard. But the monsters didn't give him time to hesitate. They roared and charged like a flood. EU rushes forward towards Hoi On. Don't worry. The staff in her hand radiated a dazzling light as the system notifications sounded repeatedly. Activating the Overflowing active skill and the Holy Land Mana active skill. A stream of blue energy rushes forward, boosting the allies' strength. As 2 other skills are activated simultaneously, Anhem's sword and the white sword of Trong Hoa. The scene in front of him left Park Hun stunned. What is this supposed to be? With the help of the spell, Hoi On easily knocked away the surrounding monsters, opening a path to escape, even though he's still dizzy. Park Hun quickly takes the opportunity to rush forward, completely confused. He thought Min Jae-hun was the only monster, and now the main team's performance has changed his opinion. But this bunch is also unpredictable. Park Hun briefly glanced at Yu Dong behind him, his thoughts still lingering on Min Jae-hun. Her gentle expression as she recited the spell confirmed that she would never put her teammates in danger. At that moment, a beast with a head like a chameleon roared and charged to block the path. It swung its blade to cut down the tiny human in front of it. But Hoi On quickly raised his shield to block, the clash of metal ringing out sharply. Immediately after, Ina combined her magic with Yu's power and swiftly launched forward, with blue swords piercing directly into the monster's weak spot. Park Hun and Ju Hyun also charged forward together, but before they could strike, the monster was defeated with a single headshot. At the moment the enemy falls, a sense of unease rises within them. If they had to fight alongside these kids, the battle would be even tougher. Kang Woo quickly turned to his savior, thanking him. You saved me. Jae Sang just smiled politely at the customer. It's okay. So June glanced down at the mark on the ground and then announced to everyone that the entrance was on this side. Follow me. Kang Woo also nodded in agreement. Thank you, Senior Soldier Sojun. Wai Yu Dung gazed thoughtfully in the direction where that group was leaving. Then she looked up with a bit of worry. We need to hurry. The fog monster roared loudly as if to interrupt. But she paid no mind. They are fighting the monsters on the other side. Aina coldly agrees. Yeah. Hoi On just keeps smiling to boost team spirit. Everyone has really become much stronger. But before he could act, Park Hyun charged forward like a gust of wind. There was no time to hesitate. He is accelerating while devising a plan. We will attack its leg and stop its movement. While we do that, you focus on the demon core and finish off that dragon bone. Hoi On immediately replied, and then gave further orders. Understood. Wai Yu Dung uses the weakening skill on the dragon bone. She didn't hesitate to follow the order. That's all. In the blink of an eye, it soared upward, approaching the top of the monster, then focused spiritual energy to gather around its staff. A purple light enveloped the entire space and then exploded, rushing straight down onto the dragon's body. Even with support, Ju Hyun still felt uncomfortable. Damn it. With this crowd, the new students will steal all the spotlight. Park Hyun also thought the same, but he was more alert than his friend. There's no other way. You can see it too. That's right, its destructive power is even stronger than ours. Ju Hyun, who is older but weaker, would never accept that. Damn it. All right. He has secured his weapon. Activate the active skill with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it closed in on the dragon's leg, successfully cut through one of its joints. Park Hyun takes the opportunity to step back and observe the situation. As expected, he calmly assessed that his attack was fierce, but paid no attention to defense. That conclusion made him determined, activating the deadly core attack. True to its name, the weapon shot straight through the dragon's body and embedded into the ground. Without any complacency, Park Hyun shouted, "Now is the moment." That monster, though shattered, still roars loudly. But its attack is no match for Yoo Jung's support ability. A series of skills are activated. The Absolute Sword, An Hem's Sword, the White Sword in Bloom. Multicolored spirits rain down like a flood, overwhelming a giant opponent. At this moment, the demon core inside the dragon bone immediately shows a crack, then cannot withstand it and quickly shatters. The dragon bone screams in agony, its voice filled with resentment echoing across the battlefield. "Come back this way. Turn your head and look back. It's over." Then it was forcefully slammed onto the ground by the demon beast. After that, it started to look up. Hyla silently observes the situation, then exhales heavily. Her face briefly shows sadness before she lowers her voice and says, "I've finished my task. My mission ends here." The beast suddenly retracted as if something had happened, and its belly kept swelling larger and larger. Then came a loud laugh that made Hyla feel confused. Suddenly she froze, staring intently in that direction, and your bright light of him gradually reveals itself. "Do you really think I would die from something like this?" Emerging from inside the demon crocodile. Having said that, Himdu charged forward like a gust of wind, still holding a long sword in his hand. To this moment, Hyla still couldn't figure out what was really going on. Why is this happening? Yu Hun over here is trying to shout loudly. "Hyla, tell your sword to stop." As blood begins to flow down, she is finally struck by a fatal blow. Hyla's face became expressionless, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. She calmly took the sword and looked on indifferently. "You should have only used your strength up to this point." The corner of his mouth curled up in a smug smile, clearly showing that my power would be restrained. The man slowly continued, "But you're not the only one who can wield divine power." Hyla's mind gradually lost consciousness as he collapsed before the fury of that bastard. And that damn brat Hindo cursed aloud. "Truly foolish. I am nearing my end." Speaking as if an unstoppable storm, her eyes narrowed as the guy kept whispering in her ear. No matter how hard she tried, it was all useless. Hindu mercilessly drew his sword. "So go ahead and aim for the depths of hell." Jehun could only stare in horror as Hyla's body was thrown far away, his eyes filled with fear and his attitude gradually turning dark. He struggled to get up and shouted loudly, while Hyla, on the other hand, Hindu continued to insult him. What a fool. He calmly played music that made Jehun's mind spin. His face immediately turned pale, sweat pouring down constantly. Jehun reached out towards Hyla again. "Once more. I still can't protect the one I care about." His whole body collapsed onto the street. "I tried my best to change my fate, and right now Jehun is overwhelmed with despair over his thoughts. Once again, my life is about to reach the predetermined end." My eyes slowly close. And now, what do I have left? At the same time, two people are talking on the rooftop. Both you and my master have awakened. Gi Hun's expression darkened after losing someone important. Remembering each person's image only deepened your pain, as loss became the key to awakening. Ji Hun suddenly clenched his jaw with a slightly hoarse voice, and I quickly said, "Don't finish your sentence." Ina burst into tears. "No. Ji Hun." She began to reveal her deepest feelings. Can you imagine how I must have felt at that moment? The image of Chelsea being covered by fallen debris in the middle of the fire appears. "Please help quickly. She has awakened, so she knows what she can do." However, Ina only gives Ada a cold, sharp look. Chelsea shouted as she saw her turn away and leave. "Hey, where are you going? Come back here." That moment made Ina change. I realized that the one protecting me is you. Ada grew more and more frantic. "Ina, no. Ina." But she was certain of one thing. It's not my parents, my grandmother, or anyone like that. Chelsea finally started crying and said, "Gee, I'm sorry." Seeing Ina's actions, Ada wondered if Jay had treated her badly. But she's a good kid, so Je knew she would save Je. Nevertheless, she continued forward as Chelsea tried to persuade her. "We are a harmonious family." At that moment, Ina activated her active skill, the Sword of Golden Light. It attacks and pierces into the body of the giant monster behind. In this situation, Chelsea feels very satisfied. Yes, finally. It is paying back everything. Ada kept rambling without noticing anything falling. The money that Jay had to spend to raise her. Ina turned her back with an expressionless face. Seeing that, Chelsea gritted her teeth and said, "I knew it." Amidst the heavy meat, Ada's bitter voice echoed, "You useless bastard." Hearing that, she just remained silent, and then turned around and walked away. Returning to the present, those tears no longer streamed down her cheeks, but were within herself. Ina's resolute attitude left Jahoon at a loss for how to comfort her. To avoid making you wait too long, she shared her feelings herself. I think Guildmaster Jo Seong-eun also thought the same. That it wasn't because she lost someone important that she finally woke up. Remembering Song-eun immersed in the sacred light, Ina firmly affirms her rhythm. Because after those tragedies, she realized her true will. Since then, she finally spoke to comfort me. But I don't think you need to go through the same thing. Ina gently brushed her hair back over her shoulder among everyone I know. Jahoon was momentarily stunned when he heard her confession, because he is the most determined person. Returning to the previous scene, he has been immersed in old memories all along. Jahoon clenched his jaw tightly, surrounded by shimmering orbs of light. His will, his determination. As Ina mentioned, a powerful flow of internal energy burst out vigorously from his body. Hindle couldn't help but be amazed. What is this mana? His aura is also wildly overflowing. How is this possible? How dare you? You are just a human. The bright aura gradually faded away as Jahoon stood up proudly, lowering his head as if deep in thought. A second later, he looked up. One eye now changed color. I no longer want to lose the people I care about. The system sends a message. You have completed the main mission and unlocked Odin's lost eye. Reacting to your will, streams of spiritual energy begin to flow toward the eye socket, and you've acquired the active skill of divine trait theft. After completing the process, Jahoon softly called out Hila. Her body was motionless on the ground. Her eyes had become vacant. But you still made a proposal. I still need you. You have successfully absorbed divine essence for the first time. A tear unconsciously falls on Hila's face. Detailed information appears on the screen about the divine trait theft skill, allowing players to absorb divine traits from weakened gods to greatly increase stats and remove limitations on the copy skill. Seeing what just happened before her, Himdall angrily grits her teeth and says, "What if that was just an awakened, forbidden technique?" Her feet and the ground beneath her are trembling non-stop. The purple light converged in her palm, Himdall's face turning frantic as she became the changemaker. She cannot control that power, stealing divine essence that belongs to the traitor of Asga. The holy yellow light still envelops Jahoon's body, while his voice continues steadily. That's not something someone like you, who doesn't even possess divine power, can use. Odin's cross-eyed eyes widen in shock. The traitor of Asga. Hila's faint voice echoes from beneath the ground. Loki. She lies gasping with her last breath. The sinner of Asga. He was once the leader of the faction opposing Aesir. Sensing the change in his body, Jahoon assesses for himself. So this is his power. Then he raised his hand, causing Chon-an to cough up blood. From afar, Himdall was rushing toward him with a sword in hand. I understand what he's thinking. But the sword swings straight at Jahoon to steal his divine power. But it only works on weak gods and has no effect on me. Still, you fought back bravely. Sorry, you're mistaken. Jahoon gently took a running start and activated his aerial leap skill to dodge the attack, successfully jumping behind Himdall, then turned back and approached closely. I will seize your divine essence now, causing him to feel a tingling sensation. The system notification indicates that the target's divine essence is being seized, increasing the player's divine power. His shouted voice rings out, but it's certain it's her. After landing, Jahoon immediately embraces her. Hila. Himdall just stood outside watching the relentless lightning and radiant holy light. Inside, the pain on Hila's wildly distorted face became even clearer. In that moment, she wondered how he could think of it so quickly. Unsure if it was an illusion, Gila unconsciously called out. Low-key, his figure became clearer, forcing her to admit that he was right. His face was gaunt and pale. But Gila continued to ponder, thinking all along that gods were born that way from the start. She tries to open her tired eyes, but it's not like that. A blazing golden light surrounds Jehun and herself as they gradually fade away. As someone here has been blessed with divine power in a fragile human body and has created a legend, the stories kept echoing in her mind, and Jehun blamed himself for not awakening. Her eyes gently closed in peace. But that was not right. Gila was laid down neatly while Jehun stepped forward with overwhelming power. And from the very beginning, his confident gaze made her feel certain that she was the one he had chosen. Jehun's armor is now filled with power, with a brilliant glow shining from his chest. A series of skills are used like Thunder God magic, lightning chains, and the Thunder God's lightning chains. With the newly equipped ultimate weapon, he slowly spoke. From now on, his eyes sparkled with confidence and a smug smile. As his waist began to tighten, Hindu couldn't believe what he was hearing. What the hell? Jehun is now extremely proud of his Thunder Chain skill of the Thunder God. Detailed information appears immediately, revealing that the power of the Thunder God can pierce through part of the enemy's defenses. It only activates when the thunder magic is used. Hundreds of chains move in sync with your actions, crashing toward the enemy and forcing Hindu to struggle to defend himself. No matter how many times he tries to finish it off, he can't break this move. The more he fights, the more Hindu's vision becomes blurred. This can't be happening. Looking at those swinging chains, he frowned and realized this is Thor's thunderstorm. How is that possible? Another attack makes Hindu curse inwardly. The one causing the change has this too. The relentless rhythm leaves him no time to react, so he decides to run away. Although feeling a bit ashamed, Hindu still cares about his strength, so he first dodges and approaches the one who caused the change. A brief distraction is enough for him to land a punch on his face. With a single strike from Jehun, Hindu was sent flying off course, but he still had enough presence of mind to wield his sword and create a forceful push on the ground. Deeply insulted, Hindu roared in anger. Damn it! After a long silence, he muttered to himself. So this is the true divine power. Then I slowly walked towards my opponent with my sword in hand. Now the battle is completely in my favor. The guy is still lying on the ground, listening to the boastful roar. I can destroy him. His eyes looked at Hindu with contempt. But you can't do that to me. Hearing this, he clenched his teeth even tighter in utter fury. Gila's shadow appeared in my mind as Hindu tried to justify himself. Blocking Gila's clone earlier had drained all my divine power, and I could no longer use magic. Fearing his own fate, his body begins to react involuntarily. I am trembling with fear, his face suddenly darkening in an ugly way. Hindu. And then he charged forward, driven by wounded pride. Just a human. Hindu swung his sword with a wild scream. Don't be arrogant. With just a move from Jehun, all the chains flew towards the tower, binding tightly and leaving no escape for the opponent while Hindu was in chaos. He desperately defended himself. He might be the one to bring change, but he is still just a human. After breaking free from the chains, Hindu leapt into the air aiming to strike downwards. There's no way he can freely use divine power. Jehun looked at him steadily, waiting all along. Now. His face clearly showed a mixture of awe and disbelief as he realized he had fallen into a trap. A chain like a cage is about to trap Hindu tightly. It swiftly coils around his upper body, then locks his struggling legs in place. So Jehun has successfully subdued his opponent's power. He screams in pain, then collapses before you, who is approaching with a sword in hand. Trembling, seeing the danger approaching, Hindu could only curse. Damn it. His eyes now bulged with fury. Full of rage. Before he could finish speaking, Jehun's sword shot forward, causing Hindu to vanish on the spot. His eyes flashed with determination, without a hint of mercy. Then Jehun scoffed contemptuously at the mess on the ground. Hujin stood on a nearby building watching everything, thoughtfully assessing what a fool he was. I shouldn't have trusted him. This result only makes him more annoyed. The plan is completely disrupted. I should report back to Odin. Hujin's eyes lit up with the thought that Hindu, the guardian god of Asga, had been defeated by an ordinary human. Jehun's shadow under the sunlight made him ponder. He's growing stronger much faster than we expected. The emotions caused by the curse affected even the surrounding orbs, and he has gained divine power, Becoming stronger is now just a matter of time, Hujin silently muttered to himself. But that wasn't really a big deal. The moment he raised his hand to cast magic, his fierce gaze was revealed, because the end was near. Below, Jehun also retracted his weapon. Himdu lay on the ground, battered and discarded like trash. And this battered appearance really excited Jehun. He's truly a tough one. He is truly a supreme god. How can he endure such insults? This bastard. I let my guard down this time. But next time we meet again, I will definitely throw him into Asuka's pit. Stop talking nonsense and shut up, Jehun said coldly, glaring at him like he was looking at a dog. You're making too much noise. That look made Himdo swallow his words. The power he showed in front of me is only 30% of his true strength. But anyway, the outcome is already decided. Sooner or later, he will be forced to go to Asuka, thinking that way. He shamelessly provoked, saying nothing would change just because he was the winner this time. The sharp voice echoed like a dark prophecy. Ragnarok would still happen as destined. Jehun frowned and calmly replied, I already knew nothing would change. From Himdu's perspective, he could clearly sense the murderous intent in his eyes. Whether war breaks out or not, I will kill all of you anyway. Your arrogant attitude only makes me more excited. You don't know anything at all. And, as expected, his next words cast a shadow of confusion over the opponent. These monsters and even your fake attack. Do you think that was a blessing from the heavens for humanity? Jehun frowned and asked back. What do you mean? Even so, Himdu still fulfills the role of the villain. Only threatening, but not explaining. Be cautious of those closest to you. Even the smallest things. Every word he uttered carried a warning. Because once you reach the end, you'll realize how horrifying the taste of betrayal truly is. The head on the ground flashes brightly before gradually vanishing, leaving a heavy judgment behind. And that will be the moment you realize that current trust can become an indelible scar in your heart. As he finished speaking, only a thin wisp of smoke remained where Himdu had just been. Jehun stared intently at it, as if trying to process everything. But you didn't cling to it for too long, raising your head and taking a deep breath. I've at least gotten rid of one proof now. Then I slowly moved toward my injured teammate in the corner. Hila, he sternly asked the person in front of him if she was okay, and she gently reported that the body's convulsions had also ceased. Then he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Thank you, sir. But Jehun coldly turned his back and walked away. That's good. I have other things to do. Let's talk later. He returned to the place where Himdo's body was lying, then reached out his hand, and a bright light erupted around him, enveloping both of them. At the same time, the system activated, initiating a skill plan to seize divine power, targeting the fragments of Himdo to absorb divine energy. The source of power around Jehun becomes stronger according to the next announcement, and the user's physical strength has increased. You are completely thrilled, secretly thinking that you suspected there might still be a bit of divine power left in his body. And it turns out you were right. Jehun continues with the plan. All right. Next, while Hila is guarding the rear. A little while later, inside the solemn and majestic temple, a heavy silence enveloped the gods and their subordinates. Himdu lowered his head in remorse, feeling ashamed for failing to eliminate the great enemy due to his own negligence. Odin's reaction was not too harsh. I already knew, but his cold stare implied the opposite. I already saw everything. These words made Himdo grit his teeth silently, stubbornly clinging to Odin's throne. The object slicing beneath Odin is a legendary artifact that allows Odin to see into all 9 realms. A cold sweat started to run down his face. Damn it, clenching his fist so tightly that veins bulge. Why? Why did the main enemy have to awaken their exclusive skill at that exact moment? Himdu's expression darkened as he concealed the frustration spreading across his face. Moreover, that battle already drained half of my divine power. Damn it, Odin's deep voice echoed firmly. We will begin the cleansing. He extended his hand to issue the order. From now on, help Freya nurture the army of the fallen. To defeat the enemy, I will send someone else to take care of Han. This humiliating position Himdu cannot accept. But before he could finish, Odin cut him off sharply. Enough. The old man's person suddenly radiated with a bright light, signaling trouble ahead, defying my orders. Himdu nervously confessed. I am sorry. Odin also didn't want to waste more time, so just get out of my sight. As the opponent turned away, he called out, Hurin. Han quickly appears beside the master. Yes. Odin calmly assigns the task. And the war will begin soon. A satisfied smile spreads across his face as he realizes you already know. Then he reaches out and continues speaking while gathering the necessary materials to nurture the Enhuza. At that very moment, a series of footsteps echoed in the empty hall ahead. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, leaving only flickering blue flames along with Odin's words. The army of warriors. Turning to this side, Jaehoon calmly hugs the book pile and walks between the shelves. He finds an empty spot and places them all on the table. Jaehoon sorrowfully looked at the pile of books, wondering when he would finish reading them all. His eyes suddenly grew heavy. Remember the words of that person. Be cautious of those closest to you. Doubt them. And then doubt again. A sudden feeling of unease rises in your heart. Go all the way, and you will realize that betrayal is even more bitter than alcohol. Invisible fear creeps in like darkness enveloping Jaehoon. And trust sometimes leaves the deepest scars in everyone's heart. That voice still echoes in your ear. Let me give you one last piece of advice. Look more carefully at the system. Jaehoon pondered silently. Suspicious both Mimir and Himdol said the same thing. He looked at the book in front of him and closed it. Surely there was a connection between what they said. And that connection seemed so strong that he couldn't even imagine it. He reached out and took a book, then carefully looked at the lines of text. Should we consider these concerning issues? Time quickly approaches midnight, and Jaehoon remains quietly focused on reading the documents at the table. Suddenly, he unexpectedly finds the spellbook again, as if Jaehoon has discovered something. His eyes shining with the intensity of a scholar, he immediately grabbed a pen and pointed to a spot on the page. This isn't a definition. At this moment, the words on it became incredibly clear to Jaehoon, but rather a jumbled phrase, Enhuja was ready. He was so stunned, he was gasping for breath. Finally understanding everything, Jaehoon stared intently at the paper in his hand, realizing what Mimir and Hindolaji meant when they said he should be suspicious. At this moment, a meeting is taking place in the office. Min Jaehoon breaks the silence by speaking up anyway. He looked around at everyone present. Min Jaehoon would no longer be restrained. Everyone's reaction to this news doesn't seem very positive. If anyone objects, they'll have to face some pretty powerful forces. Jaehoon looked helpless, realizing that they had already surpassed our level, though she clenched her teeth and had to admit that their strength had indeed gone beyond the ordinary. Bak Jaehoon analyzes the situation. It seems that their opponents have matured to a level beyond our control, even in just a few months. He carefully advises. So, from now on, focus on minimizing the damage. North Hwan looked at Jaehoon sitting there indifferent and criticizing him. His face grew cold. As the leader of one of the 4 guilds, why wasn't she participating in this punishment? Ada calmly faced the questioning. If a few other opponents intervened, this would already be an unwinnable battle. Ada's words made Jaehoon furious, but he remained indifferent and continued, relying only on the skills of the circle members here. If Ada says he's angry, I think we can't succeed in the core judgment. Then he stands up calmly and refuses. So I won't participate. I can't sacrifice innocent teammates for nothing. Right. At this moment, Jaehoon is still focused on studying the book. He pays attention to important content, the overall execution of the core punishment, and how fake punishments are unlikely to use skills. Jaehoon read and visualized the people involved, and it was clear that the Aesir gods might be interfering with the system. In his mind, he kept repeating that Mimir said to doubt and Hindol said to be cautious. Jaehoon began to speculate what if both of them were hinting at the truth of the Aesir system. His thoughts gradually became clearer that the true purpose of the system was to nurture Enhuza, and the materials to make Enhuza could be. The answer that just appeared in Jaehoon's mind shocked him deeply. It must be the awakening of all the imposters worldwide. At that moment, the system suddenly spoke, revealing that the user had uncovered the truth about Sarah and Huza. The information may now be available for viewing. Do you want to see Mimir's direction? This sudden notification is something you never expected. He slowly moved his finger forward. Just as Jaehoon touched the system's screen, the surroundings around him began to change. The sudden change startled Jaehoon a bit. Here, at the moment the divine light shone through, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Jaehoon, curious, moved forward. And this place is. In front of him is a mysterious book floating above a stone pedestal. The first to be absorbed at Odin's lost eye. Jaehoon slowly stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the mysterious book, then decided to reach out and touch it. When he opened the first page, He saw the words written there. This record. Jaehoon continues reading my journal. The history of Asga. And a document revealing Odin's past defeats. After the first Ragnarok battle, Odin's army, Enheza, was destroyed. And as you probably know, there is a hidden truth behind this event. A mighty army appears. Enheza. They are Odin's puppets and tools of control. The monsters at that time were also controlled by Odin. If you ask whether they bowed, I can't answer. They were simply used by Odin. The Enheza army was forced to join wars. Odin deceived humans and turned them into his slaves, using them to fight against the Aesir opposition alliance. The generals turned their backs on him and shattered Odin's hopes completely. So humanity no longer willingly became Enheza. He didn't expect that to happen. It was a blow to Odin. Only humanity can become Enheza, and the condition is absolute loyalty to the gods. The danger gradually emerges. The second apocalypse, with its threat approaching him. So Odin comes up with a plan. He exploits another thing, sending Urizo's seeds to Midgard and turning the land into a hell filled with monster seeds. Then he gives them gifts as if they were brothers, which is the Aesir system. He continued to manipulate humanity, awakening false consciousness worldwide to use it. But in the end, it was no different from a tool to build Odin's army. As the story progresses, the book's contents become more terrifying to Jaehoon, the enemy of the prophecy. If you're reading these notes, you must immediately prepare to go to Urizo's control point. A strange symbol appeared, and the control device supplying power to the Aesir system was stored there. What terrified him the most was the last line. If you don't go there, all the human awakening imposters will become your enemies. Jaehoon's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly stood up, leaning on the table with worry, his tense hands showing prominent veins. Jaehoon had to speak up. I need to meet Hela. Saying that, he headed somewhere, his voice a bit hurried. Hela. It's urgent. Contrary to that urgency, he was still half asleep. So my reply was a bit sluggish. What could be so important that you had to wake a god? But her attitude suddenly changed when she heard it, her expression hardening. Jaehoon got straight to the main point with great seriousness. I think I've discovered Odin's true target. He continued to recount the ongoing issue, and what he said caused Hela to fall into silence. After a thorough analysis, she suddenly spoke. It seems this issue needs to be discussed again with the Aesir Resistance League. Finally, Hela made her decision. Understood. Let's depart at night. This answer makes you quite satisfied. Yeah. Thanks to her. Suddenly, Jaehoon remembers something. Oh. And she responds a bit surprised. Yes. Suddenly, you held out the armlet in front of you and said, I found this during the outdoor training session. You guessed it. I believe it belongs to the first fake awakening. Rogan. Do you know anything about it? Looking at that bracelet, she seemed a bit confused. The first fake awakening. Unfortunately, I don't know anything. Let's put that aside for now. Right now. Spreading rumors about Enheza is more important. Ma'am, Hela, Ngok, only makes you more curious. She gets straight to the point. I need to give you another reward. The system voice suddenly rang out in your mind. The mission to unlock the unique skill was completed. The Vanderdrine enclosed city mission was completed. Calculating the rewards, after a while, a faint smile appeared on his lips. This has always been the most interesting part. Let's see. He touched the screen to receive his reward. The first reward being a shield card. And the second reward is... Jaehoon was very surprised to see that the non-air system update to version 2.0 was displayed on the screen. Next, a series of skills are detailed, and the exchange function has been updated. From now on, you can use voice messages to communicate with distant groups. The mental window will be restored, and legendary skills can now be stored in the activation slot, which is currently 1 out of 1. The radar will automatically set itself up, allowing tracking of Odin's aura when they're nearby. And the main mission to break the system has been accepted. These things successfully caught Hela's attention. So is this an upgrade to the chat system? She felt incredibly excited. From now on, Jaehoon could rely on me even more. But he shattered that confidence by teasing, which felt more like using than leaning on me. Faced with the teasing, Hela was furious, while he remained calm, focused on the system, adjusting the data window. If that's the case, suddenly, the screen displayed all of his personal information. Now Jaehoon is holding a vial of giant human blood. Feeling impressed he couldn't use it before due to lack of strength. But now he's ready. For a moment, the small bottle was knocked over, the bright red liquid splashing everywhere, and Jaehoon poured it all over his head. After completing the task, the system appears along with the transformation in the user. The consumable item made from giant blood, the giant's power spreading throughout the user's body, increasing strength and mana by 30, feeling the overwhelming power flowing through my body. I was thrilled. I thought I wouldn't reach S rank until I had these stats. But just the stats alone already make me a solid S rank. Jaehoon didn't hesitate and opened the next O, now containing a legendary skill. The system also updates accordingly. O1 above 1. And passive skill named Thunder God. A mythic rank, containing the power of Thor, the Thunder God, greatly increasing mastery and electric skill strength. The notification screen provides more details. 1 electric damage skill increases by 300%. 2 electric skill mastery levels rise by 50%. And these skills can be toggled on or off. When he understood all of that, a strange smile appeared on his face. The restrictions had disappeared, and now he had received the complete divine trait. All the limitations were gone. The problem is the number of O's, and the system immediately responds that to unlock 1 O, the user's divine trait must increase, which can be achieved by seizing a legendary existence. Although somewhat dissatisfied, you still tell yourself that having the power of the Thunder God alone is quite fortunate. Not only Jaehoon is interested in this reward, but Hila is no exception. She stares intently at the screen as the fruit-finding radar automatically sets itself. It allows tracking Odin's fruits when they are nearby, which makes her incredibly happy. And with this, finding the fruits will be much easier. I agree with you. Jaehoon replied, "You're right." But his thoughts didn't stop there. Huijin, we can also find him. Suddenly, Jaehoon remembered something. The last update was probably a mission. Then he considered it himself. This must be the hardest mission so far. The system has appeared, and the mission to break the system has been accepted. Jaehoon's face darkened immediately. Breaking the system. And at the same time elsewhere, in front of that mirror, does someone's voice echoing say, "Do you think it's time to stop delaying and move on?" Jaehoon kept urging, "We can't let him wait any longer." And when there was no response, she directly called out his name. Jaehoon. Suddenly she fell into a flashback. A voice exclaimed "Senior," criticizing Jaehoon. Jaehoon approached from behind, getting closer, and she turned around curiously. "You are, then provide detailed information. I hear you're the key figure in the outdoor training session." Jaehoon politely thanks for the compliment but says he's a bit busy right now. Your body brushes past her like the wind. "Let's talk another time." Seeing something, Ji-seon glances at Jaehoon, and this feeling can't be mistaken. Then she suddenly spoke up. "What do you think I secretly judged in my mind that the one causing the change?" Watching Jaehoon passionately recount. "Even though I lead one of the 4 circles, I don't participate in the expedition, and everyone criticizes me." This statement really caught your attention. She saw the hidden power within Jaehoon's body. Perhaps he has obtained divine strength. Jaehoon mockingly said, "If you're weak, you should step back yourself." That reaction was beyond Ji-seon's expectations. Jaehoon only left a cold, terrifying stare. Even with healing magic, he can't bring her back from death. Then he turned and walked away. And now she finally snapped out of her trance. What? Back to reality. The news is reporting a shocking incident with many millet officials killed outside. The student saved the academy. An unexpected event. What will happen next? The hero of the academy is none other than Min Jaehoon. Ju-won clenched his fist tightly. That's right. He immediately turned off the news and made a decision. It's time to act. But it seems it's not quite what he wanted. Ju is a bit too early for me. Ju-won slowly and carefully stepped back, watching the glow it emits. All right. The creator of change in the fairy Ki Ha. He is excited and eager. Curious about how your full story will unfold. He told that mysterious picture. Let's listen to it together. Right. At this moment, during the Academy's press conference, a serious-looking girl was speaking, with many eyes watching below. Lena looked down pensively for a long time before speaking. I'm sure everyone has many questions, but at the moment the only thing I can confidently say is, her voice now grew more serious, as a new threat loomed outside, and we gather here to remember that spark of hope that helped us overcome previous dangers. The young reporter sitting below is focused on listening and taking notes on Lena's words. We will award the students. Her face darkened as she spoke with authority, because they were the ones who contributed greatly to this. I request the following people to come forward and receive their rewards. Yehyun and Ina, dressed in school uniforms, are preparing themselves. At the call, everyone takes turns entering. Starting with Min Jaehyun and team number 9. I don't know how much time has passed. But now in some room, EU rests his chin on his hand in boredom. All right, her eyes scrutinized him. You have nothing to say, do you? Everyone's attention in the room shifted to one side. Yehyun loosened his tea. Then, well, I can't tell everything. She looked uncomfortable and asked why you had so many secrets. Ina calmly said. Let me ask first. She wonders about the strange man with the sword. Questioning who he is, the one who attacked us. My mind is troubled, and I find it hard to speak. So I turn away and can't answer. All I can say is, Yehyun, with a silly expression, looked nonchalant. He has something to do with me, and he is super strong. EU Dung frowned, thinking, do they want to know that? Ho Ion crossed his arms and nodded. That's right. EU Dung said correctly. Hindle with a terrifying face flashed through his mind. That person. No. He slightly furrowed his brow in doubt. Who is that monster? Jisung and Sojun, standing nearby, also paid close attention. 5 faces with the same focused expression, watching Jaehyun, pressuring him to give an answer. Feeling the pressure, he kept a cold face and pondered, knowing that one day he would have to tell them the truth when Ragnarok happens. You didn't pay attention to everyone's looks, it's too soon to tell you everything. Hearing that, they felt both annoyed and disappointed. Jae-sang and Sojun returned to their original calm state as if nothing happened. Jaehyun looks at everyone with a helpless smile and takes a deep breath, suddenly remembering something. I suddenly announced. Oh. I also reached rank S. Sojun immediately stood up. What are you talking about? That can't be true. Jae-sang calmly keeps reassuring. Stay calm. Ina understands and turns around. So that's why you survived after fighting that person. Hoyeon immediately follows up. Have you killed that monster yet? Jaehyun's cold and terrifying gaze. He replied firmly. No. When mentioning him, Dol, he analyzed that if Hanta is the guardian of Bako, I will have to fight enemies like Hanta. IU Dung Gam felt furious at the warning. So if this happens again, run immediately. She slammed the table and shouted, Are you going to fight alone again? Jaehyun tapped the table with his hand and bowed his head without saying a word. Your hand slams down on the table with strange sounds. The room suddenly falls silent, and the surrounding atmosphere becomes dark and terrifying. His eyes turned bloodshot, emanating a fierce aura. Everyone saw this and was terrified, their faces drained of blood. Jaehyun's voice breaks the tense silence. Unless you're this strong, you still can't beat me right now. If you don't like what I said, then become a loser. Despite everyone's unwillingness, you still challenge. And then I won't tell you to run anymore. IU Dongui lowers his head with indifferent eyes. What the hell is this? So cold. The announcement caught Jaehyun's attention. He reached into his pocket to take out his phone. Then read the information displayed on the screen. Your eyes widen in surprise. A while later, in a car, the man driving starts a conversation, saying, I'm amazed that the person behind received a notification. A message for VIPs. To attend the auction in 10 days. Imda smiles happily. I didn't expect you to join the auction. The man, a bit curious, asks how much you need to spend to become a VIP. How much money have you already poured into that company? Jaehyun seemed indifferent and replied, I don't remember exactly, but almost all the money I have. Hearing that, the man chuckled helplessly. I can't understand that way of thinking for someone like me who works for a living. The stop is at a huge building. The elevator door slowly opens, and Imtae and Jaehyun appear inside. Watching you step out, the old man quietly reminded me I would wait here and handle anything that happened. So remember to call him. You turned around with a smug smile. I don't think anyone dares to cause trouble with me. He happily nodded in agreement as Jaehyun looked around at the luxurious surroundings. In an opulent and dazzling room, Camilla sat on a chair, nervously biting her nails in fear. A voice caught Camilla's attention. Mrs. Locke looked at her. He gently asked Han what was wrong. Noticing she had been distracted for a while, he softly called her name. Mrs. Locke, seeing Jaehyun sitting alone in front of her. The other guy. You see. Hearing that, he shifted his gaze. Jaehyun, resting his chin on his hand. with a handsome face that attracts everyone's attention. Mrs. Locke watched him for a moment. Remembering the last time they met, he was lost in thought. That was the kid they saw at the Iceland hotel, and we checked afterward. After thinking, he quickly clarified that he is the new star of the Lotus Society. I have never heard of the Lotus Society participating in this auction. Camilla is still in a state of panic. Listen carefully. She is reminding him in good faith that that kid is very dangerous. And he looks surprised. What? Jaehyun, with a handsome face in the bottle. A calm expression. That guy. She stammered, trying to say something. And that information made Mrs. Locke extremely terrified. Her eyes like a demon glaring at her, when the aura emanating from his body makes others feel a mana, like a dark treasure. The scene shifts inside the room with Vong's voice, saying, I told you so. Someone softly whispered on the phone. My love. Trust in me, the auction will go smoothly. From a small shop to now we've done very well. Min Hoang's face shows a slight worry, but he still tries to smile reassuringly. Just a little more effort needed. After finishing his call, he silently resolves that he cannot make any more mistakes this time. He closed his eyes to stay calm and told himself that many investors and VIPs would attend. I must succeed. Just then, Min Hoang was surprised as he glanced in a certain direction. He was confused by the scene in front of him. When did I open the window? Suddenly, Min Hoang saw something else. Suddenly his eyes widened as if they were about to burst, and a tentacle struck him, splattering blood everywhere. Min Hoang stood motionless at the window, with eyes so wide they seemed to have lost consciousness. Suddenly, a pair of small hands appeared from behind, reaching around his neck and gently touching Min Hoang's eyes. Giseon tilted her head slightly, a strange smile on her face, then whispered to herself in satisfaction. I wonder how the creator of the change will react. Meanwhile, Jia Han was sitting with his chin in his hand, feeling bored when someone approached and started a conversation. Not expecting to meet you again in a place like this. Mrs. Locke glared coldly, noticing, and said nothing. But she's been quite famous lately, causing you to look up and smile as you ask again. Really, Camilla, watching from afar, turns pale and silently curses. What is that fool thinking? However, Mrs. Locke paid no attention to what she had warned earlier and continued to speak coldly with Gia Hon. Didn't she? He then continued with his emotionless face. The only fighting mage in the world, and also the top student of the most prestigious Conquest Academy in Korea. That's you, Mrs. Locke's gaze grew darker and more dangerous. If so, it makes sense that the European Union might be interested in you. But you remain unaffected. A true honor for me. Seeing this reaction, he didn't continue but turned his gaze towards Camilla. In her mind, Locke secretly recalled that Camilla's unique skill is mana breathing, which has a special effect that few know about, like a low-light machine capable of seeing inside and reading others' mana structures. Each hunter's genome contains a unique mana structure and elements, like fingerprints, with every individual having their own distinct mana pattern. Mrs. Locke turned away, still deeply suspicious, wondering how it could be possible. Her curiosity about the prophecy singer grew even more. Questioning how two different people could have identical mana, he returned to his place, still pouting. But after thinking it over, I still find this impossible. And finally he muttered to himself, we'll see within today. Mrs. Locke's cold gaze seemed determined to uncover Jaehoon's true identity, questioning whether he really was a prophet or not. Camilla looked at him and pouted in disdain. She casually provoked with a remark. This attitude of thinking she's always right is one of the reasons for your divorce. I swear. Mrs. Locke, hearing this, became furious and snapped. Shut up. Then Jaehoon also quietly observed both of them with bright eyes. At that moment, the lights in the auditorium suddenly went out. Everyone started to turn their attention in one direction as the sound of heavy heels hitting the ground echoed from afar. Gradually approaching, a well-dressed man with a broad stance greets everyone. Min Hoan, expressionless like a lifeless corpse, repeats once more. Welcome everyone. He kept talking, but Ji-hun didn't seem to pay much attention, lost in his own thoughts, only needing one thing. On the stage, Min Hwan, with his eyes wide open, continues to preside. The auction is now officially underway. Please present the first item. He pointed his finger at the glowing red gem, starting with the superlative stone. Jehon only then began to notice Minhwan. Frowning slightly, something was off with the host. Then he ignored it and focused on the item in front of him. The superlative gem. Of course, one such piece alone wouldn't be enough to ensure stable results. However, the detailed information about B-level super rare items temporarily amplifies mana and magic power through the ultra-fast skill. Even though the skill is level A, it still has many limitations because the item is not yet complete. Jehon's eyes showed a determined look. If the gem were attached, this would be a completely different story. Minhwan calmly said, "All right, let's begin." And hearing that, he slightly smiled with a faint smile. Jehon raised her hand without hesitation. "I've been waiting for this." Smiling confidently, she announced the amount. D-million. The entire audience immediately broke out in cold sweat. Everyone clenched their teeth and muttered angrily. Even Balak paid attention to the situation. Minhwan calmly conducts the auction. "We already have 10 million. Does anyone want to bid higher?" As soon as she finishes speaking, another hand goes up. Balak confidently bid 11 million. A move even Camilla didn't expect. But Jehon still didn't back down. 12 millions. Balak also stopped chasing after her and leaned on his hand, sighing deeply. At the same time, Camilla felt like punching him right in the face. Now Gihon no longer bothers to show friendliness. His eyes seem to say he wants to drive me crazy. And Balak also seems to understand what he's implying. After a while, he finally responded with a human touch. But of course he didn't. "I was just interested in that stone." Balak looked directly into Gihon's eyes and continued to express his thoughts. "But then I gave up because I didn't want to pay that much." At this point, he slightly narrowed his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. "So that's how it is. I finally understand your true intentions." He felt so bitter he couldn't describe it. That bastard. I never expected him to be so shameless. Balak's face kept rising. Is he trying to threaten me, or does he have someone he trusts backing him up? His eyes widened as if water would come out when a question suddenly flashed through his mind. Finally, what is his real intention? The applause that erupted around Gi-hon for successfully obtaining the item. Duong alone. Jehon seemed lost in thought as the auction finally came to an end. The last item was an A-grade relic capable of increasing resistance to abnormal skills, thinking once again about the potential it could bring to himself. But it's useless to me since I've already received the blessing from the pig. So Jehon made his decision. Then, Minhwan spoke up once more. "Finally, with our fierce eyes and continued flight, we prepared a special item for everyone. Now Jehon can't help but touch it." And with his words, "It's an S-rank relic, so surely everyone will like it." This surprising information is hard to believe. The previous item should have been the last one. Why is that? I've never heard there would be a special item at this auction. Minhwan will keep a steady tone. The seller of this item will explain it to you. A warm round of applause welcomes Giehon as he slowly approaches. He successfully blends into the spotlight without a hint of worry. Jehun's face immediately darkened with indescribable feelings as he finally saw the opponent's face. Horror overwhelmed every cell of his body, making Jehun feel helpless. Ata showed no reaction and calmly introduced himself. "Hello. I will be the one selling this item." The bracelet shimmered with each word as I explained to everyone about the item called Ra Apnea. Now Jehon's sharp gaze is focused solely on the only figure in front of him, who of course is Jehon, emitting a terrifying aura different from everyone else around. Your whole body is tense, as if you could lash out and choke me at any moment. And A's lips start to tremble, and perhaps only Jehon can hear what Jehon is saying. I just need a few seconds, so please bear with me and stay alert. Next, a strange energy flows out from Ra Apnea. This artifact is a gold bracelet that duplicates itself 8 times every 9 days, as the surroundings around A completely transformed into a terrifying scene. Everyone will have to pay a small price. Bright red tentacles like blood spread out in all directions. Odin's figure lit up as Jehon activated it. This is bad. But they didn't attack or touch him at all. A faint trace of milkiness is visible on every feature of the face. His eyes narrow as he reaches a conclusion. Absolute calculation won't work anymore. That thing isn't magic. It is. Finally, Jehun understood a little about Dra Apnir, the original power of the relic. While pondering, those tentacles attacked all the spectators sitting and watching. Surprisingly, it shows no intention of attacking Balak and Camilla at all. And sure enough, Balak, with her hot temper, Wouldn't let this slide. What the hell is she doing? Instead, it's a poetic reply from Jiseon. I don't need unnecessary guests. I only have something to say to the enemy. Jehon's face darkened with a hatred so intense it almost materialized. Recalling her cunning smile and the dull conversation with Giseon in the hallway, I've felt from the very beginning that something was off. So you only just now fully realize that she's Aesir's pet. That statement doesn't sit well with her at all. Calling her Aesir's pet sounds pretty unpleasant. You can't think of a better word than that. Of course Gihon wouldn't care about her feelings. What does she want? Giseon said confidently. You. With that snarky tone echoing through the auction house. Honestly, you're starting to make me feel a bit uncomfortable. Jehun's anger is about to explode. But I probably won't. And when you uttered your declaration, I will not let you have your wishes. Both Balak and Camilla have already exerted their strength. Meanwhile, as Giseon listened to Jehon's declaration, he let out a cough and then burst into a long, cheerful laugh. Ha. That excited smile, full of mischief, sounds dangerous but also fun. I take a deep breath. But then Giseon once again delivers a chilling laugh as he announces, I've bought enough time to prepare. Her mouth wide open like a black hole swallowing everything. Consuming. The scene before her suddenly changed, making Jehun feel like he was losing his mind, because the tentacles suddenly attacked the guests and burst into flames, quickly growing larger and piercing through everyone. This scene made even Camilla, accustomed to death, unable to adapt, but Balak behind her could no longer hold back. A swift, sharp sword stroke was immediately blocked by her. Wait. Balak. If you keep provoking him to the point of madness, why are you still here? We have to save them quickly. Camilla interrupted sharply. I didn't stop you from doing that. Anxiety filled every word she spoke. We can't save the runaway object. It's too dangerous. I have never seen that artifact before. Then Giseon praised it, saying you are a smart woman. If she doesn't tell them to stop, everyone connected to this artifact will be doomed. They're still alive. That phrase from her doesn't make Jaehyun feel very optimistic. Still alive. Man, Ada isn't about to chase them to the ends of the earth. I don't think it's necessary to kill them. But there are still ways to save them. They're just in a coma. You repeat it as if to confirm. A coma. I think to myself, if they are unconscious due to mana, I need to act quickly. After that, Giseon also ignores it and starts to restrain. Their greed has been eliminated, causing their egos to collapse and their consciousness to become unstable. Giseon hesitated slightly after hearing Ada mention it. So that ancient artifact had the power to seize everyone's emotions. Hujin's shadowy figure flickered through the flow of suspicion. Or perhaps that was his power, and Giseon continues his monologue. With no conclusion in sight. Everyone is so playful. Just from being angry and emotional. They've all become so foolish. In the end, Gi-hyun, with a cold gaze, slowly ordered them to stop talking nonsense and return to normal. Giseon opened his eyes and woke up. Ada rolled his eyes, quietly thinking, when did he get so close to me again? Giseon froze, watching the hand reaching out, unaware of how he moved. That person raised Ada's middle finger, and Giseon watched intently, tense and focused on every movement. Gi-hyun, expressionless. Suddenly a burst of light erupted, and he forcefully broke Ada's finger. Over here, Camilla watches seriously what is happening in front of her, with Black beside her, similarly expressionless and emotionless. Giseon was sweating profusely from the pain as Gi-hyun gently released Ada's infected finger. Then he moved on to the next finger and coldly announced, now it's the next finger's turn. Giseon clenched her teeth, her face contorted with pain. Finally, Ada couldn't bear it anymore and shouted loudly, get away from him, you brat. The bracelet suddenly emitted a fierce red aura as he looked up to observe the change. Gi-hyun wondered aloud, opening the gate, as blue digital specks floated mysteriously, enveloping his steady legs. Mrs. Lex straightened up, staring at the surrounding changes, while Camilla gaped in shock. Speechless, Gi-hyun looked down and took a deep breath as the system displayed a notification, indicating that you are entering the special dungeon of the Tham Lam Valley. After everything disappeared, only Gi-hyun's shadow remained lying there, Atai painfully trying to get up, repeatedly muttering, damn it. Gi-hyun clenched his jaw and made up his mind he couldn't forgive him. Couldn't forgive him. Suddenly, in the silent space, a voice interrupted, saying this is really terrible. Jugun leans forward to observe Atai and asks with concern, "Are you okay?" After speaking, Jugun smiled affectionately. While on this side, Gi-hun's group had already arrived at a dark space. He sighed in disappointment, his face emotionless. Camille glanced back, secretly pondering what on earth is happening. It's as if the two of them have known each other for a long time. But the strange thing is, that woman called Min Gi-hun, with a very strange name. Balak read her thoughts and spoke up. "It seems she's thinking the same as me," he coldly concluded. "That name. She's definitely right." Gi-hun stands still, his back straight and silent. As Balak recalls his face, she sadly calls him the enemy, cutting off the flashback. He concluded, "I didn't catch the beginning, but that's exactly how she called him. I'm sure of it." In front of the ancient gate with intricate carvings, a voice echoes repeatedly, "You have no right to enter here. These relics are destined for the great enemy." Camilla stays silent, watching Balak's back, who also looks towards Gi-hun. After a moment, Balak decides to call out, "Min Gi-hun," and he slowly turns his head to face him. Waiting for the next words, Balak decisively pressed the cold blade against Gi-hun's neck, questioning if he was the culprit who destroyed all the relics. Gi-hun blinked in surprise and remained silent for a moment. Finally, Gi-hun hesitantly responded, "Is now the right time to discuss this?" He frowned disapprovingly at what you said, and Balak decisively struck down with a powerful blow. Amidst the flying shards of vivid pink, his eyes glare with madness and deadly intent, while countless red eyes stare fiercely in his direction. Immediately after, the shadow of the star spirit appeared. Taking steps forward, Balak, tense with anger, clenched his jaw and uttered a weak sentence. "Over here?" Gi-hun rubbed his sore hands and said, "Legendary relics must surely surpass normal levels." Jujun happily spread his hands and exclaimed, "It can even open a gate. Oh, I'll be honest and straightforward. I won't give it to anyone." Hearing the response, Jugun's face turned cold as Gi-hun continued, "After all, you already have something more valuable." Jugun returned to his original cheerful smile and nodded, then said, "So do you really think you're capable of controlling the apnea to restore the power of the spell?" Gi-hun frowned and glared at Jugun, then finally said softly, "No, I am still not stable and cannot control it perfectly yet. It doesn't mean we'll have trouble hunting down the great enemy and those two weak humans." Jugun's face remains cold and silent, as if he's contemplating something. His next move surprised me. Jugun placed his hand on his chin with a bright smile and asked, "So maybe I don't need to get involved then?" As he finished speaking, Jugun narrowed his eyes and concluded, "For now, that's how it is." The scene shifts to this side where continuous streaks are being launched. Amidst shards of pink crystal shattering, Gi-hun's eyes widen with madness, radiating uncontrollable fury. Wherever you go, the defeated fall. Gi-hun's face is expressionless as he tightly grips his weapon, holding his breath. The necklace that Ji-gyun is wearing is a legendary artifact. Just now, she opened the gate. Although I'm not sure if she created this entire dungeon or if she just teleported herself into an existing one. No matter what she is doing definitely isn't something she created herself. But with that mythic-level artifact involved, everything no longer seems too suspicious. Amidst the swirling vortex, Black Wom's sword rises, leaving a dazzling streak of light, his eyes with a determined glint. Since I can't rely on absolute calculations, this definitely isn't her innate skill or ability. Camilla stands amidst the energy vortex, expression unchanged. Surely the power of that relic. He put his hands in his pockets, coldly facing this way, and concluded that it was probably the second legendary item. If the container holds Himdo's Gjallarhorn branch, Jehu gently smiles and makes up his mind that he must take it himself. After a fight, the space finally returned to its usual calm, and Balak suddenly spoke to get your attention. "Let me ask again." He stepped closer, speaking firmly. "Min Dehun, are you the Black Cloak?" Jehun did not argue and admitted immediately. "Yes, that person is me. If I keep like this, he will only become more hostile towards me." Balak receives the answer, his body emanating a deadly aura as he continues to question. "So tell me, are you an enemy of humanity? If that's true, then why did you save everyone during the crisis and the training session? And by doing so, you act like a hero. Are you a hypocrite? You keep your lips sealed without saying a word." Finally, Jehun said, I'm not someone with grand ambitions or anything like that. He was stunned and shouted. So you didn't let Balak continue. Interrupted him. And I don't see anyone as an enemy, even though my standards are quite hard to understand. Balak stopped, glanced at Camilla, and finally, he rolled his eyes at Jaehun and asked, So, what are your standards? You just answer with a raised brow and meet my gaze. Jaehun calmly responds, It depends on the mood. And she helplessly asks, Are you leading us to them? Jaehun blinked, rubbed his head, and said it's nothing special. Just that. He leaned close to Balak. Close enough that I could do anything to protect the people I love. That's all. He didn't say a word, gritting his teeth as he grabbed Jaehun by the collar. Balak is too powerful. You could have killed me in the ancient ruins that day. And if you had, you could have hidden your identity much better. Sword energy erupted into a blinding flash of destructive power. He loosened his grip. But recalling how you looked in that round shirt, Balak sihid. You didn't do that. Balak made a decision. But based on your standards, I will keep a closer watch on you from now on. Camilla finally relaxed after a tense moment. I prefer to act alone. She looked at the two people suggesting ideas. But at this moment, cooperating together might be the wiser choice. Jaehun exchanged glances with her. She smiled in response. And she adapted faster than I expected. Immediately after, Jaehun changed her attitude, placing her hand on her waist. But to stay safe, I think you should keep my secret. The scene shifts as the sword, glowing with white energy, tears through space with a screeching sound. And O is thrown backward by a powerful force, crushing the monster beneath him with a pressure of 1,000 tons. Balak lowered his sword and stomped it to the ground. Then said confidently, I've never seen a dragon this strong. Do you know anything about it? No. I didn't sense this at first with the singing demon. But the monsters in this dungeon are much stronger than their displayed level. Maybe it's due to the specific effects of this dungeon. You need to be more careful. Balak sheathes his sword and turns to urge them on. But that's no longer the main issue. Hurry up. Camilla agreed. That woman said everyone at the auction is still alive. So we need to speed up. He watched their backs grow farther and farther away. Jaehun turned around as if searching for something. In front of him, the scene was extremely desolate and silent. The red pupils suddenly lit up. The Nonia system displayed that the active scouting skill was being used. Jaehun exhaled sharply, then suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. I think there's someone over there. Camilla turned around, puzzled, asking why. We already. She observed you from afar, with some curiosity. There was nothing there just now. Then Camilla pursed her lips and quietly whispered, But I suddenly sensed a very powerful source of mana from that direction. The system displays a notification that the path to the Valley of Greed on the lower level has appeared automatically. Meanwhile, Jaehun shouts out, and his bracelet suddenly lights up. I stare at it closely, secretly calculating in my mind that the enemy is moving much faster than I expected. What have they done? Go back to Jaehun's position and tell Balak that from now on I will lead. Maybe they are following me. He shared his thoughts. Just like at the relic site. You nodded in agreement. Yes. Even though our goals here are completely opposite. Balak, blinded by obsession, looked at Jaehun. And finally, he made the decision I will go last. Before acting, Balak made sure to remind her. Camilla, stay in the middle to support. But Camilla rolled her eyes and looked away without saying a word. She watched his straight back as he turned to leave after giving instructions. Camilla approached Jaehun, gently tapping his back, and Jaehun slowly turned around to look at her. Camilla smiled and then asked, You're completely different from when we were at the relic site. So which one is the real you? You're tired and take a deep breath. Jaehun coldly replies, Both of us are me. Everyone has two sides after all. Amidst the mystical blue light emanating from the energy spheres, Jaehun, Camilla, and Balak stand ready to fight. Jaehun shows no expression as the system notification indicates that the Nonia system is activating its active reconnaissance skill. The path to the Greed Canyon on the lower level has appeared. Defeat the greedy boss monster Fapnea and return to your world. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Fapnea, the dragon of greed, is also a dwarf trying to steal the god's cursed treasure. That dwarf's eyes were blinded by greed, and he couldn't overcome his inherent desire for wealth. He killed his own father and expelled his brother to hide the treasure. Still, he was always afraid that someone would find them. In the end, he transformed into a dragon and disappeared with that echo. I think the lair of greed is where he is hiding. More importantly, a dragon defeated by a dragon slayer and owner of the dragon slayer sword. Jehun warned, I think we need to be more careful from now on. Camilla and Black M stared with wide pupils at the scene before them. Ahead of you, a blazing surge of energy erupts. The system displays that you've discovered Fapnia's lair. She mutters to herself. Fapnia. He questions suspiciously. That legendary dragon. You don't answer their question. Speaking deeply. Let's go inside. Swept away by the energy and fury. 3 figures vanish into the space, shattering in brilliant gold light. Yehun blinked, then slowly opened his eyes. As the scene before him changed to a wall of gold coins piled high around them, you look around curiously. This is Camilla foolishly sharing her thoughts. This is exactly how I always imagined a dragon's lair. Black seems calmer, reminding the others not to let their guard down, that the dragon will appear soon. She summons her magic staff and nods in agreement. Of course, after speaking, everyone took different directions to stay alert. Next to Jehun, a coin suddenly fell, hitting the stone ground and making a cheerful clinking sound. The coin rolled in a circle and finally stopped right at his feet. Jehun glanced at it in response to the sound. Not long after, the space suddenly shook violently, claws nearly bursting out from the mountain of rabbit dung outside. Fapnir suddenly strikes down, shaking the entire space with destructive power. You stay still and watch its every move. Fapnir's rugged face with steel-like scales revealed itself. Its blazing golden eyes widened sharply, and its human-like pupils stood upright like a razor-sharp blade, along with a dry, sobbing sound. The monster's eyelids gently closed, as if it was disdainfully scrutinizing the tiny creatures before it. The system continuously announces that the Hellfire boss, Fapnir the Greedy, has appeared. The boss monster's level has been lowered due to certain restrictions, making you the first to encounter an S+ level boss. Fapnir lunged forward, growling with thunderous rage. Camilla raised her hand to shield her face from the wind, muttering softly. Even with reduced power, it's still an S+ level. How ridiculous. You didn't say a word from start to finish, standing still like a statue, until Dahon finally lowered his mask. I confidently affirm that we can do it. Dahon glanced at Balak and asked, Don't you remember? The old dragon memory surfaced. The sound of metal clashing and the king's chime ringing out, as 2 figures rushed at each other like wind, leaving streaks of white light slicing through the air. Balak ruthlessly defeated everyone with his sharp sword, a smile appearing behind his mask. Dahon retorted, Who said there's only one Banmung in this world? Camilla froze in surprise, opening her mouth to shout, then reached forward as energy began to emanate, activating her active skill. Phantom Demon Step. You have created the S-level Sanguine Dragon Sword. Dahon clenched his sword tightly, feeling lucky this time, and happily shared the news. There are always 2 Banmung. Dahon looked at Balak, still confident it could succeed. He nodded and replied, Of course. The 2 of them clenched their weapons and confidently affirmed that it could work. The system displays a notification, activating the special effect of the Sat Long Sword Banmung. Dahon observes the transformation and activates the passive skill, Dragon Slayer, increasing all damage dealt to the line by 300%. Camilla turned to speak her thoughts. I think this line is trying to melt us all. The magic barrier roared and spat out a blazing flame like lava. On the ground, a pool of orange liquid begins to bubble fiercely, sizzling and hissing as if it wants to melt everything it touches. A powerful kick suddenly tears through the molten liquid, causing it to spray violently and splatter fierce red streaks. The goat and the Balak team surge forward together to attack. He shouted loudly, We will draw its attention. Meanwhile, Camilla, go ahead and attack it. Your figure glides like a shadow, gently dodging the sharp streaks of light tearing through space in the chaos. Amidst the blaze of light and fire, Dahon turns to face Fapnia in a battle stance. Camilla is a close combat mage. Her close combat ability is even higher than Jose Onjun's. This is my chance to see it for myself. The strength of one of the world's most powerful mages, a half-smile of arrogance curling at the corner of her lips, and her confident gaze radiates dominance. He channels his energy into his legs and launches himself forward, slamming into Fapnia's massive back. The goat screams out in pain. Camilla, how long does it take her to activate a curse? Balak looks towards the source of the sound and observes. He glances down at the face with no trace of fear, facing the mouth full of sharp teeth rushing down like death itself. The demon clenched the great sword in his hand, ready to strike the decisive blow. As it clenched its teeth, he tilted his body to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Camilla was calculating her move. Answer: 20 seconds. Balak calculates, then makes a decision. All right, we'll buy you some time. Dirhoon shifts his weight forward, keeping his feet close to the ground to maximize braking force. He muttered to himself. 20 seconds later, no problem. The goat sighs. Activate active skill. Earthquake. A wave of cold air instantly spreads, freezing the ground beneath into smooth, white patches. A bone-chilling cold rushes in, rapidly spreading the thick ice to swallow each gold coin, accompanied by the sound of shattering water. The goat stands at the center of destruction, a figure trembling among towering, jagged ice blocks. The demon roars and charges into the icy ice. Balak sees the opportunity and heads to the large lake. Right now, Camilla, activate active skill. Water form. Camilla casually sits atop her staff with a relaxed demeanor and gently raises her hand. Suddenly, a giant golden magic duel blazed behind her, and a fiery red light spun in a circle. 1,000 pounds of pressure crashes down like a boulder, creating a massive red pillar of light that devastates the ground. Sharp arrows tear through the wind like rain pouring down, carrying a chilling aura. The opposite side is similar, just with a simple gesture. She endured the heavy, dark rain pouring down like a destructive flood aimed at destroying everything below. Jaehoon watched the scene and couldn't help but marvel. Amazing. Camilla, with a cold face, points forward. From the epicenter, countless blazing red energy beams wildly shot out. The wyvern roared fiercely, its sharp teeth bared in a threatening snarl as a storm of dark energy engulfed it from all sides. It lifts its neck high, looking up at the sky with a stunned and tense expression. Jaehoon narrows his slanted eyes to assess the situation. The scales on the dragon's neck are raised. Balak also glanced at the spear. Surely, both of them shared the same thought, their weakness. The cross-shaped slash with cold blue light strikes straight at the spear. He exhales. This is not good. Balak concluded from its current state that I don't think it took any damage at all. Jaehoon and Balak stare at the formidable spear in front of them, its eyes blazing with a fierce, threatening growl. Jaehoon glanced at the horn without showing any expression, and then looked at Balak to share a look. No, there's definitely been a change. Just now, a deep voice interrupted. Gold. You widen your pupils and stare towards the source of the sound. The spear wielder is watching them and speaks. More. I want to add more gold. After speaking, it opens its mouth and exhales sharply. The deafening sound of collisions echoes hauntingly. Following the shockwave of the fierce explosion, the shadow of Jaehoon was swallowed into the epicenter. Camilla gritted her teeth and raised her hands to cover her face. A deafening explosion rings out as the giant ice block shatters into 1,000 sharp fragments, flying everywhere. Fatnia spreads its blazing red wings, unleashing a powerful shockwave and a storm that blows everything nearby into chaos. It roars fiercely into the sky. Fania grits her teeth and says, Getham, Odin. A ring born from gold. Jaehoon opened his eyes wide in confusion. Zeker, Odin. Is that name being mentioned here again? You are surprised by its next expression. Fatnia raises his hand to cover his face. Gold. Panya. Odin. The connection between these three words. A few days ago, when Jaehoon was studying about Enheza and reading related documents, he remembered a passage like this on Vari's ring. A ring that creates gold, just like its original owner. The divine blessing turns into gold that Fatnia has seized. It must be the ring he's talking about. Judging by Fatnia's condition, he's still under the influence of the original word. We thought the scale on his neck was his weakness, so we attacked there. But it hardly had any significant effect. So after some thought, you conclude that we attacked the wrong spot. But where is the real weakness? In the end, Jaehoon uttered a sentence, revealing the origin of the curse. You look at Fatnia with suspicion. Does he still have the ring? Jaehoon says to Balak that it seems he can talk. So let me ask him something. It glances with bright pupils at you, waiting for the next words. Fatnia growls in confusion. What? A human. Doing here? You calmly looked up and asked if Odin had exploited you and your family. After hearing this, it blinked rapidly, as if recalling something. Fania replied. Yes. They all died. My family. That Odin, he killed them all. Camilla reaches out to block the cloud of dust from the spear. Balak also frowns and listens carefully to what it is sharing. Ji-hun kept his expression neutral and looked up. In the end, he said, so it's another distorted legend. If I remember correctly from the main quest, at the API, he was forcibly exploited, which is completely different from the original version. Even his sister Roseva was cornered. Given the current situation, it's very likely that Odin and the Aesir gods have attacked Fatnia's family. You suggest an idea. I will bind you and help you avenge your family. So before you finish your sentence, it suddenly erupts and screams, Odin. I hate him. Odin. Ji-hun is helpless, except for swearing. Damn it. Is he going to attack again? It seems that verbal negotiations are hopeless now. Balak, noticing you jumping around again, turns to look out of curiosity. Hey Min Ji-hun, what just happened? Did you just talk to Fat Nia? Ji-hun looked confused. Don't you hear his voice? He shook his head in disagreement. I only heard Fat Nia shouting, Camilla continued. Me too. It seems only I can hear him. So whatever. Activate the active skill. Magical reconnaissance. If the person doesn't stop on their own, then I will do it. Ji-hun saw the change, was stunned and shouted in frustration. His pupils suddenly flashed with a bright light. Ji-hun concluded that the main weakness was the ring attached beneath the scales on his forehead. Camilla and Balak, standing nearby, also paid attention to this information. Balak glances to the side, and Camilla does the same. The two understand each other and lean on each other's backs. She suggests, this time I will support you. Balak is counting on you. Immediately after, a squad with overwhelming force charges straight into Fatnia's weak spot, but everything remained unchanged. The scene left Balak stunned, his eyes wide with amazement. He clenched his teeth in frustration, silently cursing himself. Damn it. He's more cunning than I thought. Just one more team. If I hit precisely, I can break through his barrier. Balak clenched his fists tightly, silently determined that he would strike no matter how much force he had to use. At that moment, Ji-hun's voice suddenly echoed from behind. He dodged past Benny. In an instant, he quickly drew a skill card and absorbed it. The system immediately displayed a notification. You have recorded the Sword Garden onto a blank card. Next is a brief introduction. Innate skills. Name. Sword Garden. Skill level. Uniqueness. And the increase in proficiency and power of all sword techniques to the highest level. This is the basic skill of the invisible sword technique. Watching the surge of magic within his body, Ji-hun's lips curl into a satisfied smile. I have obtained what I wanted. He clenched the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes cold and focused. In the heat of the moment, the magic force swirling from the blade negates to the limit, ready to strike a deadly blow at the enemy. His eyes fixate intensely on the raging whirlpool of magic force, his whole body seeming to freeze. That's right. Balak had no doubt anymore. It was definitely the invisible sword technique. At this moment, Ji-hun took a deep breath and told himself to focus. You determine that what you need to do now is to focus on a single point and thrust the sword forward. At that moment, the system once again announced the active skill plan. Invisible sword technique. Second, illusion slash. Immediately, a surge of magic erupts violently, swirling like a storm, with overwhelming force that shakes the heavens and the earth. Ji-hun's sword flashes brilliantly, shattering Fapni's tough armor. From the torn cracks, the magic surged along the blade, piercing through the monster's body and relentlessly destroying from within. Misses. Lach was stunned for a moment, her eyes wide with amazement. He did it. At this moment, a proud smile curled on his lips. Then, the system sound continued to sound, unlocking divine power. It displayed the words, Active Skill Plan. Thunder God's Strength. The shocking scene before him leaves him stunned. What is that? Camilla's eyes widened, her mouth agape, unable to hold back a gasp. What's that? Red lightning bolts like blood intertwine, wrapping tightly around the sword like a living spider web, emitting a piercing screech that tears through space. Under that immense power, Anvari's ring was forcibly torn from Fapni's gigantic body, swirling within the chaotic dark magic currents, with blazing golden light contrasting against the raging red lightning. Suddenly, the surface of the golden ring made dry cracking sounds, my heart pounding, joy bursting in my eyes. I did it. In an instant, it shattered into countless small pieces, falling into the middle of the scene before being quickly swallowed by the magic force. The system immediately reported that you had destroyed Anvari's ring. The heavy iron chains suddenly appeared, tightly binding Fapni, preventing any resistance. Its massive body collapsed onto the cold ground, emitting a deep rumbling sound, dust billowing everywhere. They didn't hesitate and quickly moved toward Fapni. At that moment, the system announced that Odin had lost control of Fapni. At this moment, its eyes were still shining brightly, with a fierce energy surging from within. But just a month later, that bright light suddenly faded, and Fapni's eyes returned to normal. Amidst the thick dust and smoke, the goat extends its hand forward, a fierce surge of magic erupting, its cold eyes locking onto the battlefield. Its massive body is quickly pressed down to the ground. Camilla wondered if the skill he just used was your invisible swordsmanship. Right, Mrs. Locke nodded and replied, yes. In response to her relentless questions, he stood silently without saying a word. And what is that terrifying lightning skill he just used? Camilla glanced at the person beside her, her voice curious, but I thought that without the special skill of the sword garden, he wouldn't be able to use it. So how come he managed to do that? Mrs. Locke sighed softly and said, I think it's best that we don't make him our enemy. Don't put your hands in your pockets and stare fixedly at the monster in front of you. Are you going to explain everything to us now? Anyway, it seems you don't have much time left, Fatnia cheerfully exclaimed. At last this day has come, its corner of the mouth slowly curling up, revealing long, sharp teeth that reflect a cold, dark light. Yes, you have the right to hear this story. Oh, human. You are the one who set me free, Fatnia's voice continued. So I will tell you the truth you want to hear. That destruction began with the visit of a man. He calmly recounts, his voice slow and deliberate like turning the pages of a memory book. My father was a hunter named Zioma, and including me. He had 3 children. I am the second son. Fatnia continued speaking. My brother would sometimes use magic to turn into a fish and catch fish for us. His voice suddenly grew quiet. But then one day, he never came back. In Fatnia's mind, those days are vividly clear. Memories so sharp they hurt. We waited. That night sky is vivid in his mind. And as darkness fell, Fatnia continues to tell. Another person arrived. He recounted that the man claimed to be a traveler who asked us to stay for the night, saying it was too late to continue. Fatnia recalled that he gave us a piece of a beast as a fee for staying overnight. His voice was heavy, and that piece of the beast was very familiar to us. It was from a fish-eating bird, my brother, who still hasn't returned even though it's already dark. Fatnia spoke sadly. And when we met again, he was only a carcass. After recognizing the corpse, our father was deeply distressed and shouted the name of my brother, whom he would never see again. Its eyes flashed with intense hatred. The man realized what had just happened and said, because I killed your son, please give me a chance to make amends. I will give you enough gold to cover this cursed body of your son. Fatnia continued speaking. Then he swung his staff, still vividly remembering that moment. And suddenly gold fell from the air. Fatnia's voice grew heavier, the gold covering the corpse. And on top of the gold was a ring. Its face was shrouded in darkness. An enchanting ring that captivates people. We can't take our eyes off it. Fatnia's gaze drifted into the distant space, wandering through faded memories, as the atmosphere changed because of that ring. And the ending of the story was what the viewer was witnessing now. Dehun Soa calmly said, so that man is... He confirmed decisively. Yes, he is Odin. But the husband didn't seem surprised at all. I've been through quite a few incredible things lately. At that moment, Fatnia's body suddenly began to dissolve into the air, crying out in pain with a trembling, broken voice. I don't have much time left. Fatnia struggled to squeeze out the last of her remaining breath. I want to ask you one final question. Her eyes shone with an intense desire to know the truth. Oh, human. Who are you? Dehun frowned. Do you know anything about the nuns? It paused briefly. Then Ngok Ngung asked, are you saying that you are the great enemy of the prophecy? The one who will destroy Asgard? Dehun spoke calmly. After all, that's what they said. Hearing those words, Fatnia's face was filled with shock, and his eyes widened in amazement. Now it finally understood. So that's how it was. So Fatnia tried to hold back the rising anger in his throat. Just now you said you would avenge me. You firmly admitted it. I have a debt to settle with that guy. While I'm at it, I'll also take revenge for you. These words make it feel at ease. its voice trembling with a mix of pleasure and resentment. Well done. Fatnia concluded that you also have divine power. Even if unstable, you will definitely succeed. It said, I will give you a gift. A milk-fed goat. A gift. Fatnia's trusting gaze fixed firmly on you. It will help you. Its eyelids gradually grew heavy. Its voice became weaker. And I hope your journey will be truly peaceful. As her final words faded, Fatnia's eyes closed completely, and her breath ceased. At that moment, the system displayed a message. You are the first to successfully hunt a dragon. Don't stay silent for a long time before speaking. Don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. The system sound continues to ring out, informing you that you have received a reward for defeating Fatnia. Your level has increased to 3. Activating the Sacred Theft skill, it reports that it is now seizing Fatnia's divine power. The system continues to inform you that your divine power has increased, and you have earned the Dragon Breath title and received a gift from Fatnia. Dahun was stunned, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. It reports that you have received a hatching dragon egg, and you are extremely surprised, a dragon egg indeed. Dahun quickly reaches out his hand, and the dragon egg gently trembles before quietly settling into his palm. The other two quickly recovered and hurried toward Dahun, their eyes filled with surprise and caution. Balak stepped closer, his cold eyes like a blade. It seems everything has come to an end. I have many questions for you. He took a step forward, his voice deepening with heavy pressure. How could you use my unique skill like that? You stood still, eyes lowered, completely motionless like a statue. After a moment, Dahun finally spoke slowly. I can't explain in detail, and I have no reason to do so. The voice continues to echo. More importantly, there is one more thing. Balak frowned. One more thing. Dahun glanced softly behind him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. His gaze was so cold and emotionless. Silent. At this moment, before Dahun, the system interface suddenly appeared. Activating the Conquest skill, the scene shifts to a vast hall where a sudden portal appears, rippling with vibrant blue energy. Immediately after, the three of them stepped out one after another, and Camilla's gaze immediately fixed on Minhoan, lying unconscious in the corner of the room. Mrs. Loch frowned and asked loudly, And what about the others? She calmly replied, They have awakened from their coma. Camilla bent down gently to check on him, her voice becoming more professional. But they have no strength left. If this continues, they will die. Her face shows a hint of confusion. And what about the healing magic? She sighs helplessly. As you know, I am a commander. I only know basic healing magic. Mrs. Locke suggested that doing nothing was worse. So while she performs first aid, we will ask Benjul to help support. Jahun immediately objected, saying it was already too late. He quickly stepped into the middle of the room, his eyes fixed on the bodies sprawled on the ground. Jahun faintly smiled, a subtle smile that carried an unpredictable feeling, as blazing golden light erupted around him. And at that moment, streams of bright gold light suddenly appeared from nowhere, surrounding his body. Jahun. Moments later, the system sound rang out, activating the active skill, Sacrifice. And what was happening left Camilla utterly stunned, unable to believe it. She remembers very clearly that Jahun is a combat mage, a genius in both magic and swordsmanship. A jumble of conflicting thoughts kept swirling in Camilla's mind. But at the same time, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. An attacking mage couldn't possibly use healing magic to this extent. At this moment, bright golden sparks from the motionless people on the ground continuously rose up and gathered around Jahun's body. Camilla swallowed her saliva, her throat dry and tears in her eyes. No one had ever done this to such an extent before. When she saw a pair of wings gradually growing on his back, she couldn't help but touch them in excitement, her mind filled with countless questions about what that shape was and what kind of magic it was. Quickly, Camilla realized something. Her face immediately changed. Her eyes widened in shock. Sacrifice. That is the Holy Maiden's unique skill, Jahun said calmly. I told you not to ask anything. A cold sweat broke out on Balak's pale face, and a clear, unspoken condition formed in his mind. He realized early on that he shouldn't ask anything or reveal anything about his reputation. Balak thought to himself that he understood after the battle with Fapnia that Min Jahun was very strong. He pondered that the rumors about him out there no longer reflected even half of his true ability. After a moment, the wings behind him gradually vanished, turning into faint specks of light that dispersed into the air. Jae-hun quickly turned to look behind him. And now everything was back to normal. As if what just happened was only a fleeting illusion. He looked down, his gaze fixed on Min Hoan lying on the ground. "Hey, are you awake yet?" At that moment, he slightly furrowed his brow. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Then he let out a soft, quiet sound. Min Hoa quickly sat up, rubbing her pounding head. Her voice filled with confusion. Jae-hun hurriedly stopped her. "Please stay still. You are safe now. You keep speaking. I know you're tired, but I have something to ask." Jae-hun questioned. Just now, there was a young girl who appeared suddenly. Came looking for everyone. Right. He hesitated for a moment, his face stiffening. "And now that you mention it," Manhwa replied apologetically. "I'm sorry. I fainted as soon as she appeared." He rubbed his forehead tiredly, massaging the pain that was tormenting him. And after a heavy breath, he continued wearily. "I don't remember what happened after that. But I do remember one thing." Manhwa continued. "When I approached her, the tentacles from her body attacked me." He sat there in a daze, his voice heavy and apologetic, saying I couldn't do anything more. "You can go now." "No. That's enough." Jae-hun quickly reached out his hand, thanking him. Min Hoa immediately grabbed his hand and stood up. He looked at the person beside him with curiosity in his eyes. "So you are the one who saved me." Balach confirms that he is the one who saved everyone here. Jae-hun glances at him with annoyance, thinking to himself, "This guy is meddlesome again." Min Hoa curiously asked, "You are?" and nodded. "From the European Union." "Right." Min Hoa's gaze fixed intently on the figure beside him, a complex feeling rising in his heart. He had thought it was just a child, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Suddenly, Min Hoa was startled as if he remembered something. "Could you be Min Jae-hun?" The student, his voice continued to echo. "The person appearing on the news recently." You sighed softly, and then nodded slightly. "Yes. It's me." Min Hoa paused for a moment, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he struggled to contain his rising emotions. He quickly regained his usual composure, stood upright, carefully tidied his clothes, and his attitude became much more formal. Then Min Hoa finally met the person sincerely, with a voice full of respect. "Thanking you deeply for saving us." Jae-hun stood silently, expressionless and saying nothing. Suddenly, a faint smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, a triumphant smile. Jae-hun's cold eyes fixed intently on the man in front of him, revealing an elusive hint of pleasure, as he repaid the favor. The next day, in the hotel room, the morning sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly into the quiet space. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening rang out unexpectedly, catching Jae-hun's attention. At this moment, he was sitting with his chin resting on the sofa, then called out loudly, "Here it is." A moment later, Jae-hun returned with a box in his hand. He gently places the box on the table as if afraid of damaging what's inside. Looking at the item before him, Jae-hun can't hide his joy and lets out a small breath of relief. "Good. Luckily, I got it." The memories of yesterday gradually surfaced in his mind. At that moment, Min Hoa took the initiative to suggest this might not be enough. "But the item you won at the auction will be transformed into a super rare stone on your behalf." He advised that if you need anything, just tell us, and we will support you with all our might. Returning to the present, Jae-hun's eyes fixated on the box on the table. A look of pure joy on his face. He finally got it. The box was quickly opened, and upon seeing the item inside, he exclaimed with joy, "A super rare gem." The system immediately displayed information about the equipment. Name: super rare items. A rank: a large mana core. Increased magic power. An active skill. And overload. The successive lines of text appeared before Jae-hun's eyes. Activating skills. Name: overload. A rank: large mana core. Increasing skill power 5-fold within 5 minutes. Mana restrictions lifted thanks to the super rare gem. You still have some doubts, but now your combat ability has increased. However, at that very moment, a clear notification suddenly appeared, showing the name: Unhatched Dragon Egg. Rank: containing the power and potential of Fapnea. With no idea when it will hatch, the dragon egg instantly appeared, and Jae-hun quickly raised his hands to catch it, realizing he couldn't carry it everywhere. Soon, it was nestled in his palm, and he wondered how to make it hatch here. Now, the light from the system screen shines again, drawing Jehun's attention. Immediately after, it suggested that the condition for the dragon egg to hatch or not had been updated. To make it hatch, it needed to be fed demon stones. Which surprised you briefly, demon stones? Jehun seems to have made a decision. He has saved a lot of money. He quickly takes out his phone and skillfully dials a familiar number. It's probably time to spend some. Soon after, a familiar voice on the other end of the line greeted him. Hello. This is Jehun speaking. Uncle. It's your nephew, Jae-hun. His voice faltered for a moment, carrying surprise mixed with worry. Jehun. What's going on? Don't tell me Zodung caused more trouble. At the same time, in the laboratory, Zodung's parents are focused on their research. Suddenly, the ringing of the phone startled Zodung's father. Mr. Mao quickly picked up the phone, and as soon as the familiar voice came from the other end, his eyes lit up. A look of surprise briefly appeared on Zodung's father's face, but he couldn't hide his excitement, secretly thinking that his daughter must have caused some trouble, serious enough to make Jehun call himself. But contrary to his thoughts, the boy immediately denied it. No. I really need your help with something. It's related to Zodung's father burst out laughing heartily, cutting off Jehun. Nah, stone. All right. I'll ask them to prepare it for you. How much do you need? His voice rose urgently. Yes. Hearing Zehun's request, he exclaimed in shock. How can there be so many? The scene shifts to Duck, the chairman of the European Union, who is now attending an urgent meeting with everyone else. The atmosphere in the room is heavy and suffocating, with everyone's faces showing seriousness. Tsum Sich. Are you serious right now? He clenched his fists tightly, without hesitation confirming. Yes. From this moment on, I order all efforts to hunt down Hatbao to cease. He angrily slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang. Shungxie shouted. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you mean we should ignore everything that happened at the relic site? The whole world will think we're fools. However, when Balak's cold gaze flicked toward him, Shung Shich's whole body instantly turned cold, and the fierce aura he had just displayed vanished like being doused with cold water. He replied coldly. This is the best decision I can make as a representative. Isn't that reason enough? He calmly responded. Of course. Give me a convincing reason. The person next to him also agrees, straightforwardly questioning. I agree with you. Why did you suddenly make such a decision? Camilla explained that we couldn't stop him even if we attacked together. Shung Shich couldn't believe what he just heard. What did she say? She expressed her concern. I don't believe we have the ability to defeat him, even if we use all our strength to attack him. Camilla lowered her head, her voice trembling. Too hesitant. Then she took a deep breath and decided to speak frankly. If we don't want to die, we should stop hunting him. That evening, barrels of mana stones were delivered to Jehun's hotel room. Seeing the quantity before him, he couldn't help but praise. Surprisingly, he delivered the goods on the same day. He's so kind. The sparkling blue stones shimmered under the evening sun, hiding a powerful energy within. Suddenly, the sound of the doorbell rings out, its sharp tone breaking the silence and making you flinch slightly. As the door opened, the figures of your close friends appeared, with Rodong speaking first, his face full of excitement and his eyes shining brightly. Hello, Min Jehun. My parents said you recently bought a large amount of spirit stones, so we came to check it out. Jehun didn't seem surprised at all. He had already expected this. And I also guessed you would come. Yes, I did buy it. But isn't it a bit excessive to come for such a trivial matter? Jehun frowned slightly, showing a hint of discomfort. And at the same time, my mom told me to come here immediately after finishing. I want to see what trouble you're in this time. Ina's cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes subtly looking away. We're also curious. Don't worry. It's just us, since second-year students are participating in a special class. After all, engineers often buy spirit stones to study relics. Right. He subtly glanced toward the door and said, Yes, that's right. Then Jehun smoothly introduced to everyone the thing that made him spend so much mana. I have this. She gently sniffed downward, her eyes fixed intently on the egg in front of her, unable to hide her surprise. What is this? Is it an egg? You immediately reached into the box, took out a mana stone emitting a faint glow, then quickly pressed it against the egg. Jehun explained that feeding it spirit stones would make it hatch faster. He gaped in amazement and exclaimed, "That's amazing. Rorung is so excited. Really? Let's feed it right away." In an instant, the system repeatedly displayed numerous notifications, indicating the egg had absorbed the spirit stone. The hatching rate had increased, and after a moment, the egg suddenly glowed brightly. She couldn't help but be stunned. The egg is shaking violently. Ina guessed that it might be about to hatch. Suddenly, water-like cracks appeared on the surface of the egg, spreading in an instant, from which golden magic flows seeped out, illuminating the surrounding space. The scene before Jehun left him speechless. Ina's eyes wide with shock and her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might jump out of her chest. Rodong and Hoyan also stood frozen in place, their eyes filled with shock, unable to believe what was happening right before their eyes. Immediately after, a tiny claw suddenly pierced through the eggshell as the creature emerged, pieces of cracked shell falling one after another, accompanied by the sound of faint, heartbreaking cries. In just a moment, the creature inside had fully emerged, a young dragon with a body covered in bright orange, radiating a gentle warmth like a newly lit flame. Rodong couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "So adorable." She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes shining with emotion. "Oh my God." At that moment, the system sound rang out again. Fapnea 2. A small dragon breathing in the power of Fapnea now becomes your guardian spirit. It gives a brief introduction. Its current level is D, and it is still a youngling, but it has the potential to surpass S level. Seeing the words displayed on the screen, he couldn't help but be shocked and secretly marvel. Wow, they surpass S and D. Some pseudo-awakened who specialize in ambushes often accompany guardians they are pseudo-awakened of the taming type. Having a cute guardian like this will help increase their popularity among the people. A slight smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. But having a guardian spirit is very difficult and hard to nurture without special skills. The thoughts kept echoing in D's mind, which is why she never dared to dream of having one. Seeing the small dragon with its dirty hands raised high and eyes shining with hope, he let out a gentle sigh and carefully reached out to hold it in his arms. Suddenly, a strong force unexpectedly yanks the little dragon out of Z's hand. Zodong keeps pressing his cheek against it. What is this? Where did this adorable kid come from? Ina gently touched the small dragon's nose with his finger, clearly curious. Since when did you learn to tame it? He turned to Zodong with an annoyed look. I didn't learn. I found it in a dungeon. Z's gaze shifted to the distant corner where Hoyan was standing, and he furrowed his brow in confusion, asking quietly, "What are you doing standing over there?" Hoyan. He hesitated and replied, "I don't really like animals. Maybe I'm a little afraid of them." Ina let out a relieved breath. "I see. You're a shy little cat," Hoyan awkwardly explained. "It's just a matter of personal preference." "No." Suddenly, Zodong shouted, "I've made up my mind." Dahon was surprised. "Aunt Co. Please continue." "Its name will be Lizzie." Zodong's hopeful eyes stare intently at the little dragon. "I like it too." "Right." Looking at its expression. "You're sure? It's obvious it doesn't like that name at all." She snapped. "Stop ruining the friendship." "How could you know if it likes it or not?" Daeon replied calmly. "Isn't that already obvious?" Your next words make Zodong feel utterly helpless. Since his name is Fafnir Doi, so call him Fafidi, because it also sounds similar. Ina kept glancing at Fafi, thinking to herself how adorable he was. The next day, the loud noise echoed through the house, and Dahon, with a gloomy and displeased face, opened the door. Zodong, with a cheerful and enthusiastic face, said, "We're here." Zodong still kept a stern look and glanced at you. Desong shyly greeted. He irritably snorted and nodded to the three of them, signaling them to go in, as the atmosphere temporarily fell silent due to the guests' actions. Suddenly, Dahan reached out and pinched Zodong's cheek, making her scream in surprise. Seeing her fake innocent attitude, he questioned sternly, "Wasn't it yesterday that you already came here? So why are you here again today?" At this moment, Zodong and Desang were both staring at Fafi. It curiously examined the two pairs of eyes in front of it before letting out a sound, and a swift figure suddenly appeared and lifted Fafi into their arms. Zodong hugged it tightly, rubbing it affectionately and saying in a loving tone, "Don't be so cold. How could I leave the little one alone when it's so attached? Right, Lizzie. Dihon could only feel helpless, opening the control panel to look up and remind, calling it Fafidi. The way to care for a dragon. Fafnir too loves gold. On the other side, Zodung and the three are happily playing with Fafi while I am still exhausted trying to figure out how to care for the dragon. They tend to get angry easily and have the minds of a 5-year-old. So you need to meet their needs. Dihon tilted his head in surprise and sighed. Really? Is it that difficult? Zodung hugged Fafi happily. Overwhelmed by its cuteness, she exclaims, "Oh my god. Does Mai really love me that much?" Lizzie, be a good girl. Dihon once again says, "I told you to call it Fafi." He continues to look at the screen in front of him and reads out the care methods for Fafi. Fafnir developing alongside his growing strength. If the owner hunts monsters and gains experience, the dragon's level will also increase, and it will learn new skills. More importantly, play with the dragon as much as possible while it's still young, or its personality will become twisted later on. Zodung held Fafi's front paws up proudly, and with an expectant look said to Dihon, "Can I bring Lizzie home?" You're annoyed. Gritting your teeth as you reply, Fafi. Call it that first and no. When talking to you doesn't work. Zodung turns to Sozun and suggests, "Try lifting it up." It's too cute to resist. She hesitated and looked away as if reluctantly agreeing, then said okay. And Fafi's small nose detected a scent and twitched slightly. The pink lollipop in Sozun's hand caught its attention. Fafi narrows its eyes and stares intently at the target in front of it. Growling softly, she looked at it cautiously, carefully reaching her hand forward as Sozun's hand gradually moved closer. As she was about to touch, Fafi suddenly cried out in discomfort and slashed her claws at Sozun's blind hand. She bitterly asked, "Why do you hate me so much?" The next day, at Muse Academy, Ju sat in his office with a calm expression, sighing. Careful. Huh. That's rare. I'm actually quite surprised. She looked at Jehun's indifferent attitude and said, "I will get the permit for you to follow her." You responded vaguely with a thank you. Ju continued, cautiously suggesting that she had something to discuss with him. Jehun asked curiously, "What is it?" Ju's face immediately turned serious as she replied firmly that recently some students had gone missing. And hearing this, you would also be shocked and exclaim, Ju cautiously discussed the matter. "We are investigating but will issue a notice requiring all students to travel in groups from home to school." Jehun suspiciously asked, "Who are the missing students?" She also did not hide anything and answered frankly. The first person was Che Jijian. Ju recalled the additional details, along with the members of the Triad Society. His eyes flashed with suspicion. Jehun thought this couldn't be a coincidence. He continued to question, "Did she notice anything else about them?" She replied seriously, "There are 2 common points." Ju recalled the scene she described earlier. "First, we found syringes containing red liquid at the sites where students went missing." Recalling the second scene, she couldn't help but wonder, and said, "The second, the buildings and the ground around were all destroyed, as if some vandal had caused the damage." Jehun suspiciously asked, "What is that red liquid?" Ju regretfully replied, "I asked the guild to investigate thoroughly, but they haven't done anything yet, even though it's definitely related to the disappearances." She hesitated before speaking, then added, "Is there anything else?" But all Jehun received in response was silence and Ju's thoughtful expression. The scene shifts to the sunset, turning the schoolyard red, with whispers and gossip from students echoing all around what's going on. Is he really still here? Every mocking word feels like a dagger aimed straight at Barakri. Wasn't he already defeated by Min Jehun in a deadly battle? So why is he still lingering here? The whispering insults of the students talking nearby made him grind his teeth in anger. Maybe he's just trying to get used to it. I don't know. But he doesn't seem embarrassed at all. And his team is already disbanded. If I were him, I would have ended it myself already. Becky Rai went to the class and the trash can in front of him and scolded. "Damn it," he muttered bitterly in a narrow alley. My face darkened as Bekri, filled with hatred, said Min Jehun. "You've destroyed my reputation. Damn it." Suddenly, Giseon appeared behind him with a cold, ominous presence and said, "I'm here," hearing the sound. BK Eri turned around suspiciously and saw her standing there, suddenly exclaiming and criticizing Giseon. Bekri looked uncomfortable and said, "I heard you've been missing lately. But you're still doing fine. Right, Gisian calmly replied. I have my own reasons for doing this. I smile strangely and say, I won't tell you. And his anger erupts. BK Ree shouts, Are you provoking me? Gizion still wore a cunning smile on her face as she interrupted his negative emotions and asked, I want to ask you something. Do you hate Minja Hun or not? Bekri asked suspiciously. What are you talking about? Giseon finally stopped beating around the bush. So I ask honestly, do you hate him enough to want to kill him? Becky grits his teeth. Hatred seems to drown his will. Bekri shouted. Of course that bastard destroyed my life. My reputation. And my group is gone too. If I had enough strength, I would deal with him right now. Oh. I get excited and lean in close to him and say, Is that so? I feel the same way. Giseon produced a syringe, remarking that the hatred seemed deep enough. Looking at what Giseon held, Bakery thought, A syringe, he cautiously asked. What are you plotting? I gave a provocative smile and replied, I'll give you another chance for revenge. But in exchange, immediately after, Giseon didn't give Bekri a chance to resist and ruthlessly stabbed the needle into his neck. Bekri's eyes, affected by the drug, were bloodshot, and he screamed in pain. Giseon, with eyes shrouded in darkness, said in a savage voice, I must ensure that the person completes the mission. An urgent electronic notification sounded from the screen. Jehun sat quietly listening. As a religious organization devoted to Odin from Norse mythology has recently resumed its activities. You remember the conversation with Ionju in the office earlier. Jehun asked suspiciously if there was anything else, but all she did was remain silent. Ngok paused for a moment before Ionju spoke up. Have you ever heard of Nasatru? Back to reality. The latest news is on the screen, with the news anchor reporting that this organization calls itself Asatru. He frowned, playfully messing with Fa-Fi while listening to the news. They are committing crimes targeting the fake awakeners. At some crime scenes, we found syringes containing mysterious substances and decomposed body parts. Ji-hun suspects and wonders. So all 3 disappearances are connected to Asatru. Right. The footage on the screen shows an interview at the scene, where the leader of the fake awakeners has captured some members of Asatru. But their mental state is unstable. The captured criminals seem useless, repeating only a few meaningless phrases. Loyal to Odin and the Aesir. The news continues with serious tones. And it's not over yet. We have discovered that the captured members are all imposters, some of whom belong to the control authority of the imposters. The host keeps questioning why these fake awakeners, who once fought for justice, have turned into villains. What caused them to change like this? Zihun sighed tiredly and said, We will investigate this. I have a bad feeling about this. The news is still on. And the biggest issue now, according to experts, is the power of these fake awakeners. He seriously considered the suspicious signs being raised. Hearing that after losing their original goal, they might be able to use mana 3 to 5 times stronger than their previous abilities. Right after the news ended, Zehun turned off the TV and told Fafi about his next plan. We need to think about what to do for the Academy event first. Zihun silently thought that tomorrow was the start of the Muse Academy event, the ranking tournament. He looked at Fafi's innocent face and thought this was the opening event for the students' festival. Zehun thought to himself that if he didn't do well, his team's reputation would be completely ruined. He closed his eyes and reminded himself to stay calm, that the opportunity would come, and he needed to focus on the tasks at hand. After thinking it over, Zehun slowly opened his eyes and looked down at Fafi, rubbing against his hand, asking, You think so too? Right. It responded with a cheer. The scene shifts to the Muse Academy's underground lair, where giant models of oozes are revealed. Fafi raises its front leg and stomps down with great momentum. Fafi, when facing an opponent much larger than itself, is not afraid, in fact. It is very confident. The atmosphere between the two is extremely tense, and Fafi takes a deep breath, causing its chest to swell. Immediately after, Fafi fiercely spewed a flame directly at the swarm of brains, burning them to ashes before they could attack. The sound and system notifications keep popping up. You have defeated an ocelot. You have defeated an ocelot. You have defeated an ocelot. Seeing what just happened, Dehun was so surprised he exclaimed, Oh my god, I know you're a dragon, but I didn't expect you to be this powerful. A strange feeling arose, and I helplessly said I must take good care of you. It seems even stronger than I was in my previous life. Seeing that, Fafi's owner still innocently tilted his head and looked at Dehun. You open the system menu to check its stats. The close aid information. Name Fafnir 2. Age unknown. Level unknown. Passive skill. Fafnir's Blessing S. Active skill. Dragon's Breath. Lineage. Current growth rate at 31%. Level will increase once it reaches 100%. Passive skill. Named Fafnir's Blessing. Level S. When the healing spot and the dragon are in the same state, the damage and mana of the healing spot increase by 50%. Active skill. Dame. Dragon's Breath. Level D. Uses Dragon's Breath to attack enemies, and the skill level will increase as the dragon levels up. Dehun crouched down to gently pat Fafi, praising him. Truly impressive. Alright. You'll be very useful if you keep growing stronger like this. His eyes suddenly changed. Dehun glanced back and said. Then an abrupt announcement came. The dungeon boss, the Brain King, has appeared, and the Brain King's imposing presence gradually became clear. It stands before the two outsiders, Dehun and Fafi, and growls to threaten them. I look down at its small body with suspicion. You're a dragon, but I don't think you're strong enough to take down a boss. Dehun decided to let Fafi fight the Brain King and stepped forward, saying, Fine. I guess it's okay. I still need to break the record. With a calm expression, you open a portal, and a spear suddenly appears in your hand. Dehun's piercing gaze fixed on the monster as the King of Brains roared in defiance at his provocation. The spear shot forward with incredible speed, striking fiercely, and the King of Brains appeared only briefly before collapsing. Dehun, like a fierce god, defeated it with just one move. The boy smiled contentedly and said, It's over. Along with that, the electronic screen displays a message confirming you defeated the boss monster. Teleporting to the waiting area. With a record time of 22 minutes and 21 seconds. You have broken the Muse Academy's record. You received bonus points. The dungeon door closed, ending the competition, and the murmurs of the students continued to spread. The goat lifted its head to look at the achievement board, simulating the dungeon attack, ranking each member. He also responded with a mocking remark. Each fine. That touched his anger point. Baek Ji gritted his teeth with hatred and said, You probably think you're the center of the universe. Right. Social media, the Lian Hoa Guild, and the Academy are all on your side. So your life must be pretty easy. Huh. In response to those bitter words, Dehun simply stood there calmly, then gently tilted his head and asked, So what? A flush of blue appeared on Baek Ji's face as he warned, I will drag you down. Dehun chuckled softly, surprised by Baek Ji's expression, his laughter bright and clear. And just as he was about to speak up to retort, he finally clenched his teeth in frustration and kept silent. In the end, he angrily turned and walked away. But he didn't forget to leave a warning. Remember carefully what I just said. After saying that, he strode off fiercely, just as the female announcer's voice suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. As tight as a guitar string all this time. I heard that after the morning illness, he returned as a young man. And 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 he returned as a young man. Then he stormed off loudly, just as the female announcer's voice broke the tense atmosphere that had been hanging since earlier. It is said that after losing their original goal, they were able to use mana 3 to 5 times more powerful than before. Zeech, after a moment of silence, muttered to himself, Something is definitely happening. As the afternoon passed, two people secretly met in a secluded place, none other than Gi-hung and Li-na. As soon as she saw a young man casually approaching, Li-na greeted him. You're here. Right. The young man simply responded with a, The young man is ZH. He asked Li-na for a few favors. Thanks for helping me out with this. Of course, Li-na would agree to help. No problem. Her acceptance was because she wanted to repay ZH for all the times he went out of his way for the academy, always helping us, like during that incident on the field trip. And Gyujin as well. Gi-hung, after a moment of silence, finally spoke casually. Long time no see. Min ZH. You've become more famous since the last time I saw you. ZH kept looking and felt he seemed familiar, so he hesitated before replying, then remembered who he was and shook hands to greet him. Launching a fake attack on Gi-hung, hearing his name, he felt quite pleased and politely responded. You remember me. Gyu Hung directly asked about the main issue, saying he wanted to investigate the crime scene. His voice was a bit hesitant. So let's go see the scene of the first incident first. After saying that, the three of them headed into the sunset, leaving behind the blood-stained crime scene. ZH suddenly stopped walking when he noticed the dried bloodstain right under his feet. Just then, Lena called out to him and said, "Wait, ZH already has the lab results." Her voice carried a serious tone as she described the red liquid in the syringe. A new compound mixed from human blood and other strange substances, according to the information she obtained from the laboratory. ZH looked a bit surprised and asked again. A new compound, Lena nodded in confirmation and also shared some not-so-encouraging news. That's right. We've never seen anything like this before. Suddenly, her voice grew lower, and the liquid in that tube not only contained something they had no idea about, but also held a very strong amount of mana. These reports made ZH ponder deeply. Of course, blood is just a vessel for the mana within the human body. However, that still isn't enough to absorb mana that doesn't belong to the person being injected. In addition to the knowledge you already have, the organs responsible for creating and transmitting mana in the body are the brain, the heart, and the energy core. Blood alone cannot serve as a mana container. At that moment, Mr. Hun also spoke up, saying, "We haven't fully analyzed that compound yet. But surely you have understood one thing. You provided a top-secret piece of information that your side is investigating. This compound is somehow related to a religious sect that has been the subject of recent rumors. Asatru." Of course, ZH knows about this case and fully agrees with your investigation direction. Well, I think so too, but that's not the only thing you noticed. What concerns me the most is the similarity between the crime scenes. Lena stood beside him, adding a few key points about the scenes. Each crime scene had a syringe, with the red liquid inside. The Academy and the Guild believe that this new compound has multiplied the mana of the person injected. That thing that Mr. Hun called a drug we can call a limit breaker. What you're talking about isn't something that has never appeared before. A limit breaker. This is a powerful substance that has been used many times before. A drug capable of increasing the rank of the user to make them stronger. Nevertheless, that substance was banned because of its inhumane nature, and this research faced fierce criticism for its cruel experimental methods, ultimately leading to its prohibition. Although there is information related to the limit-breaking drug, Lena has to honestly admit that we are still searching for more clues. That makes Jae-hun feel a bit useless. Sorry about that. Of course, Jae-hun doesn't blame them. No. It's okay. I understand the main point now. Even Jae-hun has some key points. I learned a few things about the limit-breaking drug. You found that information online. I read an article about the people behind creating this type of drug. It's a very famous article. And to verify that information, you need to investigate for a while. So you have to ask Lena for time off from the academy. I guess I need to take a few days off from school. Is that okay? Jae-hun needs to take this opportunity to do thorough research. The time is about the same. If these incidents are really related to the limit-breaking drug, they are most likely all from the same source. It's worth investigating. Lena immediately understood when you asked for permission like that. So you're not hiding anything and openly admitting that you want to resolve these incidents. This made Lena pause for a moment to think. In the end, she could only force a helpless smile and allowed Jae-hun to take a few days off. Of course, if you need help, just contact me. The reason she did that is because she knows Jae-hun's abilities. Min Jae-hun is very different from other fake attackers. There are certainly stronger fake attackers out there, but when it comes to development ability, no one can match him. Furthermore, she also believes that his goal is very clear. Although she doesn't know what his purpose is, maybe he can handle this crisis. Wait until nightfall. On a quiet street, suddenly a loud crash sounded as someone punched the wall. Then this person suddenly spat blood. The figure with that terrifying appearance was none other than Baek-ji. Just then, someone suddenly called out to him. "Hey, you're here." A tall shadow hidden in the darkness called out loudly. "I've been looking for you. The one looking for Baek-ji is none other than Jae-hun. We've met again. You're really a bother." Seeing your face just now, Baek-ji was so furious that he almost called your name in hatred. Min Jae-hun. Ignoring his hatred for him, Jae-hun directly asked the main question. "Shinjun-sang, you used the limit-breaking drug. Who gave it to you?" Of course Baek-ji didn't answer but instead shouted loudly, "What the hell are you doing?" before he could finish. Zehun revealed that the person who gave him the drug was Cheji Ryo. After saying that, he fell silent and stared intently at Baek Ji, knowing from his appearance that this guy was beyond saving and that it was too late to save him now. He has mutated too much. I already found him a bit strange before, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Now Zehun finally raises his voice to question him. You should know the side effects of this drug. Baek Ji was even more furious because of these words, shouting out in bitterness, I don't care about revenge. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. It seems like he's trying to blame everything on Zehun, saying it's all your fault. It's because of you that I ended up like this. Which made Jae-hun upset and say, Revenge, you're mocking him. Saying you led me here. How ridiculous. Jae-hun calmly looked at Baek Ji with a distorted face from anger and said, This is not my fault. No matter what you think, you can't change the truth. Your trembling attitude makes him so angry he grits his teeth. You bastard. Now you just use a cold, assessing gaze to look at him, and the conclusion you came to is that I can use sacrifice to heal a destroyed body. But there's no way to heal a twisted mind. At the same time, Baek Ji was going crazy, muttering to himself, Damn it. Revenge. Revenge. Even though he hated him so much, Jae-hun decided to help him one last time. There's only one thing he can do for him. Immediately, he used his power and declared, I will end your pain. Suddenly, in the clear sky above, chains and flames appeared as Jae-hun's voice echoed. A terrifying power struck Baek Ji directly, leaving him no way out. Jae-hun remained cold and silent as he acted, as if it were obvious. After a moment, he faintly said that fire is your weakness. At this point, Baek Ji had fallen with wide-open eyes, staring in disbelief, his voice full of regret and disbelief. How could it be I thought I could kill you with his strength? His words make Jae-hun more certain about the identity of the culprit in this case, and he even confidently says, I think I know who you're talking about. But you should know that I am also stronger than before. You still look down on Baek Ji's naive thinking, no matter how much your mana has increased. If you think you're strong enough to kill me, you're dead wrong. At this point, Jae-hun paused in silence for a moment and then swore, like a curse. At the same time, on the mountain behind the city, two people quietly stood in this well-guarded place, and Ji-jae-on sighed in disappointment, saying this one is also ruined. The man next to Ada seemed quite indifferent and casually said, We can find new people anytime. Even Ada knows it's just a bit of a pity. But it's still a shame. Finding someone like that is quite difficult. Do-hwan thought it made sense. It's really hard to find someone filled with such hatred for others, especially someone holding a grudge against the pandemic. Ji-jae-on himself knows well that the biggest requirement when using the limit-breaking drug is extreme emotion. Ada chose Baek Ji because his hatred is so intense that he wants to let it out. If those emotions are absent, humans won't be able to withstand the effects of the drug and will die. The higher the rank, the more intense the emotions, and the greater the effect of the limit-breaking drug. After a moment of silence, Do-hwan chuckled and said, I didn't expect even I would be impressed that the enemy would win this time. This statement clearly annoyed Ji-jae-on rather than pleased him. I used to think the same about Fap-ni, but he's far too strong for an ordinary human. Ada stared intently at Do-hwan with a mesmerizing yet dark face and firmly stated that he might stand in our way like Haki said. After saying that, Ada also thought so. But maybe it's not a big problem, and he will have to face us eventually. Do-hwan said nothing and simply raised his hand leisurely. That hand of yours didn't hold a sword, and your voice was deep and full of anticipation as you said, I can't wait for that day. The scene shifts to a white, sorrowful palace covered in snowstorms and sharp ice, with three figures standing face to face inside. Hila silently looked at the two sitting on the throne. Suddenly, a gate appeared where the mirror around this area was hanging. Smear appears and sternly declares, This is the first time we've gathered in such numbers since those who opposed Aesir were purged. Hila confirms this and also states that yes, luckily, the prophecy's pandemic is gradually becoming more severe than we anticipated. The problem now is that the Aesir system is also ahead of us. At that moment, Hale also spoke up. I never imagined that the Aesir system held such a secret. This could be very bad. Her eyes were thoughtful as she softly asked, Enhuza, is Odin really planning to cooperate with the warrior squad again to seize Myth-Gatsal? Smear himself wondered. Did Nan and Mimir know about this from the beginning? Hila replied without hesitation. Yes, but perhaps they couldn't tell us. Furthermore, She also revealed that the seals binding them are much stronger than what we possess. After hearing this, Smear's eyes showed a hint of sadness as he slowly replied, I understand Odin fears those who know the truth about him. The reason Odin killed the prophets is probably because those involved in the prophecy are leading Han astray. Now, Hel finally reveals a harsh truth at the moment. We can't do much. The only thing we can do is make the great enemy grow stronger as quickly as possible. Hela obviously agrees with this. I agree. Now the great enemy also has divine power. A gentle and proud expression appeared on her face when mentioning Zehul. So perhaps that day they will become stronger, faster. Her current state surprised Hel a bit. Then she chuckled and asked, You seem to trust Han. Hela, exposed by her dark secret. Hela blushed and looked at her with wide eyes. After a while, Hela finally spread her legs and asked, Have you all heard about the first fake awakening before? That statement made Smear curious. The first fake awakening. Hel also knows a bit about this. There are many rumors about Han, but I have never met Han in person. After all, I usually only meet the dead. While talking normally, suddenly Smear disappeared without a trace. But that didn't affect Hel and Hela's conversation. I understand the first awakening faker very well. Suddenly, a pair of enormous cold eyes appeared in the mirror, along with a deep voice. Startling the first fake alert, a black shadow emerged, opening its terrifying eyes wide and quietly whispering, Recently, Han has entered my territory. Scene transition. Zehun is lying leisurely on the bed resting. He mumbles, covering Jizeon. She's definitely up to something. At this moment, Feifi yawned repeatedly and opened its eyes. Waking up, seeing that it was awake, Zehun gently stroked its head. His eyes are thoughtful, but his hand still gently strokes and pets Feifi. His mind is now filled with thoughts about the experiments on humans and the research on breakthrough drugs before his regression, which from the very beginning has been connected to the Aesir star. Feifi, being pampered by its owner, is very happy and wags its tail. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the ground, and Hela jumped up from it. Her soft cat paws touched the ground without a trace, and she smiled broadly as she announced, Zehun, I found it. As soon as Zehun saw Hela, he quickly sat up and asked, It's been a while since I saw you, Hela. What have you discovered? Feifi also saw the stranger, Hela, and called out to ask who she was. Its cry caught Hela's attention immediately, and she quickly realized it was a young dragon. The first to awaken. Zehun, since you didn't say anything, I lost patience and asked, Does this involve him? Hearing you call me. She quickly confirmed. Yes. Then he fell silent. Next to Zehun's voice, I have clarified the identity of the person known as the First Awakener. He is one of Odin's remaining 3 offspring. The scene shifts to a research room filled with terrifyingly bright red soaking tanks. With an operating room door wide open inside, someone is tightly bound to a chair, with dried bloodstains on the ground. A young man with his eyes and mouth covered. Suddenly, someone helps him remove the tape from his mouth, and he immediately starts begging. Please don't. Let me go back to my family. In response, a deep and somber voice asks if he remembers his family, then gently removes the young man's blindfold. The first thing he saw was Zehun's face, handsome but with a devilish aura. Then suddenly he burst out laughing and said, It's a pity I don't have a family. The next words he uttered were so terrifying that even Zehun the young man trembled with fear. So I felt nothing, knowing he would be tormented by this demon many more times. The young man cried and begged, Please stop. I beg you to stop this. Ignoring the pleas, Zehun calmly pulled out a syringe, holding the young man's head to one side with one hand while slowly bringing the needle closer to his neck with the other. Zehun still wore a bright smile as he injected the young man with a deadly shot. Instantly, his eyes turned foggy, and then he painfully vomited blood. Seeing that scene, Zehun's face shows excitement. Then, the young man's body is deformed, and moments later he explodes, splattering blood onto Zehun, surprising him slightly. This failure makes him regretful and sighs. Such a pity. Humans are too fragile. Seeing that he was a bit rough with the test subjects, Jizeon sternly reminded him to be gentler, as finding new subjects takes a lot of effort each time. Zehun, scolded by her, looked displeased. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, but then suddenly fell silent, staring intently at the scene before him. After a while, he appeared helpless. Zehun casually mentioned the mess he caused earlier. At least I managed to contribute something to the plan. so don't be angry. Back in Jaehun's cozy room, Hila revealed Zuhun's identity. He is one of Odin's remaining 3 fruits. Jaehun, confused, asked again. Odin's fruit. You know this person too. The first awakened who fought for humanity was also Odin's fruit. Immediately, he asked Hila to explain further. Hila honestly states, as I have said, the first awakener was not a human. Her calm voice continues. Odin originally had 5 offspring, and he is one of them, similar to Hu-Jin. After hearing that, Jaehun immediately asked, what do those fruits have to do with Asad Rusha? Hila replied, without hesitation, we must destroy them now, or they will keep growing. If they succeed, we won't be able to stop them if we can locate them. After hearing those explanations, Jaehun fell silent in thought, then suddenly said, I have an idea. However, he is still not entirely sure about this plan. And even if he's unsure whether it will work or not, Hila immediately understands his intention upon hearing this. The person speaking is an Asad Rusha base. While discussing, Jaehun suddenly interrupted the conversation, paused for a moment, then quickly checked his phone. Seeing him stare intently at it, Hila looked up on the bed with curiosity. She also curiously looked at Jaehun's phone and wondered aloud. Awakening. It seems she doesn't quite understand why people are searching for them. Jaehun tiredly replied, we need to act quickly if we want to find any clues about them. Based on the information you have, the sudden increase in the number of awakened individuals would be strange if it had nothing to do with the limit-breaking drug. If I only need to identify the suspects among those who awakened, I can learn more about Asad Rusha and the limit-breaking drug. Right now you have 3 names in your head. I'm thinking of about 3 people. That's enough for me to start investigating and gathering information. A few hours later, a mutated individual was being interrogated in the laboratory. I heard it's somewhere in Korea, but I don't know the exact location. Another person is being questioned and forced to tell the truth. I heard he's somewhere in the Yellow Sea, on Benion Island. Jaehun and Hila set foot here. Then he turned to explain to Hila that this is Asad Rusha's base. Hila, hearing that, looked puzzled and wondered why he thought that the entire Benion Island was Asad Rusha's base. Jaehun's serious voice clearly states that a place where humans cannot live must be in the process of becoming a wasteland. Based on that information, you deduced that there is only one island in Korea that matches those conditions, and this is the island. Although I've heard about it, Hila still isn't quite clear. But how are we going to get there? She hesitated for a moment. And since there are no people living in that place, there wouldn't be a teleportation gate either. I don't know the exact location of that place, so I can't do it like I did in Iceland. Her face made Jaehun feel so adorable that he chuckled and calmly took out his phone, saying, don't worry. As long as you have money and connections, most problems can be solved. At the same time, somewhere at someone's residence, the phone on the table rang. Xe-ung picked up and said hello. This is me. Xe-ung, knowing it's you, but still acting surprised. Your disciple. Then she got straight to the point. Every time you call me like this, it's always to ask for something, isn't it? Being directly exposed like that, Jaehun was a bit flustered and admitted, I'm sorry, but that's right. Without any pretense. You asked, and I wonder if you could help me obtain an item. As soon as possible. A few hours later at the Lotus Flower Guild, Jaehun was settled in comfortably. Your eyes are fixed on the locator device, which works by channeling mana into it, selecting a location, and then dropping it to teleport you there. Finding these rare items made him a bit satisfied. They are restricted in use because they could be misused, so it's very difficult to find them. Even if I ask, you won't tell me why you need it. Right. Seeing my cold master, Jaehun was very grateful for her help this time. Indeed, the leader of the Lotus Flower Guild, even though this item is very valuable, gave me 3 of them. Being grateful is just being grateful. I don't intend to tell you everything. No. I'm sorry. After a while, at the dirt clearing, only Jaehun was standing there. Hila is on your shoulder. Fa Fi is held in your arms, and your other hand is holding the tracker. To save time, you quickly state the destination, which is Ben Nai Island. The moment the device touched the ground, a sudden beam of light appeared, enveloping Jaehun. That strange light illuminated a corner of the dark night sky, and then Jaehun's shadow gradually disappeared. He and the light were transported to the place he desired to go. In less than 5 minutes, Jaehun safely landed on a mountain ridge. remaining calm and thinking according to what he learned at the academy. The monsters occupying Benyi Island are not even on the same level as those guarding the city. Suddenly, Hila instinctively jumps off Jehun, while Fafi is gently set down by him. It turns out that in front of them was a pack of monsters waiting to tear Jehun apart. Their faces cruel with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Jehun has identified what kind of monsters these are. Humanoids. So this probably won't be as easy as he hoped. Not wanting to waste more time here, he activates his power, triggering his active skill. The Demon Guard stance. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just as he was about to strike, Fafi suddenly growled several times. From its tone, Jehun knew what it wanted. And Mai also wanted to help. After saying that, he looked up at the ghouls, who seemed to be rushing toward him. Another condescending smile appeared on Jehun's face. I am proud of what Mai did. As I finished speaking, I suddenly moved with lightning speed. At this moment, Jehun stands calmly among the undead. The system sends a notification, activating the active pursuit and rage skill, instantly shattering the undead into thousands of pieces. Thanks to that, Jehun's skill level increased, making him so happy he couldn't stop laughing. His mastery of swordsmanship was doubled thanks to the effect of his exclusive skill. Just as he was fighting, after watching Jehun's thorough extermination, Hila had to praise him for becoming much stronger than the last time we met. After all, she paused, then glanced at Fafi beside her. Her voice tinged with helplessness as she asked, "Where did you find this dragon?" A few hours later, the sunset fell over the beach, and Fafi, exhausted, lay sprawled on the sand. Hila could tell just by looking at it what was wrong. It seemed sleepy, which was understandable since it was still a young beast. Since we've been here all day and haven't found the laboratory yet, she concluded that we've wasted too much time. And maybe it's not this island after all. Jehun listened in silence for a moment before nervously saying, "But there are no other islands guarded by monsters." Just then, a strange aura suddenly appeared behind him, making his spine chill. And then the system sent a notification that startled Jehun with horror. The radar detected the orb has been activated. Odin's orb is nearby. The system is still searching. When Hila saw Jehun suddenly fall silent in a strange way, she called out loudly, "Jehun." Seeing that he not only didn't answer but also walked off somewhere, she called out in confusion. At this moment, he stopped at Mekvuch, then happily exclaimed, "I found it." I wonder what he found, because down in the valley, it's all rocks and seawater. So the cave Jehun mentioned is hidden here. He led his two companions to this spot and confirmed that it looks like the correct location. Hila also checked and completely agreed with you, because the system reacted to this place, so it must be correct. And moreover, since there's a monster nearby, it further confirms this. In front of him are bloodstains soaked into the rocks and human body parts scattered in a large pool of blood. A gruesome scene that makes Hila gape in shock. She nervously asked, "Who could have caused all this?" Jehun hesitated to speak, realizing his mood was sinking and feeling terrified by the scene before him. Fa-Fi quickly hugged his leg as if to comfort both him and herself. But Jehun's mood didn't improve at all because he saw a line of writing carved into the stone. "This is a gift for you. Pandemic." This only confirms for Hila that this must be the place. Their base. Suddenly Jehun sighed, then irritably said, "This is their way of provoking us. It's disgusting." Suddenly Fa-Fi secretly cast a glance somewhere. At the same time, Jehun stomped hard on the ground, causing the snow and ice to instantly freeze the blood pond and the obstacles in front of him. After clearing away the chaos, he slowly walks across the ice. His steps are slow but steady, leaving footprints on the surface. His eyes already activating his observation skill. Immediately, a notification appeared as his eyes flicked to a frozen spot nearby where Odin's orb was located. Jehun stopped advancing without hesitation and activated his absolute calculated skill. The current moment made Hila gasp in surprise, because before Jehun could do anything, the wall in front of him suddenly tore apart. A passage opened up, causing Hila to gasp in surprise. The wall suddenly disappeared. A small opening appeared in the dark corridor. It turns out that was the elevator. And at that moment the system appeared and asked, "Do you want to enter the secret laboratory elevator?" Without hesitation, Jehun stepped towards the elevator. After a moment of observation, he realized this elevator leads underground. Moreover, he knew he had no other choice now. It was probably a trap, but he had no other way. At this moment, he is inside the elevator with Fafi and Hila. Deep down, Jehun is still haunted by the streaks of blood staining the wall, and that pool of blood soaking into that person's flesh. Those things made him blame himself. If I had been a little faster, maybe these things could have been prevented. Jehun clenched his weapon tightly and silently vowed to end it right here. I don't want any more innocent people to have to sacrifice themselves. Just then, suddenly, a system notification sounded B1 floor. The door is opening. That statement made Jehun furrow his brow in confusion. B1. Is there still a lower floor? A deserted, ruined corridor suddenly appears before him. Without hesitation, he quickly says, "Let's go inside." As I step out of the elevator, I reflect on my purpose here. I need to find the type of drug they are researching, as well as the unidentified liquid that director Kim Ji-yeon mentioned. As Jehun carefully walks and observes his surroundings, Hila slowly walks beside him with a stern expression. As soon as the group entered, Hila called out Jehun and quickly pointed out that there seemed to be something over there. Following her gaze, Jehun saw a bookshelf at the top shelf holding a few old, worn books. He immediately reached out and grabbed a book, surprised to realize what it was. And without hesitation, Jehun flipped through it. His eyes slowly gaze at the journal, unsure of whose it is. June 2019. The journal begins with the content: "We have built this secret laboratory, and 300 experimental spiritual souls have died. It seems humans have no resistance to divine power." At that moment, a sigh of despair echoed from somewhere else. Oh my god. Zhou Deng was annoyed that Jehun disappeared without telling anyone why. Why does Min Jehun keep vanishing without saying anything to us? And he even skips school often. Hoyan agrees and follows along. That's right. Ina just hopes that he won't rush headlong into danger anymore. Suddenly, Zhou Deng felt sentimental and said, "I miss Lizzie so much that this name makes Ina think of Jehun's red dragon Yuzong. I mean Fafiha." Zhou Deng, who had been silent in the corner all along, finally spoke up, saying he would be fine because after all, it was Min Jehun. Je Sang, worried, said if I had known he was planning to go, I would have given him more long-lasting medicine. But Zhou Deng thought differently. He probably has a whole stash already. He's very rich. Don't you remember? Suddenly, Hoyan turned to her and asked, "Hey." Was what he said earlier intentional? This sudden question caught her off guard. What do you mean? Ina obviously knows what Hoyan is referring to, that we can't fight alongside him unless we reach S rank. Regarding this, Hoyan believes Jehun is very serious with his personality. He's probably not joking. But reaching S rank is not an easy feat. If we don't mention this, it's fine. But bringing it up makes Zhou worry. Only one person a year can reach S rank in the whole country. Do you think we can achieve that level? Just when Zhou thought he was probably talking nonsense and just didn't want us to rush into danger, Ina cut in and confirmed, "I think it's possible." Although reaching S rank is quite difficult, Hoyan still hopes to try once. And even though it's a bit embarrassing to admit, I also want to reach Zehun's current level. I want to do it too. But I still feel a bit hesitant. And so do I. But then Hoyan suddenly stood up and confidently suggested, "Alright then, since Jehun isn't here, let's go train and try to catch up with him." Seeing that kid who doesn't know hardship but still eager to train, Zhou sighed tiredly and helplessly wondered, how did I end up here? Back to Jehun, who is solemnly reading the notebook he just got from this blood-stained laboratory, where 304 test subjects have died. It seems humans have no strength to resist divine power. They can't handle Odin's blood. What a complicated matter. The writer appears to look down on humans and is tired of the unsuccessful experiments. Perhaps inferior creatures like humans cannot handle divine power. So the research has come to an end. I must reduce the amount of that blood to the lowest level. Now Jehun has reached the part where the unidentified liquid in the limit-breaking potion is. This is still the owner's lament. And this is the crucial part. Odin's blood. The substance mentioned is the mana-containing liquid used in the limit-breaking drug, which is Odin's blood. Jehun laces up his shoes but still has to calm himself down. Stay composed. And keep telling himself he must keep reading. The following lines indicate that in December 2019, it is best to start by creating antibodies and injecting them into the human body. Next time, I will increase the number of sacrificial victims. The experiment is still ongoing. In March 2020, I concluded that producing antibodies is too difficult, but it's okay. The current situation isn't too bad. By diluting the blood, I estimated the amount of divine power a person can endure. Of course, there will be individual differences, but it's still a meaningful result. After some testing, the journal owner realized that, in November 2020, subsequent experiments revealed some truths. First, the younger the sample, the higher its tolerance for this substance. From now on, I will require the sacred objects to be underage. The next issue is the human itself. Second, the weaker a person is, the more easily they accept this substance. It seems that greed, jealousy, and rivalry help activate it. However, the frequency of losing reason also increases in this case. Those two issues are minor concerns for the journal owner. Still, I don't see it as a big problem. We only need soldiers to die for us. They don't need to have reason. Time continued to pass and the experiments kept improving. And finally, in February 2021, the research reached its goal. I succeeded in refining the blood to reduce side effects. Furthermore, new samples have been provided. The research has succeeded, and the day I report to Odin is not far off. That was the moment the experiment was completed. May 2021, and the research was successful, although only partially since it hadn't been applied to all subjects yet. But still, it's a success. In Odin's next battle, breaking through limits will play a crucial role. After reading this, Jae-hun also understood why the young people at the academy had gone missing. The reason for the disappearances at the academy, started from the beginning, is because the students are young and weak, as they can better withstand Odin's blood. Feeling that someone is defending those young people, he is determined to eliminate these researchers and put an end to this crime. The aura of death emanating from him made Fa-Fi glance over with curiosity, his veins already bulging with anger, silently vowing that no more victims would be allowed. Soon after, Jae-hun started moving again, the second basement door opening, and the elevator door gradually sliding open. In front of him now is a shelf with a book on top. And without hesitation, Jae-hun slowly walks toward the shelf. You find it a bit confusing why such a large room only contains this one thing. Just a single book. Suddenly, a dark energy began to flow out from the book, causing it to burst open and black spiritual currents to appear. This scene made Jae-hun panic and shout, "What is this?" They pour out like a flood, causing Jae-hun and the others to step back in surprise. Even Hila, the most frightened, steps forward and shouts loudly. Jae-hun, Fa-Fi was even worse, overwhelmed by that dark energy to the point that he could only scream out once. Before they could get their bearings, the system displayed a message: "You have entered the theme. Welcome to the fairy tale world, where the boy, eager to become a hero." They all simultaneously got pulled into the book on the shelf, retreating like water back to their original positions. After finishing, the book gently closed itself, and at this moment, only that book remained in the room, while Jae-hun seemed to be drowning in darkness. You are unaware that the system has sent a notification. From now on, Jae-hun will take on the role of the main character in the story of the boy. A series of information appears. Proceed according to the story to complete the main quest. Because your level has appeared to partially resist the forced synchronization, the synchronization is complete, and the current synchronization rate is 50%. Jae-hun has now awakened in bed inside the body of a child. Then, he sat up, bewildered and confused, immediately understanding the story of a boy eager to become a hero, beginning in an orphanage. At this moment, Jae-hun was still staring blankly at his small, seemingly calloused hands, when the system interface suddenly appeared before him. The system sends the mission information board. You have accepted the special mission to identify the boy. A special mission to uncover the identity of the boy you are role-playing as the main character in a story about a young boy. Discover his identity. Complete the themed dungeon. Defeat the boss. And acquire the active cold-hearted skill level 5. As the synchronization rate with the system increases, the mental constraints on the user will also grow, and the boy's face will remain hidden until his identity is revealed. At the same time, it also displays the character information name. The boy. Age 12. Traits emotionless. Handsome appearance. Cold reading. This data leaves ZH a bit stunned. After a moment of freeze, he put away the information panel and tiredly wondered to himself, "Let's put the boy's identity aside for now. Where am I? It seems I've been separated from Hila and Farfazol. I got swept away alone." The system keeps sending more information. A scene is currently playing. Player actions are temporarily restricted and can only be performed during scene transitions. After reading for a while, ZH also understood his current situation. So it means he can't control his character for now. That's why he didn't lose his composure in such a situation. This has happened before when I was raiding the Flanger Villa dungeon. I was forced to watch the cutscene and couldn't move freely. Just then, a noise rang out that made ZH stiffen with tension. Someone outside the door was trying to pick the lock. After a while, that person pushed the door open slightly. The one with the symbol A just entered and immediately looked annoyed, scolding the useless kids. Even now, it's not over, A. You guys stop pretending the food and clothes are growing from the ground, A. The scream from him just now made the kids jump in fright. At the same time, the system sends the story progression. That man is the orphanage manager. His main job is to suppress and torture children. He beats the kids every day. At the same time, it also sends the identity of the marked individual A to ZH. The system is updating information on character number 1, Guardian ZH. After reading, sighed with exhaustion. Guardian A quickly recognized the manager of this place as one of the main antagonists in the story. Suddenly, Manager A approached the girl with the symbol and shouted loudly, "Hey, come out here now." The girl hurriedly climbed down from the bed. The girl, trembling with fear, approached the manager and looked him straight in the eyes, saying sorry. Suddenly, Manager A struck her hard, causing her pain. Q-Tac pushed her so hard she fell flat on the ground. And Manager A coldly said, "I told you, if you want to survive in this damn orphanage, you have to wake up on time." Even after being beaten so brutally, Girl A still tried to plead with him. "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Please don't kill me." Of course, Manager A doesn't care whether the girl is pitiful or not. He simply kicked her away. Then he coldly ordered, "If you don't want to die, get to spring training now." At that moment, the children all quickly moved out of the room, while Jae-hun remained seated, watching something. It turned out he was looking into a mirror that reflected only a dark face and some question marks. Back to the children who are now tense and lining up neatly. Manager A coldly orders them to fight. If they don't, he will personally kill the two of them right away. This order made the two kids look at each other in confusion. And suddenly, the boy pushed the girl in front of him away. The girl didn't hesitate to punch back, and the two fought fiercely before Jae-hun's panicked eyes. And what was happening before him made him secretly resent and think, this is a messy story. Manager A clearly shows his displeasure as he observes the mischievous cats of the two kids in front of him, suddenly shouting loudly, "Hey, yellow-haired one, step forward." The person the man called is none other than young Jae-hun, and the one currently in that body is Jae-hun himself, who is still a bit confused and doesn't understand who the man is calling yellow-haired. Suddenly, he plucked a strand of hair from his head and, upon closer inspection, saw that it was actually yellow. So he decided to step forward with one conclusion in mind: I don't see my reflection in the mirror. Hiding their faces like this makes everything too obvious, suggesting that the boy is likely someone I know. When Manager A faced Boy D, he immediately ordered to fight without hesitation. Although Boy D cannot see his face, seeing his trembling body is enough to understand how scared he really is. Suddenly, Jae-hun raised his fist and struck the Boy D directly in the face. Driven by his emotionless trait active, even he was surprised by his own action. But now he was bound by the story and couldn't do anything. His cold trait taking over, the system sends a notification that the synchronization rate between the player and the boy is decreasing. Currently at 66%, the story continues as planned, with the boy attacking another child without hesitation. And the kid D, whose new alias is Ikshami, is a small-built boy. Manager A, after watching Jae-hun fight for a while, was very pleased and stopped him, saying, "Good. Keep going." At this point, Ikshami absolutely hates the boy. Now, Boy D slowly stands up with an angry expression. At the same time, the system sent a notification indicating that it was updating information on character number 2, Ikshami. It described this kid D as cunning and skilled at recruiting other children to join his gang. There was a time when Jae-hun was bullied by him and his friends. "You trash." He was furious and accused you. "We are teammates, and a traitor like you doesn't deserve forgiveness." After beating Jae-hun to vent his anger, the kids finally turned and walked away. Now, he was the only one lying on the ground, reflecting bitterly, "Damn it. It's been a long time since I took a direct punch." He told himself that today was truly a costly lesson, and that he had learned a personal truth based on what had happened. If you fight, make sure your opponent is dead, or they will come back to bite you. And then, during the training session the next day, Jehun attacked the boy B. The boy was sparring with another child and had just killed Ekshami. In Ruguan's memory, his hands were covered in bloody sweat. It turns out he had just finished off another person. Ekshami is dead. A heavy atmosphere envelops the training area, and the children can only shake their heads in shock at what they have just witnessed. Soon, they started glancing at Manager A, perhaps because they wondered if he might kill him someday. That kid just committed murder. No matter the reason, that crime cannot be forgiven and will surely be punished. But contrary to the children's expectations, Manager A clapped enthusiastically. He didn't hold back in praising Ruguan. Good. Very well done. Maybe it will come in handy after all. The one who breaks the silence is the manager's applause. Without stopping there, Manager A continues to speak, urging not to be bound by ridiculous moral values. Right now, all of you are just tools for him. No, you're just useless meat. And you're not even happy being tools. That's right, tool. At that moment, Ruguan firmly understood his true identity. Since that day, the atmosphere in the orphanage began to change as the children started killing each other without anyone giving orders. Whether inside the district or outside, no one can stop them. It's just a desperate struggle to survive because it has become their instinct. Yet Ruguan, the one who started it all, just smiling like that has nothing to do with him. In the next moment, Ruguan tightly clutched his head in pain and silently thought to himself, it's not like Ruguan had some grand purpose in killing Xshade. It's just, if I don't kill, I will be killed. That is the rule that drives Ruguan. Damn it. It's getting harder to keep my thoughts clear. My mind is gradually fading due to the synchronization. Ruguan's face shows signs of struggle. Resisting is not enough. If he keeps going like this, he will completely lose himself. There is only one way left to hold on to my consciousness and find out who Ruguan really is as quickly as possible to escape from here. That is now his best option. And so, after a few months, only Ruguan remains in the monastery. They all have died. No. It was you who killed them all. Ruguan still believes this is the best way. And just as he thinks that, a man appears before Ruguan, and Hujin calmly introduces himself. I am a servant of Odin. No more beating around the bush. Join Asadru, and you will become a servant and follower of that day. Han introduces himself as Hujin, and Ruguan responds with a question. What will I get if I serve Odin? Immediately, Hujin calmly replies, Odin grants you this sword. Its name is Taya Fin, a cursed sword forged by Odin's order, one of the few in the world. This sword grants 3 wishes. But remember one thing after the last wish is fulfilled. As he said this, Hujin's shadow gradually disappeared, and this sword will destroy its wielder. Ruguan nodded and chose the wish he had always longed for. Without hesitation, he spoke. I want a family. Ruguan felt nothing and knew that made him stronger. But gradually he began to wonder what family really was. The sword cursed by the original owner granted Ruguan that wish, and he gained a foster father and mother. At first everything was fine, and over the dinner table, Ruguan's foster mother casually said, Try this. It's beef stew. Then his father also said, This is a gift for you, a fairy tale book. Ruguan feels a sense of completeness with a family, and although they didn't give birth to him, their love for him is genuine. But he can't understand that blind devotion. As he looked at his foster parents' smiling faces, Ruguan wondered why they gave him comfort and why they asked nothing in return. He kept recalling images from the past. In the orphanage, if Ruguan cannot prove his usefulness, he will die. Everyone around him cannot prove their worth, and they all die. Ruguan didn't understand, and what he didn't understand was the threat. Hearing this, Ruguan widened his eyes and sank into despair. This is a threat. If they don't need him, they could kill Ruguan at any time, just like the children in the orphanage once did. After thinking for a long time, he came up with a terrifying idea. If that's the case, Ruguan must kill them first. One winter day, as the furnace crackled with warm flames, Ruguan's foster parents' frightened voice echoed. Why? Why are you acting like this? The old man stammered desperately, begging you to calm down and put down the sword. Ruguan clenched his sword tightly. The father, Ru, was begging, but he paid no attention. No. Guan had no reason to listen. In the next second, he charged forward with only one thought in his mind. Guan will kill them before they can kill him because everything in his life has taught him is to strike first. Power surges into the sword he holds, and the blade begins to glow. Suddenly, Hong's scream rang out, telling him to stop. It seemed that Guan heard it and managed to hold back before the sword struck his adoptive father's neck. So it turns out Guan is being controlled by you, half of his body. At this moment, Hongo's face appears in his mind. Even Guan's gentle mother's smile appears. Guan tries to stop Guan from continuing. Hold him back. Still not understanding what is happening, Guan asked confusedly. What do you mean, my body? In that moment, Guan silently thought to himself that he had just regained a bit of consciousness and taken back some control. If Guan could just put away this sword before he had a chance to act, Guan's body would have already struck his adoptive father. And thus, the emotionless Guan would have killed both his foster parents. Then, the system appeared, and the synchronization level suddenly skyrocketed. Just regaining his composure, Han was stunned. Dear sister, the system screen continued to display, showing a 100% synchronization rate, fully integrated into the story without interference. Blood from Guan's foster father splattered all over the house. Under Han's terrified gaze, he met his doom. Han was in a strange state. Damn it. His consciousness fading. Now, the novel that made Han die. What does it want to show him now? What is this at this moment? Then, all that remained for Han was a terrifying emptiness and another wave. As soon as he woke up, he asked, "Where am I?" The system immediately responded. This is the safe point in the current scene, allowing the user to act freely. Hearing this, Han silently thought to himself, a safe point in the scene. So I haven't escaped the novel yet, so that means the uniform with the Asatru symbol and a Fiend's demon sword. After observing the surroundings for a while, he realized, yes, this is Guan's room. Next, Han has a plan. He must seize this opportunity. There must be the key to Guan's schedule and the dungeon theme in this room. Han immediately crouched down and searched the floor. In a blink, he looked under the bed. Damn it. It's not here either. After searching for a long time, Han continued to brainstorm, realizing that the empty space in the scene was his only chance to avoid being caught by the branch. There must be some clue. Suddenly, Han noticed something right in front of him. It was a pair of gloves. That's it. He quickly picked up the pair of gloves. Although a bit suspicious, Han still carefully observed them. Then, he muttered silently in his mind. The white gloves. It seems that Han has found a hidden clue in the room. In that moment, he was certain. Finally sure, Han knew why he was here. As expected, the system appears immediately. The primitive gloves react in the storage room. Similar to the ending scene, the similarities from the ending scene reappear. The cutscene continues, and the narration speeds up. But Han still cannot feel any emotion. I don't know how many years have passed. Han grew up and became an adult. And to escape the boredom of life, Han decided to find his emotions. Fake love. Pity. Salvation. Han has tried everything to feel something. But in all of it, he found nothing. Meanwhile, after learning that he was searching for feelings, Jin approached Han, reached out his hand, and said, I hold all of your emotions. I will give you one back. And then you will know what that feeling is. Han nodded, unable to feel the joy of wanting to jump, sadness, or excitement rising. Only a vague awareness that he had received something back from Jin. The emotion Jin returned is unknown to Han. But not long after, they found a clue to the feeling that Han had regained. You accidentally killed someone under his command. At the moment your sword struck the opponent, you realized that the emotion you regained was pleasure. Then, Han went everywhere killing people. And from then on, he started reading the fairy tale book that his adoptive parents, whom he had killed before, had bought for him. It is a fairy tale about a fragile young man from a rural village who grows up to become a knight and a hero. But Han begins to admire the hero in the story. You want to become someone like that. Han had such a vague goal. And not long after, on a day not far away, he continued killing to find pleasure. And soon Han grew tired of it. In his mind, He thought weakly that this world was full of weak people. Killing one after another didn't make them more entertaining. He needed a different thrill. Yes. A new emotion. Are you here to meet Hujin Sehon? Searches for Hujin and asks him to return his other emotions. But Hujin refuses, saying he cannot restore any feelings other than pleasure. There was no other way. So he drew the demon sword again and made his second wish. The demon sword did not allow prayers to regain emotions. Instead, Xe Han's wish became clearer, and he humorously said, "Let me fight against a stronger enemy and become a hero of Midgard, and you will be able to fight stronger enemies." As the demon sword once again grants Xe Han's wish, he has descended into Midgard, and Xe Han has become a hero of Midgard without even realizing it. It doesn't mean anything special. It's just Xe Han imitating the hero from fairy tales saving people, gradually accumulating his heroic actions. As everyone admired Xe Han more, he had become the hero of Midgard without even realizing it. When he became a hero, a reporter asked Xe Han, "What is your name?" This question made him freeze for a moment. Just a second later, Xe Han regained his senses. Looking around in confusion, consciousness returns. At the same time, the system appears and announces that the role-playing and the boy's admiration for the hero in the story have come to an end. "Please tell me the boy's name." Hearing that, Xe Han clenched his lips in silence. The next second, he opened his mouth and confidently answered the question. "Jugal." This response caused the system to react immediately. The special mission to identify the boy has been completed. Achieving cold-bloodedness. Xe Han is still observing the situation. The surrounding space is collapsing. "We have to get out of here. Before you can do anything." The system screen continues to notify, moving the user to Laboratory Tunnel 3. "We're here now. Time to confront him." So, Jugal is the one speaking. "I've been waiting for you. My wish this time has also come true." He paused for about 2 seconds, then looked straight at Xe Han and continued. "The enemy is here." The next second, the system appeared, activating the active skill to transform into a demonic artifact. At the same time, Xe Han silently thought to himself, "Jugal, the first awakened person and the hero of humanity, from the past, since he was a child." As he thought of this, images from Jugal's past suddenly appeared. He is a strong, kind, and upright person whom Jugal truly admires. But it's all just a lie. In reality, he is a cruel, emotionless creature manipulated by Odin's claws. Jugal's sword is ready for the battle with Jugal himself. He tells himself that now he must use his own hands to kill the person he once admired in the past. Immediately after, the anxious and hurried figures of Fafi and Hila rushed over. Her voice raised as she asked, "Jun, are you okay?" Upon hearing this sound, you felt relieved. Hila Fafi, luckily, both are safe. It seems that while inside the dungeon, time outside doesn't pass. After a while, Jehun calmly said, "I'm fine. But Hila, I have a favor to ask." Hila asked confusedly, asking for a favor without hesitation. And he replied that while he was fighting Jugal, he could handle Che Ji-yun using him. Chun's words made Ji-yun laugh, saying, "Who would tell me to do that? I have no intention of fighting separately. Not yet." Before I could finish speaking, Jugal nodded and said, "No. Just do as the fake enemy commands." And Ji-yun's eyes widened in shock at this order. Immediately looked back and asked, "What do you mean?" Jugal cheerfully replied, "I want to fight the fake great enemy properly. If that's the case, then Hujin and Odin will step in later." Ji-yun immediately shouted, "But if so, I won't give up my place." In just a blink, he used a dark tone to threaten, "Don't interfere in my fight." And seeing that, trembled inside. This guy, just try to be rude, even if they are the enemies in disguise. Ji-yun will crush them instantly. But no matter how strong they are, they can't compare to Jugal, Odin's offspring. After a moment of thought, Ji-yun finally agrees. "All right. Then let's settle this quickly so there's no room for gossip." "Well then, let's move to another place." Hila thought to herself across from them. Their magic power truly exceeds all expectations. Even if Jehun has divine power, they are still dangerous enemies. Taking one of them out would be more advantageous. After a moment, she slowly spoke up. "It's fine. I don't want to get caught up in their fight here." As she left, Hila warned Jehun, That girl has stolen the sea orb from Jeomugen's territory. Be careful. If you don't think ahead about how to break it, you'll be in danger. Wanting to reassure her, Jehun answered loudly. Don't worry. I have already thought it through. Even as you prepare to strike, Jugul calmly speaks. Well, it's finally just the two of us left. The great enemy. I'll start by congratulating you. Your presence here means you've cleared the second floor of Danjian. And Jehun was furious at his calm attitude. So cut out that disgusting tone. You better hurry and strike Jugul quickly. That's enough. But he can dodge with just a little effort. Come on. Come on. Don't be so careless. Even though Jugul is still pretending, Jehun keeps launching attacks. At this moment, you suddenly fell into deep thought. Have you already drawn it? The artifact received from Hujin? An Aphan's sword. Cannot be mistaken. That is a legendary artifact. Next, Jugul gently said, Before we fight, I have something to ask. Jehun, surprised, repeated what he wanted to ask without hesitation. And he confirmed. In the end, Jugul finally revealed his true face. It's the novel you saw in the basement too. So, what do you think? Yes or no? But I didn't expect this question. Jehun was utterly confused. What is it? He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene in the warm house earlier. Is it really that? Is that what happened? In an instant, Jehun gritted his teeth and said, How could something like that be good? Jugul returned to his fake initial tone. It's a pity. I hoped that the story of that boy... No. I hoped my story would be good. I want to be the main character. To become a hero in a fairy tale. Loved by everyone. His sudden change of tone made Jehun curious why he was bringing this up now. He didn't answer the question, but suddenly said, I need to ask you for a favor. The topic of the conversation changed so quickly that Jehun hadn't even had time to collect himself. He asked me for help. Ignoring his dazed expression, Jugul narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Jehun. Then he asked me to do him a favor. Kill me. Would you? That statement made you more cautious. But what the hell is he up to now? As I had already guessed. Jugul immediately replied, No. Just that. Kill me. Suddenly, he broke into a crazed smile. I already told you. My story isn't anything special. A story that isn't good won't be read by anyone. And a story no one reads should end there. Jehun couldn't hold back and blurted out. You crazy bastard. Jugul didn't even bother to get angry, in fact. He just laughed loudly. So familiar. After laughing heartily, Jugul continued. But anyway, I can't die easily. I am Odin's puppet, so I can't die when I want. So just kill me. It seems Jehun has been driven crazy by him. So stop talking nonsense. You rush into the fight and assert that I will definitely kill you. But that's because I want to. Just to kill you because you're a bastard. Strangely, Jugul wasn't angry at all, but seemed very satisfied. That's enough. Now, let's begin. Jehun's sword is blazing with fury. He quickly strikes first. But unfortunately, Jugul blocks it. With just a probing attack, Jehun realizes his speed has been overwhelmed. If that's the case, the next second, the system appeared and activated the chain skill. While Jehun silently thought to himself to use magic to defend, his surprise attack impressed Jugul, who praised it. Quite interesting. In the blink of an eye, he stepped back to create space, but he's still hiding his true strength. Just as I was about to strike, Jugul launched an attack and forced Jehun to retreat. Seeing that, he immediately thought of a strategy. Although Jehun has achieved divine form, it's only the first level of release and can't be maintained for long. So it's best to create an opening and end the battle in one strike. Now the priority is to read the opponent's movements, grasp Jehun's rhythm and fighting style. Then, he begins to weave his attacks and charges straight at him to strike. But Jehun can still easily block Jehun. Your sword. It's really annoying. His comment makes him smile brightly. You've never faced the Rabir Sal sword before. Let's make this battle more exciting together. You like that? Right. Jehun gently snaps his fingers at Odin to release the divine position. The long-term spell is activated. Immediately afterward, the space around them gradually changed. This, in the blink of an eye, they had moved to a terrifying dark place. Could it be that you also used the cruel long-term spell? Seeing that, Jehun asked in surprise. You can also use long-term magic. Without hesitation, Jehun casually replied, Yeah. Not very good, but I can manage. So what? Are you satisfied? Jahoon didn't answer, but silently focused on his feet, gradually touching the ground. Then, he silently thought to himself that, from the very beginning, the long-term spell was something only the top-ranked mages could wield, requiring the combined efforts of several S-Class scouts. Yet, after about 2 seconds, Jahoon continued to be amazed. You created it alone, and it was Jahoon, a swordsman. After a moment, Injok finally spoke. Do you really want to die here? Jahoon, pretending not to understand. Huh. What are you talking about? A second later, Jahoon firmly said, Don't pretend you don't know. You're forcing your divine method. In the end, he finally admitted that you have to enjoy yourself at the last moment. Anyway, you're going to die, so at least you should fight with all your might. In an instant, Jahoon replied, I'm sure I can kill you. Jahoon's demeanor remains as calm as ever. Of course, upon hearing that, he took a serious stance as if ready for this life-and-death battle. Jahoon's eyes show a serious expression, and in just a second, they rush at each other. Without hesitation, he swings his sword and delivers a powerful strike. Jahoon was equally fierce, dodging and countering with a brutal move, then charging forward again at an incredible speed. While Jahoon was still unable to react, his sword was already very close to him. Fortunately, he regained his composure and pushed Jahoon away. Jahoon's strength makes him very satisfied. Well done. Then Jahoon launches a new move. This terrifying magical flow makes Jahoon pale. What is that? This magical energy is... Something is coming. Just as he suspected, a red liquid suddenly struck Jahoon's shoulder. Blood kept pouring out, causing him to scream in pain. Then Jahoon realized this was the item stolen from Jokmungan Sea. Jahoon asked in surprise, You also know about that? He calmly replied, The ocean's essence. A stone that allows free control over water. I heard that someone stole it, so it seems to be true. The first enlightened one who held it has stolen the essence of the ocean from Jokmungan's domain. The ocean's essence was originally owned by Jokmungan, one of Loki's children, and a member of the alliance against the Aesir. But while he couldn't use his full power because of Odin, Jahoon took it and ran away. Jahoon didn't even bother to deny it. That's right. With this, I think I can fight more interestingly with you. Then, the system appeared as Jahoon used his healing skill, activating the ultimate skill. Jahoon's attitude became even more excited. It's terrifying. I didn't expect you to have such a healing ability. Suddenly, he sensed the chaos and the change, the system's screen still displaying the divine aura release. A second later, Jahoon dashed forward like a gust of wind, just as he intended. While Jahoon was still pondering, he unleashed a tremendous burst of power and struck. Jahoon confidently declared, I will kill him right here. Outside in space, the sounds of their battle cries continuously echoed. Hearing this, Jahoon was immediately drawn in. Oh. Speaking casually, it seems they've already started. So, what should I do now? Let me go first. Or will you come? Fa screams loudly, full of determination. It looked straight at Jahoon and growled as if scolding him. I pondered. That young beast. I sensed it the moment I saw it. From Jahoon's perspective, the entire group of red dragons before him is engulfed in a blazing golden glow. But the mana and power he senses from them are far from ordinary, although still young. They hold untapped potential. The stories about Fa Fai's origin are being told. It's a young beast raised by the great enemy. Wait. I want to ask you something first, Hila asked curiously. Who are you? Jahoon shrugged casually and replied, Just a servant before Aesir. Their eyes lock in suspicion. People like them. All eyes are on Ada's bracelet, which always carries dangerous items like that. Jahoon sneered. That really is a bit too much for me. Knowing what Ada is holding makes Hila a little worried. But this is a relic given to me by Odin. I have seen the past before, although technically it happened before I was born. The origin of the necklace is the Odin's bracelet. Thra Apnea, a power capable of creating portals and transporting creatures across space barriers. Jahoon raised his hand confidently and laughed. This is going to be difficult. Shouldn't you be more worried about something more important? She asked confusedly. What do you mean? You're weaker than me. Hila lowered her face and ignored the constant sarcasm from the person in front of her. If I'm right, you must have lost almost all your strength after the fight with Hindle. Are you sure you can defeat me? As soon as she finished speaking, she sneered. In that introduction, Hila's true power was Ada. The one who underestimated me. I am a pig's clone. She tilted her head slightly, surrounded by a massive aura of energy. I have no intention of losing to a mere human. Hela frowned and asked, Are you the offspring of Odin? Her whole body seemed to turn into a cloud of black smoke spreading through the air. With a decisive swing of her arm, a giant, powerful hand swiftly lunged toward Jehun. Unable to see Ada's true power, she swiftly spun around and completely evaded the attack. Jehun frowned and clicked his tongue. In Ayla's mind, her fiery spirit just wanted to provoke Ada into rushing forward, but it turned out to be completely useless. At this moment, Jehun is truly a bit scared and begins to use the bracelet. Perhaps even a clone. Ata is still a god. The strong, slender hand raises high into the air. A giant black hole was created on command, seemingly ready to swallow everything. I intended to use it against the main enemy, but the more it pulled in the surrounding objects, the larger the black hole grew. Ayla and Fafi struggle to hold their hands up against the pull, as the greatest power of this gold bracelet is revealed. From the black hole, a giant monster slowly emerges with imposing presence, capable of summoning the monsters from the portal to the outside world. Unfazed by what is happening, she just smiles confidently. However, the monsters keep emerging from the black hole, and Ayla remains standing calmly and exhausted, showing weakness to the person in front of her. You've chosen the wrong opponent. Do you think an artifact like that can turn someone into a god? Giseon frowned and asked back. What do you mean? Fafi chuckled happily and waved her hand. Have you forgotten who you are inheriting power from? Hela's eyes blaze with two colors. And that will be the reason for your failure. Cracks begin to appear in the room, tearing through space, growing larger and larger. Ada's face darkened in shock. Possessing the same power as Ra Apnea, Hela was not inferior to her at all, as powerful ghost warriors gradually emerged from the cracks. This is Hio's strength. She looked straight ahead as if to pierce through everyone's heart, not just Aesir. Hela raised her hand and ordered the ghost warriors to attack, creating the portal first. Hera, still terrified, kept denying her power, claiming she was just an inferior clone, and yet could use Hiho's legendary skill to heal the deadly waves of Hio Hema Sao. How can you use that power? Ada shouted in contempt. Hela, you're just a fragment of a body. Hela asked back with a bright smile. Do you want to know about this? She slowly explained to Hera, who was still in continuous panic. Why? 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 The only creature with that power is its name, is the magic beast. Hela slowly walks towards her. The second Nia. Giseon bites her lip in tension. I thought the enemy had already killed Nia, her face darkening. She uttered each word slowly, ending right here. At this moment, Matt's face was bloodless. The subordinate of Aesir, Giseon's triumphant laughter echoed throughout the building. Even though her face was pale, she still spoke to intimidate. Even if you kill me here, this world will still fall apart. Before Jisan could finish her sentence, Hela calmly interrupted. She means the warriors of the gods. Her voice sounds trembling with fear. How? How do you know? See, that's not something you're allowed to know. Despite Jiseon still being overwhelmed with fear, she remains calm and sighs. It seems our plague is smarter than you think. Hela releases her power slowly. Listen carefully because it's been a while since I did this. Next, a cursed singing circle appeared beneath Giseon's feet. Without hesitation, she solemnly recites the spell, I, Hela, as the representative of Hio, will bring the judgment of hell upon you. You will be imprisoned in the coldest place of Hiho Heme. Immediately after, the power of hell grew stronger. While Giseon was being pulled down to the ground by that force, Hela continued, tearing the soul into shards so it could never be freed. In the blink of an eye, only my hand remained on the ground. Yet she continued to watch this scene intently. A little while later, Giseon's entire hand also disappeared, leaving only the items she had on her. Gila slowly reached out as if to pick them up and examine them. At this moment, Fafi happily flew over, its face showing pride. The next moment, she was about to praise and thank. My, what a brave dragon. Now, take a rest for a while. I don't think we can get through that magic barrier. After hearing Gila's words, Fafi also lay down on the ground and sighed. Both closed their eyes and entered a resting state as the scene shifts to Jahan's side, where he awakens his divine power. They are still fighting evenly, their attacks showing no signs of fatigue. Even as opponents, Jahan still talks casually. I heard that you have awakened your divine power. Not bad. Hearing that, Jahan responded without politeness. Not bad at all. As soon as you took the bait, the two of you separated. Jahan immediately replied, not to mention, should I show you something more interesting? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath Jahan's feet turned into liquid, catching him off guard with this sudden transformation. What is this? Luckily, Jahan quickly used magic. He used his power to reverse the water flow and propel himself upward. Jahan quickly thought of a way to deal with it, as he couldn't move normally due to the nature of the ocean. A second later, the system appeared and activated the active skill of Earthquake. Finally, Jahan landed safely on the ground under Jahan's gaze. You keep gasping for breath. Exhausted. Suddenly, Jahan's eyes widen as if he's just seen a horrifying scene. So it turns out Jahan has disappeared. From behind, his sword suddenly stabbed into your body. I don't know when Jahan moved behind Jahan. Did I scare you? Instead of fear, you just smiled brightly without needing to. Jahan decisively grabs his sword. His tone is strangely excited. I got it. Now, activate the active skill Phantom Guard Stance. The new item has been successfully copied. The first legendary item copied. Mr. Tane's divine weapon has been upgraded to level S. The random level allocation process for the copied item has been cancelled. The copy of the Tai A Fing Demon Sword, a legendary item, was successful. As he had long awaited this moment, Jahan excitedly said, fight fair. Without hesitation, Dugun retreated at lightning speed. He still isn't angry. He was waiting for me to make a move to steal my Tai A Fing. Hearing that, Jahan didn't reply immediately, but only thought to himself. When they first dueled with swords, you thought Jahan couldn't defeat Dugun with the current weapons he had. Tai A Fing is a slender, beautiful sword whose speed far surpasses that of a greatsword. However, Jahan does not fight Dugun with magic alone, because of his magic weakening field. The dark fairy tale magic field is being activated, enhancing all sword skills and weapon damage while weakening the magic effects. A cursed field weakens magic and boosts strength, limiting Jahan's abilities. So he thought of using the ghostly foot technique to match Dugun. Of course, Jahan had to get hurt because the skill requires him to touch the weapon. Even though Jahan didn't respond, Dugun could tell that I heard Hujin say that the plague can copy skills and items. It's best for you to be careful. That guy is more trouble than you think. At this point, he became even more excited, knowing full well that Jahan couldn't be unaware. At the same time, the system appeared, displaying the equipment. The name of the demon sword, Tai A Fing. The sword is of legendary grade, one of the most renowned blades in myth. When drawn, the wielder must take the life of a living creature before sheathing it again, and it grants 3 wishes. But after the 3 wishes are granted, the curse will turn back to haunt the owner themselves. The higher the synchronization with the sword, the greater the damage inflicted, and the user may lose control if their mind is unstable. After finishing reading, Jahan continued his thoughts, as the system in front of him was warning him how dangerous this thing really was. As he focused on the sword in his hand, Jahan fell into deep contemplation. He silently thought that this sword was the greatest weapon in all legends, a blade that erodes its owner whenever their mind is unstable. As soon as I saw Jahan's pained face, I realized that skill probably can't remove the punishment like a white card. Now, I understand. Jahan felt no emotion, so he was unaffected by this punishment. That is why Odin entrusted this weapon to Jahan. Hearing this, Jahan clenched his teeth tightly to hold back. It's really hard to resist these words. He only held the sword for a very short time. Yet, an endless urge to kill is boiling inside Jahan, his heart pounding and his breath catching in his throat. But suddenly he breaks into a wide, excited smile. Then Jahan calmly spoke. Thinking I was just copying this item without considering how to handle the punishment. Jahan immediately became curious. What is he thinking? Without hesitation, he spoke up. This. And at that moment, the system notification appeared, activating the blood heat skill. Seeing that, he was surprised and widened his eyes. Jaehoon calmly said, "Finally, I feel more at ease." Then Jaehoon curiously asked Han if that skill was granted to him by the Destiny and Intelligence Masters. He didn't answer but only thought to himself, "Rabir, this is a weapon Jaehoon hasn't used before." But after a moment he replied vaguely, "Perhaps the system appeared due to the effect of the passive Sword Garden skill, and the user's swordsmanship level has improved. You can read your opponent's movements and partly see their sword, thanks to the Sword Garden and mana detection ability." The next second, Jaehoon decisively said, "Let's end this. No more beating around the bush." "Okay, your attitude only excites Jaehoon more than ever. All right, your opponent is worthy. I hope victory will be yours." As he swung his weapon, Jaehoon charged straight ahead, refusing to fall behind, and also moved at the speed of light. They quickly closed the distance, and then he used magic to turn the ground into liquid. As expected, he immediately counterattacked, activating the active skill Earthquake, and Jaehoon quickly kicked the ice surface to propel himself closer to Jaehoon. His eyes showed clear determination with this attack, and he became even more excited. As the two swords clashed, Jaehoon firmly believed he would end everything. In the dark space, a sharp sound suddenly breaks the silence, and somehow the sword that Afin once wielded is now stained with fresh blood. So it turns out that was Jaehoon's blood, after stabbing his sword into your neck. Dugon was regretful, "So unfortunate. I truly mean it. I believed you could kill me." At this moment, Jaehoon suddenly grabs the sword, piercing his neck. "So that's good. You won't be disappointed anymore?" he asked confusedly. "What the hell?" And in an instant, Jaehoon confidently declared that victory was mine. A second later, he used all his strength to deliver a fatal strike to Dugon's neck. According to Jaehoon's attack, the system reappears, revealing the invisible sword technique plan, the third sword extension. But it seems he still doesn't understand what's happening. Afin's handguard was quickly dropped to the ground, and he was stunned as he clutched his neck. How could this be? Jaehoon still didn't answer right away, only thinking to himself, remembering that, before the regression, the invisible swordsmanship had 5 forms, and Balak could only use 2 of them. That's why Jaehoon copied the Sword Garden while fighting Fapni, who has stronger skills. But the reason Jaehoon chose this skill is simple. The Sword Garden is the foundation of invisible swordsmanship, and becomes the strongest choice when you master all 5 forms. If you reach that stage before Balak unlocks the 5th form, Jaehoon will have a significant advantage. The beginning of that is the 3rd form, the sword pulling the ribbon, a technique that concentrates mana into the sword to pull an invisible ribbon. Thanks to this, you were able to create an opening to attack even when our levels are uneven. When facing a comparable opponent and they attack Jaehoon, your sword will strike them first, even though he lost. Jaehoon remains very polite. "Congratulations. Your opponent from last month's match." After living through his life, Jaehoon quietly regrets reading a comic book he left behind and admiring the hero in the story. Perhaps because he cannot forget his parents. If Jaehoon's emotions were still intact, he might have become a good boy instead of this murderer, as if those words meant nothing. In the end, Jaehoon delivered his verdict. "You are a murderer. Everything you have done is unforgivable. That's why you're dying right now, even as you're about to strike." Jaehoon calmly says, "Thank you for doing this for me." His words only made Jaehoon more annoyed. "I'm fed up with you now before you can strike." A strange wave of magic suddenly appeared. Jia, Tai Afin of Jaehoon, is unleashing his power. What is this mana? But to reassure Jaehoon, he quickly spoke. "Don't worry. I won't hurt you. You still have doubts." "Telepathy," Jaehoon continued. "You still have things to do." Then, the system appeared and asked if you wanted to ask Tai Afin to fulfill your final wish. He couldn't think any longer and had already agreed. Yes. The system also warned that fulfilling the user's final wish would result in their death. "You still want to make a wish?" "Right," Jaehoon confirmed once more. Of course, seeing that, Jaehoon hurriedly shouted, "Jaehoon, you are so frantic." Jaehoon forgot that Tai Afin's last wish was for everyone to die. If he does that, you won't be able to stop him. Surprisingly, Jaehoon spoke up, asking to give the opponent a final pleasure, the power to change the story's ending. Immediately, Jaehoon looked confused. "Why? Then he straightforwardly explained, I thought I was the main character, but no. I am just a minor villain. Dying before the protagonist is not so bad. And villains always leave a gift for the hero before they go. This is my gift to you. Jahan's strangely kind demeanor made you stammer why. In an instant, the system announced that the sword performed by Tai, a Finn, had granted the user's third wish. Jahan still can't understand what he intends to do. Yehun, is this what you wanted to do? Why did you choose that as your final wish? Like this time, Jahan couldn't reply to you like before. It's time now. Just as he was about to say something, a monster appeared. Goodbye. Worthy opponent. No. It's actually the main character. And this is Jahan's farewell before he is completely destroyed by the monster. Jahan silently wonders in surprise. Does it kill people like this? As soon as Jahan was defeated, the monster gradually disappeared into the void. Curious. He picked up the Taya Fin, but in the blink of an eye, Jahan realized that the Taya Fin was slowly vanishing. Therefore, because it is a weapon linked to Yugon, it was created to disappear when he dies. Although you use the skill to copy, just because it disappears now, doesn't mean Jahan will lose it forever. The next second, the system appeared, unlocking a new feature of Odin's lost eye. You have acquired the active skill X, the Insight Eye, with detection abilities now being integrated into the Insight Eye. Active skill, called the Insight Eye, level X, allows you to see through the true nature of all beings and objects. Identify the level and strength of opponents and relics. Having just finished reading a series of notifications, Jahan was surprised. Could this be the gift Yugon wanted to give him? With this skill, Jahan now held a powerful card in his hand. You can gain the upper hand in future battles against other Aesir gods. Overall, the surrounding space around Jahan gradually clears. The system quickly appears, and the dark fairy tale battlefield has been destroyed. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard Hila's voice. Yehun, you really did it. Jahan called out happily to Hila. Fa Fi. Immediately after, Hila quickly spoke up, saying he also brought a legendary artifact. Hearing that, he replied softly. He's still just a mere mortal. Without hesitation, he started to boast. Heimstery. I feel like I was the one who saved you from being killed by that monster just now. Next, Jahan quickly changed the subject. Well done. Fafi, if she's here, does that mean she defeated Che Jixian? Hila replied seriously. Yes. I also managed to get the drap. Jahan glanced back and asked, I have one too. Giant sea god. Do I need to give that to the guardian serpent of the ocean? In an instant, she decisively replied. No need. No need. You also don't intend to do it. He immediately agreed. That's right. After a moment, Jahan placed his hand on the ocean's power orb to absorb it. The system quickly displayed a special item. Name: Ocean's Essence. Level: Legendary. This essence transmits the energy of the ocean, allowing control over water and enhancing water-based skills. After carefully examining its attributes for a moment, he silently marveled to himself that this item had no special stats, but its effects were definitely very powerful. No wonder Jahan wanted it. The ocean's essence gradually disappeared from Jahan's hand, and he looked around again. Seeing this, Hila asked curiously, What are you doing? Are you looking for something? Jahan replied seriously. Breaking the limit. It must be somewhere around here. I can't leave them here. She agrees with your opinion too. That's right. It seems Jahan has found the key to breaking the limit. He exclaims happily. I see it. A thought suddenly flashed in Jahan's mind that director Kim Ji-sun had told him during the investigation. At the same time, Lena's voice echoed in Jahan's mind. They are investigating, but the evidence is too little. So they are facing many difficulties. If you find more, please send them a sample. It will help with the investigation. After thinking, Jahan decided it was best to send her a sample. The next second, you spoke up. Shall we start now? It seems Hila still doesn't understand what Jahan means. Right. What are you saying? What's going on? What are you doing, Jahan? That is Odin's blood. After injecting the two medicines into himself, Jahan smiled with satisfaction. That's why I'm doing this. You probably already know what's inside this. Right. Hila was stunned. Divine power. Before she could recover from the surprise, he continued. This is a chance for me to gain divine power for free without fighting a god. Throwing it away would be a waste. Don't you think Jehun's blasphemous words make Hila tremble with fear? Oh my god. Yehun. He's gone crazy. How could Jehun even think of doing that? The next second, the system kept notifying that the player's divine power had increased. Hila still couldn't get over his daring, injecting Odin's blood to boost Jehun's divine power. At the same time, he thought to himself that, according to the research journal Jehun found in the basement, those who cannot use breakthrough techniques to break their limits are ordinary people without divine power. That means your headgear will stay normal even when you wear it. The notification screen continues to display that the player's divine power has increased, unlocking a higher level. Jehun is still lost in thought. Destroying Odin's plan isn't enough. The notification sounds keep ringing. A new slot has opened, allowing you to save an additional legendary skill. Thinking this, he smiled confidently. Jehun will steal even the god's power. The scene shifts to the temple, where Odin is lying unconscious. Odin slowly spoke. The enemy has defeated even the gods. The next second, Hujin respectfully replied, yes. And not only that, the gods also checked and confirmed that Jehun was dead. And we also lost Rapania. Upon hearing that, he clenched the armrest of his chair, seeming to realize that the enemy had become much stronger than we thought. I have to act now, no matter the cost. And not stop there. He added. Sorry. But there's one more thing, Odin asked loudly. What is it? Another piece of bad news, Hujin sadly said. Unfortunately. Yes. The enemy, who was prophesied to have obtained the potion to break their limits and use it on themselves. This shocking news quickly made the old man panic. What? Immediately after, he guessed that they had human blood, and the gods believed he did this to increase his divine power. Odin couldn't hold back and stood up suddenly. Why? How dare he? My blood as an ordinary human. Steal my divine power. With a bitter tone, the old man issued an ultimatum. This time it must be a success, or I will imprison him, right now. At Jehun's house, the system appears and announces. A Part 2. The Divine Cage. As soon as he finished reading, he thought to himself that Jehun had finally unlocked the second level of divine power, until now. He only managed to hold his own with a few of those skills, but now Jehun can copy another mythic level skill. Thinking about this, he began to ponder who Jehun should copy the legendary skill from, as he still had one more chance left from killing a boss. But finding a god is much harder, so Jehun probably doesn't need to think about it too much. The gods will come looking for you again, and even if Jehun doesn't want to, they won't stop attacking because you're the prophesied enemy. Jehun must plan his next move. Then, Hila slowly spoke. This should have ruined Odin's plan, because breaking the limit is one of the main experiments the old man conducted for Ragnarok. Jehun also agrees with her. Right. Hila continued to marvel. It's good that his divine power has also increased. The Aesir gods, who could now use 30% of their strength, are no longer a match for him. Right here. Jehun immediately placed his hand on his chest, knowing instantly that Jehun had sensed it when unlocking level 2. Right at this moment, you have enough strength to defeat Himdall. So while Jehun is still pondering, Hila quickly guesses that Odin won't be able to do anything for a while. The other Aesir gods also had to use their power and blood to break their limits. After about 2 seconds, he gently said, so it's quiet for a while now. But Hila, according to Jehun, the system screen reappeared, and Fafnir, 2's experience had reached the limit, completing the mission so it could continue to develop. A new quest has appeared. Dong's first side quest for growth. As he pointed at the notification, he asked curiously, I should do this as quickly as possible. Right. Seeing that, Hila began to analyze. Fa-Fi was truly impressed when I fought Chegi Rion. And now new information has appeared about a side quest for Dong's growth, involving the extermination of a sleeping monster at Lake Chulgangji in Japan, and finding a way to continue her development. The condition is to defeat one monster. 2. To develop 2 Fapnaya scales, with S+ difficulty, and the reward is an increase of 1 level for the 2 Fapnaya scales. Then move on. She continued to say that it prevented her from escaping, and Fafi's growth was essential. In an instant, Jehun began to ponder. And Phi Nia's scales were also the best among all Dong scales. It's still weak because it's still a young Dong. But if you upgrade it, it could become much stronger. However, Jehun suddenly sighed heavily, indicating there's a problem. Your attitude confuses Hila. Why did you sigh like that? Is something wrong? But you don't know how to ask. Gi-hun hesitated. Finally. You've finally spoken up. Even though Director Kim is on my side. I've been absent from the academy too often. And Jae-hun's strange worry made her stop pressing him. Right. You still don't realize Heela's suspicion. If I miss class again, I might have to retake it. But I can't neglect this mission. What should I do? Just after scratching his head, Jae-hun noticed something. It turned out his phone was ringing. The message from Zodong appeared on the screen. Hey. What should we prepare for the field trip? Food. It seems that Gi-hun still doesn't understand what's going on. This is, after a while, he finally realized that Kim loved Dung. While at the academy, Ina was slowly walking along the quiet street. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Ina heard her name and quickly turned around. Ina immediately recognized Suna. What's going on? Suna's face suddenly flushed, and she kept hesitating and stammering. Finally, Suna mustered the courage to ask, "Does Mi-hun have a girlfriend yet?" This question surprised Ina. Oh. Still, she replied that probably not. Suna happily exclaimed. Really? Without hesitation, she quickly handed Ina an envelope. Then Suna hurriedly asked, "Can you give this to him?" Ina was still stopping her singing. Before she could regain her composure, Suna had already left, telling him to reply again. Seeing that, Ina hurriedly called out to her. Wait, but it was too late. Suna had already left. Then she lowered her head and carefully examined the letter in her hand. Ina quietly thought to herself, "It's a rather cute letter. Why do I feel so strange?" Ina felt annoyed and uncomfortable, but still thought she should give it to Dion. Right, and the next day in the classroom, everyone sat together and sighed in unison about the field trip. Sojung slumped down in disappointment. It's that time of year again. These field trips are okay, I guess, but I have to fight monsters every day. Director Kim knows the situation well. So hearing her say that, Ina happily agrees. Right. Then Soyoung wondered, why did the destination suddenly change? I thought we were going to the US. Dae-sang immediately spoke up. But before he could finish, Dae-hoon started coughing loudly. Catching Sojung's attention, "Are you okay?" He didn't answer her question, only thinking to himself, "What's wrong with Dae-hoon? Oh well. The destination has been changed. As soon as you asked, you remembered the scene with Ina. So you're asking me if it's possible to change the location for the trip." With a hesitant tone, Dae-hoon spoke. "Is it really because of me?" "Yes. Do you think that might be going too far? The reason for changing the location is no." Luckily, she agreed quickly. "I can do it. Japan was actually one of the planned destinations. We just said there was an issue with the reservation." While at the same time, Dae-hoon started calculating in his mind how to both participate and help Fa-Fi level up. Lena's voice continued to echo. "So I will message you after I finish everything and achieve my goal." Dae-hoon smiled gratefully and said thank you. That was the best choice. Dae-hoon quickly fell into deep thought. Their destination was Lake Genji in Nikko, home to one of Japan's 3 most magnificent waterfalls. However, the area was sealed off due to monsters like Daegu, so they had to change their destination to Okinawa. Visiting a restricted area is unreasonable, and Dae-hoon also needs to avoid everyone's gaze. Besides, you know what kinds of monsters are there. It's time for the returner's power to come into play. Zodung slowly called out, "Min Dae-hoon." She hesitated and said, "You know, every time you make that face, it always causes trouble." Right, in the end, Dae-hoon finally broke free from his thoughts. "No. It's actually me who's causing the trouble here." Next, Zodung calmly asked, "So where did you run off to this time?" Dae-hoon hesitated nervously and replied, "I just want to rest. I think we should buy the essentials for the trip. Should we split up?" "Like you're so used to avoiding questions," she sighed and said, "You really won't tell us." "Fine. Then what game should we play to exchange?" As soon as she heard that, Ina took out her phone. "So I will start." As soon as she put her phone on the table, Zodung eagerly begged, "Please let me go buy the supplies." And Dae-sang also spoke up, "I want to go buy the supplies too." In the blink of an eye, Ina spoke up, "We're done." Dae-hoon and Ina bought the necessities. Iodung and Shodung checked the equipment and essentials. Hoyeon and Dae-sang played games. And after a while, Dae-hoon said, "All right, we're done exchanging." Then he turned to call out to Ina, "Let's go, Ina," who shyly nodded and said yes. Inside the supermarket, the staff warmly greeted customers. Dung tried to go ahead. It seemed to be rush hour, so the supermarket was very crowded. Dihon and Ina were strolling around slowly. Immediately, he stopped at the canned goods aisle, holding an item in his hand when Dihon spoke up. Kimchi and spices. Is that enough to eat? Suddenly, Ina interrupted. Don't buy those. They're not good for your health. Hearing that, Dihon tried to persuade her. But this is a real trip. We should enjoy it a little. She remains very strict. No. Next, Ina confidently introduced herself, saying that when we arrive, I will make something tastier. You're just going along with it too. Yeah, I can't compare instant noodles to what you cook, so let's go check out some other stuff. Dihon's compliment made her even happier. Yes, while they were focused on shopping, a student recognized them. Hey, isn't that Min Dihon and Soina? The other member quickly added. Yeah, they've been really popular lately. They formed a group as freshmen and are doing better than the older students. The constant whispering continues. But why are there only two of them? Are they dating? It's obvious now. They look perfect together. They really do match. Maybe because both are very handsome and charming. Yes, it seems Dihon overheard their gossip. He keeps feeling like someone is watching. And it looks like they came together to buy supplies for the trip. Dihon didn't care much about those rumors. But maybe Ina was a bit uncomfortable. And he felt a little guilty. Then, Ina gently placed his hand into his shirt pocket, as if to take something out. She looked down at the ground nervously, then suddenly froze as if lost in thought. Just as I suspected. She's recalling her conversation with Suna. So can you give this to him and ask him to reply? Ina secretly thought that she must like Dihon to ask her to give him the letter. But for some reason, Ina didn't want to give it to Dihon at all. It made her feel uncomfortable. Even Ina doesn't understand why she's become like this. Dihon. Feeling curious, Ina suddenly asked why you're not dating anyone. And Dihon immediately sprayed glue. Huh. You were so surprised. You froze. After a moment, Dihon asked her back. Why do you ask? Ina's face blushed like a ripe tomato. I was just wondering why someone as good as you still doesn't have a girlfriend. Without hesitation, Dihon chuckled softly. I'm not that good and doing fake attacks is unstable. I could die at any moment. If I die, what will happen to my girlfriend? These words of yours only make Ina more moved. It was just a brief moment. But you could see how considerate he was. Dihon has always been like that, putting others before himself and always sacrificing himself. And he keeps explaining. But no one can stand that kind of thing. After a moment of thought, Ina felt even more shy. That warmth was what made him attractive. But as if gathering courage, she remained silent for a long time. Then, Ina hesitated to speak. What if someone else wanted to endure that? Dihon looked surprised and said, Huh. Before you could answer, she continued. So are you going to ask her out? Under Ina's boundless anticipation, Gaihun stammered. I. He then began to think about when he first met Ina in a muse class. Because of her skills and appearance, there are all sorts of rumors about Ina. At that moment, there was a pause of about 2 seconds, and the scene showed Ina clearly using her power with great intensity. Then, Dihon continued to think that she was a cold person who trusted no one but herself. Ina looks like she's running away from something, continuing forward without letting anything stop her. Dihon thought that Ina was the one making her life more difficult. Later, when you see Ina on TV, Dihon's impression of her doesn't really change. Ina still seemed very reserved and cold. But later you learn about her family story and that she was forced to become that way. However, in this life, she is completely different. Ina no longer has trust issues like before and gets along very well with her friends. Dihon guesses that it's like Kim Il-jung and you. And Ina has been able to break down those walls. Since the freshman orientation or maybe from the simulated dungeon exam, a few days later, all preparations for the actual field trip were complete. Jo-jung's voice became incredibly excited. Okinawa. I can't wait. We're going to have so much fun. At the same time, Dihon was thinking to himself as they got on the bus to the teleportation center. And Kim Il-jung almost fell. Jo-jung's loss of control really makes him breathe a sigh of relief. He's truly excited. Suddenly, Dihon realizes that their group has grown quite large. Almost eager for the next moment, Jo-jung shouted urgently. Hurry up, from behind. Hoyeon softly asked. So you're thinking our group has grown quite large now? His guest surprised him. How did he know? Hoyeon smiled casually because he kept staring at everyone. And it's not just that. He continued. I also feel a bit pressured because our group has become too famous. Hoyeon's worries are also what's bothering Daehon. Yeah. The director is also promoting them. The media has started saying that your group must be one of the best in Muse. Especially since Jae-ji-yeon disappeared. To lighten the mood, Daehon teased him. But he's always been famous anyway. Jo Jung was extremely annoyed by his sluggishness. Hey. Min Daehon. Let's go. Okinawa is waiting for us. Daehon is also speechless at her favoritism. Why am I the only one getting scolded? Still, he gave in. Yeah. Come here. Immediately after, Daehon quickly stepped onto the car and looked down below. Daehon sighed to himself. There are still many spots to defend. Anywhere is fine. As soon as he found a seat, Daehon plopped down. Suddenly, Ina stood up again. Meanwhile, Jo Jung looked down suspiciously. As he always sat in the back. Lee Desang. Her words made Desang stammer and not know how to respond. But before he could say anything else, Jo Jung was already drawn into the scene, so she saw Ina proactively asking, Can I sit next to you? Unable to believe his eyes. Jo Jung gaped. What is this? Daehon was just as surprised. Okay. In an instant, Jo Jung sensed the scent of betrayal. Hey Lee Desang. What do you think? She's completely different from her. Desang still looks innocent and naive. What? They're just sitting together. In the end, you have to give up. Forget it. Still, Jo Jung kept glancing over with suspicion, secretly noting to herself that she sensed something was going on here. The bus quickly departs. As she looks out the window, Daehon starts sweating, damn it. You feel uncomfortable being near Ina because of what happened a few days ago. Which was basically a confession to Daehon. He hopes it was just a mistake because she's not good at expressing her feelings. But as he looks at Ina's face and thinks about it, Daehon watches her closely. It's clear that Daehon feels this will be another concern for him. But there is something Daehon must do. Baosho. Protect what is important to you. Daehon needs determination to do those things. Immediately after, Nguyen Gyang seems to be holding back even more. Daehon was in his late 20s when he returned. Then started dating a high school student. Daehon felt like it was a crime. You have to stop. Ragnarok. Forget about dating. Daehon has no strength left for anything else. After regaining his composure, he quickly put on his headphones. Daehon had to focus to become stronger. Yes, that's right, become stronger. So you can't calm down for long. Ina approached and whispered, Are you listening to music? Her voice caught Daehon's attention. Next. Ina asked casually. Can I listen too? In the morning in the city. Finally, Zozun saw the scene, and his eyes lit up Okinawa. Everyone started to get off the car. She said, We arrived earlier than expected. Dae looked around, realizing Okinawa looked like this. So peaceful. Zozun retorted, What can you say when you've only just arrived? Daehon felt relieved when they arrived here. Well, you're not wrong. Okinawa is the farthest from the restricted areas in Japan. Someone called out. Attracting everyone's attention, Suho approached. Officer, I have a few things to say to everyone. He explained the schedule in detail. Today we will go to the hotel first to organize our belongings. Then proceed to the planned location. And all activities will be done in groups. Suho reminded everyone that on the second day, they could explore freely, but they had to stay in groups of at least 2 people. He carefully advised that if everyone provides us with a list of group members, the guide won't need to accompany you, and you can freely explore and then write a report on what you saw and learned. Then Zozun turned to talk and said, Hey Min Daehon. On the second day, suddenly someone passed by, making her exclaim, Ina walked while bowing her head. On the second day, she shyly asked to hang out with me. Ina called your name. Min Daehon. Surprising you. Hey Ina, Daehon looked at her thoughtfully. Truly serious about this. And I feel like he's become like this because of what happened before. Then he said sorry, causing Ina to pause. I probably can't go. Daehon declined regretfully. I have work on Monday. And I already have permission from the director. She lowered her head again. So from afar someone saw you turn and walk away. What's going on? Sozun whispered softly. Is there something going on between Daehon and Ina? Did they argue? And Dung looked confused when asked. I haven't heard anything about a fight. She was a bit suspicious. I see. I understand now. All schedules have been carefully marked. The actual trip will last 4 nights and 5 days. On the first day, the students will travel with their group, and for the remaining 4 days, they will be free to do whatever they want. The busy streets are filled with people passing by. This is a quite long trip, but for students fighting monsters every day, it's a rare opportunity to rest. The academy is aware of this and allows students freedom during field trips. Daehoon walked along, taking in the scenery, planning to follow his group and start fighting the boss on Monday. He needs to help Fafi become stronger. He pursed his lips in worry. But when a problem arose, a voice called out naturally, Daehoon. Ina cheerfully invited Daehoon. Do you want to try this? He thought. Seo Ina's behavior had changed since that day at the grocery store. Daehoon accepted it. But inside he was filled with jealousy. This isn't right. What's going on? How did things turn out like this? I still can't escape my thoughts. I've always pursued my goals without paying attention to others. And I just started to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Daehoon stared intently at the hot dog in his hand, feeling guilty, but his mind had no room for feelings. You're playing with the paper wrapped around the hot dog stick. I need to end this, or everything will turn into a mess. Daehoon looked up and asked her, Ina, do you remember inviting me to hang out on Monday? Ina blushed and nodded. Then suddenly he replied, All right, Daehoon hasn't stopped yet. Let's hang out tomorrow. I need to tell you something. She wondered and said she had something important to tell me. And you replied that you would tell me tomorrow. Ina has many thoughts inside her. And what you want to say to me. Maybe I am not good at socializing. Then she smiled brightly. Fine. Thank you. But it would be a lie to say I don't know what he's going to say. Ina crumpled her dress. Just as what he was about to tell her was far from what she wanted to hear, she left. But I didn't care. Ina's face turned cold after realizing her feelings. Ina's head appears with Daehoon's shadow. I have decided not to step back anymore. Even if it's not Jun Seona with her letter. She turned her steps. I didn't want to see another girl. Talking about the shadow of the goat. Ina stands facing him or any girl beside him. She has many thoughts in her mind. From the beginning, I had no intention of giving up. And everyone watching from afar could see that. Jun watched silently, noticing that recently Ina's behavior towards Min Se-hun had changed. She guessed it was as if Ina was acting like his girlfriend. Jun didn't know what to say. She's also the shy type. Jun asked, There must be something going on between them. She reminded me that I thought we shouldn't interfere in that matter. Jun's expression disappeared completely, shifting to the evening. A truly strange feeling. In the bedroom, she lay staring blankly at the ceiling. But it seemed like they weren't in love. Then Jun closed her eyes. More like she was resigned to it. Now I realize. She remembered the past, when the two of them were dating. And she asked us like that back then. Jun clenched the leg she was covering. A question he obviously wouldn't answer. Maybe that's when she started to like him. That line of thought made her uncomfortable lying on her back. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel so uneasy? Causing Jun to jump up from his phone. What's happening? She asked worriedly if you cared that much. And Jun replied no, turning away to hide his expression. I guess I just find it strange. Jun directly addressed the current issue, revealing he already knew Ina liked Daehoon. Jun replied, I feel the same way. And she asked again, You also like him? Just hearing the question made her face turn red. Jun hesitated before sitting up. What do you mean? Jun replied indifferently. You know that she said seriously. Later, you'll regret not doing something. She's still shy. What are you talking about? Then Jun also didn't respond anymore. She thought about the happy moments with Daehoon, Daehoon, and how he was to her. Jun struggled with her thoughts. Yes. He's just an old friend. Then she replied, That's not it. Jun hid her feelings inside. I don't like him. He's just a long-time acquaintance. She sat, listening, only thinking that it was bad for Ina, who is very sensitive. Then she gave some advice if you want to deceive yourself. You have to try harder. Jun kept encouraging her, saying if it could be reversed. She should do it as soon as possible. She could only sigh in response. And Jun felt sad for Jun. On a clear morning, sunlight flickered through, and Fa-Fi growled a few times as if demanding something. Daehoon is just getting dressed nearby. Fa-Fi. Sorry, but we will only be hanging out together tonight. It growled in agreement, its eyes darkening in silence from lack of sleep. Can I honestly refuse her properly? Daehon walks while planning in his mind. First, I will go see Soana and explain my situation to her. Of course, I won't mention the regression or the gods. I look at myself in the mirror. I don't want my friends to get involved in bigger trouble. Daehon has many thoughts in his mind, but he can't keep everything secret from them. I think about Ina's expression. Otherwise, she won't accept my rejection because she's really quite stubborn. It feels like today will be a long day. They walk towards the large aquarium building. Daehon gently steps forward, glancing at Ina standing nearby. She is beautiful and elegant but has a sad expression. And when Ina sees Daehon, she blushes shyly and calls out. She asked, "You're here." Daehon shyly scratched his head. "Yeah. Let's go." The two of them walked together, passing through a corridor filled with lockers. He glanced lightly at Ina, standing too close, as if he could hear her heartbeat, and she was also blushing shyly. A fish with huge eyes watches the two of them before blending back into the water, delighting in their presence. Daehon looks around and says, "This must be the start of the aquarium," he suggested. "Let's go explore." And Ina tucked her hair behind her ear, saying yes. Many kinds of fish swimming together in schools. The two of them watched them, chatting happily, and Ina smiled brightly. Daehon watches her back from behind as Ina admires the fish swimming behind the glass. Blushing shyly, Ina always has a bright smile on her face, while Daehon just watches her. His lips curl slightly, but his eyes remain very sad. Then the two of them bought drinks, and Ina spoke first. But it was already too late. She thanked him for walking with her. But Daehon intertwined their fingers. "Ina, go on. I have something I want to tell you." Ina hesitated a bit. "You can. Just say it." Daehon refused. "Now I have to tell you." She feels tired and lets out a breath. Ina, with a cold face, said, "Go ahead. Try to choose your words carefully so as not to offend her." "Ina, I understand how you feel, but I suddenly got hit really hard in the underwater palace." Daehon was stunned. There was a scream, and you rushed over and took her. "Ina, everyone inside the aquarium is talking excitedly." "So, what was that scream? Is there a monster inside?" "No way. This is Okinawa. Your face and Ina's are very close." "I am." She's curious. Is she experiencing an illusion? Damn it. I didn't think before acting on instinct to protect him. You take your hand off Ina's shoulder. Apologize. Or suggest talking later. She shrugs and says go ahead. Ina firmly said, "I can sense that the mana of the highest level monster is only Class C. I'm sure you don't think I would be in danger from a Class C monster." But your answer made her stop in her tracks. It was just a misunderstanding. Ina's tears kept falling non-stop. Then she stood up and left. "You told us to talk about this later." Daehon really wants to hold Ina back. Ina no longer wants to listen. Let's leave it for now. Ina is no longer vulnerable. Your answer will also change. Let's go. The two hurriedly ran forward. In front of them lay the monster lying still and motionless. You can't believe a goat's kiss. What happened? It's happening. Like this. The monster is already dead. One hypothesis after another runs through your mind. So if she's from the Japanese Association, it makes sense that there's a growling sound. Daehon seems to realize something. Fa keeps growling constantly. Fa, what are you doing here? Zhou Jung stammered as he approached. Hello. Which surprised you. Huh. What are you asking? Kim Zhou Jung. Why are you here? She honestly replied that Zhou Jung and Gi Sang were busy. So I went out to play alone. You're surprised. Zeika, really, Zhou Jung feels embarrassed. Yeah. Let the goat kiss it out. I'll call the officials. While Ina isn't very happy. She just quietly follows your lead. This place is too dangerous. Let's go somewhere else. Anyway, we have nothing more to do here. The three of us leave the underwater palace. About 20 minutes later, Muse's officials arrived at the scene. It seems the monster appeared because the Japanese Association accidentally let a few escape from the danger zone. Zihong felt worried as she spoke on the phone. Director Kim Ji-jeon demanded that the Japanese Association take responsibility because another student from the academy was injured. Zihong ends the call. This is something she must do firmly so that other countries won't look down on us. It's already like that. You inform the two of them. I'm leaving now. I have something to do. All right then. Z hesitated before kissing her. So be it. Then he turned and walked away. Let's talk later. Ina didn't respond. Only remained silent, dispelling the awkward atmosphere. Let's head back to the hotel too. The sun is about to set. And then Ina spoke again, Zojung. If I'm wrong, please forgive me. She asked directly. So the reason you came to the aquarium is because of us, Zojung stammered. She did it. Then she smiled brightly to hide her confusion. Of course not. I just pointed there because I didn't know where to go. Ina didn't say anything. You know how bad I am at directions. Hearing that, Ina smiled softly. Of course, it's starting to get dark now. I understand. Back in the bedroom, Zojung was drying his hair after a shower. She immediately asked when she saw Zojung, "Have you met those two yet?" She laughed heartily and replied, "Yes. I think we guessed right." Zojung seems to be checking on Zojung. "Are you okay?" She seemed unsure of what to say, but still maintained a positive attitude. "Of course. There are 2 guards near my house by Lake Chugenji tonight." A guard yawned so much he was tearing up. "Damn it. How much longer do we have to wait? That guy is just as sleepy. Why don't we send all the hunters in there and settle everything at once?" he replied. "If that method were effective, they wouldn't have us A-ranked, working ourselves to the bone like this." The black-haired guy started to tell a story. "Have you heard the rumor? There's currently an S-rank beast. Rustling sounds come from the nearby bushes. It's sleeping here. This will be the first one in the world. Hey guard. Wait a moment. Did you hear that he's the one standing up to protect us? Who are you? This is a restricted area." The guard groaned. "Get out of here now." Jehun appears with his half-masked glasses. "I know. A strange aura of magic radiating from your hand activates a mind control skill, declaring this area off-limits. They are all under hypnosis. You 2 guards lost all your strength and collapsed. What are you doing?" The glasses on Jehun's face are gradually disappearing. "All right. Let's go." Fa Fi is kept safely in his pocket, and he is very happy. Fa Fi. Zehun approached and unlocked the leather fence gate, then calmly stepped inside without any hesitation. Jehun's feet step on the ground as he looks up at what's in front of him. I knew it. The front looks like a raging waterfall. Just as I remember. There are whirlpools on the water's surface, but I still walk through. Just like the 8 water vortices that look like black holes. Jehun walks while thinking. To bring back the monster here, he must first approach the whirlpools. Usually, just approaching would cause you to be pulled in. You see the blue sphere emitting energy around it. However, Jehun then stepped on it and crushed it because he has the sea spirit. As more and more spheres appear in his hand, this is not a problem. Jehun approaches the black hole on the water's surface. The monsters are divided into 3 types. You think about the first type. First are the ones coming from the gate. Then the second type. The second type is creatures born from genetic mutations. The third type is a special kind. The third type is the ones I will fight now. Zehun pours some kind of blue liquid, a new type of monster born from human thoughts and will, as well as from folk legends. Jehun pours out the last drop. This new type of monster born from Japanese mythology is a picture of the dangerous animals that appear in his mind. A snake or a dragon with 8 heads and 8 tails, as described in Japanese legends. Jehun smiles brightly, his eyes filled with delight. Yamada no Orochi returns to the city. So, is this really from the European Union? Like an official announcement? Right, the staff member replied. Yes, I am sure. Maria asked if they want us to stop the investigation into the Black Robe after all this time. He clenched the stack of papers in his hand. And I didn't understand anything. Maria grew more annoyed. What were they thinking when they sent this? The leader of the Japan Association, Maria Renki, rank S. The staff member didn't know what else to say. I'm sorry. I just don't know anymore. Camilla, Bonbeck, and the others in the European Union also didn't explain why he thought the black armor was their enemy. Maria recalls the past, returning to the moment of the relic theft. Those 2 were defeated by the Hakbao and unable to protect the site. That news was once a hot headline all over Japan. He slammed the papers down on the table. So why did they suddenly decide to stop tracking him on TV? And why are they even asking other countries to do the same? The more Maria thought about it, the more confusing it became. The European Union and the Black Robe must be working together. That was the most logical conclusion. His face darkened. If that's the case, the Black Robe guy is probably much stronger now. Though I have no idea what that arrogant fool hopes to gain from this kind of arrangement. He realized it was foolish. It seems both the European Union and he himself have gone down the wrong path. Then Maria ordered. Fine. Stop the investigation. Maria turned to ask about something else. So how is the plan to raid Churenji's boss going? The staff replied. Dismissively. We've prepared a lot of alcohol for Yamada no Orochi. The employee continued. Enough to fill all 8 whirlpools and even more. As Maria clasped her hands together, her face turning pale, suddenly the employee staggered as if struck by a slap. He panicked. And while answering the phone, he said, "I think there's a problem. I will contact them." He was terrified and left Maria behind. "Yes. I am here. About the noise just now." But the staff member hesitated. "I see," he hurriedly asked. "All right. I'll go there right away." "What's going on?" "Auntie," the staff member replied. "It's complicated. Maria doesn't understand." "Auntie," he just said. That made him stand up suddenly. "It seems Zamata no Orochi in Lake Chugenji has awakened." Maria broke out in a sweat. "What?" "It has been silent for many years since it appeared. And now it suddenly wakes up." And on Zehun's side, "Zamata no Orochi has risen. Just before the raid, both you and FIFA were caught off guard. 400 guys. Isn't that too many?" They stare intently at Zehun. "The boss monster in the Zamata no Orochi area is looking at you." Zamata no Orochi. Zamata no Orochi seems to be threatening you. Initially, the Japan Association tried to eliminate it themselves and failed miserably. It was supposed to be eradicated only after many years. Zehun recalls the history. A god who became famous for appearing in a popular comic series. According to mythology, Susanoo is the one who defeated Zamata no Orochi. That person used the power of Saki. He used Saki to weaken Zamata no Orochi. If you understand mythology well, fighting them will become easier. Zehun, holding the key in its hand, must be influenced by mythology, because that is where it was born. A new monster born from legends. That means I've seen how to defeat it before. So I just need to follow that method. Zehun ignores all their power. Zehun ignores all their power. You are not afraid. Just useless. The sea spirit is restricting the flow. Zehun's hand acts like a shield, blocking all the water, which can't even reach him. Zamata no Orochi becomes even angrier. Zehun confidently said, "Water doesn't affect me. If you dare to challenge them, you'll need to find other ways." Zamata no Orochi, hearing that, became even angrier. Zehun gritted his teeth. "That's right. An S-rank monster should be at least like this. You will defeat Zamata no Orochi, because it will help you evolve. They all possess both water and poison powers. Zamata no Orochi's strongest weapon is its ability to control water pressure and deadly toxins. By evolving from its body, I will defeat Zamata no Orochi because it will help you evolve. They all possess water and poison powers. The strongest weapon of Zamata no Orochi is its ability to control hydraulic pressure and deadly toxins. A different energy source is generated from Zahun's body, but his body is engulfed in blue flames. Hell's protection will nullify any negative status effects. Your compatibility with me is really poor." Huh. Zahun takes a running start on the water. Both types of attacks. He immediately jumps very high. Are useless against me. The active skill duplication has been triggered. Zahun moves so quickly that Zamata no Orochi has to look up. While you control the water flow, the sea spirit's soul manipulates the current, and Zahun creates a whirlpool with the water to attack them. He jumps down from above to attack Zahata no Orochi. In an instant, one of them is decapitated, and Zahun feels satisfied with his power. First, one hit. Maria nearby witnesses and can't help but be stunned. What the hell is that? That movement is human. He couldn't believe his eyes. Not a bunch of low-level troops. Maria, standing nearby on the rocky ground, saw everything was he planning to take the S-rank head of Zahata no Orochi. As he watched, he compared it to himself. That could never happen. Even I, a famous person, have failed despite bringing many A-rank allies. Zahun is still fighting fiercely against Zahata no Orochi. Luckily, it hasn't left the water surface, so we postponed and prepared carefully for tomorrow. His feelings at this moment are a mix. He never expected someone to steal it. But instead of anger, he feels a deep sense of admiration. Long Mai Maria clenched her fists, but with the power from the water sphere in her hand. Who is the man fighting alone against that S-level opponent? He hesitated. Wait a minute. Don't tell me someone is approaching. A girl is coming. Maria, he shouted. Stay silent and observe. Maria grits her teeth, surprised that we've run into each other here. His body seems to be on fire, and that outfit and skill level can only be him. Dihan's power now seems to have reached a divine level. Clad in black, He only needs to swipe to the right. And it's like blades slicing through everything. He's taking down that Orochi all by himself. Maria knew he couldn't underestimate this person. What Balak said in the interview wasn't a lie. He was stunned by her power, his mana far surpassing hers. Even though she was an S rank, Dehon glanced at Maria, concealed his presence, and approached. He realized, they're really here. The Japan Association. Suddenly, Dehon smiled. But the sphere in his hand gradually disappeared. I was waiting for you to make your move. Dehon faces Amata no Orochi. I will use them to activate the item manifestation skill. A sword gradually takes shape in his hand. After completing it, Dehon held it in his hand, successfully forging the Afing, legendary tier demon sword. His eyes no longer showed satisfaction, but engraved the black armor's name across the world once more and spread fear. Dehon recalls sitting in the room before the school trip, having prepared an additional plan along with summoning Orochi to become stronger. Collecting all the hidden items in the world is very important, but you still have many plans in mind, like buying a breach ability or proving your identity to do that, which will be very troublesome and create many enemies along the way. Then, the goat wears armor and the black cloak for himself, so I decided to use the green badge of the black cloak that I accidentally got. It would be easier to act with this appearance. You have calculated very carefully. So besides killing Orochi, your goal is to raise the reputation and value of the black armor. The goat Hun jumps out of the water, and the strategy is as follows. You see Moria as a pawn in your game. Lure the Japanese Association here and kill Samata no Orochi, forcing them to beware of the black cloak and spread a series of news on the media. With the announcement appearing to activate the divine power state, the area around the gentle touch is filled with magical energy. If that happens, my value will skyrocket. I spread my power so they have to be cautious in a society full of monsters. When Samata no Orochi's mouth was about to unleash a sphere of power, he rushed in to elevate his reputation and value as a solo attacker. Dehon glides smoothly like the wind, its gentle touch making it scream in agony. Samata no Orochi's head is torn from its body, and the active divine power skill has been triggered. In the fastest way, Dehon jumps up and unleashes his move, shocking them with electricity, wielding power and dominating absolutely. Samata no Orochi was jerked violently, but his magic continued to strike down. Maria on the side was pushed back by the source of power. He can't believe it. He's gone crazy. This is just impossible. Dehon is ready to sweep through every front, truly showing a savage look in his eyes, while the one behind, Dehon, walks calmly after landing safely. Immediately after, the system asked if you had successfully hunted the monster Chugenji Samata no Orochi. The first condition of the first growth mission of the lineage has been completed, and you have received the tail of Samata no Orochi. Seeing the opponent safe and sound, Maria had to secretly praise the demon. The black cloak. Truly, a monster. Compared to all the ambushes I've encountered, he's ridiculously strong. That level has surpassed human limits. He suddenly remembered what Balak once said, that he fights with a sword, but his mana is not inferior to Camilla at all. Careless, no way. I may not have been at my best during the fight, but even if I faced him again, the result would probably be the same. After recalling these words, Maria quickly admitted her mistake and thought to herself that she had once suspected some shady connection between Balak and the Black Cloak, believing they were just pretending to fight each other. But that's not true. The Black Cloak is the real deal and worth every penny. A moment later, Minjun hurried over in panic, calling out to him, Maria, Maria, what just happened? That man faced off alone against Samata no Orochi. Maria, startled, turned around and shouted, I told you to be quiet. Damn it. Do you want to die? The guy was even more panicked after hearing that. What does that mean? At this point, Maria decides to tell them the truth. The person in front of us is the Black Cloak. The monster has conquered the great Zedek Iceland. And a few seconds later, Jehun looked at his hand and gasped in surprise. Then he thought to himself, I guess I'm stronger than I thought. Maybe I can't control my power well. Well, with Fafi's passive skill too. I feel like the battle is much easier. Getting stronger is only natural. Anyway, let's move on. I have other things to deal with first. Immediately after, Jehun shouted loudly to his group. Hey, you guys over there? Do you think I can't tell you're hiding your presence? Go ahead. This was expected by Maria, so he hurriedly said, I knew it. He has already figured it out. There's no other choice. Maria decided to risk it and shouted back loudly, wearing a black shirt. What is your purpose here? I asked the opponent in confusion. Do you know about me? Maria bluntly said. Conquering the great Zetek isn't enough to satisfy you. And when she saw Fafi peek his head out, she quietly ordered, Go inside. And then he raised his voice and said, What is he talking about? I don't understand anything. He replied, Seriously, with certainty, don't pretend to be stupid. The person is a thief. The one who stole the Nordic heritage. I have a feeling this time will be the same. Hearing this, Jahoon stared intently at the opponent and thought to himself, looking like a devil. But it turned out he had caught a big fish. Maria Renki, the representative of the Japanese Union, but you secretly checked Maria's strength and received a system response. Active skill, clairvoyance, has been activated, and the danger level is classified based on the opponent's skill, with the target's danger level designated as low. With this result, Jahoon's heart was as joyful as a festival, feeling love. He confidently said, I have killed Zamata no Orochi, the one causing trouble for you. Shouldn't I be receiving some kind of reward for this? He fell silent upon hearing that. While at the same time Jahoon was standing in front of Maria, he looked at you and thought to himself, wanting to argue. But he's right. Zamata no Orochi is indeed our headache. So I just don't understand. The rumors from the ancient relics say he's a thief and a criminal, and since there is no information about what item Zamata no Orochi will drop, from a thief's perspective, this battle is not profitable at all. Then why did he come all the way here before handing over the reward? Maria still wants to ask. What is your true purpose? Jahoon calmly replies. I don't have any specific purpose. Are you planning to kill us? Maria Renki at S rank and saying that, even someone like you felt like a failure before the fight even started. How powerful is that black shirt after all that made Maria react like that? But Jahoon just replied, I don't intend to kill anyone, and I don't like that kind of thing either. Maria let out a relieved sigh, but still stubbornly said, So the person came because of interest in Zamata no Orochi. You didn't bother explaining to him, so you replied, Dad, just assume that's the case. Finding common ground, Maria then proposed, We can talk. And Jahoon agreed. You're quite reasonable. I only have one request. He looked tense, then thought about the request you're about to make. Here he is. I knew he would ask for something. That bastard has been waiting for us all along. Someone capable of doing this wouldn't ask for money, clearing their record, or political immunity any crime. Whatever it is, I can't afford to anger him. Jahoon saw Maria tense up. Then he smiled and mocked the opponent, relaxing his face. There's no need to be so tense. While Maria was still worried inside. That person is a monster I can't possibly match. It takes a few seconds. And Jahoon deliberately hesitated before making his proposal to make Maria worry even more. Just enough. Write an article about me. He immediately shouted loudly. What? What is this? An article. Jahoon confirmed once again. Yes. If possible. Draw me to look a bit more like a good person. After everything was settled, he quickly returned home and sat by the window, quietly thinking that after finishing his conversation with Maria Renki around 2 a.m., he and Fafi would go back to their place, as originally planned. The only thing left now is Fafi's evolution. Just before meeting Maria Renki, I had postponed it to talk with them, but a message appeared on the status board, and the system suddenly asked Jahoon a question. Do you want to teleport to the Dragon Valley to fulfill the second condition of the Fanigi evolution mission? Jahoon thought seriously about it for a moment, then turned to ask it once he made his decision. Are you ready? Fafi immediately barked to show her agreement. You also understand what it means and give commands to the system. All right. Move to the Dragon Valley. And as soon as you arrive, you'll exclaim loudly, with a sweaty face. Jahoon awkwardly asks, This is the Dragon Valley. A few seconds later, Jahoon shows signs of dry heaving and dizziness every time he teleports. He feels nauseous. And Fafi, worried about him, barks a few times, and then a strange voice echoed, saying it's been a long time since we've received a guest. And Jahoon looked around nervously before asking, Who are you? The opponent quickly beckoned him into the alley. I am waiting for you. Jahoon suddenly hesitated. Then after a moment he ordered it. Let's go, Fafi. The scene shifts as they move deeper into the alley, with Jahoon cautiously proceeding, afraid of setting off a trap. When he heard the noise, he turned to look and let out a surprised laugh. because the master of this place had also appeared. Welcome. Enemy of the prophecy. I am an observer. The owner of this valley. Jehun then asked, how do you know I am the enemy of the prophecy? And the honest observer replied, I've heard that from the girls. You happily said, the girls. Huh, meaning the three young sisters, they seem to have seen quite a bit of my future. He became annoyed by this remark from the opponent, enemy. I will help your child grow up. Follow me. The child he mentioned is Fa Fai.